Chapter 1. Dragon Ball. Within the clouds of an obscure and remote planet in the seventh universe in the fragmented dimensions, a man lies suspended in the eternal void of space. As he drifts into a shallow slumber, memories resurface his parents' worried expressions when he left for the capital to seek work, and the promises of his beloved. "I believe in you. I will wait for you to return and marry me, no matter how long it takes. Son, your mother and I lack the means to provide you with a comfortable life. While you work in the capital, please take care of yourself and do not overexert." The man's name is Qingfeng, an ordinary office worker for Blue Star. Due to persistent career setbacks, he succumbed to the bottle, leading to a fateful car accident transported into the world of Dragon Ball. He has become a fusion warrior of Goku and Vegeta. When two formidable forces collide in the cosmos, their true forms are unveiled amidst a radiant glow. The mightiest warrior of the dimensions, Vegeta. Qingfeng feels a sense of satisfaction with his new beginnings, yet simultaneously harbors discontent. The power of this body enables him to effortlessly overpower the majority of adversaries, with the exception of the Omni King and the Grand Minister. No one else could possibly defeat him. Even a god of destruction would struggle to secure victory against him. However, his parents and girlfriend are mere mortals. Should it take him 70 or 80 years to return to Blue Star, his loved ones may well turn to dust long before then. What use is invincibility in such a scenario? Moreover, amidst countless worlds, locating his home planet proves to be an arduous endeavor. He attempts to shatter the dimensional barriers to traverse to another universe. Yet the multitude of parallel dimensions renders it nearly impossible to pinpoint the universe he once inhabited, and after a year of arduous searching, he finds himself no closer to his goal. Suddenly, an inexplicable consciousness infiltrates his mind, accompanied by a chilling voice. "You are invited to join the dimensional chat group. Do you accept?" Qingfeng contemplates briefly, deciding that joining the chat group may provide a means to return to Earth. "Agree." The cold voice reverberates once more. "Please enter your nickname." A familiar yet foreign interface materializes in his consciousness, familiar due to its resemblance to the chat format of his past life, yet foreign because it manifests directly within his awareness. Qingfeng opts for simplicity, adopting Vegeta's moniker Dimensional Champion. "Congratulations, Dimensional Champion, for joining the group chat. Please extend a warm welcome to our esteemed member. Do you wish to join the dance as well?" Join the chat group. Though the chat group extends a welcome to newcomers, there exists a subtle distinction in their attitudes toward the two. In the previously silent group, the arrival of two new members prompts an immediate response. "The World Destroyer. Dimensional Champion, you seem quite intriguing. I am merely a passing masked hero. Remember me, Tony." Unfazed by distractions, remarked, "Why do two more men enter? Can't one be mindful of the gender distribution when recruiting? Are we not aware that there are more wolves than meat these days?" Fire Fist Ace responded, "Welcome, newcomers. Please introduce yourselves." With just a glance at their usernames, Qingfeng deduced the identities of the group members. These individuals were renowned figures within the explosive landscape of Blue Star's internet, and as an anime enthusiast, he was no stranger to them. The World Destroyer was Kamen Rider Decade, whose alter ego, Tsukasa Kadoya, possessed the powers of all riders and was deemed by others as the man destined to bring about the world's ruin. Fire Fist Ace, the brother of the protagonist Luffy from One Piece, remained an immensely popular character, endowed with the ability to manipulate flames at will. Tony, unfazed by distractions, likely represented the Marvel Universe, specifically Tony Stark, the charismatic protagonist of the Iron Man series, often referred to as the world's wealthiest man or a notorious playboy. As for the newcomer who joined alongside Qingfeng with the username "Do you also wish to dance?" he was presumably Madara Uchiha from the Naruto world. "Do you also wish to dance?" inquired. "How can my soul state be drawn into this? Who on earth created this phenomenon?" Tony replied, "This is a dimensional chat group, primarily designed to connect characters from different dimensions, enabling communication and interaction across realms." As soon as Tony finished speaking, a line of text flashed through the chat. Tony, unfazed by distractions, has clarified the doubts of a new member and received a reward of 100 points. The World Destroyer lamented, "Ah, I was a step behind. This fellow beat me to it. How enviable." Fire Fist Ace added, "Count me as envious one." Tony chuckled, "Ha, I've secured my 100 points. As a side note for the newcomers, points can be used to purchase any item in the marketplace currently, aside from daily check-ins. Assisting newcomers with their inquiries can also earn you 100 points. A message from a user with a green cursor chimed in. "The strongest in this dimension. Welcome, esteemed guest. Please remember me." Fire Fist Ace remarked, "The administrator has made an appearance, Miss Yun Yao. Do you know the newcomers?" "Not at all," replied the user. "The chat group has clearly stated this person is an esteemed guest. Is that not obvious enough?" You truly are a fool. Yun Yao, having watched numerous anime, provided ample assistance to Ace and the others by sharing various plot lines after their entry into the group. She shared a good rapport with the members, thus engaging in harmless banter was perfectly acceptable. However, her anime knowledge was not exhaustive. For instance, she could not identify Qingfeng's character merely from his username. Upon hearing the administrator's words, even in his soul state, Madara felt a surge of indignation at being underestimated. "Do you also wish to dance?" declared. "Such insignificance pales in comparison to my might. Yet this chat group and its administrator dare to label me as esteemed. It seems this group is rather lacking." Tony responded. "To insult even the esteemed administrator? In all my years, I have never encountered someone so audacious. Do you wish to dance as well?" "Ah, today you shall meet him," Tony Stark declared. Tony is not fickle. He warned, "I advise you not to be so arrogant. Please, just apologize to the big shot if he ever feels displeased and decides to eliminate you. We certainly cannot intervene," pleaded a voice. Tony is not fickle. He retorted, "Isn't the strongest in the dimension considered the big shot? You never claimed this person was a big shot. Besides, my iron armor has been completed. Are you certain I cannot defeat him?" In a secluded cabin within an obscure apocalyptic world, the administrator, Yin Yao, expressed her sympathy for Tony Stark. "Truly, one should not court disaster. The strongest in the dimension is indeed a big shot, but I never said, 'Do you wish to dance?' is not a big shot if he wishes to eliminate you. It would be akin to crushing an ant." The World Destroyer mused, "I sense you are deliberately leading him into trouble. Yet I must commend you for it." Fire Fist Ace added, "I concur, +1. At that moment, Madara's heart surged with indignation. The chat group had the audacity to mock him. Even a mere member retrieving memories of his battle, he extracted the footage of his final confrontation with Hashirama and sent it to the chat group. A notification appeared in the chat. "Do you wish to dance? Upload battle footage to the group." Tony is not fickle has accepted the footage. Fire Fist Ace has accepted the footage. The World Destroyer has accepted the footage. And please, just apologize has accepted the footage. Aside from Qingfeng, who is already familiar with the Naruto storyline, the others uniformly received Madara's footage. They were eager to witness the prowess of the man the administrator believed could easily defeat Iron Man, Tony Stark. Upon viewing the footage, Tony suddenly regretted his previous arrogance. The battle between Madara and Hashirama, in light of his freshly developed iron armor, resembled a clash. "With deities, do you wish to dance? I must admit, it was my fault. Please, be magnanimous, and do not hold it against." Main contrast to Tony Stark's shock, Ace remained relatively unfazed. At this point, Madara had neither been resurrected nor possessed the Rinnegan, merely wielding the powers of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan in the world of One Piece. The Admiral's strength would not be far inferior to Madara's current abilities, which fell within Ace's comprehension. Fire Fist Ace remarked, "He seems to be on par with Old Man Whitebeard. Perhaps even stronger. Our group has gained another formidable ally." The World Destroyer commented, "My techniques and ninjutsu? Such fascinating powers, I begin to understand." As Kamen Rider Decade, Tsukasa Kadoya remained remarkably composed. He recognized that he too could achieve such destructive power. Indeed, the newcomer was formidable, yet to him, they still seemed merely adequate. "Please, I must inquire if anyone can rescue me. I've been hiding in a small cabin for ages and am nearly out of food." Qingfeng felt a twinge of surprise. Generally speaking, aren't chat groups supposed to traverse worlds? From what the administrator implied, could be that this one lacks such a capability. Seeking assistance. Can't the group members help you? Seeking assistance. There's no way. My friend, for some unknown reason, this chat group does not possess the ability to traverse worlds. Moreover, the items available for exchange start from a minimum of 1,000 points. It would take at least over a month to accumulate enough. At this point, Yin Yao felt an urge to weep as a fellow traveler. Her luck paled in comparison to Qingfeng's. She had traversed to a post-apocalyptic world. With the chat group being her sole advantage, she was among the earliest to join and had been a member for over 20 days now. Originally, she would have been able to exchange for some abilities in just over 10 days, ensuring her survival in this desolate world. However, the food supply in her hiding place was dwindling. The most critical issue was that the chat group did not permit members to transfer points to one another, rendering Ace and the others powerless to assist her. Qingfeng opened the exchange page of the chat group and perused it. Indeed, even the most basic devil fruit required a starting point of 1,000. The prices for various other items were exorbitantly steep, yet he was pleasantly surprised to discover something he desperately needed: ultimate freedom and intent technique. Priced at 100 billion points, coordinates of the blue star space. Priced at 50 million points. If he could amass sufficient points for exchange, he could return to his homeland with the coordinates. However, Qingfeng soon found himself troubled again. Each sign-in yielded a maximum of 100 points, even if fortune were to favor him, and he consistently achieved the highest sign-in limit of 100 points. It would take over 200 years to accumulate enough. Well, let's take it one step at a time. Perhaps the first sign-in might grant some additional rewards. Dimension's strongest sign-in successful earned 100 points. Fire Fist Ace. Wow, that's impressive. The highest I've ever signed in for is just 30 points World's Destroyer. I've only managed 50 points at most. Seeking Assistance. A true big shot indeed. The highest sign-in is only 100 points. And he has capped it out. Do you wish to dance? What? You can actually exchange for the Rinnegan and Sage Body, and even the powers of the Six Paths. Uchiha Madara was astonished, never expecting that the powers of the Six Paths could be exchanged, although he had yet to witness the power firsthand. The yin-yang power exuding boundless might from the shop assured him of its authenticity. Tony, who is not frivolous. You really haven't seen the world, have you? There's nothing extraordinary about this as long as you possess enough points. Anything can be exchanged in the shop. Dimension's strongest. Don't let a little ability make you arrogant. Newcomers should proactively greet their seniors upon entering the group. Everyone here is your elder. Fire Fist Ace. Tony, are you out of your mind? Isn't one provocation enough? You want to provoke another big shot? World's Destroyer. Tony, take your medication if you're unwell. You must seek treatment. Don't abandon hope. Qingfeng harbored quite a fondness for the character of Iron Man. Yet, despite his audacious remarks, he was not averse to imparting a minor lesson. The strongest of dimensions declared, "When time permits, I shall visit your world and engage in a thorough discussion." Another chimed in, "The strongest of dimensions. Should our paths cross, I shall compel you to submit to the might of the Uchiha clan." Stark retorted, "If you're dissatisfied, come and confront me. After all, with a plethora of lies, one hardly fears the itch. You wouldn't even manage to touch me." It requires 100 members to activate the interdimensional travel feature in the chat group. And that is a distant prospect. The chat group's cold voice resonated repeatedly. The strongest of dimensions. Congratulations on the 9th tier master joining the chat group. You are now elevated to the status of manager. And due to the presence of 2 administrators, the world traveling function has been activated ahead of time. The strongest of dimensions has initiated the world traveling feature, allowing group members to spend 50 points to visit the worlds of other members. Considering the strongest of dimensions is the first 9th tier master in the group, you may sign in for points twice daily, with the second sign-in yielding a fixed reward of 10,000 points. Group members in times of crisis may issue tasks to garner assistance from others. Fire Fist Ace remarked, "This is the quickest face-slapping scene in history." Tony, what is your take on this? The World Destroyer added, "Though this may seem somewhat unchivalrous, strongest of dimensions, could you perhaps live stream your confrontation with Tony, so we may share in the amusement?" Seeking support. Add one sitting languidly in his office. Tony Stark suddenly perceived the world dimming around him. Tony Stark responded, awakened from a dying state, "It appears I am the jester. You have gone too far, building your joy upon my suffering." Seeking support reassured, "Do not fear. The chat group forbids the killing of members at most. They will merely give you a good beating." Tony Stark countered, "It is not you who will be beaten, hence your lack of fear amidst this band of gloating miscreants." The World Destroyer interjected, "To be precise, Ace and I could also best you, so it would be wise for you to remain humble. Apart from the administrators, you stand no chance against anyone in this group." Seeking support chuckled, "Alas, I am merely a pitiful fighter. My apologies." Fire Fist Ace inquired, Seeking support, "Are you truly an administrator? Why do your sign-in points match ours?" Fire Fist Ace has been muted for 10 minutes by administrator seeking support. In truth, Ace was not to blame. The system treated administrators unequally. Yun Yao, another administrator, was merely decorative, receiving the same sign-in points as regular members. Her sole privilege was the ability to mute members. However, women can be envious at that moment. Yun Yao, consumed by envy towards Qingfeng, could only vent her frustrations on acid. Tony Stark remarked, "Fire Fist Ace, why must you be so tactless? If she's not favored, you should tread lightly." Tony Stark has been muted for 1 hour by administrator seeking support. Initially, Qingfeng intended to decline the position of administrator, but the rewards presented by the system were simply too enticing. Administrator of the dimension. Sign-in successful. You have received 10,000 points. Do you wish to join the dance? Sign-in successful. You have received 45 points. Do you wish to join the dance? Tony, ever faithful. Your luck seems to be quite favorable today. Little one, it appears that I will not be able to come over and tidy up your affairs today. At this moment, Tony felt a twinge of anxiety. Offending a powerful figure was not frightening, but the prospect of them engaging him in a philosophical discussion was indeed daunting. Tony, ever faithful. Do you wish to join the dance, the strongest in the dimension? Both esteemed individuals, I was merely jesting. You may disregard my words as if they were nothing. Do you wish to join the dance? The strongest in the dimension, come and face me in battle aside from Hashirama. None possess the right to be called the strongest. The chat group has once again sent a message, urging the administrator, the strongest in the dimension, to initiate a live broadcast to demonstrate his prowess and earn the recognition of the group members. The tone of the chat group is remarkably amicable, even imbued with a hint of reverence. Qingfeng found himself in a quandary, for he was adrift in the vastness of space, pondering where to locate a worthy adversary. Must he resort to using Uchiha Obito as an example to intimidate others? Yet, it was not an insurmountable dilemma. He extended his senses to perceive the powerful life forms within the surrounding star systems, and a moment later, a smile graced his visage. Found it, he declared, swiftly shifting to the left and halting in an instant. His peripheral vision caught sight of a massive spaceship, 100 feet in length, hovering above a vibrant planet, emblazoned with the insignia of the tyrannical Frisia clan. The strongest dimension management group commenced a live broadcast. The members eagerly poured into the streaming room. Even the proud Uchiha wished to witness the prowess of this man, deemed more formidable than himself by the chat group. The initial image that captivated the viewers was that of Gula, exuding an aura of malevolence as he gazed down upon the colossal planet beneath him. His blood-red eyes and purplish lips were encased in a violet shell, and a 1-meter-long tail lashed about restlessly. The very essence of his presence radiated wickedness and brutality. Since you refuse to submit to me, face annihilation. He cackled menacingly, as his devilish laughter echoed. A sphere of destructive energy coalesced in his palm and was unleashed upon a small asteroid. With a thunderous explosion, the entire celestial body began to disintegrate. The once thriving planet reduced to mere cosmic dust. Though the group members may not be well versed in the cosmos, they were well aware of their own planet's dimensions, noting that the obliterated planet was not dissimilar in size to Earth. Yet, it had been effortlessly annihilated with a single strike. Seeking a powerful ally? Wow, this guy is impressive. He can indeed destroy planets. But something about him feels ominous, remarked one. Fire Fist Ace. 1. While others were merely astonished. Tony Stark was in a state of panic. With his meager strength, he feared that should this formidable figure grow irate and wave his hand, Earth itself might be obliterated. I don't mean to be disrespectful. 1. May I retract my earlier statement, Great One? The destroyer of worlds. Compared to you, I realize I am but a compassionate knight. Do you wish to dance with me? I acknowledge your destructive capability, yet among all the ninjas I have encountered, none surpass you. I, Uchiha, shall deem you the strongest. As the group marveled at Gula's terrifying power, Qingfeng felt an urge to express his frustration. Was this truly the image he projected in their minds? This is who I am, he proclaimed, and as his words resonated, a resolute and striking visage appeared on the screen. His tall, statuesque figure was adorned with explosive muscles. Occupying the center of the live stream, a self-assured smile graced his face, and even as he witnessed Gula's ability to obliterate planets, his eyes remained calm and unperturbed. There was no air of arrogance, nor an overwhelming presence, merely standing quietly amidst the cosmic expanse. Yet a few individuals in the live chat are struck simultaneously by a singular thought. Before them stands an unparalleled figure, invincible across the realms. Gula also sensed the peculiar atmosphere around him and turned to look at Qingfeng. The savagery that had previously glimmered in his eyes dissipated entirely, replaced by an unmistakable tension. As the elder brother of Frisia, the notorious tyrant of the universe, Gula possessed strength that far surpassed that of Frisia himself, with the capability to obliterate entire solar systems single-handedly. Yet, the more formidable an entity, the more acutely they can perceive the might of Qingfeng. Without the need to engage in battle, he was already aware that the man before him was not an opponent he could hope to conquer. May I inquire as to your identity? I trust one have not offended you in any manner. Qingfeng nodded slightly, indicating that Gula had indeed not offended him. Gula can be deemed as a harbinger of chaos, ruthlessly slaughtering any beings that defy him. However, this bears no relation to Qingfeng. As a traveler from another realm, he had never encountered Gula before, nor could he be said to have offended him. He could only attribute this misfortune to his own ill luck. Conveniently, Gula was the closest to him, serving as an unfortunate example to demonstrate his prowess to the members of the chat group. Do you have any last words? World's Destroyer. I initially thought that fellow was the big boss. His appearance startled me. Yet, it seems he harbors a considerable fear of the true boss. Fire Fist Ace. This guy is already breaking into a cold sweat. Could it be that even one as formidable as he is no match for the boss? Tony unfettered. I cannot ascertain whether he is a match for the boss, but surely the boss must be at least his equal in strength. Moreover, may I express my thoughts? The boss's entrance seems rather hasty. Seeking support, what do you understand? This is what we call returning to simplicity. True strength manifests in such a manner. Must one always make an ostentatious entrance like you? World's destroyer, to flatter with such refreshing elegance, the administrator is indeed a sycophant. It's confirmed. Tony unfettered, agreed, +1. Fire Fist Ace, agreed, +1. You also wish to dance, agreed, +1. Seeking support, dare to speak of me again, and believe that I shall silence you all. Meanwhile, Gula, captured on tape, felt an increasing terror within him. Forcing himself to suppress the burgeoning fear, he resolved to unleash all his power for a desperate fight. Gula erupted into a frenzied roar, shaking the very fabric of space within a kilometer radius, unleashing powerful waves of spatial ripples. Gula's form was enveloped in a violet blaze, a tremendous force surging forth from within him. His physique appeared significantly more robust than before, with sharp, horn-like protrusions emerging from his head, shoulders, and arms. As Gula transforms into his ultimate form, the sense of oppression he exudes escalates to an entirely new level, leaving the audience in the live stream utterly speechless. Tony, unable to conceal his astonishment, wonders if this formidable figure can truly defeat such a monstrous entity. Feeling as though Gula's power now surpasses what it was moments ago, Ace, the Fire Fist, concurs. Noting that the very space around Gula seems to strain under the weight of his might, astonished that such a being exists. Meanwhile, hidden within the confines of her room, Yin Yao's complexion pales noticeably. Even from behind the screen, she feels a chill of trepidation. Her previously unwavering confidence in Gu Qingfeng's abilities begins to waver. Gula's casual strike has the potential to obliterate a planet, and now he has grown even stronger. The group is fortunate to have gained a powerful ally, yet the fear of losing him to Gula's overwhelming strength gnaws at them. One must admit that this individual is indeed formidable, perhaps the strongest in the dimension. Might it be prudent for our esteemed ally to retreat and seek a less potent adversary? A voice suggests. You are under no obligation to confront an opponent you cannot possibly defeat. Do you understand? Another voice chimes in, observing Gula's transformation into his final form. Gu Qingfeng remains undeterred, dismissing the group's concerns. As he gazes at the unleashed fury of Gula, a subtle smile graces his lips. To think that after such a long wait, Gula has only reached this level. A mere finger is sufficient to deal with him. The transformation of Gula into his ultimate form exacts a tremendous toll on his body. Yet, simultaneously, his strength has surged several-fold, and in this moment, even before Gu Qingfeng, the sense of invincibility has dissipated. How audacious! To perish in my most formidable state is indeed a mark of honor for you. The colossal spaceship in the distance remains unresponsive, devoid of any signs of aggression. As Gula's most loyal subordinates, they are acutely aware of his immense power and thus refrain from interfering in his battle. In an instant, Gula's figure vanished, moving with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, and before Gu Qingfeng, unleashed a powerful whip kick. Gu Qingfeng, as if by mere chance, raised his hand, and his right index finger deftly intercepted Gula's assault. The relentless assault of Gula was effortlessly parried, prompting an immediate retreat of several dozen meters, while simultaneously, countless waves of light surged towards Gu Qingfeng. The index finger of Gu Qingfeng's right hand was enveloped in a radiant golden light, effortlessly deflecting a myriad of attacks. Countless waves of light erupted in the void, with several celestial bodies caught in the ensuing shockwaves, their surfaces obliterated by the overwhelming force. Gula once again conjured a purple orb pulsating with an aura of annihilation in the palm of his hand. Perish, he declared. Faced with a 100-meter-wide purple sphere capable of obliterating planets, Gu Qingfeng executed an action that drove Gula to the brink of madness. He opened his mouth wide and gently exhaled, causing the very orb aimed at him to hurtle back towards Gula. His most formidable attack was effortlessly repelled by a mere breath from Gu Qingfeng, and Gula, unwilling to confront it head-on, desperately evaded. Gu Qingfeng initially intended to indulge in the battle a while longer, yet Gu La's utter weakness swiftly extinguished his interest. It is time to conclude this, before me. You possess not even the slightest chance of victory. After a brief struggle, Gula perceived that Gu Qingfeng was not as formidable as he had imagined. Just as he was about to unleash a jeer, an excruciating pain coursed through his body. he felt his strength dissipate entirely, and the purple orb of energy in his palm faded away, summoning his last remnants of strength. He lowered his head to behold Gu Qingfeng's finger piercing directly into his heart. Gu Qingfeng's countenance remained adorned with a nonchalant smile, as if the act of self-destruction were merely a trifling matter to him. It seemed that I had surpassed you, albeit just a fraction. Simultaneously, a golden energy sphere clung closely to his form, its formidable shockwave propelling him toward the spacecraft. Inside the vessel, Gu La's subordinates were caught unawares when Gu La crashed into the ship, accompanied by the energy sphere. Upon entering the spacecraft, the sphere unleashed a blinding radiance, wielding an unseen power that obliterated the vessel entirely. Gu La's subordinates attempted to resist, yet their assaults proved utterly futile against the energy sphere. As the radiance dissipated, all that existed was rendered to naught. The colossal spacecraft and the dread Gula were obliterated into mere ashes. In a fleeting moment, the clash between the two lasted but a mere 2 seconds. Observers in the chat group, witnessing Gula's onslaught, endeavored once more to persuade Gu Qingfeng to flee, unaware that the tides of battle were about to shift dramatically. The adversary, once perceived as invincible, was swiftly vanquished by Gu Qingfeng with a single strike after he launched his counterattack. Did you wish to dance as well? It was inconceivable. Even I could not perceive how he dispatched that monstrous foe. Ban's worldview began to unravel. He believed that, having fused with the 10 Tails, he too could reach a similar level of destructive power. Yet, he remained baffled by how Gu Qingfeng had approached Gula and executed that fatal blow without him witnessing the sequence of events. In truth, it was not merely him. No one within the entire chat group could discern the unfolding of such a spectacle. Gu Qingfeng advanced with a swift grace, approaching Gula to pierce his heart with a single finger, followed by a forceful blast that obliterated both man and vessel. The entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye. Fire Fist Ace remarked, "The chat group has a slow motion feature. I had to slow it down by 50 times just to barely perceive the Grandmaster's strike." Seeking to attach myself to greatness, another interjected, "The Master is undeniably magnificent. I no longer wish to toil in the chat group to grow stronger." Does the Master have a girlfriend? If so, would he consider parting ways, or perhaps accommodating another? The Destroyer of Worlds quipped, "That was merely a fraction. Surely it must be a billionfold difference." The disparity in the Master's prowess is likely the most distant span in the universe. The strongest in the dimension concluded the stream, stating, "Tony, the Steadfast, seizes the day. I shall engage with you right now." Tony, the Steadfast, replied, "Master, I just recalled that I owe you some money. I acknowledge my mistake. Grant me another chance." The Destroyer of Worlds replied, with low emotional intelligence, "I offer you money, pleading for you not to strike me. With high emotional intelligence, I confess my debt to you." The strongest in the dimension added, "I have no interest in money. It holds no value for me." Seeking to attach myself to greatness retorted, "Indeed. You seem a bit misguided. Given the Master's strength, do you truly believe he cares for wealth? If he so desired, the entire earth would be his." Tony, the Steadfast, sent a special red envelope, amounting to $100 million, inviting the strongest in the dimension to claim the bounty. The strongest in the dimension accepted the red envelope. Gu Qingfeng finally comprehended the significance of being the world's wealthiest individual. Indeed, wealth is truly remarkable. Although he may not require it himself, he could certainly utilize it upon returning to Blue Star. The strongest of dimensions remarked, "While that may be true, upon reflection, we are all companions in this group, and I consider myself magnanimous. I shall not quibble over such trivial matters." Meanwhile, the restless Tony Stark exhaled in relief, only to proceed with similar intentions. "Do you wish to dance as well? What do you find lacking, esteemed one? Allow me to assist you in procuring what you need." "You wish to dance too? No worries, it has not troubled my mind. Have you ever witnessed an adult angered by a child? Besides, I am currently but a soul, lacking only the items that could grant me resurrection." Tony, ever the unflirtatious, noted, "It appears that the group marketplace offers resurrection items, though the points required vary according to the strength of the resurrected individual, starting at a base price of 100,000 points. That is exceedingly difficult. One can earn at most 100 points per day. At this rate, when will I ever accumulate enough for resurrection?" Lamented Ace, the Fire Fist. Uchiha Madara, however, thought of Gu Qingfeng. As a special administrator, he could sign in daily for 10,000 points. If he were willing to assist, resurrection could occur in no time. Yet, what could he offer in exchange? After observing Gu Qingfeng's combat prowess, Madara felt he possessed nothing of value to him. I was merely speaking casually. In due time, someone will naturally resurrect me. There is no need for concern on my behalf. Ding. The administrator seeks support and has issued a quest. Assist the administrator in gathering sufficient food and ensure their safety for 10 days. Danger level, 7. With a maximum of 10. Reward points, 100. Ding. In the spirit of mutual aid, all group members may accept quests. Completing a quest yields reward points. And the chat group will assess task completion, granting additional points as rewards. Seeking support, World Destroyer, Fire Fist Ace, Tony Stark. Someone, please come to my aid. I am on the brink of collapse from hunger, and the streets are teeming with zombies. I cannot venture outside. My points are scarce and must be reserved for essential exchanges. Once I possess the means to protect myself, I shall gradually repay you. Fire Fist Ace remarked. The administrator is both beautiful and kind-hearted. Had it not been for her warning, Sachi would have perished in a surprise attack by Blackbeard. The World Destroyer concurred, indeed. It was her alertness that allowed me to save my sister. Tony, remaining steadfast, added, without her, I would likely have met my end in the kidnapper's lair. But why is the difficulty rating of this task so high? I am uncertain, replied the one seeking support. But at least the zombies I have encountered appear to be of ordinary human caliber, vastly inferior to you all. However, they are undead. Only by shattering their skulls can they be slain, and those bitten by them will also transform into zombies. Ban, who has traversed the ninja world for decades, exhibits a notably astute perspective on issues and articulates his views. Do you wish to join the dance? I surmise this may pertain to the world's tier of difficulty. Rated at 7 for her realm, perhaps reducing to a mere 1 in our domain. The strongest in the dimension accepts the mission. Fire Fist Ace accepts the mission. It seems I need not go, as the prominent figures have already taken charge. I shall refrain from mingling in their affairs. Yun Yao, the one who issued the mission, momentarily stunned, soon finds herself exhilarated, astonished that such esteemed individuals would proactively assist her. In contrast to others, her rapport with Qingfeng is rather mediocre. While Ace and his companions have benefited significantly from her assistance in resolving various troubles encountered in the original storyline, establishing a fairly positive relationship, it is only natural for them to lend her aid, but she shares little connection with Qingfeng and has not rendered him any assistance, which is why she did not tag him. Now, it appears the esteemed figures are quite amiable. Do you wish to join the dance? I lament my impotence. In a state of spiritual existence, I can aid no one. The World Destroyer cautions, be vigilant, although, according to the administrator, the enemy's strength is not particularly formidable. Being bitten could lead to troublesome consequences. Ding. The member, the strongest in the dimension, completes the mission, earning 50 bounty points. Fire Fist Ace also receives 50 points. Ding. The mission was completed in 1 second, earning an SSS Super Deity evaluation, with an additional reward of 500,000 points. While Fire Fist Ace receives an extra 10,000 points. Do you wish to join the dance? The World Destroyer. Fire Fist Ace. At this moment, all present feel a surge of disbelief, wondering how the task was completed so swiftly. However, their attention soon shifts to the additional points, causing several to become frenzied. Tony, ever unflirtatious, exclaims, 10, 100,000. Good grief, 500,000 points. Even if I struck the jackpot and earned 100 points daily, it would take me 5,000 days to accumulate that. Do you wish to join the dance? Envy and jealousy swirl within me. How infuriating that the bonus is so substantial. Had I a physical form, those points would be mine. Even the typically stoic Uchiha Ben cannot contain his excitement. This is a staggering 500,000. With these points, he could resurrect himself. The World Destroyer inquires, wasn't he the mission rated at a difficulty of 7? Moreover, it requires gathering sufficient food for the administrator and ensuring her safety for 10 days. How could it be completed so swiftly? Tony, unfaltering, responds. This is the essence of true power. It's akin to a golden thigh. Tasks accomplished as if in play. Before you even grasp the situation, they have already succeeded. By the way, do you wish to join the dance? I should kindly remind you that during task completion in the chat group, assistance is provided to members without physical forms in the peak of their capabilities. Did you perhaps overlook this? Upon hearing this, Ban peruses the task benefits page and indeed discovers such a provision, leading to a further sense of vexation. Do you wish to dance as well? 500,000, indeed. 500,000 points, which rightfully should be mine. The Destroyer of Worlds. Well, even if you were to go, it would be futile. The additional rewards are presumably tied to the task rating. If it were you, would you have the confidence to complete the task in a mere second? Do you wish to dance as well? The destroyer of worlds. Thus, even if you went, those 500,000 points would remain out of reach. So refrain from harboring jealousy. Tony the unfaithful. Fire Fist Ace, you imbecile. Why are you questioning us? Did you not accompany us on the task and earn yourself 10,000 points? What are you doubting? Fire Fist Ace, I am unaware. I merely arrived. And the task completion notification appeared, granting me 10,000 points. The destroyer of worlds. So, your 10,000 points are merely a stroke of luck, correct? Very well. Now everyone may feel envious. Tony the unfaithful. Do you wish to dance as well? Time rewinds to a minute prior, when noticing the administrator post a task, Qingfeng, with nothing else to occupy his time, decided to lend a hand. He casually accepted the task, eager to ascertain the magnitude of the additional point reward. As he was in dire need of points, the spatial coordinates for returning home are valued at 50 million, while the ultimate freedom technique commands an astounding price of 100 billion. As for whether there exists a force capable of posing a threat to him, such considerations were far from Qingfeng's mind. Let us not jest. To threaten him, an opponent's power would need to be sufficient to shatter the universe itself. However, in a world overrun by zombies, how could such an existence be conceivable? Upon pressing the teleportation button for the mission, a wave of spatial distortion enveloped him. The teleportation commenced, and a blinding light erupted, causing Qingfeng to instinctively shut his eyes. When he opened them again, he found himself witnessing a gruesome scene. A man, his body mangled and bloodied, had pounced upon a frail young girl, his half-eaten form seemingly impervious to pain as he lunged toward her. The girl on the ground was none other than Yun Yao, the administrator of their chat group, who had just initiated a mission without the chance to utter more than a few words. Suddenly, the door of the room was burst open, and a zombie charged in, launching an attack against her. Yun Yao felt as though she was the most unfortunate of all traversers, while others possessed remarkable abilities or were aided by enigmatic powerhouses. She was merely endowed with a chat group. Although the group's capabilities were indeed formidable, they were time-consuming. After more than 20 days of membership, she gazed longingly at the array of abilities in the shop, yet found herself unable to redeem any. Fortunately, her companions within the group were kind-hearted and did not abandon her despite her low task points. Once the great figures arrived to rescue her, she imagined she could ride on their coattails through the apocalypse. However, joy quickly turned to despair. The powerful allies had yet to appear, while the zombies had already come for her. As a defenseless young woman, she stood little chance against them. As she beheld the grotesque visage of the advancing zombie, she could hardly bear to imagine the horror of becoming one herself. Just as she closed her eyes, waiting for death, she felt no pain after an interminable wait. Instead, an unsettling sensation washed over her, as if someone were watching her. With a slight parting of her tightly shut eyelids, she caught sight of Qingfeng, who was smiling gently at her, while the male zombie had vanished without a trace. Blinking in confusion, she rubbed her eyes to confirm her vision was not deceiving her. In the next moment, she sprang from the ground and threw herself onto Qingfeng's broad shoulder, sobbing quietly. She was merely an ordinary girl in her past life. She had been just like anyone else, hiding away in a world plagued by the undead. Facing death for the first time, she felt an overwhelming urge to seek solace in his embrace. The trope of the hero saving the damsel in distress is an age-old narrative. Yet who could resist the allure of a hero, especially one as strikingly handsome as he? Yet, Qingfeng found himself bewildered by the sudden turn of events. With his strength, evading danger would have been effortless, but adhering to a gentleman's demeanor, he chose to let Yun Yao lean on his shoulder. Little did he know that once she nestled against him, she would not let go, tightening her grip around him. However, he was a man committed to a girlfriend. While she may not be a beauty of legendary proportions, he was loyal and had no intention of engaging in affairs of the heart. Thankfully, someone arrived just in time to diffuse the awkward situation, a voice filled with regret chiming in. Did I arrive at an inopportune moment? Poor Cast D. Ace materialized beside the two individuals, having arrived simultaneously with Qingfeng, though the disparity in their strengths was considerable. The spatial transmission had little effect on Qingfeng, whereas Ace, lacking in power, experienced a brief moment of dizziness post-teleportation. Once he regained his composure, a notification in the chat group indicated the successful completion of the task, and Qingfeng and Yun Yao were seen embracing each other. Upon hearing Ace's voice, Yun Yao snapped back to reality. Extricating herself from Gu Qingfeng's embrace and casting a flushed glance at Ace, her eyes brimming with indignation. The expression sent a shiver down Ace's spine. Yet he pondered that he had done nothing to warrant such a reaction. After casting several fierce glares in Ace's direction, Yun Yao turned her head away, choosing to ignore the unwelcome presence. Ace, exuding a sense of exasperation, found himself reluctant to speak. It seemed unreasonable for him to merely stand by and observe. Gu Qingfeng also received the notification of task completion and, uncertain of how to face Yun Yao, contemplated departing. The task is accomplished. Perhaps we should take our leave, he suggested. At that moment, Yun Yao shouted, unwilling to let him leave so easily. Where do you intend to go? I have yet to find my provisions. And within these 10 days, if another zombie were to enter, I would surely meet my demise. Ace gazed curiously at Yun Yao's figure and inquired, what is that layer of iridescent aura surrounding you? Is this your extraordinary ability? Gu Qingfeng nodded slightly, referring to his technique as the Soul Guardian. Any object harboring hostility towards him would automatically trigger the protective light shield, unless the enemy's power was evenly matched with his current state. It would be impossible to breach this barrier. Ace's eyes widened in astonishment, taken aback by such a formidable ability. However, a thought struck him. Did the notification of task completion imply that no one in this world could shatter his protective shield? Standing nearby, Yun Yao recalled the solid muscles and strong arms of Gu Qingfeng when she had embraced him moments ago, if not for Ace's obliviousness. The image of clinging to Gu Qingfeng without letting go made her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Being a girl, she too felt shy, had she not been overwhelmed with emotions. Her affection for him would not have led to such an embarrassing display. You can step outside and boldly seek food now. No zombies can harm you. Why not give it a try? Glancing at the 50,000 points in the mall, Gu Qingfeng felt that returning to Blue Star was imminent. If only every task could yield such rewards. Was a level 7 task truly that simple? Yet, he hadn't considered that if others were to undertake this mission, they would struggle to create a 10-day protective shield. Just breaking through the hordes of zombies to find food would be a considerable challenge. Zombies might generally lack intelligence and possess limited combat prowess, but their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Looking out, the streets were teeming with them. If Ace could slay 100, could he possibly defeat 1,000 or even 10,000? No one could accomplish the task in a short time, yet here was Gu Qingfeng. His power was extraordinary. Even a casually invoked shield contained enough energy to obliterate the earth. There was no need to worry about the shield's strength diminishing over time. While it was possible for a multitude of ants to bring down an elephant, no number of ants could defeat Ultraman. The power dynamics of this world were simply on a different plane. Upon hearing Gu Qingfeng's words, Yun Yao hastily dismissed her wandering thoughts and glanced at the colorful shield enveloping her. She poked it with her finger, discovering that it felt as though it were non-existent to her, visible yet untouchable. Ace, assuming Yun Yao was fearful and hesitant to venture out, chuckled and reassured her. There's no need to worry, just step outside and test the strength of the shield. The boss and I will be right here watching. Everything will be fine. I wasn't worried at all. The boss's prowess guarantees our safety. I merely wish to ascertain whether this thing has any effect on me. Yun Yao cast a fleeting glance at Ace, her hair cascading behind her as she strode toward the door without a backward glance. Yet, just a heartbeat before stepping outside. She hesitated. Her gait was undeniably cool, but had Gu Qingfeng and the others followed her? She heard no footsteps echoing behind her. Surely, these two wouldn't have lagged behind. Perhaps she should glance back. But would that invite mockery from that fool Ace? Whatever, let it be. With renewed determination, Yun Yao stepped through the door, only to be met by countless zombies who surged toward her like a tidal wave. The foremost among them was merely a dozen meters away, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Although Yun Yao had unwavering faith in Gu Qingfeng, the sheer scale of the onslaught left her momentarily paralyzed with fear. However, as the horde approached within a mere 3 meters of her, an enigmatic and profound aura emanated from her being. The throng of zombies, as if encountering their nemesis, began to dissolve into nothingness. The front ranks disintegrating into mists of crimson in an instant. Zombies, devoid of intellect, were driven mad by the presence of the living, recklessly charging forward even in the face of certain defeat. The relentless tide of zombies surged forth, yet under the protection of the luminous barrier, they fell like moths to a flame. Within mere minutes, the ground was awash in blood, transforming the already battered pavement into a vivid scarlet. Truly remarkable. The strength of the barrier showed no signs of waning. Could humanity truly wield such power? Ace stood behind Yun Yao, incredulous as he beheld the spectacle. He too could conjure something akin to a protective shield, encasing himself in flames. Yet its defensive capabilities could not hold a candle to Gu Qingfeng's barrier. The crux lay in the fact that any shield, ultimately composed of various energies, would gradually deplete in strength without continuous replenishment from its wielder. Roughly estimating, the number of zombies that had perished beneath the barrier exceeded 800, if not 1,000, yet its fortitude remained unchanged. Gu Qingfeng stood right behind him, providing no energy to the shield. How much power did this barrier truly possess? How many of such shields could one conjure at a time? O master. 10, or perhaps 100. Ancient Qingfeng nonchalantly remarked, I have never attempted this before. The energy expended by such trivialities is far exceeded by my recuperative abilities. I can employ this indefinitely. It is merely a simple trick. I have not transformed into a super scion, but rather I have casually condensed a protective aura in my ordinary state. To him, this is merely his baseline form. Yet its potency exceeds that of a super scion god. His ordinary state possesses energy that rivals that of a super scion god. This explains why, despite the annihilation of countless zombies, the aura's power remains undiminished. A mere flick of his hand could unleash enough energy to obliterate the earth. If eradicating a handful of zombies were to drain too much energy, he might as well smash into a block of tofu to achieve the same end. Meanwhile, the members of the chat group remained embroiled in a heated debate, unable to fathom how ancient Qingfeng managed to locate sustenance within a mere second while ensuring Yun Yao's safety for 10 days. Do you also wish to dance? Mused one. Eliminating zombies is indeed a simple task, but providing long-term protection for the administrator is no easy feat. One must closely guard her safety. The World Destroyer added, indeed. Unless the master were to obliterate the administrator's planet and eliminate all zombies, I cannot conceive of any other strategy. Tony, the unfickle, interjected, now that you mention it. It seems quite plausible. A mere planet would not concern the master. Fire Fist Ace observed. The master employed a protective barrier I have never witnessed before. Any entity displaying hostility toward the administrator within a certain proximity is automatically annihilated by the shield. Tony, the unfickle, exclaimed, what on earth is this? It can detect others' intentions? Are you jesting with me? Fire Fist Ace replied, I cannot say for certain. We remain unharmed when approaching, yet zombies perish in proximity. It is difficult to articulate. Perhaps I shall initiate a live stream. Fire Fist Ace commenced the live broadcast. Do you also wish to dance? Enter the live room, followed by Tony, the unfickle, and the World Destroyer. The live stream revealed a sweet-faced girl with short hair standing motionless in the street. Countless grotesque zombies roared as they lunged toward Yun Yao. Remarkably, upon nearing her within 3 meters, the zombies were obliterated by an invisible force, exploding into a mist of crimson. The scene was exceedingly gruesome. Even the less intelligent zombies eventually ceased their suicidal advance. Each deliberately avoided Yun Yao, for diminished intelligence does not equate to a complete lack of awareness. Even fish retain a memory of 7 seconds. Witnessing their fallen comrades, fear took hold. Tony, the unfickle, remarked, this master is truly astounding. One cannot deduce the master's abilities through conventional logic. Do you also wish to dance? Countered, regardless, this is utterly outrageous. A protective barrier that can discern foes? Fire Fist Ace replied, in any case, after observing for quite some time, I remain perplexed. The master simply waves his hand without any intricate maneuvers. Tony's heart. As for the food, has the safety issue been resolved? How's the food situation handled? You cannot even see the food. Yet the task is marked as completed. World Destroyer, Tony's heart. You ought to leave the group. You are dragging down the collective intelligence. Can you not see that? With the protective shield, even the female administrator can walk boldly, simply visit a shop and bring the food back, can't you? Fire Fist Ace. How on earth did you become the world's richest person with such a mindset? You also wish to join the dance. Same question. Tony's heart. Fire Fist Ace. With your intellect, why haven't you developed your own unique iron armor? As for the jibe from Uchiha Madara, Tony Stark instinctively overlooked it. He had known Ace for quite some time, and their relationship was relatively amicable. Madara, however, was different. He had previously offended him, and Madara's temperament was not particularly genial. He did not wish to provoke Madara. Stunned by the power of the protective shield, Ace paused upon hearing Tony's retort, then replied honestly, because I have no need for it. Even without the armor, I could easily defeat you. What would I do with that? Tony's heart. I am utterly speechless. World Destroyer. Alright, let us be quiet and watch the live broadcast. No more disruptions. As a horde of zombies cleared the path, Yin Yao suddenly turned around, and the figure of Gu Qingfeng came into her view. There is a supermarket just ahead. Why don't you accompany me? I cannot carry much food back home by myself. Yin Yao was aware that this was quite a burden for Gu Qingfeng and Ace. But she was merely an ordinary girl, and the thought of transporting 10 days' worth of food single-handedly would likely exhaust her. Gu Qingfeng smiled faintly, observing that the administrator appeared rather adorably foolish. With my protective shield in place, why would you return to that dilapidated house? It would be far more prudent to reside in the supermarket, where no one could possibly harm you. This notion, however, was foreign to Yun Yao. In her understanding, even the mightiest must seek refuge in safe havens. While zombies may be no match for your strength, can you truly sleep soundly without the fear of them biting you? A true master seems to have forgotten that the shield does not require activation and remains perpetually engaged. I find myself grappling with an urge to abandon my efforts. Despite my arduous journey to attain greater strength, it pales in comparison to the effortless prowess wielded by a master. What I perceive as an apocalypse is merely a trivial matter in the eyes of such an individual. Yet, she only entertains these thoughts. For she understands that possessing one's own power is the true path. Relying on others is, ultimately, not a sustainable strategy. Gu Qingfeng nodded earnestly. Then you need not exert yourself. With my protective shield in place, no one in this world can harm you. Yin Yao's eyes brightened. Could it be that the esteemed one intends to shield her? When a man assists a woman, it can signify one of two possibilities. Either he harbors feelings for her, or he is profoundly enamored. However, it would be quite burdensome to always rely on you for help. You continually come to my realm to provide this safeguard. There is no need for that. This one shield suffices. You need not return repeatedly. Even in the event of the world's demise, this protective barrier shall persist. Might it not dissipate prematurely due to diminishing energy? While it may appear to him as a mere trinket, it nonetheless contains a fraction of his immense power, capable of penetrating dozens of Earths with ease. The effort required to vanquish a few zombies is negligible, hardly worth mentioning. Yun Yao was left utterly speechless. Truly, the esteemed one addresses problems with enduring solutions. Before she could respond, Gu Qingfeng continued, Ace, accompany the administrator in search of sustenance. She has likely been lonely for quite some time and requires companionship. I shall take my leave now. Farewell. After speaking, he departed, utilizing the chat group's spatial transmission to return to the Dragon Ball universe. Upon completing his mission, he could remain in the task's realm for no more than 2 hours. He sensed a shift in Yun Yao's demeanor. Initially, she admired his strength, but after he rescued her, he discerned a hint of inexplicable affection reflected in her gaze. He had no desire to entangle himself in romantic complications. Since the matter was resolved, he intended to avoid extraneous issues. However, even the most formidable woman needs a man's protection, especially considering that Yun Yao, although a transmigrator, was still in a developmental phase and possessed woefully inadequate strength. Ace, with his charming demeanor and gentlemanly qualities, was an excellent choice, as his power was sufficiently formidable. He was not the type to claim every beautiful woman for himself. To him, a man should dedicate his life to loving but one. Left gazing at each other in surprise were Ace and Yun Yao. Yun Yao left a favorable impression on Ace. He could not deny her beauty. After traversing new worlds for years, he had encountered few women of such exquisite allure. Their time spent together in the group had convinced Ace that Yun Yao was kind-hearted, yet the question of the protective shield lingered. Gu Qingfeng merely stated that he would automatically defend against malicious intent. However, if there is no malice, can one truly approach? Even Ace dares not touch Yun Yao. This is no jest. A single misstep could result in the protective barrier striking him, and he might very well lose his life. Whether he can withstand it remains uncertain. Yet he is not inclined to risk his existence for a fleeting opportunity to flirt. In the world of Dragon Ball, Gu Qingfeng, having returned to a remote asteroid, promptly opened his chat group, for he had just completed a task that garnered him 500,000 points. To his astonishment, the messages in the group had escalated to a staggering 99+. Gu Qingfeng did not delve into the earlier messages, merely casting a cursory glance at those from mere seconds ago. Seeking support, the mightiest in the dimension, I am grateful for your assistance, esteemed one. Your kindness shall not be forgotten. World Destroyer, I detect a peculiar aura. Could it be merely my imagination? Tony, not capricious. No, it is not your imagination. I perceive it as well. Qingfeng chuckled, unperturbed by their jests, and opened the points mall of the chat group. Gazing at the dazzling 5 zeros trailing behind his score, the sensation was undeniably exhilarating. The only lament was that the points required for his desires were far too numerous. Otherwise, he could have exchanged this 500,000 for some trivial items. Perhaps a Gyoka Sharingan or a devil fruit, although they would offer him no substantial benefits. They would still serve as delightful diversions. With no pressing matters at hand, he contemplated engaging someone in combat, all the while seeking the coordinates of Earth from the Dragon Ball universe. After a moment's reflection, he ultimately resolved to approach Frieza, a formidable figure renowned throughout the Dragon Ball realm, for who could withstand punishment better than he? With his fingers poised on his forehead, his figure vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Frieza, blissfully unaware of the impending peril, was embroiled in battles across the cosmos alongside his minions. However, a journey to Earth was out of the question. With Goku and Vegeta, the two Super Saiyan deities, he knew that no amount of training would enable him to contend against them both. At this point in time, he had just been resurrected by the Dragon Balls and had attained his golden form, only to return to Earth for vengeance, where he was subsequently overwhelmed in turn by Goku and Vegeta. Diverging from the original narrative, he had chosen not to annihilate Earth and the Scions in a bid for mutual destruction. Instead, he had fled the planet alone. A return to Earth was utterly impossible. He could never set foot there in his lifetime. Unable to withstand the combined might of two opponents, he could only prey upon other races to sustain himself. Frieza, how have you been faring lately? As his subordinates besieged a planet, Frieza remained seated in his small spacecraft, observing the scene below with a peculiar glint in his eyes. Suddenly, he heard someone call his name. Turning his head, he was dismayed to find that it was none other than Goku. Goku, what brings you here? Did you come alone? Frieza's words elicited a twinge of irritation in Qingfeng. However, upon reflection, it was reasonable. Vegeta was indeed the fusion of Goku and Vegeta, and with traits reminiscent of both, it was understandable that Frieza, having never encountered Vegeta before, would mistake him for Goku. Frieza's expression was grave as he articulated a truth. I'm Qingfeng. If you wish to live, you will divulge the location of Earth. Upon closer inspection, Frieza realized that this was not Goku, but rather another arrogant individual who dared to speak to him, the Emperor of the Universe, in such a manner. Prepare to meet your demise. Frieza's face maintained a veneer of amusement, yet as he uttered his final words, his expression twisted into a malevolent snarl, and a beam of deadly energy surged forth from his fingertip. Qingfeng exhibited a remarkable indifference to evasion, allowing the oncoming light to strike him unimpeded, as he deemed Frieza's assault utterly feeble. Ultimately, he could not escape the immutable law of smoke and injury. As the thick haze dissipated, Qingfeng stood unscathed at his original position. Not bad, he mused, yet those aspiring to challenge me are still woefully inadequate. A flicker of murderous intent ignited in Frieza's eyes. The mere resemblance of this individual to Sun Wukong compelled him to eliminate him without hesitation. With a thunderous roar, he began to gather energy, flames enveloping his form, the searing waves of energy shattering the ground beneath him for hundreds of meters. A blinding golden light illuminated the heavens as the 24K pure gold Frieza made his grand entrance, his energy surging skyward. A formidable force that rendered the very planet beneath them in a state of relentless tremor. Qingfeng made no attempt to impede Frieza's gathering of energy. No matter how he struggled, he could never hope to be his equal. Your brother also possesses this transformation, yet after it, he becomes exceedingly weak. I wonder how you measure up against that worthless sibling of yours. A murderous intent flickered in Frieza's eyes, not out of anger for the death of his brother at the hands of this individual, but rather due to the audacity to strike at a member of his family, an affront to the royal lineage of the universe. Ha ha ha. It has been far too long since my hands have been stained with blood. I hope you can provide me with a bit of amusement. With a sense of resignation, Qingfeng raised his right hand towards Frieza, signaling him to attack swiftly, as he had grown weary of Frieza's arrogant rhetoric. Infuriated by this, Frieza charged forward at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, closing the distance in an instant, and unleashed a powerful fist aimed directly at Qingfeng's face. With a single hand, Qingfeng effortlessly parried the attack, simultaneously grasping Frieza's arm, rendering his attempts to withdraw futile. In a flash, he delivered a powerful punch, striking Frieza squarely and sending him hurtling back several hundred meters before he regained his stance. To Frieza's astonishment, even in his golden form, his assault was effortlessly neutralized. Letting out an unwilling roar, he launched another attack. The two engaged in close-quarters combat, exchanging blows in a rapid succession of techniques, each countering the other's strikes in a matter of moments. Throughout the encounter, Frisia found himself thoroughly dominated by Qingfeng, reduced to mere defense with no opportunity to retaliate, until a ki blast forced Qingfeng to retreat from the fray. Regaining his composure outside the battle circle, Frisia, despite the brief engagement lasting only mere seconds, felt that it was far more arduous than his fierce struggle against Goku in his Super Saiyan Blue form. Every strike from Qingfeng possesses an earth-shattering might. While he can barely withstand the force, his body struggles to endure. The initial exchanges leave bruises upon him. The ancient breeze remained expressionless, exuding an air of effortless confidence, making it difficult to fathom the extent of his strength. Although reluctant to admit it, I recognized that I was indeed no match for him. Continuing this confrontation would undoubtedly lead to my defeat. "Shall I send someone to escort you?" I inquired, for the earth lies not far from here, merely an hour's journey away. By suggesting this, Frisia sought to subtly extend an olive branch to the ancient breeze, hoping to draw him into his own ranks. Even if Goku and Vegeta united, they would pose no significant threat. Qingfeng finally revealed a faint smile. Frisia was indeed quite perceptive. Otherwise, he would not hesitate to impart a painful lesson. "There is no need for you to accompany me. The speed of your spacecraft is far too slow. I shall make my own way. You need only provide me with the coordinates of Earth." Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy emanated from the distance, prompting both Qingfeng and Frisia to gaze towards the east. This was the power of a Super Saiyan god. Could it be that Sun Wukong had encountered a formidable adversary, transforming into such a form? Frisia cast a surprised glance at Qingfeng, astonished that he was aware of the existence of a Super Saiyan god, even for someone who had traversed the universe for decades. He had only recently witnessed Sun Wukong as a mere Super Saiyan. "You are also aware of the Super Saiyan god. This form of Saiyan is exceedingly powerful, perhaps even stronger than you," Frisia mused, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. It would be most advantageous to utilize Qingfeng to confront Sun Wukong. Despite Qingfeng's resemblance to Sun Wukong, Frisia did not perceive him as a Saiyan. In his view, Saiyans were a base and contemptible race. How could one possibly possess such formidable power? It was simply inconceivable. Ancient Qingfeng was utterly indifferent to Frisia, having long recognized his true nature. With a mere touch of his fingers to his forehead, he executed a technique of instantaneous movement, vanishing from the scene. "Kakarot, do not think you can surpass me," he declared. "Vegeta, we can still grow stronger." "Indeed," came the reply, "the might of the Saiyans knows no bounds." Vegeta, clad in a form-fitting blue battle suit, stood opposite Son Goku, who wore an orange martial arts gi. Both had transformed into the state of Super Saiyan God, where their control over power was remarkably precise, preventing any energy from leaking and conserving stamina. In an instant, Vegeta's fiery red hair shifted to a brilliant sky blue, while his aura surged immensely, resembling a deity descending from the heavens. Son Goku, not one to underestimate the situation, likewise transformed into a Super Saiyan God, also known as Super Saiyan Blue. In this form, he harnessed divine power, transcending the strength of a god. However, this transformation was taxing and could not be sustained for long. A ripple emanated from the space thousands of meters behind them, as ancient Qingfeng utilized his instantaneous movement to arrive on Earth, propelled by the energy released during their clash. Despite the distance, Goku and Vegeta sensed immediately that someone had entered their combat zone. "Who is he? Is he your brother, Vegeta?" Goku inquired, curiosity etched on his face, as he had yet to encounter any other Saiyans from the same era aside from Vegeta. As for his brother Raditz and Nappa, those minor characters had faded from memory after Goku had vanquished them. Vegeta scoffed, "Impossible. The pure-blooded Saiyans consist solely of the two of us. My brother Tabor possesses a low combat power. He could not possibly be as formidable." He continued, "He bears a closer resemblance to you. Could it be that you have a secret affair, resulting in a child?" Upon hearing this, Goku quickly retorted, "Vegeta, you mustn't speak so carelessly. I would never do such a thing. If Chi-Chi found out, she would kill me." Vegeta, unwilling to waste further time, declared with his characteristic pride, "Who are you? If you refuse to speak, I have no qualms about teaching you a lesson." Qingfeng was not particularly afraid of the two individuals. Rather, he preferred not to be adversarial with the defenders of Earth. "I am merely an unremarkable Saiyan, so there is no need for you to concern yourselves with me." My intention in coming to Earth is simply to reside here for a while. Humph, who would believe such nonsense? With such formidable power, how could you possibly arrive on Earth without ulterior motives? Upon finishing his words, Vegeta prepared to strike and test him, but was promptly intercepted by Sun Wukong, who wore a very friendly smile. You are indeed powerful. Encountering a master like you is truly exhilarating. In the future, I look forward to sparring with you. Very well. I have long admired your esteemed names. When time permits, I shall engage in a friendly contest with both of you. However, for now, shall we share a meal and converse as we dine? The proposal put forth by Qingfeng piqued the interest of the two individuals. Apart from their penchant for combat, Scions possess an insatiable love for food, capable of consuming quantities that would suffice for dozens of ordinary people. Their enthusiasm for culinary delights is unparalleled. Sun Wukong harbored no animosity towards Qingfeng, while Vegeta, with his inherently stoic demeanor, maintained a courteous attitude upon encountering him, refraining from further remarks. After an arduous battle, both warriors found themselves famished and, having reverted to their normal states, followed Vegeta into the city. They gathered and devoured their meal with the swiftness of a whirlwind, naturally. The bill was footed by Vegeta, the strongest son-in-law of the Dragon Balls, who had ample wealth at his disposal. When it came to his origins, Qingfeng merely offered a perfunctory account, claiming to be the abandoned offspring of a lowly warrior, who had met his demise at the hands of a formidable foe years prior. Vegeta remained skeptical, while Wukong, unfazed, sensed no malice from Qingfeng and was indifferent to the intricacies of lineage. After their meal, the trio parted ways. Qingfeng sought refuge in a nearby inn, while Wukong headed to the planet inhabited by the god of destruction, Beerus. Vegeta returned home alone, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he cast a meaningful glance at Qingfeng. Once settled, Qingfeng accessed the dimensional chat group, eager to sign in for the day and not miss out on the coveted 10,000 points. Ding. Dimensional strongest sign-in successful, awarded 100 points. Ding. Administrator dimensional strongest sign-in successful, awarded 10,000 points. Ding. Administrator seeking support sign-in successful, awarded 50 points. The quantity of sign-in points was inconsequential. The chat group was merely being cordial, with all members aware of this unspoken understanding. The pivotal moment arrived when, shortly after Qingfeng completed his sign-in, Yunya did so almost simultaneously. This created an awkward situation. Sign-ins were not frightening, but competing for points was. As administrators, one received 10,000 points, while the other received 50. Tony, the unflappable. I apologize. I truly don't wish to laugh, but you are simply too amusing. Seeking support, is it really that funny? My sign-in points don't compare to the great ones, yet they surpass yours, you playboy. Tony, the unflappable. You are an administrator. It is only natural for you to have more points than I do as a mere member. Fire Fist Ace. Ha ha ha. I cannot contain myself. Why would you choose to sign in at the same time as the great ones? That is merely asking for trouble. Seeking support. What are you all laughing at? Is it truly that amusing? Tony, the unflappable. I am reminded of a joyful event. My wife has given birth. Seeking support. Fire Fist Ace. How do you explain that? Fire Fist Ace. My wife has also given birth. Seeking support. You are clearly enjoying my embarrassment. None of you have ceased your laughter. Tony, the unflappable. As the world's wealthiest individual, I have undergone rigorous training. No matter how amusing the situation, I shall not laugh unless I am utterly unable to contain myself. Yunyao's face flushed with anger as Ace and Tony exchanged banter, daring to mock her so brazenly. The strongest in the realm remarked, "Doesn't the administrator possess the power to silence them? Perhaps a half-hour timeout would suffice. Out of sight, out of mind. Do you wish to join the fray?" Tony retorted. Tony truly excels at self-sabotage. Which adversary dares to provoke me? Are you a fool sent by the Monkey Brigade? Tony, you truly are a master of folly. Another chimed in. The multiverse traversal feature is now available. I may not prevail against others, but with your prowess, I dare say. You cannot even contend with her. Not just you. I suspect I would falter as well. Have you forgotten the protective shield bestowed upon her by the Great One? Tony, perplexed, questioned, what do you mean? So, I am now the weakest in the group? Indeed, you are the weakest, Ace confirmed. And should the administrator strike you, you cannot retaliate. Not only must you refrain from countering, but you must also express gratitude. Otherwise, if the Great One's shield deems you an enemy, a single blow could spell your doom. This is utterly unfair. To be struck without the ability to retaliate, And to express thanks as well. Am I to sacrifice my dignity as the world's richest man? Ace chuckled. If you wish to test the power of the shield, feel free to retaliate. Ah, be gentle, I support you. Support? What a joke. As if you've not offended her, Tony shot back. And what do you mean by be gentle? A group member named Ace uploaded a straightforward image, showcasing the typically bold and handsome Ace now being playfully ridden by a girl who was pinching his cheeks with gusto. I seek to cling to the strong. Came a comment. Impressive, miss, another added. Tony, the group member, found himself silenced for 30 minutes by the administrator. The strongest in the realm remarked. You two are making swift progress. You've captured Ace in no time. Clearly, the opportunity for solitude bore fruit, as your relationship has advanced significantly in just a day. Riding on Ace's face, teasing him, Yun Yao felt a tinge of shyness. After Gu Qingfeng's departure, she had gradually come to terms with her feelings. She and Gu Qingfeng hailed from entirely different worlds. He was far too formidable for someone like her. Ace, on the other hand, was powerful yet gentle, and he harbored affection for her. Their bond had deepened remarkably in merely a day. Both Ace and Yun Yao had been single for far too long. Yun Yao, in particular, lamented her fate, having not encountered a man in over 20 days since her arrival in this post-apocalyptic realm. Though their relationship remained unconfirmed, the barrier between them was as thin as a mere sheet of paper. Please, do not jest, Great One. We are merely good friends. The most malevolent sprite joined the group chat. The most malevolent sprite exclaimed, Ah, what little sprite has conjured this? I accidentally found myself drawn into this. Are you not fearful of having your time devoured by me? The Grim Reaper elementary student responded. How did this manifest in my mind? It defies all scientific explanation. You also wish to dance. Remarked, devouring time. Is that indeed an intriguing ability? However, I fear that none of you present are within my reach. The destroyer of worlds mused, the power to control time. It reminds me of my aspiring successor. By the way, is the newcomer male or female? Fire Fist, Ace interjected. Grim Reaper elementary student. Could it be that you are genuinely an elementary student? Even theology cannot elucidate this, let alone science. The most malevolent sprite declared, I have absorbed the time of 10,000 people. Should you not fear my capacity to annihilate you all? Ah, indeed. Tony, who is not fickle, was freed from his mute status by the administrator. Tony, who is not fickle, retorted, 10,000? That merely requires having hands. When I was dealing in weapons, the souls perishing at the hands of those I sold to numbered no less than 80,000. The most malevolent sprite countered, but you did not slay them yourself. Should the creator of an atomic bomb claim to have killed millions? Fire Fist Ace remarked, that sounds rather impressive, yet I have never taken the lives of so many. Seeking the Strong's embrace chimed in. That is because you do not wish to kill. She slaughters only ordinary people. Do you truly believe she targets the formidable? The Grim Reaper elementary student challenged. Having killed so many, how have the authorities not apprehended you? I shall confront you personally. Conan, overhearing this, expressed shock. He had never contemplated that a single individual could commit such mass murder without detection. He believed this group belonged to their world, merely drawing him into the chat by coincidence. How could there possibly be another realm? If cross-dimensional communication were feasible, the creator of this chat must possess extraordinary power. You also wish to dance. Advised, Grim Reaper elementary student. The group contains battle recordings of all members. Once you observe them, you will discern the disparities in strength. The most malevolent sprite replied, do not attempt to bamboozle me with mere videos. I shan't be so easily deceived. The title Strongest in the Dimension has quite the imposing ring to it. Might I be introduced? The Strongest in the Dimension responded, greetings, new members. Seeking the Strong's embrace declared, I pay my respects to the illustrious one. You also wish to dance. Echoed, all hail the illustrious one. The destroyer of worlds added, all hail the illustrious one. Fire Fist Ace proclaimed, all hail the illustrious one. Tony, who is not fickle, concluded, all hail the illustrious one. Today's illustrious one is particularly striking. Gu Qingfeng's demeanor was somewhat peculiar, for he was acquainted with the two newcomers in the group. The most fearsome of all was the infamous secondary character, Tokisaki Kurumi, from Data Live, who has become the preferred choice of many otaku enthusiasts. With her dual identity as a secondary character and the protagonist's popularity, she wields the power over time itself. Aside from a few exceptional origin spirits, she effortlessly dominates all local entities. As for the Shinigami elementary student, the concept requires no further elaboration. His reputation for eliminating a citizen of the island nation in each episode marks him as a true pillar of Chinese talent. Detective Conan Edogawa, the intellectual pinnacle of the series, possesses an unparalleled ability to see through the schemes of every criminal. The most fearsome spirit exclaimed, "Ah, it seems the administrator is quite beloved by everyone. Come, dear, let us embark on a date together." Qingfeng touched his nose, feeling a rare moment of shyness. Kuroha was indeed the goddess of his dreams. This infatuation had sparked countless arguments with his girlfriend in the past, and now, unexpectedly receiving a confession left him somewhat exhilarated. The most formidable spirit, "Hello, little beauty. As for a date, I must decline for the time being. My schedule is quite packed." The Shinigami elementary student. "So which of the two administrators is stronger?" The group files do not contain any footage of the administrators. Fire Fist Ace uploaded a recording of a battle against zombies. The most formidable spirit accepted the footage, and the Shinigami elementary student did as well. A few seconds of silence enveloped the group, until Conan was the first to snap out of his astonishment. Are those humanoid entities zombies? Aren't they supposed to be from movies? How could they appear in the realm of the administrators? And what is the situation with these administrators? The zombies perish before they even draw near. Their power is akin to that of deities. Moreover, what exactly is this chat group? Could someone please elucidate? Conan unleashed a barrage of questions, transitioning from skepticism to a state of reluctant belief. Initially, he suspected he was under hypnosis, yet the sensations here felt far too authentic, distinctly unlike any dreamlike state. Furthermore, his body remained unaffected. He could merely communicate with the group members within his mind. The World Destroyer. This is a dimensional chat group, primarily designed to connect characters from various dimensions, facilitating communication and interaction across different realms. Members can check in daily to earn points, or provide assistance to newcomers to gain additional points. These points can be exchanged for various items from countless worlds. The World Destroyer clarified for the new member, earning 100 points. The World Destroyer. For some reason, I suddenly feel that this 100 points are not particularly enticing. Does anyone have any tasks available? I would like to undertake some as well. Fire Fist Ace. Every day, the esteemed members earn 10,000 points just for checking in, naturally. A mere 100 points feels insignificant. The most formidable spirit. Is it possible to exchange time power? The origin spirit's abilities can be exchanged too. But the daily limit for checking in is only 100 points. It feels rather slow. The World Destroyer. What do you think? Isn't the energy of the administrator quite formidable? The Shinigami elementary student. Indeed, it feels akin to activating an invincibility cheat. Tony. Unperturbed by romantic entanglements, this is an infinite energy source. Even if the Earth is destroyed, her protective shield would remain intact. The Shinigami elementary student. This utterly shatters my understanding. Is this truly the power of the administrators? It is terrifying indeed. Fire Fist Ace, the most formidable spirit. I must say this is merely a trinket casually deployed by the esteemed one that can be unleashed infinitely. Do you believe it? The Shinigami elementary student. I do not. If that were the case, wouldn't it be invincible? Why bother with the chat group at all? The most formidable spirit. To possess such a powerful man and consume his time must be an exhilarating experience. If I were to eliminate him, would the position of administrator not become mine? It must be said that Qingfeng's daily earning of 10,000 points is an irresistible temptation. Even though she speculated that Qingfeng was formidable, Kyuka Xian still desired to take the plunge. With the ability to exchange points for the power of time, she envisioned the opportunity to slay the origin elf and save this wretched world, as well as herself. The strongest in the dimension remarked. Qingfeng was unexpectedly left speechless. In a sense, this statement held truth. Even if he were to bestow the Soul Guardian upon every member of the chat group with his prowess, it would be a trivial task. Yet, he was merely a mortal. Without the chat group, who would issue missions? And without missions, how could one accrue points to return to Earth? He chose to disregard Kyuka's comments, as she was, after all, his beloved anime wife, and a slight offense was tolerable. He remained magnanimous. Tony Stark chimed in, the most malevolent of elves, a newcomer at 666, daring to challenge the boss, while I merely kept my thoughts to myself. The strongest in the dimension replied, the solar system of your world requires a complete overhaul. Once I find the time, I shall crush it. Tony, astonished, responded, can the boss truly create a sun? It is hard to fathom. The strongest in the dimension clarified, I am not creating a sun. I merely stated that I would crush it, never claiming to fashion another. Tony, feeling anxious, interjected, "Please don't scare me. This small place cannot accommodate such a colossal being." He worried that the boss might genuinely intend to obliterate the sun, perhaps jesting, but it felt unsettling nonetheless. The strongest in the dimension retorted, "Who says I am jesting? This is merely an opportunity for you and me to battle. After all, you wish to spar with me, do you not?" Tony urged, "Perhaps you should silence yourself. The thought of destroying the sun is too terrifying for my fragile heart." In that moment, Tony suddenly realized that Yun Yao's frequent silencing was, in fact, quite gentle. He would prefer her to silence him rather than face the threat of annihilation. The most malevolent of elves interjected, "To crush the sun? Do you comprehend its magnitude and the immense temperature? You couldn't even approach it without being reduced to ashes." Not even a deity could achieve such a feat initially. Qingfeng had been skeptical of Gu Qingfeng's strength, yet she was not entirely dismissive. However, after hearing the exchange between Tony and Gu Qingfeng, she was now completely certain they were attempting to deceive her. Any rational individual would not believe that humanity could obliterate the sun, and even as an elf, she recognized it was impossible. The group administrator sought support. Sending files. Qingfeng's worldview contrasted sharply with that of Detective Conan's. Tony, intrigued, remarked, "I am curious as to why the boss has fallen silent. It is quite evident there is a disparity in treatment." Despite her repeated provocations, the boss remained unresponsive, taking out his frustrations on him instead. The destroyer of worlds quipped, "When it comes to fanning the flames, I yield to no one. You truly are like an old turtle consuming arsenic, living far too long." Another chimed in, "Whether you are courting death or merely on that path, I am genuinely curious as to how you have survived until now." Seeking support, same question. Add 1. Fire Fist Ace, same question, add 1. It is evident to the discerning that Gu Qingfeng's demeanor towards Kurumi is remarkably amicable. Yet, no one dares to voice this observation, for they firmly believe that a scapegoat will inevitably arise to challenge the authority of the formidable leader. As expected, Tony chose the opportune moment to step forward. The strongest in the dimension, just wait for me. Yunyo felt it was time to intervene and shift the conversation. As she was well versed in both Kurumi and Conan's worlds, "I possess a modicum of foresight regarding the futures of the two new members. The most malevolent spirit, could it be that you can manipulate time, allowing you to glimpse my future?" Unlike Kurumi, who inherently possesses superhuman abilities, the world of Conan lacks any beings that transcend human limitations. Even he is merely an ordinary individual with an exceptionally high IQ and the physical strength to kick a soccer ball through a house. Coming to terms with these previously unfathomable realities, he finds himself lacking in capability compared to Kurumi. The elementary school Shinigami. Is it truly possible for someone to foresee the future? My worldview has been utterly shattered. Tony, ever the nonchalant. Wow, let us welcome the administrator, who was about to show off. Yun Yao felt an overwhelming sense of exasperation. Why did Tony insist on testing boundaries right after she had just lifted his silence? The elementary school Shinigami. You are Kudo Shinichi, aren't you? Accidentally stumbling upon a transaction of the Black Organization, you ingested a drug that reduced your body size. The elementary school Shinigami. How did you know? This is information only I and Dr. Agasa are privy to. Seeking support, I told you. I can see your past and future. Though I cannot perceive events too far ahead, the near future poses no issue. A slight pretense before the newcomer suffices, after all. She had not completed the original Conan storyline prior to her transmigration, leaving her unaware of subsequent developments. Should she overdo it, the resulting embarrassment would be insufferable. The elementary school Shinigami. What does my future hold? Will I regain my original body? Have I eliminated the Black Organization? Seeking support. The secrets of the universe cannot be revealed. However, as long as you exercise caution, you will face no imminent danger. The elementary school Shinigami. Very well. Thank you, esteemed administrator. The most malevolent spirit. Oh, it appears you have struck a chord. What does my future entail? Have I successfully vanquished the primordial spirit? Seeking support. Not quite. Rather, you have been defeated by her. The disparity in your powers is too great. The most malevolent spirit. Impossible. I have absorbed so much time. As long as I continue, she can never be my adversary. Seeking support. To use the power she bestowed upon you to defeat her. The Creator is an endeavor doomed to failure. The most malevolent spirit. Then what is her true intention? Why create beings like us spirits? And what is her ultimate goal? Yun Yao felt an overwhelming urge to weep. Yet why persist in questioning every detail? How could she possibly know? She was merely an anime enthusiast, unaware that the conclusion of her beloved series had yet to be revealed. The most powerful in the dimension, driven by love, she yearned to resurrect her lost beloved, thus utilizing the entirety of the world. For her, that man surpassed all else. The most malevolent spirit, do you possess the ability to foresee the future as well? The most powerful in the dimension, one might say so. At least, deducing your future is not particularly arduous. It would be preposterous to claim oneself a traveler from another realm, merely a man familiar with the script. Such a declaration would likely render one as mad as Kurumi. The others in the group might also regard themselves as lunatics. Tony, never unfaithful. Is it true that even the Great One cannot contend with that primordial spirit? It seems implausible for her to possess such overwhelming strength. The most powerful in the dimension, that may not be entirely accurate. However, their world is rather troublesome, and some matters ought to be resolved by her own hand. The primordial spirit is akin to the mother of all spirits, deeply loving them, making it unwise to act alone. Even though the primordial spirit wields the power of all spirits and absorbs the energy of the entire earth, she would be easily vanquished before me. The most malevolent spirit, if you are indeed that powerful, why refrain from taking action? Might I consume a fragment of your time? The most powerful in the dimension, alas, that is not permissible. I am far too formidable. Even a mere thread of my energy would cause you to explode. Dressed in a gothic lowly outfit, Kurumi stamped her foot in frustration, her pale visage breaking into a sickly sweet smile. What an intriguing man. The more you assert your strength, the more I desire to know if you truly possess such might. Fire Fist Ace. Everyone, I have a small matter requiring your assistance. My sworn brother has been captured, and I am no match for them. Seeking support. Is it true, the Pirate King, Monkey D. Luffy, has been seized? Fire Fist Ace. No, it is Sabo, my other sworn brother. I had thought him long dead, only to discover he has joined the Revolutionary Army. I have only just received this news. The Destroyer of Worlds. This situation seems rather peculiar. Did you not assert that the Whitebeard pirates are one of the 4 emperors? How is it that you only learned of this now, just as he faces execution? Fire Fist Ace. I assumed he perished long ago, and the Navy has been exceptionally adept at concealing information. It was not until today's announcement of the capture of the Revolutionary Army's second-in-command that the news spread widely. You also wish to join the fray? Count me in. I shall accompany them for a time. It has been far too long since I last engaged in battle. Seeking support, since I am free as well, shall I join in the excitement? Times have changed. Yunyo no longer lives in trepidation as she once did. Not only is she unafraid of zombie attacks, but even the combined forces of the Navy from the pirate world do not instill fear within her. There is no denying that with the protection of great ones, one can afford to be audacious. Fire Fist Ace. Very well, your presence will indeed be of assistance. The Destroyer of Worlds. Well, I might as well join in on the fun since I have been rather idle lately, and there have been no monsters lurking about. The most malevolent spirit. I will also join. I am curious to see if you are truly as formidable as you appear in the group recordings. Tony the Unfaithful. Someone has to play the role of the fool. Why can't that someone be me? I shall go as well, hoping to secure an effortless victory. The strongest in another dimension. Count me in. Please issue the task. I am in dire need of points. In the group, the only member who remained silent, Adagawa Conan, quietly submerged himself, hesitant to speak up. After all, he had witnessed Ace's battles. Ace could take on 1,000 or more foes with ease, and he was no match for such prowess. Glancing at his youthful form, Conan resolved to play it safe for now. After all, if he ventured forth and met his demise, it would not be a trivial matter. Fire Fist Ace issued a mission to venture to Marineford to rescue Sabo, who was on the verge of execution. Bounty, 500 points. Mission difficulty, level 10, the highest level of hellish difficulty in this world. Tony the Unfaithful, level 10 difficulty? Are you planning to assassinate a president? Why is the rescue mission so perilous? Initially confident, Kurumi suddenly felt an unsettling premonition. She had yet to review the battle recordings of the others in the group. She had believed that the recordings could be synthesized and thought it would merely be a matter of slaying foes while devouring their time. However, the hellish difficulty began to instill a sense of unease in her. The most malevolent spirit. I am quite curious about their true strength. Although I harbor doubts about this chat group, I do not wish to rush in without understanding the enemy's capabilities. Fire Fist Ace. If we head to the Navy headquarters, we will likely confront the 3 admirals. Their single strike could easily overpower 1,000 men. No, Even 10,000 ordinary individuals would struggle to withstand such force. The most malevolent spirit. Is this even human? How can there be someone so powerful, and we have to face 3 of them? Do we truly stand a chance? Despite these concerns, Kurumi remained resolute in her decision. After all, she feared not death. At every moment, she had her doppelgangers. As long as her copies survived, her essence would endure, merging her consciousness with her other selves across different timelines. Tony the Unfaithful. Well, it's fine. We have strong allies, don't we? If they are formidable, how could anyone surpass them? The destroyer of worlds. Indeed, they are unlikely to be more formidable than the powerful ones, but they are certainly stronger than you. What does their might have to do with your own? Reclining on the hotel bed, Qingfeng gazed at the daunting difficulty level of 10, his expression betraying an air of foreknowledge. If his deductions were accurate, the current Marineford was as impregnable as a fortress. It was likely that even the sanctuaries of the celestial dragons could not rival its security. The Revolutionary Army's objective was to overthrow the corrupt rulers, the celestial dragons. And now that they had seized their second-in-command, the celestial dragons would undoubtedly dispatch their strongest forces to guard Marineford. In the realm of pirates, the most formidable powers were universally acknowledged to be the admirals and the 4 emperors, with the disparity between the 2 being negligible. At the zenith of his prowess, Whitebeard surpassed an ordinary admiral by a considerable margin. However, in the present day, he was aged, and the strength of the admirals and 4 emperors had long since eclipsed his own. The 3 admirals, Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji, alongside Vice Admiral Tsuru, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, and the legendary Iron Fist Garp, comprised a cadre of 6 individuals of admiral-level strength. Moreover, there were several potential candidates for admiral positions. Unless the 4 emperors united, this formidable lineup could easily overpower any crew of the 4 emperors in the pirate world. The prospect of rescuing someone from their clutches was tantamount to chasing a delusion, rendering the difficulty level unsurprisingly the highest. As the World Destroyer accepted the mission, seeking assistance, a flash of white light enveloped them in a different universe. Apart from the trembling Conan, who dared not speak loudly, the rest materialized in Marineford. Simultaneously, a notification chimed in the chat group. The strongest in the dimension has completed the task, earning a bounty of 100 points. Time taken, 1 second. Task rating, SSS. Additional reward, 5 million points. The others, World Destroyer, the one who seeks assistance, the most malevolent spirit, and Tony Stark, each received 80 bounty points. An extra reward of 10,000 points was granted to all members. Despite the anticipation, the newly arrived group found it challenging to process the situation. They had just returned from the disorienting experience of spatial traversal. Even those who occasionally traversed other nightly worlds, like Emperor Qi, experienced a momentary dizziness. And no one understood how Qingfeng had accomplished such a feat. Time-space, Kagaya remarked. I told you this chat group is a manifestation of some spirit's power. The task was completed before we even began. If points were truly this easy to earn, wouldn't items in the marketplace be freely exchanged? Tony was equally perplexed, but recognized that he had just effortlessly acquired 10,000 points. Is this what it feels like to win without effort? It's exhilarating, absolutely thrilling. The World Destroyer observed. This illustrates the gap between us and the big shots. We merely glimpsed the enemy while they had already completed the task. The most malevolent spirit pondered. So, who exactly are we supposed to save? The foes before us are formidable. Can we truly emerge victorious? Gazing upon the impeccably aligned 100,000 Navy personnel before her, even the spirited elf, Kurumi, felt a twinge of trepidation. The most ordinary of sailors exuded a strength that far surpassed that of the common folk from her world, and as for those seated in elevated positions, each radiated an overwhelming aura of authority. How could they possibly prevail against such formidable adversaries with just a handful of them? Yet, the expressions on their faces varied, with one commonality: an unwavering confidence in their imminent victory. Among them, only Ace recognized Sabo's visage, his heart suddenly swelling with emotion as he beheld Sabo behind Qingfeng. Tears streamed down his cheeks as he whispered, "Sabo, I believed you had perished long ago. I never imagined you still walked this earth." Sabo replied, "Indeed, I was rescued by the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon." The two embraced tightly, their long-awaited reunion igniting a torrent of conversation that seemed endless. The Navy had long been prepared for a confrontation with the Revolutionary Army, fully anticipating attempts to intercept the execution. However, The arrival of these scattered individuals, none of whom they recognized, was utterly bewildering. Before the Navy could comprehend the unfolding events, Sabo vanished in the blink of an eye. The entire naval force was left dumbfounded as Sabo, moments ago destined for execution, now stood defiantly before them. The three admirals seated directly below the execution platform exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a shared perplexity. How could anyone rescue a prisoner right under their noses without their detection? Having not experienced battle in some time, Uchiha Madara's yearning for confrontation surged forth, prompting him to shout in exhilaration. This is the exhilarating rush of blood boiling. Let us all engage. Kizaru, ever the embodiment of nonchalance, feigned fear with a smirk, remarking, "How frightful. The people of today are truly monstrous." A mere handful dare to invade the Navy headquarters. In stark contrast, Akainu seethed with rage, exclaiming, "To have a criminal snatched from right before me is a profound affront. What remains of the Navy's dignity?" He leapt from the high platform, taking deliberate, measured steps toward Uchiha Madara. The speed of Qingfeng was astonishing. Apart from those in the chat group who recognized his strength and surmised that it was he who rescued Sabo, others remained completely uncertain of the identity of the savior. Within the chat group, Akainu distinctly sensed that Uchiha Madara was the mightiest among them, exuding an aura that set him apart from the rest. It was a unique presence possessed solely by the powerful, capable of intimidating the common folk without the need for confrontation. "Do not accuse me of bullying you. Come at me all at once," Madara proclaimed, standing proudly with his hands on his hips. Then he recalled that Qingfeng was also present. "Great one. Might you refrain from intervening? It has been a long time since I last engaged in battle, and I yearn to relish the thrill of combat." Qingfeng raised his hands in a gesture of indifference. After all, the person had been rescued, and the reward points were secured. If Ban wished to indulge himself, then so be it. Upon receiving Qingfeng's acquiescence, a smile graced Ban's face, as he had feared that the moment the formidable figure intervened, his opportunity for amusement would vanish. At present, he was at the pinnacle of his power, fortified by the dual Rinnegan and the vigor of his youthful physique. He remained the formidable Uchiha Ban, once a terror of the ninja world. Clad in armor with long hair flowing majestically, Uchiha Ban accelerated towards the throng of 100,000 Navy soldiers without an ounce of trepidation. Conversely, the overwhelming numbers of the Navy appeared somewhat disoriented, particularly the admirals, who felt an immense pressure bearing down upon them. Just as the distance between the two sides dwindled, poised for a clash, a loud shout shattered the silence that hung before the impending storm. "Sabo, I have come to rescue you." Luffy, donning his straw hat, descended from the heavens, calling out towards the execution platform as he surged forward. Before he could cover much ground, Ace swiftly pulled him back, and it was then that Luffy noticed Ace was also present at the scene. "Ace, you knew Sabo was captured? This is fantastic. Together we shall—" Luffy's words were abruptly halted as he caught sight of Sabo, who was supposed to be on the execution platform, staring at him in a daze. Ace explained that he had procured a formidable ally and had already rescued Sabo, thus there was no need for Luffy to intervene any further. With the three brothers reunited, especially with the seemingly deceased Sabo alive, both Luffy and Ace felt an exuberant lift in their spirits. After Sabo's capture and imprisonment, he had fortuitously overheard plans to execute the Straw Hat, Luffy, which had stirred long-buried memories, allowing him to reclaim what he had lost. As the gaze of the entire assembly fell upon the three of them, Ace offered an awkward smile and remarked, "Please, Ban, continue your performance." Akainu, with a cold smile that dripped with disdain, remarked, "The world's most notorious criminal, Monkey D, Dragon's son, the offspring of the pirate king Joel D. Roger, the second in command of the Revolutionary Army. Since you are all here, none shall escape." "Oh, you certainly overestimate your own worth. Do not inflate your self-importance, mere admiral." Ban's form surged into the ranks of the Navy, and the slaughter commenced amidst heart-wrenching cries. The ordinary soldiers of the Navy were no match for Ban, as he unleashed his lightning-fast leg techniques, striking with blinding speed. A towering figure materialized behind Obito, unleashing a ferocious kick at blinding speed. The ability to perceive one's surroundings keenly is a fundamental requirement for a master, and with the Rinnegan at his disposal, Obito crossed his arms defensively, bracing himself against the onslaught. Nevertheless, he was still propelled backwards several meters by the overwhelming force, yet he nonchalantly dusted off the non-existent particles from his attire. The members of the chat group held their breath, their focus unwavering, Should Obito exhibit any signs of faltering, they would rush to his aid. For this was a true battle of life and death. The demise of Obito would be irrevocable, yet only Qingfeng harbored unwavering faith in him. There was no doubt regarding Uchiha Obito's formidable prowess. Even in the direst of circumstances, he could surely defend himself. It was inconceivable that he would succumb to a mere general. Having never witnessed the Group S recordings, Tokisaki Kurumi's mouth fell agape in astonishment, realizing this man's unparalleled strength. With sheer physical prowess alone, it seemed that none of the spirits could match him. However, the spirits possessed extraordinary abilities. Thus, Kurumi remained resolute in her belief that ultimately, victory in the confrontation would belong to her. Tokisaki Kurumi remarked, "It appears he has encountered some trouble. Are you not going to assist him?" Qingfeng smiled gently at Kurumi, urging her to observe closely, for Uchiha Madara's strength was far from being fully displayed. Kurumi shot him a glance, feeling too lethargic to offer any retort. Everyone in the group spoke of his formidable prowess. Yet, it was the taciturn Uchiha Madara who first engaged the enemy. With a swift hand gesture, he unleashed a B-rank fire technique, transforming it into the effect of an S-rank jutsu, the Great Fire Annihilation. A torrent of flames surged toward the navy. In response, Aokiji moved with precision, channeling the power of his ice fruit into his right hand. The freezing force erupted forth, manifesting as an iceberg soaring toward Madara's fiery assault. The two colossal powers clashed, a fierce contest between ice and fire that culminated in a stalemate. Tony Stark swallowed hard. Viewing the battle live was distinctly more awe-inspiring than mere recordings. Was this truly the peak of Madara's power? It was undeniably terrifying. "Have you witnessed my prime?" He quipped back at Tony after a brief exchange with Aokiji, clearly dismissing the latter's threat. Tongue-Eye Shinsei, Madara intoned once more, bringing forth the half-formed Susanoo, its two-headed, four-armed visage forming seals. A colossal meteor plummeted from the heavens, its size eclipsing the entire Navy base, casting a shadow over Marineford. Tremble, for this is Uchiha Madara, the embodiment of divine power. As the impending doom of the meteor became apparent, the three admirals acted without hesitation, launching a barrage of attacks against the massive rock. Although they managed to shatter it, the residual shockwaves wreaked havoc, reducing numerous structures in Marineford to ashes. While Madara's strength did not completely overshadow the admirals, it commanded their respect. The three admirals, united, were the only ones capable of countering his onslaught, making the formidable nature of this man known to all within the Navy. Kizaru and Akainu stood side by side, poised to confront Madara together. Kurumi was utterly astounded. Setting fire was one thing, but summoning a meteor of such magnitude was unfathomable. The meteor's diameter surpassed several miles. How could anyone wield such power? Upon reassessing from the perspective of the admirals, Kurumi felt that even Madara's Great Fire Annihilation would be beyond her capacity to withstand head-on, unless she resorted to the power of the time fruit to evade it. Resolute, she determined to devour Uchiha Madara's time. Only by acquiring such a man's strength could she hope to vanquish the origin spirit. "You claim to be powerful, yet do nothing to assist. They intend to join forces against Madara," she remarked, seemingly irked with Qingfeng. He could only feel helpless in response. "Very well, I shall conclude this game. Madara, step back and allow another to take your place." Qingfeng approached Ban, gently patting him on the shoulder. Ban's eyes brimmed with martial fervor, yet he had yet to fully unleash the powers of Susanoo, would release, and the Rinnegan. However, since Qingfeng had spoken, Ban could only retreat back to the others. Upon witnessing Ban's return, Kyuzo was utterly perplexed. What was happening? Even if Qingfeng was indeed superior to Ban, it did not warrant him facing the adversaries alone. Had they not observed the terrifying destructive power of the three individuals across from them, who were akin to monsters? The others were unaware of Kyuzo's thoughts. But upon seeing Qingfeng's advance, they realized their opportunity to make an entrance had evaporated. Moritsuki, who initially intended to join in and engage with the three generals, now saw that the chance to play had slipped away. Qingfeng casually stood before the others, appearing to be rife with vulnerabilities in the eyes of the three admirals, as well as the vice-admirals. Yet, upon closer inspection, his demeanor seemed effortlessly natural, rendering his seemingly unguarded stance both enigmatic and intimidating, deterring any attempts of aggression. However, the other naval soldiers failed to discern the subtleties, whispering among themselves, questioning whether one individual could truly challenge the three admirals. It was indeed expected that someone surrounded and subdued by such formidable forces would meet such an outcome. The admirals represented the pinnacle of strength within the fleet, and the peculiar man with unusual eyes had merely engaged in a fleeting encounter with them. Noticing that Akainu and his companions refrained from making the first move, Qingfeng leisurely approached the trio, not missing the chance to mock them. To claim that you can subdue me is rather premature, don't you think? 2 years prior, he had been an ordinary person, unexpectedly thrust into the limelight as a favored character from an anime he admired, which had inevitably inflated his ego. Ice sphere. A flurry of 5 ice pillars shot forth from Akiji's palm, hurtling towards the advancing Qingfeng as an ice blade materialized in his hand. Forged from the very essence of ice itself, Qingfeng appeared oblivious to the impending attack, showing no intention to defend himself. However, just as the ice pillar reached him, it suddenly vanished into thin air. The advancing Qingji, caught off guard by the inexplicable disappearance of his strike, unleashed a powerful downward blow aimed directly at Qingfeng's head. Qingfeng ambled leisurely, oblivious to the encroaching ice blade that threatened his hair. Just as it was about to strike, Kizaru abruptly lunged forward, akin to being struck by a locomotive. The overwhelming force propelled him through dozens of houses. When Kizaru finally regained his footing, staggering to stand, he felt as if his insides had shattered, utterly drained of strength. A mouthful of blood erupted forth as he collapsed weakly to the ground, succumbing to unconsciousness. The onlookers in the chat group, who had witnessed Qingfeng's formidable prowess, were increasingly convinced of the necessity to cling tightly to this golden opportunity. Ace, engaged in nostalgic banter with his brothers, couldn't help but exclaim upon witnessing Kizaru's immediate defeat. The strength of this powerhouse is truly unfathomable. I simply cannot discern his moves. Tony Stark, donning an enigmatic expression, adopted a tone reminiscent of a teacher admonishing a child, stating, precisely, if you cannot see it, it is because the power of a true master is beyond your imagination. This was merely a trivial demonstration, so pay close attention. Uchiha Madara was not Ace. Even with his Rinnegan, he could not perceive the events, so how could Stark, the weakest among them, fathom it? He would never believe it. Even if he were struck dead. Did you see it? Stark inquired. No, I did not. I merely wished to feign understanding. If anyone was truly astonished, it was the dismissive Tokisaki Kurumi, who had presumed Qingfeng to be merely a boastful fool. She could not comprehend how Qingfeng had bested Kizaru. Yet Kizaru's recent confrontation with Madara clearly illustrated his formidable strength. Kurumi believed she stood no chance against such a powerful adversary. Yet, this formidable opponent could not withstand even a moment before Qingfeng. Reflecting on her repeated offenses against Qingfeng, she realized that others would have quaked in fear by now, but Kurumi was no ordinary individual. Suddenly, she recalled Qingfeng's seemingly indulgent attitude towards her. Could it be that he genuinely harbored feelings for her? As Kurumi's thoughts wandered, Akainu's gaze shifted, becoming cautious and filled with dread. He was acutely aware of Kizaru's prowess. Even he lacked certainty in defeating Kizaru, yet this man had dispatched him with ease. The usually languid Kizaru, for once serious, withdrew his hands from his pockets and exchanged a solemn glance with Akainu. Both bore expressions of bitterness, acutely aware that they were not Qingfeng's equals. This was not merely a matter of numbers. The disparity in strength was too great. Even if 3 admirals were to join forces, their chances of victory remained slim. Let us all attack together. I refuse to believe this man will not tire. They are but a handful, and we can outlast him. Akainu decisively commanded an assault on Qingfeng, while Stark and the others regarded the navy with incredulity, pondering, are they truly that foolish to assault a powerhouse? The formidable prowess of the expert, who effortlessly obliterates adversaries, remains unfazed by the number of assailants. Whether faced with 1 or 2, they confront each with lethal precision, all whilst adhering to a philosophy of indiscriminate annihilation. Desist from your futile attempts. I harbor no desire for bloodshed today. We shall take our leave now, and I advise against any misguided attempts to confront me. Qingfeng was still reluctant to take action against the navy. After all, they primarily fought for the sake of the civilians. In the eyes of many ordinary people, they were heroes, and since their mission had been accomplished, there was no need for widespread slaughter. Of course, if annihilating the Navy headquarters would yield additional points, he would dismiss that thought entirely. After all, killing and world destruction were inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. With that, Qingfeng turned to leave, initially intending to defeat the trio of Akainu. However, Despite his efforts to control his strength, he nearly struck Aokiji down. An aura surrounded him, and Aokiji's ice sphere was effortlessly neutralized by the overwhelming energy, resulting in Aokiji being sent flying by a single punch, so swift that no one even noticed his attack. A mere misstep could lead to the unintentional demise of Akainu and his comrade, which would be disastrous. The absence of two admirals would leave the Navy's upper echelons severely lacking in combat capability, igniting a frenzy among the pirates in this new era. Underworld Hound. It was an opportune moment. Akainu's arm elongated rapidly, transforming his molten right hand into a hellish hound, lunging towards Qingfeng's back with ferocity. Let them go. Admiral Sengoku, the wise strategist upon the execution platform, shouted frantically at Akainu's actions. Yet, it was too late. Akainu's attack was already upon them, and as Sengoku's voice echoed, the Underworld Hound had already closed in on Qingfeng. In truth, even knowing Sengoku's decision, Akainu would never allow Qingfeng and his companions to depart unscathed. It was not only a blow to the Navy, but also a personal affront to Akainu himself. Ancient Qingfeng stood with his back turned, presenting a rare and fortuitous opportunity. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. His spectral hound vanished just as it approached him. Suddenly, a hand materialized from thin air, grasping the neck of the Crimson Hound and lifting the 3-meter-tall creature effortlessly. Qingfeng floated gracefully in midair, observing the crimson-faced Akainu, whose labored breathing betrayed his struggle. With a sigh of profound reflection, he lamented, "Ah, is life not enough? Why must one seek death?" With a flick of his wrist, he discarded Akainu as if he were refuse, sending him tumbling toward the Navy. At that moment, Akainu, disoriented and breathless, lacked the strength to stabilize his form. Ultimately, it was Kizaru who transformed into radiant light, catching Akainu's body with remarkable swiftness. Qingfeng gazed at his hands, an increasing sense of dread swelling within him. The power of Vegeta was indeed formidable. Although he possessed greater destructive capability than during his battle with Gula, Gula was merely a minor character in the Dragon Ball universe, leaving little impression on him. Even in victory, he felt little resonance. The three generals, however, were of a different caliber, renowned figures in the world of One Piece. Yet, before him, they appeared no more significant than mere ants, easily crushed with the mere flick of a finger. Nature's invincibility, with its elemental manifestation rendering them immune to harm? Such notions were ludicrous. The world of pirates wielded haki, the realm of ninjas harnessed chakra, and in the Dragon Ball universe, there existed the essence of ki. Ultimately, these were merely different expressions of one's inner energy. While they may seem diverse, their fundamental efficacy remained strikingly similar. A wave of light, no larger than a thumb, materialized as Qingfeng flicked it with a single finger. In an instant, the wave appeared before Akainu and Kizaru, merging into Akainu's very being. A thunderous explosion resonated across the sky, shattering Akainu's form into fragments, his limbs reduced to mere bone. Half of his head vanished, and even a divine intervention could scarcely restore him. Let us depart. Our task is complete, and there is no need for us to linger here. Qingfeng issued a command, and upon witnessing the dismembered remains of the Red Dog, the others, heeding their leader's directive, obediently traversed through the spatial rift, departing from the Navy headquarters at Marineford. Even Ace, a native of the area, had utilized spatial travel to arrive at the Navy headquarters. He was well aware that when Sabo was captured, he was still within the territory of Whitebeard in the New World. Time was of the essence, leaving him no choice but to rely on the capabilities of the chat group to hasten his arrival. The only exception was Tokisaki Kurumi, who, before her departure, cast a lingering glance in Qingfeng's direction, their eyes meeting in a fortuitous convergence. With a myriad of enchanting expressions, Kurumi directed a flirtatious wink toward Qingfeng. Regarding him like a predator eyeing its prey, her gaze fixed upon him with a playful smile. Qingfeng felt a sense of unease as he was scrutinized, prompting him to turn away and cease his gaze upon her. With a disdainful huff, Huangsan vanished from the spot. Qingfeng waited until everyone had departed, utilizing the capabilities of the chat group, before pressing the task completion button and leaving the premises. Both Sabo and Luffy were taken away by Ace through his carrying ability. The demise of Akainu and the subsequent impact on the Navy did not concern Qingfeng. He was no saint, having granted them an opportunity. Akainu had insisted on courting death, and he could only oblige. In a certain sense, this individual was not virtuous either, as he merely obeyed the world government. unconditionally executing orders regardless of their righteousness or wrongfulness. Upon returning to his lodgings in the Dragon Ball world, Qingfeng collapsed onto the grand bed and fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, the members of the group were in a state of exuberant excitement, as one individual had inexplicably earned 10,000 points, a sum that could be exchanged for a plethora of valuable items. Among them, Ban was the most animated. However, his inherently proud nature prevented him from outwardly expressing his joy. This was indeed a remarkable achievement, 10,000 points. Enough to secure the most basic method of resurrection in the chat group shop, which normally required 100,000 points. Thus, with a stroke of good fortune, after completing just 10 more tasks, he could resurrect himself rather than merely possessing a transient physical form through the group's assistance. If Ban was the most elated, then Yun Yao remained the most composed, having markedly shifted from her previous tendency to fawn over powerful figures in hopes of accruing more points. One could argue that even 100,000 points would hold little value for her, as a guardian of a formidable soul. She could easily dominate most beings across the universe. Nonetheless, the prospect of personal empowerment brought her a measure of happiness. Tony, the notorious provocateur, taunted the Great Ones, remarking on their newfound trepidation. "You're not so invincible now, are you?" he jeered. Ace, the Fire Fist, chimed in indeed. "How could you dare to challenge such an adorable girl? Don't you understand the concept of cherishing beauty?" To which Tony retorted, "Cherish beauty? Adorable? I stand corrected. Grant me your forgiveness just this once," Ace exclaimed. Thus, it was advised not to become overly complacent, as such triumphs could lead to unforeseen downfall. After uttering this cautionary note, Yun Yao fell silent, and Ace too subdued his exuberance, likely engaging in a private discourse regarding whether Kurumi was indeed charming or not. "The destroyer of worlds. You truly fail to grasp the situation, Tony. You also wish to take the stage? Your prowess is lacking, yet your audacity is remarkably bold." Having effortlessly acquired 10,000 points, the mood within the group was buoyant, and the atmosphere harmonious. While some rejoiced, others were engulfed in sorrow. The naval headquarters echoed with lamentations as their highest combatant was vanquished within their own stronghold, rendered powerless to intervene. Even the formidable Sengoku, a general renowned for his military prowess, was overshadowed by his own intellect. When Qingfeng swiftly defeated Akiji, he realized that the day's outcome was destined to be dire. For the Navy was confronted by an insurmountable adversary. Akiji, unable to withstand even a single blow, highlighted the vulnerability of the other Navy personnel, especially as they faced allies of the Revolutionary Army. The Navy was unlikely to emerge unscathed. However, Qingfeng surprisingly harbored no intentions of slaughtering them, and instead prepared to depart. A heavy weight lifted from his heart, yet upon encountering Akainu, an ominous premonition stirred within him. Akainu's nature diverged sharply from his own. He was a pure harbinger of slaughter, lacking the discretion to assess situations. Qingfeng hastily voiced a warning, fearing that Akainu's impulsive nature might provoke a violent response. Yet, it was too late. Akainu succeeded in inciting the adversary, resulting in his own demise. The Navy's dignity lay in ruins, and Qingfeng foresaw impending turmoil in the new world. Beside him stood Karp, a man who had dedicated his life to the Navy, now merely observing, his gaze drifting towards the departing figures of Ace and others. Meanwhile, back in the Dragon Ball world, Qingfeng remained blissfully unaware of the monumental events he had just orchestrated. After a blissful slumber extending into the evening, he had just finished his meal when he sensed a disturbance emanating from a distance. This commotion was the unmistakable sign of someone forcefully tearing through the fabric of space. Qingfeng contemplated for a moment. He too possessed the ability of spatial movement, yet the commotion was far too pronounced. Aside from spatial traversal, it seemed that the Dragon Balls did not possess any other skills related to dimensional travel. Unable to decipher the situation, Qingfeng decided to abandon his speculations and swiftly propelled himself towards the source of the disturbance. At this juncture, within Bulma's abode, future Trunks lay sprawled on the sofa, entrenched in a profound state of unconsciousness, his body convulsing as if haunted by terrifying visions. Bulma, her countenance etched with anxiety, was deeply concerned for her son, especially in a future devoid of Goku and Vegeta. The weight of all hope rested upon this child, who had returned gravely injured. The nature of his adversary remained a mystery. Goku was gathered around Trunks, having recently retrieved the senzu beans from the sacred world of the Kais. Once administered, Trunks would surely recover. Regardless of the severity of his injuries, the senzu beans would restore his body to its former vitality, even replenishing any expended energy. Vegeta, standing aloof with his arms crossed, observed coldly from a distance. Though he feigned composure, the worry in his eyes was unmistakable. He was no longer the ruthless scion prince of yore. He had family now, and they were his everything. Trunks' injuries were grave. He had expended tremendous effort merely to swallow the senzu bean. Mere moments later, he gradually regained consciousness. Upon opening his eyes and spotting Goku, he instinctively launched a punch towards him. This sudden assault caught Goku off guard. Nonetheless, due to the vast disparity in their strengths, he narrowly evaded the blow. Assuming a combat stance, Goku, despite his simplistic nature, possessed a keen instinct for battle. Trunks' attack had been imbued with a palpable intent to kill. He truly wished to eliminate Goku. Vegeta's expression shifted. Not only Goku, but even Bulma had not anticipated Trunks' actions. Trunks had consistently shown respect towards Goku. What had transpired? However, trusting in his son and dear friend, Vegeta chose to observe with a discerning eye. As Trunks regained his composure, he recognized Goku's Turtle School martial arts uniform, shaking off his fear and hastily bowing in apology. "Uncle Goku, I'm so sorry. I mistook you for a dark entity. Which is why I attacked you," Trunks explained. Goku chuckled heartily, "No worries. By the way, was that dark entity particularly formidable to have injured you so severely?" Trunks appeared to recall painful memories, his expression tinged with reluctance as he admitted, "Though I hate to concede, that individual is indeed terrifyingly strong. With a growth rate that is alarmingly rapid. I am no match for him." Vegeta, exhibiting a more analytical demeanor, furrowed his brow and remarked, "Mistaken for a dark entity? Could it be that this individual bears a striking resemblance to Goku?" Trunks nodded. Apart from his attire being entirely black, his appearance and physique were strikingly similar to that of Uncle Goku, and indeed, he too was a scion. "The scions bear an uncanny resemblance to you, Goku. Surely, you have not strayed." As the wealthiest individual in the Dragon Ball universe, Bulma's imagination knew no bounds. Vegeta remarked similarly upon encountering Qingfeng, and the couple shared an extraordinary rapport. The serene atmosphere was abruptly shattered by a thunderous sound as a colossal rift in time materialized, through which a figure clad in a black bodysuit emerged, Son Goku. "I have long awaited this moment, Son Goku." Instantly, he captured the attention of all present. With a sinister smile adorning Black Goku's face, he gazed upon the battle-ready Son Goku below. Upon Black Goku's arrival, Son Goku sensed an overwhelming strength emanating from him. His innate scion warrior spirit surged forth, causing his blood to boil with excitement. Vegeta furrowed his brow even deeper, casting his gaze skyward, where Qingfeng hovered, observing Black Goku from a distance. Upon seeing Black Goku, Qingfeng instantly comprehended the situation, the source of the immense spatial fluctuations and the subconscious urge that had drawn him here. It appeared that the timeline had indeed crossed into the moment when Trunks sought assistance. Black Goku, after all, possessed Son Goku's body, with his soul being possessed by Zamasu. Yet he remained a scion at his core. This entity, born from the fusion of Vegeta and Son Goku, known as Vegeto, was indeed a novel warrior. However, he still bore some ties to Son Goku. It remained uncertain whether this Black Goku resembled the docile version from the manga or the formidable counterpart from the anime, capable of challenging Super Saiyan Blue. The disparity in power between the two was not trivial. In the manga, Black Goku, fused with Zamasu, could be easily overwhelmed by Goku and Vegeta, whereas in the anime, Black Goku managed to gain the upper hand against Vegeta, showcasing an entirely different level of strength. "Who are you? You bear a striking resemblance to Son Goku. Could you be another scion?" The emergence of Qingfeng not only drew the attention of Vegeta's faction, but also left Black Goku perplexed. In his memory, such a character should not exist. "It is perhaps better for you not to know. Do not concern yourself with me, for I am merely here to witness the spectacle." Ancient Qingfeng, disinterested in disrupting the narrative flow, effortlessly dispatched the Black Goku, who had yet to transform into his rose-hued state. For him, it was a trivial endeavor. However, he currently felt no urge to intervene, opting instead to observe the unfolding events, as he was in no haste to act. The Black Goku, wishing to avoid unnecessary complications, utilized the power of the time ring to return from the future to the present, turning to regard Sun Wukong once more. Sun Wukong, however, paid no heed to ancient Qingfeng's arrival, treating it with indifference and ignoring him entirely. Unable to contain his excitement any longer, Wukong called out to Vegeta before slowly ascending into the air, his gaze fixed intently on Black Goku. The latter, gathering his energy, unleashed a surge of power, instantly reaching his peak combat state. Without uttering a single superfluous word, the two engaged in a fierce contest, their energies clashing like razor-sharp blades. Vegeta, filled with frustration, lamented that his momentary distraction by ancient Qingfeng had cost him the opportunity to battle a formidable adversary. Wukong initiated the confrontation as a Super Saiyan, boldly facing the onslaught of Black Goku. The collision of their assaults sent tremors through the very earth. They exchanged blows for several rounds without a clear victor emerging. Just as Wukong contemplated transforming into Super Saiyan 3, a black hole suddenly materialized behind Black Goku. Despite unleashing his full power, he was unable to withstand the gravitational pull of time and space, ultimately being drawn into the rift. Yet, witnessing the fierce battle between the two Gokus ignited a fervent desire for combat within ancient Qingfeng. This inclination may very well be an inherent trait of the Saiyans, a predilection for battle and a yearning for conflict. Recently, his foes had primarily been formidable zombies, the most potent of which was Gula, merely equivalent to a Super Saiyan state, reminiscent of Wukong from over a decade ago. Present-day Wukong, without needing to transform into a Super Saiyan, could easily overpower the fully powered cell from that time with his base form. Such weakness left ancient Qingfeng devoid of any fighting spirit. Just as he struggled to suppress his inner desire for combat, a notification pinged in the chat group. Please, host, initiate the ultimate duel, allowing all members of the chat group to witness this world. Defeat a powerful opponent to complete the task and earn a reward of 5 million points. The more formidable the adversary, the greater the bonus points the host can acquire. This truly is a serendipitous windfall. Just when one feels weary, a pillow is delivered to them. Once Black Goku returns to the future, he will shatter the dimensional barrier and pursue Black Goku's trail relentlessly. If Black Goku can contend evenly with Son Wukong, it signifies that his prowess aligns with that of the anime, and he is unlikely to be weaker than the Super Saiyan God. Engaging him might yield a staggering amount of points from the chat group, perhaps even 50 million in a single stroke, allowing for an immediate return home. As for the immortal fused Zamasu, Qingfeng can only offer a rueful smile. Regrettably, even their fusion pales in comparison. If not for the fear of annihilating the Earth, Vegeta could have effortlessly dealt with him. The powers of Vegeto and Gogeta are nearly indistinguishable. Furthermore, unlike the ordinary Gogeta, he has become an exponentially enhanced Super Gogeta. While both Vegeto and Gogeta typically face time and power constraints due to their fused state, he is an exception. Not only has he perfectly inherited Gogeta's strength, but he also faces neither temporal nor power limitations. Moreover, his Gogeta is the result of a fusion between Super Saiyan Goku and Vegeta. In simpler terms, the greater the strength at the moment of fusion, the mightier the resultant warrior. When Son Wukong and Vegeta fuse in their standard forms, the resulting Gogeta can still overpower Broly. Upon merging in their Super Saiyan forms, his strength transcends realms compared to the ordinary Gogeta. Before being entirely consumed by the rift, Black Goku cast a cold smile at Trunks. I shall await you in the future. The temporal rift materialized so abruptly that the others scarcely had time to react before Black Goku vanished. Bulma, engulfed in fury, found herself unable to gauge Black Goku's power due to her own limitations. Nevertheless, she discerned that he was not significantly weaker than Goku. She harbored no faith in Trunks' ability to triumph over him, which only heightened her concern for her son. What on earth is happening? This fiend bears your likeness. Why didn't you unleash your full might to defeat him? Now, how will Trunks best him after allowing him to escape back to the future? Trunks bowed his head, realizing the futility of his efforts against Black Goku. Uncle Goku, there is no way I can defeat him. He is growing far too rapidly for me to keep pace. Vegeta interrupted Bulma's admonishment, his gaze toward his son filled with disappointment. Have you abandoned the proud dignity of a Saiyan? Will you forever rely on others? Father. Trunks' eyes brimmed with defeat. He had once believed that the Super Saiyan was an invincible being, yet reality had dealt him a harsh blow. Allow me to resolve this dilemma. I happened to be at leisure. Qingfeng, who had been observing the unfolding drama, interjected. You exude far more strength than that doppelganger of Son Wukong. However, our family matters do not require external intervention. Vegeta, with an air of haughty pride, opened his mouth to speak. However, Black Goku seized the opportunity first, leaving the remaining ancient Qingfeng for him to confront personally. Discontented with Trunks' future, Vegeta was determined to impart a lesson to his son, who had proven to be disappointingly inept. Vegeta's pace was not particularly swift. He approached Trunks with deliberate, grounded steps. Yet, Trunks felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him. With a resounding shout, he transformed into his Super Saiyan 2 form, his power surging to astonishing heights. Both Bulma and Goku were taken aback, astonished that Trunks had managed to cultivate his abilities to such an extent on his own. A smirk of disdain curled at the corners of Vegeta's mouth as crimson flames enveloped him, his once black hair now a vivid scarlet. Trunks gazed at his father, bewildered by this transformation he had never witnessed before. At that moment, he could not sense his father's energy at all. "Bring it on. If you land a single blow on me, I shall journey to the future to help you resolve everything," Vegeta beckoned to Trunks. In response, Trunks no longer concealed his strength. He drew the long sword from his back and struck at Vegeta. Meanwhile, Goku turned his attention to ancient Qingfeng, sharing a knowing smile with him. As the Super Saiyan transformation surged forth, ancient Qingfeng remained unfazed, effortlessly evading all attacks without retaliation, allowing Goku to unleash his full might. The two engaged in close combat for several seconds, and Goku grew increasingly alarmed, realizing he could not touch ancient Qingfeng at all. In desperation, he transformed into Super Saiyan God, his power multiplying exponentially and his speed reaching an incredible level. However, before ancient Qingfeng, he still seemed woefully inadequate. The clash between Trunks and Vegeta reached its conclusion, and Trunks found himself in a predicament akin to Goku's. No matter how fiercely he attacked, he could not even graze Vegeta. Yet, Vegeta's temper was far less forgiving than ancient Qingfeng's, having assessed his son's capabilities. He retaliated with a powerful punch that reverted Trunks to his normal state. "Can both my father and Uncle Goku achieve this form? Is there hope for the future?" Trunks mused. Vegeta, upon hearing these words, was further enraged by his son's lack of ambition. "You fool! Is it not your duty to protect the future? Bulma is still there, yet you abandoned her to struggle alone while you flee back to the present." Upon hearing Bulma's name, Trunks' face drained of color, tears streaming uncontrollably from his eyes as he choked out, "Mother died protecting me, slain by Black Goku. I am so sorry, father. I failed to safeguard her." Vegeta's expression turned icy, and he departed in silence. Bulma, equally stunned, grappled with the notion of her own demise. Observing Vegeta's impassive demeanor, she could only offer a few words of comfort to Trunks before hastily catching up to Vegeta's stride. She understood him all too well. If his previous disappointment towards Trunks had prompted him to act in an attempt to rouse him, now it was a complete disillusionment. The fury simmering within Vegeta had no outlet, threatening to explode from his chest. Love does not always need to be vocalized. Vegeta serves as the quintessential example. Upon first encountering the god of destruction, Beerus, he was willing to bow and scrape for the sake of Earth, lacking the courage to confront Beerus directly. Yet, when Beerus harmed Bulma, all considerations vanished. No longer did he care about insurmountable foes or deities of destruction. Anyone who dared to harm his woman would face retribution, regardless of their identity. Now, upon hearing that Bulma from the future had been slain, he felt a profound sense of shame that his cowardly son had abandoned his mother to escape. Once the time machine was charged, he resolved to journey into the future with Trunks to exact vengeance on the individual responsible. Meanwhile, Goku found himself embroiled in a fierce battle, utilizing his red Super Saiyan God form to evade and accelerate. Yet, Qingfeng seemed able to predict his every move. Goku's ferocious assaults were rendered futile in the face of Qingfeng's prowess. In an instant, a blue aura enveloped Goku, his crimson hair gradually transforming into a vibrant blue, heralding the birth of the Super Saiyan Blue. Witnessing Goku's new transformation, Trunks was filled with astonishment. The Super Saiyan God level was one that mere mortals could not perceive, leaving them unaware of its true strength. However, the power of Super Saiyan Blue was evident, and with Goku's words in mind, even the mightiest adversaries could be vanquished with ease. Goku was truly formidable, far surpassing Black Goku. How could one not see that the opponent was not even taking this seriously? This man was likely a god of destruction from another universe, and Goku would not stand a chance against him. Vegeta's keen insight pierced through the facade. On the surface, Super Saiyan Blue Goku appeared to dominate Qingfeng, his relentless attacks resembling an unstoppable tide, while Qingfeng remained in a state of passive evasion. Yet, with his strength, Vegeta could discern that this was merely a strategy employed by Qingfeng. Trunks struggled to comprehend the notion that someone could surpass Goku. However, he was acutely aware of his father's pride. Outside of Goku, his father rarely acknowledged anyone else's strength, given that he had uttered such words. It was conceivable that Goku truly might not be a match for this opponent. Hey, why don't you fight back? This is far too dull. Let me witness the extent of your power. In a sudden surge of anger, Goku's aura exploded once more, his energy rapidly escalating, while the blue flames now bore a fiery red hue at their edges. With the combination of red and blue, his presence became overwhelming. As he invoked Super Saiyan Blue bolstered by a tenfold Kaioken, this represented Goku's ultimate might. A power 10 times greater than that of Super Saiyan Blue, a stark contrast to what had preceded it. This is all I have. Now, let me see your skills. On the countenance of Qingfeng, an unprecedented seriousness emerged, as he sensed a subtle threat emanating from Wukong. The current strength of Wukong possessed the capacity to inflict harm upon him. Though he remained silent, the surging aura surrounding him spoke volumes. In an instant, Qingfeng transcended the speed of light, appearing before Sun Wukong as if by teleportation. He launched a kick into the air, prompting Wukong to instinctively retreat and evade the strike, a reflex honed through countless battles. As the attack missed its mark, the fierce winds generated by the kick tore the ground apart, creating a vast chasm hundreds of meters long and unfathomably deep. What transpired? Wukong gazed in disbelief at his own body, realizing that, at the moment Qingfeng initiated his assault, he had not consciously reacted. Yet his body had instinctively evaded the blow. Qingfeng seemed to be murmuring to himself, as if inquiring of Sun Wukong. He initially intended to strike decisively against his adversary. Was this the nascent form of the ultimate freedom technique? Turnanks was utterly bewildered, even when faced with dark Wukong. He could perceive his movements. Yet now, he was unable to discern how Qingfeng executed his strike or how he appeared before Wukong. So swift was he that I could hardly catch a glimpse of his actions. Vegeta's forehead throbbed with veins, as this was the first time he encountered such a formidable foe, ever since he attained the form of Super Saiyan God. This was the first man to instill a sense of helplessness within him. The more powerful the being, the more challenging it is for others to perceive their might. It is over. The figure of Qingfeng flickered once more, his arm raised and poised like a blade mere centimeters from Sun Wukong's forehead, capable of piercing his brain with a mere advance. Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback. To be defeated in 2 moves was a feat even Lord Beerus would find challenging. Who exactly is he? Truly formidable. I am no match for you. Yet, Wukong's character is one of generosity. Defeat is defeat, and he seeks no excuses. He revels in the thrill of battling the strong, which has illuminated his path forward. This blue-haired young man, perhaps I should assist you in resolving your troubles. Qingfeng once again made a request, but was reprimanded by Vegeta. Trunks, with a grave expression, shook his head. His mother had been slain by him. I recall that during our initial encounter, he had claimed to have taken over Uncle Goku's body and subsequently murdered Chi-Chi and Goten from that world. This enmity is one we must resolve ourselves. Upon hearing this, not only did Vegeta erupt in fury, but Goku too was ignited by rage. He simply struggled to articulate his affections. Yet, his love for Chi-Chi is indisputable. The news of his beloved wife's murder, even if it occurred in another universe, made it exceedingly difficult for him to remain composed. His fists clenched tightly, and his gaze emanated a murderous intent. This was one of the rare instances where Goku harbored a desire to eliminate an adversary. Generally, he does not favor killing. However, this particular individual he would never let escape. This transcends the matter of worlds. It is a familial affair, one we shall address ourselves. When you set out, do inform me, for I too am eager to witness the true power of that dark Goku. Ancient Qingfeng found himself compelled to settle for second best. He believed that, alone, it would not prove overly difficult to transcend the constraints of time and venture into the future, a feat well within his capabilities. The strength of Black Goku exceeded all expectations, with a diverse array of skills that encompassed nearly every facet of combat. However, he deemed it prudent not to rush. First, he would allow Vegeta to engage with them, as Black Goku's power could further ascend. The greater Black Goku's strength, the more formidable their fusion would become, resulting in an increase in the additional points he could acquire. Very well, I shall inform you when the time comes. It is settled then, when we depart. Simply unleash a fraction of your energy, and I will swiftly arrive. With that, Ancient Qingfeng made no further delay, intending to return to his lodgings. Just as he was about to leave, a thought struck him, prompting a decision to expedite their progress. The power of Black Goku was far superior to what they had anticipated. They must enhance their own strength through training, lest they find themselves unable to contend with him. With that, he transformed into a pillar of azure light and departed from Bulma's residence. Kakarot, why did you acquiesce to this individual? The two of us are sufficient. Vegeta exclaimed, expressing his dissatisfaction with Goku's compliance to ancient Qingfeng's request. Goku's expression grew grave, as his assessment of Black Goku's strength diverged from Vegeta's. Not only did I not exert my full power, but that doppelganger of mine also concealed his true strength. He speaks the truth. After several discussions, it was ultimately resolved that Vegeta would initially escort Trunks into the hyperbolic time chamber for a year of rigorous training. Following this, Goku would partner with Gohan for a period of training together. Upon returning to the inn, Qingfeng, feeling rather listless, opened the chat group page, which he typically kept closed. The dimensional chat was quite user-friendly. Members had the autonomy to silence notifications if they wished to avoid disturbances. However, the group was abuzz with excitement due to the recent addition of 2 new members. A book-loving ghoul joined the chat, along with the Serpentarius who could easily overpower the Sagittarius. The esteemed administrator, the mightiest of dimensions, logged into the chat, prompting a warm welcome from all members. Tony, the nonchalant charmer, exclaimed, "Hail to the Great One! Long live the esteemed figure!" The destroyer of worlds echoed, "Hail to the Great One! Long live the esteemed figure!" Fire Fist Ace chimed in, "Hail to the Great One! Long live the esteemed figure!" The aspiring supporter added, "Hail to the Great One! Long live the esteemed figure!" The Shinigami Elementary student followed suit, "Hail to the Great One! Long live the esteemed figure!" You Two Wish to Dance remarked, "Hail to the Great One!" An overwhelming aura of sycophancy wafted through the chat, leaving Qingfeng somewhat speechless. This behavior contradicted their established personas. The aspiring supporter noted, "Tony is such a sycophant. He's back to fawning over the Great One. I must express my disdain." Fire Fist Ace responded with, "Disdain one." The destroyer of worlds concurred, "Disdain one." Apart from the newcomers, the veteran members expressed their contempt for Tony's obsequiousness. Tony, the nonchalant charmer, retorted, "Do you have no shame? You're not sycophants. Why mimic my words?" The aspiring supporter quipped, "I accidentally pressed the wrong copy key. Do you have a problem with that?" Note, warning for silence. The destroyer of worlds suggested, "Shall I engage you in profound discussions about life? Shall I proceed?" You Two Wish to Dance echoed, "Shall I go?" Fire Fist Ace added, "Shall I go?" Tony felt an overwhelming urge to despair. For the first time, he sensed the absence of a single normal individual in the group. He, the indomitable Tony Stark, the world's richest Iron Man, pondered whether they might tempt him with some allure instead of mere threats. Ironically, he found himself unable to best any of them. Were they to enter his world, it would be a wonder if he survived unscathed. Tony, the nonchalant charmer, clarified, "I was merely jesting. Esteemed figures, please do not take offense." The book-loving ghoul remarked, "Hello everyone in the group. It's rather harmonious here. Is this mightiest of dimensions truly formidable? It appears everyone holds him in high esteem." The Serpentarius, who could defeat Sagittarius, retorted, "No matter how strong. Can he surpass the Golden Saints? Though I am uncertain how you managed to pull me into this bizarre realm, once I discover a flaw, I will surely eliminate you." The aspiring supporter assured, "The book-loving ghoul, the esteemed one, is indeed incredibly formidable, to a degree beyond your imagination." Serpentarius, a friendly reminder, "With the might of your world, even if you all band together, you would not measure up to even 1/10,000th of the Great One's power." Yunya spoke the truth, the ghoul aside. The world's martial prowess could only be deemed mediocre. The universe of the saints ranks among the higher echelons within the plethora of anime. However, in comparison to others, particularly in the realms of Naruto and One Piece, she holds a distinct advantage. Yet, when measured against the formidable elites, she perhaps overestimates her capabilities. Sitting in her chamber, Sherna was consumed by resentment, as her visage had been beheld by that insufferable brat, Seiya. For female saints, being seen in their true form by a male entails but 2 fateful choices, to either eliminate the witness or to wed him. Sherna was resolute in her intent to slay Seiya. However, he had already fled the sanctuary, making it exceedingly difficult to seize an opportunity to confront him. This left Sherna in a state of vexation, particularly as she had just joined a chat group, only to be treated differently by her peers. The Serpent Bearer, who had decisively bested Seiya, proclaimed himself the strongest across dimensions, deriding Seiya as nothing more than an insignificant insect. He challenged Seiya to face him in combat, where the victor would thrive and the vanquished would perish. Channeling her frustrations into this individual seemed a reasonable outlet, especially since she was acquainted with the Golden Saints and felt confident in her abilities against anyone outside of that elite circle. Qingfeng, a monk of considerable stature, found himself utterly perplexed. Having just entered the group, he could not fathom how he had offended this erratic woman. The only one capable of besting the likes of the Serpentarius, who had been vanquished by Seiya, was the Silver Saint, Sharna, whose beauty had caught Seiya's eye. "What is wrong with you, foolish woman? I have barely arrived, and yet you hurl insults at me? Do you wish for your own demise?" Qingfeng was unyielding, engaging in a fierce contest of wills. "You worthless trash, if you have the audacity, come into my world. I shall not rest until one of us is vanquished. To all members, tomorrow, I shall engage in a battle. I invite you all to witness." He intended to decisively confront the Serpent Bearer, and once the serious matters were settled, he could entertain himself with this madwoman. After all, once Zama's was dealt with, there would be little else to occupy him, and it would serve well to teach this arrogant woman a lesson. Tony, ever the skeptic, remarked, "The boss himself is stepping in. This enemy's power is terrifying. I hope we won't be caught in the aftermath." Witnessing Qingfeng in action certainly delighted Stark, as such formidable confrontations were rare. Yet, he feared being caught in the crossfire, for his strength paled in comparison to Qingfeng's. Should chaos ensue, and the boss become preoccupied, it could spell disaster. Should I be concerned? I have a protective shield, so it should be fine. The strongest of dimensions, do not fret, I will ensure your safety. The enemy possesses commendable strength, yet they are not as formidable as you might think. Upon hearing this, the group felt a sense of relief. Qingfeng's confidence assured them of their safety. Fire Fist Ace. I can hardly fathom what the boss's battles entail. Exploding stars at will, obliterating the universe at a whim. Elementary School Grim Reaper. May I interject? Tony, ever the cynic, quipped, "I suspect you are alluding to something inappropriate, and I possess evidence. The Destroyer of Worlds. I've captured screenshots. I too have proof. Please let me down. This is not a vehicle for kindergarten." The bookish ghoul. How embarrassing. I am but a child. I cannot engage in such discussions. This statement caught Qingfeng's attention. Upon entering, he was immediately confronted by Sharna, and he focused solely on retorting her remarks. Sharna, a supporting character from Saint Seiya, was also one of Seiya's ardent admirers. They had overlooked the new member. The bookish ghoul was known to Qingfeng, yet he doubted there were any characters who shared a love for reading among them. His recollection was that only the protagonist, Kaneki Kin, had such an affinity, but if it were Kaneki, the group name should not be something like "What is 1000-7? Bookish ghoul, please introduce yourself. I am curious about your identity. Hello everyone, my name is Hinami Fueguchi, and I am 10 years old. Hinami was quite different from Sharna. She had only recently joined the group and was merely informed by Tony about the group's purpose, remaining oblivious to the battles of the others. Had she seen their combat footage, her audacity would have surely been tempered. Hinami, having joined the chat group a few hours prior, was well-mannered and respectful, endearing herself to all. After watching the battle videos, she transformed into a fervent admirer of Uchiha Madara, affectionately referring to him as Lord Madara with great enthusiasm. Qingfeng suddenly realized that Hinami Fueguchi, though not particularly prominent in the narrative of Tokyo Ghoul, is an indispensable character. She possesses a kind heart. And even after defeating the one who killed her parents, the cruel Jukiyama, she could not bring herself to take his life. Among the few characters endowed with dual Kakuja, she wields exceptional ghoul powers. Tony, ever the curious soul, inquired, "What is a ghoul, Hinami? I have never heard of your kind." The book-loving ghoul stammered, hesitant to respond, further piquing Tony's interest. Since joining the group, Hinami had not broached the topic of her race. "What is it? Are they demons? The kind that can steal souls and exact vengeance? Do they wear black and white garments? Perhaps you have read too many Eastern novels or too much of Journey to the West. What you describe sounds more like a specter," mused another member. "Please, leave the group." Another interjected. "Do not associate us with you. I cannot afford such disgrace." Hinami hesitated, uncertain if her monstrous nature would be accepted by the others. Yet she chose to trust them. The book-loving ghoul explained, "Ghouls are beings that consume human corpses, We are like normal humans, but we can only eat human flesh. Isn't that monstrous? Questioned a member. Such beings should not exist and should be eradicated. Ah, how terrifying, another chimed in. The new member seems rather fierce. Perhaps you see us as monsters, so why not attempt to slay me first? Amidst the banter, Kurumi Tokisaki, who had been lurking, could no longer hold back and stood up for Hinami. Unlike the older women, she preferred the charm of younger girls. This newcomer entered the group with an air of arrogance, boasting as if she were the best in the world. In stark contrast to the obedient and polite Hinami, she naturally garnered Kurumi's favor. Conversely, Sharna found Kurumi most irksome, despising such pretentiousness without reason, simply feeling a disdain for her name. Frustrated by her inability to express her anger towards Seiya, she redirected her ire towards the group. Ballwoman, I shall shatter your mouth. I hope you do not kneel and beg for my forgiveness when the time comes, she threatened. Ah, how frightening indeed, Kurumi replied. I wonder if I can prevail against her. She is the strongest in this dimension. If only I had the protection of an administrator. Is this how we play? Ace of Fire interjected. That is the inherent advantage of women. If you possessed her allure, you could do the same, Tony remarked. Oh dear, I accidentally tagged someone. I did not mean to, Kurumi responded with a hint of mischief. Then, a private message from the strongest in the dimension vibrated through Kurumi's window, asking, When shall we duel? Let me know, and I shall come to observe. Very well, my dear, she replied. Kyuko deliberately altered her voice to sound alluring and enchanting, causing Qingfeng to feel quite overwhelmed. Hastily, he returned to the group chat, finding this little vixen exceedingly bothersome. The most formidable of spirits, the serpent bearer, who had once bested Seiya, provocatively teased, Ah, come now, do not merely speak. Come and duel with me. Previously, the group had engaged in light-hearted banter, but a duel among members had never transpired until now. However, Yin Yao showed no intention of intervening. Indeed, this Sharna was far too arrogant, and it would be beneficial for Kyuko to teach her a lesson. The thought of Kyuko being unable to defeat Sharna was not within Yin Yao's considerations. As a woman, Yin Yao could distinctly sense the difference in Gu Qingfeng's demeanor towards Kyuko compared to how he regarded Sharna. She believed that Gu Qingfeng would not stand idly by if Kyuko were to falter. Regardless of Sharna's prowess, she could never surpass Gu Qingfeng. The serpent bearer declared, I shall demonstrate the power of the Silver Saints, compelling you to submit completely. Kyuko responded, Ah, I have taken note of your words. I trust you shall not regret them. The serpent bearer continued, Today, I have only earned 30 points. Once I accumulate enough points tomorrow, your demise will be imminent. As the two women clashed, the men in the group felt ill-equipped to intervene. A special red envelope containing 20 points was sent to the serpent bearer. Kyuko taunted, Come now, you can arrive at this very moment and see who shall beg for mercy. The book-loving ghoul interjected, Sisters, please do not quarrel over me. I merely seek to consume the remains of those who have died unexpectedly. I do not kill. You also wish to dance. Someone remarked. Everyone here is more formidable than you. Even Shizuku cannot be consumed by you. No one harbors any disdain towards you. Ban, typically aloof, took the initiative to comfort Shizuku. Sensing her insecurity in her words, this little girl endeared herself to him. Fire Fist Ace chimed in. Indeed, while cannibalism is somewhat unsettling, many in the group have taken lives. As long as it is not indiscriminate slaughter, it is acceptable. The admin can obliterate stars with ease, extinguishing millions of lives as if it were a game, so do not dwell on it too much. The strongest in the dimension retorted. It is not I who obliterate stars. I am quite the pacifist, despite our familiarity. Yet, if you continue to slander me, I shall pursue you for defamation. Feeling as though he were painted as a great demon, Gu Qingfeng considered himself at least somewhat refined, distanced from the image of a dark overlord. The destroyer of worlds remarked, I recall that the shop offers healing potions. Once consumed, you will be able to dine like a human, no longer reliant on human flesh for sustenance. You also wish to dance. Noted, priced at 50,000 points. It will be difficult for her to afford in a short time. However, perhaps the observing elite will have tasks, potentially yielding significant points. The book-loving ghoul concluded, As long as everyone in the group does not despise me, dear sisters, let us cease the quarrel. Having joined this chat group, we should support one another. The serpent bearer, who harbors an intense disdain for Seiya, scoffs, who would wish to assist a wretch such as yourself. You are not merely a ravenous beast, but a pitiful existence that provokes nothing but contempt. This remark, excessively harsh, strikes a chord with Chica, who grapples with her own identity as a ghoul. Her eyes glisten with unshed tears at such words. The serpent-bearer proclaims, "Woman, I shall soon descend upon your realm. Prepare to face the judgment of the saints." With a surge of confidence, Sharna seizes a reward and, utilizing the chat group, traverses into the world of Kurumi from Day Live. The chat group issues a challenge, and its members engage in duels, betting on outcomes with victors earning additional rewards. A bet on the serpent-bearer promises a twofold return, while a wager on the most malevolent spirit offers a 100-fold reward. Bets are unlimited, commencing from a minimum of 100 points. A battle concludes only when one side is rendered incapable of fighting or opts to concede. A ripple of excitement engulfs the chat, as the announcement clearly encourages betting on Sharna's victory. However, the members are not easily deceived. They recognize the blatant trap. Under Tony's guidance, they shift their bets to Kurumi. As the saying goes, even the flesh of a mosquito holds value, and they see no difference in seizing free points. Only fools would wager on Sharna. Tony places a substantial bet of 10,000 points, favoring the most sinister spirit to prevail. Others follow suit, each staking 10,000 points on the same outcome. The majority of the group, having earned points from their previous adventure in the world of One Piece, join in, except for Conan and Chica, who possess scant points. Observing this spectacle, Qingfeng is both amused and exasperated. He genuinely wishes to assist his companions, yet before he can voice his thoughts, all bets are placed. One member, claiming to be the strongest across dimensions, wagers 550,000 points on the serpent-bearer's victory. The strongest across dimensions expresses disbelief. Kurumi cannot hope to match this new member. Why have you all placed your bets on her? The destroyer of worlds feels an ominous foreboding. Tony quips, I have a rather unsavory thought that I am uncertain whether to voice. You also wish to join the dance. Another member laments, 10,000 points down the drain. Fire Fist Ace remarks, such behavior is rather underhanded, my friend. Indeed, you should have at least forewarned us. Another chimes in. The strongest across dimensions replies, I had not the chance to intervene before you all placed your bets. What could I do? The serpent-bearer sneers. A bunch of fools. You deserve this. Prepare to witness how I shall torment this wretched girl. The atmosphere within the group was charged with frustration. Initially, they had hoped to earn some points, yet now it seemed they would not only fail to gain anything, but also risk losing their own contributions. Upon hearing Sharna's scornful remarks, tempers flared like kindling ignited by a spark. The destroyer of worlds declared, I shall teach this arrogant woman a lesson, once their duel concludes. I will personally intervene. Another chimed in, count me in. I am eager to witness how she dares to be so presumptuous. Tony, who remained steadfast, added, I too shall join. If need be, we shall confront her together. Meanwhile, another voice interjected, never mind, I shall refrain from joining the fray. The protective aura of the leader is formidable, and it would be disastrous if a newcomer were to be harmed. The most fearsome of elves wagered 1,000 points, betting on the victory of Serpents, who would decisively defeat Seiya. Serpents, having instilled fear, retorted, now you wish to curry favor with me in this manner? It is futile. I shall shatter your arrogance. The strongest in the dimensions remarked, there is no need for reinforcements. Kurumi alone suffices. I merely stated she would lose the match. Not that she could not hold her own against the opponent. It was evident that everyone in the group was astute. Upon reaching this point, one can discern his intention. The most malevolent spirit willingly concedes, with the victor being the serpent holder who had bested Seiya. The most nefarious spirit successfully placed its wager, accumulating a total of 30,000 points. The strongest in the dimension triumphed in their gamble, amassing a remarkable total of 16,500,000 points, along with their initial stake. The remaining participants, however, faced failure in their bets, resulting in the confiscation of all their points. In a secluded jungle on the outskirts of the spirit world, the silver-clad Sharna glared at Kurumi with palpable ire. Upon her arrival in the spirit realm, the chat group had fortuitously transported her directly beside Kurumi, who was adorned in her clock tower spirit ensemble. Beneath the clock tower attire, Kurumi embodied a gothic Lolita aesthetic. Wielding a rifle and a pistol, both imbued with bullets possessing the power to manipulate time. This aura instilled a sense of trepidation in Sharna, yet within mere moments. Kurumi cast a peculiar smile over her shoulder and voluntarily dispelled her spirit attire. Sharna glanced back, finding only emptiness behind her, interpreting this as a sign of disdain. believing herself unworthy of Kurumi's full effort. Enveloped in her cosmos, Sharna unleashed an overwhelming force, for the might of a silver saint is not to be trifled with. The entire jungle trembled, leaves swirling chaotically. Yet, to Kurumi's amusement, she did not adopt a defensive stance. Instead, she stifled a laugh. Enraged by this display, Sharna began to trace the celestial path of the Serpent Holder's constellation with her hands, leaping high into the air to dive down upon her adversary. Initially, her intent was merely to inflict severe injury upon Kurumi, compelling her to submit, but Kurumi's demeanor had thoroughly incensed her. Lightning Serpent Claw. The ultimate technique of the Serpent Holder imbues lightning into its claws, utilizing the cosmos to ensnare the opponent like a colossal serpent, before piercing through their flesh with its lethal talons. A menacing purple serpent surged toward Kurumi. However, before Sharuna's attack could reach her, an overwhelming pressure engulfed the air. The purple serpent shattered, and Sharuna plummeted to the ground, rendered immobile by the immense force, reduced to crawling on the earth. The ground bore subtle indentations, and Sharuna felt as though she had lost control over her own body, akin to bearing the weight of a colossal mountain. What an unbearable pressure! Even the Golden Saints do not possess such overwhelming strength. Who could possibly be the source of this assault? 3 minutes earlier, at the very moment when Kurumi and Sharuna were preparing for their battle in the chat, Kurumi had informed Gu Qingfeng. However, when Gu Qingfeng placed his bet on Sharuna's victory, Kurumi was momentarily taken aback, suspecting he had no intention of aiding her, but soon regained her composure. Gu Qingfeng immediately utilized the spatial transmission of the chat group and arrived in the realm of the elves. Upon witnessing Gu Qingfeng positioned high above the two individuals, Kyuko felt a sense of calm wash over her. She promptly retracted her battle preparations, had it not been for her desire to observe the ultimate technique of Serpentarius. She would not have had the opportunity to employ her lethal move. Indeed, she had witnessed Gu Qingfeng unleash his formidable aura, the vast disparity in strength rendering Sharna utterly defenseless. Just do not kill her. Her sins do not warrant death. Fearing that Kyuko might act impulsively and consume Sharna's time, she acknowledged that while Sharna's character required some admonishment, execution would be excessively harsh. Kyuko's sweet smile radiated a devilish allure, capable of ensnaring men with merely a single exchanged glance. Gu Qingfeng could only manage an awkward smile, daring not to gaze too long, for the situation was undeniably tense. Kyuko, embodying the essence of a refined lady, gracefully approached Sharna, looking down upon her from a position of superiority. "Ah, my dear, were you not the one demanding that I kneel before you in supplication? What a curious turn of events this is." Despite the unfavorable circumstances, Sharna maintained her fierce demeanor, laboriously lifting her chin to retort, "Wretched woman, you still must rely on others for aid. Dare you?" Before she could finish her sentence, Kyuko's foot came crashing down upon her head, forcefully stifling her words, as Sharna's cheek was pressed into the cold ground beneath her. The smile on Kyuko's lips deepened, for she was no stranger to inflicting torment upon her adversaries, having taken countless lives. She delicately lifted her foot, offering a mockingly apologetic explanation. "Oh dear. My sincerest apologies for stepping on you." If glances could kill, Sharna's fiery gaze would have already reduced Kyuko to mere ashes, her eyes ablaze with rage. "Do not let me seize an opportunity. Otherwise, I shall eliminate all your friends and family." In stark contrast to the serene smile she had maintained until now, Kyuko's demeanor shifted dramatically upon hearing those words. The foot she had just lifted came crashing down once more, forcing Sharna's face deeper into the ground. Kyuko had no intention of relenting. Her foot pressed down with renewed vigor, seemingly unsatisfied, as she delivered a fierce kick to Sharna's abdomen. The sheer force sent Sharna careening sideways, colliding with the trunk of a massive tree. Barely regaining her footing, Kyuko was upon her in an instant. With the swiftness of lightning, she delivered a punishing kick to Sharna's right arm, the strength of a fairy far surpassing that of an ordinary human. Had Sharna not been clad in her sacred armor, Kyuko's full-force strike would have been sufficient to shatter her skull. But the silver armor provided just enough defense to withstand the blow. Yet, she still felt the impact reverberate through her mind, a wave of dizziness washing over her. However, the armor could not shield her entire body. Kyuko's kick had shattered the bones in her right arm. "Let us render you incapacitated, shall we? What do you think?" The tone remained as sweet as ever, yet Gu Qingfeng instinctively shivered. A lesson was all that was needed. There was no need to inflict grave harm. It must be noted that Sharna had courted her own demise. Foolishly mentioning friends, Kyuko's transformation into this ruthless being stemmed from having been deceived and having tragically slain her dearest friend. Qingfeng no longer wished to observe the unfolding events. For the combat prowess of Kurumi was already on par with Sharuna's, with Sharna now grievously wounded and her right arm shattered. The prospect of her triumphing over Kurumi had become utterly impossible. He swiftly departed from the realm of the elves, initially intending to explore the company of other elves. Yet, upon witnessing Kurumi's rampage, it became apparent that she would be disinclined to indulge him in leisurely pursuits. He could only await another opportunity. The enmity between these two women was destined to escalate irreparably. Not only had Sharna grievously offended Kurumi, but she had also never before faced such humiliation. As a distinguished silver saint, revered above the golden saints, she had never endured such disgraceful treatment. Were it not for Gu Qingfeng's recognition of Sharuna's fundamentally good nature, he might have resorted to lethal measures to avert further complications. As for how Kurumi would address Sharna, it was beyond Gu Qingfeng's contemplation. He merely hoped she would not be killed or severely injured. Upon returning to the hotel in the Dragon Ball universe where he resided, he found the group chat enveloped in an eerie silence. Tony, the unfaithful. I suddenly feel as though my life has lost direction. The boss has amassed over 10 million, and I'm back down to a few hundred points. World Destroyer. Wasn't it you who led everyone into this predicament? How dare you speak like that? Seeking support. I truly believe that the losses we've incurred are due to Stark's actions. Fire Fist Ace, exactly. A cautious person like myself would have followed the boss's lead had Stark not placed his bets first. Tony, the unfaithful. If anyone else had said that, I might have endured it. But you, the biggest scatterbrain in the group, how dare you utter such words? Were it not for his inability to contend with Ace, Tony would have unleashed a tirade by now. How can one who dozes off while dining claim to be the most cautious? You also wish to dance. It seems that Stark will bear the blame for this incident. No objections, right? Seeking support. I wholeheartedly support this. Both hands and feet raised in agreement. Death God Elementary Student. I'll go along with whatever the group decides. I'm flexible. Whenever an issue arises within the group, everyone subconsciously associates it with Tony. The universal scapegoat. Wherever there's blame, there he is. Tony, the unfaithful. As long as you're all happy, I can't be bothered to criticize anymore. Just don't make me lose points. I have no points to spare, and I certainly won't relinquish my life. World Destroyer. I'm quite curious about the current situation over there. What is happening? Tony, the unfaithful. I relish watching two women fight. Hehehe. Seeking support. I've never witnessed a women's brawl. It can't just be hair-pulling and slapping, can it? Fire Fist Ace. We're not entirely sure. But with the boss present, why not just ask him for clarity? Death God Elementary Student. Strongest in the dimension. What is the status of the battle on your end? Have you intervened? Strongest in the dimension. Not at all. I merely observed quietly for a while without engaging Sharna. You also wish to dance. Who currently holds the upper hand? Has Kurumi already emerged victorious? In the realm of dimensions, the balance of power appears to be evenly matched, and the situation remains relatively stable. Kurumi has managed to secure a slight advantage, but the specifics of the outcome elude me. I merely glanced at the unfolding events before retreating to my own universe. Observing the sentiments within the group, it became evident that the members were perplexed by Gu Qingfeng's mindset. Initially, they assumed he would undoubtedly support Kurumi, which formed the basis for their collective belief in her eventual victory. Yet, Gu Qingfeng has now expressed indifference towards the outcome of Kurumi and Sharna's clash. A seemingly implausible thought began to surface in everyone's mind. How could one so audaciously provoke a formidable figure without facing retribution? Could it be that Sharna possesses an extraordinary strength, one that even the formidable Gu Qingfeng cannot contend with? This notion was quickly dismissed. After all, how could anyone surpass such a powerhouse? At least, they could not fathom the existence of beings of such caliber. Farewell, I shall log off for a meal. We shall continue our conversation later. Gu Qingfeng announced. The group began to speculate on the potential outcome between the two women, with the majority still convinced that Kurumi would ultimately prevail. Only the administrator, Yin Yao, harbored concerns that Kurumi might unleash her wrath upon Sharna, inflicting severe injuries. The rest of the group, however, remained indifferent to Sharna's fate. To put it plainly, while they coexist amicably within the group, each individual is a renowned figure in their respective universes. Naturally, a sense of pride accompanies their strength. Sharna had carelessly insulted everyone upon her arrival, and it was only expected that they would not indulge her behavior. Upon returning to the inn, Qingfeng was struck by a shiver at the thought of Kurumi's brutal treatment of Sharna. When a woman is fierce, her cruelty can often surpass that of a man. He silently honored the unfortunate Sharna with a moment of reflection. On another note, I have accrued a substantial total of 16,500,000 points from recent endeavors, coupled with the 5,500,000 earned from previous tasks. Along with the points amassed from my daily check-ins over the past few days, my total now exceeds 22 million. The prospect of returning to my homeland is now within reach. Dear father, mother, and her, I implore you to hold on just a while longer. I shall soon be reunited with you. Patience is required as we face an extended period of waiting. It is anticipated that Wukong and his companions will enter the hyperbolic time chamber, and it will likely be tomorrow before they venture into the future. Qingfeng spent his days in the inn, alternating between eating and sleeping, occasionally venturing outside to admire the earthly scenery. Little did he know that 3 days had slipped by, and it was only after this duration that he finally received news from Wukong. Qingfeng initially believed that they had secretly departed, and if no news arrived today, he would have to seek out Bulma to locate them. Upon receiving the news, Qingfeng hurried to Bulma's residence, and to his astonishment, not only were son Wukong and Vegeta present, but also son Gohan, who had long abandoned his identity as a martial artist and now regarded himself as a scholar. Gohan's gaze was sharp and revealing at that moment. He exuded a presence that could rival that of son Wukong himself. Was this the legendary Gohan? It seemed that due to his own time traveling, he had honed his abilities ahead of the original timeline, regaining the formidable strength he possessed during his confrontation with Majin Buu. My sincerest apologies. But the time machine can accommodate only 4 individuals. Lunch will be me, Vegeta, and Trunks. Regrettably, we cannot take you along. Wukong said with a sheepish smile upon seeing Qingfeng arrive as agreed. He had not anticipated Gohan would voluntarily offer his assistance. In truth, had Qingfeng not defeated son Wukong, Gohan would not have engaged in such matters, yet his father had been bested, defeated by someone he had never heard of. Who could ascertain that there were no other foes lurking in the universe? What if, one day, an enemy attacked, and his father was defeated? The last time Frieza sought vengeance, if his father had not arrived in time, Gohan would have met a dire fate. He felt he could not always rely on others. He needed to reclaim his martial spirit. He was aware of the tragedy that befell his mother and Goten at the hands of Black Goku, and he vowed to protect his family. He was determined to restore himself to his former self. That is quite all right. You may proceed. Qingfeng remained unfazed. After all, he possessed the ability to transcend time and space, rendering the power of the time ring unnecessary. His desire to ascertain their departure time was merely to accompany them, thus avoiding the peril of straying into an erroneous timeline. Caution was paramount. One must never be careless. Bulma admonished Trunks, fearful for her son's safety. Young Trunks, filled with indignation upon learning that his mother had been slain in the future, returned in disarray. I will avenge her death. They must pay for killing my mother. A long-lost confidence graced Trunks' countenance. With sufficient prowess, confidence naturally followed. This time, there would be no failures. His father had trained him rigorously for a year, and now he felt assured in his ability to defeat Black Goku. His interactions within the hyperbolic time chamber alongside Vegeta rekindled within him a profound sense of paternal love. Having a father by one's side evoked such emotions. We are set to embark. With a brilliant flash, the time machine whisked through the air, piercing the fabric of time and space towards the future universe where Trunks resided. Unbeknownst to the others, Qingfeng sensed the trajectory of the time machine, his form gradually dissipating into nothingness, carried away by the wind. In the future, Earth lay in ruins, devoid of the vibrant clamor of its cities. The landscape was desolate, the planet lifeless and bereft of vitality. As the time machine touched down, Vegeta emerged with fervor, unleashing a wave of energy into the sky. The wave illuminated the surroundings. As a tempest of electric fury coalesced, revealing Black Goku in midair, with Zamasu following closely behind. Die! With no superfluous words, Vegeta's fury erupted. In the blink of an eye, he charged towards Black Goku, delivering a powerful punch that struck with tremendous force. Before Black Goku could utter a word, he was sent crashing into the ground, while Zamasu, wearing a disdainful grin, mocked Vegeta. How audacious to think you could injure me. Prepare to face divine retribution. The ground was rent asunder by Black Goku's impact, a deep crater radiating with pink light, from which Black Goku emerged unscathed. Goku, filled with fighting spirit, inquired of Vegeta. "Which of these two will you contend with?" Vegeta, ever the epitome of pride, replied, "Naturally, I shall confront the fake version of you. If I can best the real you, surely I cannot falter against an impostor." Such bold words indeed. The two individuals utterly disregarded Black Goku and his companion, swiftly determining their own adversaries as they charged forward together. Trunks, standing on the ground, felt a mix of admiration and trepidation. The foes that had once instilled fear within him seemed trivial in the eyes of his father and Uncle Goku. Gohan observed the battle of the four quietly, having yet to engage with Super Saiyan Blue and possessing only a vague estimation of his father's prowess. A gentle voice emerged from behind, offering reassurance to Trunks, advising him not to waver, for everyone must grow, and he was still but a child, unburdened by excessive pressure. Turning around, Gohan and Trunks beheld Qingfeng perched casually on a dilapidated vehicle, a playful smirk dancing upon his lips. They were taken aback, particularly Trunks, who had traversed time and found it unimaginable for anyone to navigate through time unaided. How could this be? How did you arrive in the future? Do you possess a time machine as well? Yet, scarcely had he posed the question than he dismissed the thought. The time machine was crafted by his mother, and there was no reason to assume this man possessed one. He had not forgotten that this individual had effortlessly vanquished Uncle Goku with a single strike. Trunks felt a sinking sensation and instinctively prepared for battle, only to be restrained by Gohan beside him. "Greetings. Although I am uncertain as to why you have been following us, I am convinced you are not an enemy. I kindly request that you refrain from intervening in my father's fight with Uncle Vegeta." His calm words bore a resolute undertone. Should Qingfeng insist on intervening, Gohan would endeavor to impede him, fully aware of the futility against such strength. Both his father and Uncle Vegeta harbored immense fury, driven by the need to avenge their fallen kin, a matter of masculine dignity that permitted no interference. "Very well, I shall merely observe. Should you prove capable of besting me, I will not intervene. However, if you cannot, I may need to lend my assistance, if that is acceptable." Ancient Qingfeng harbored little hope for Wukong. It was not that he doubted Wukong and Vegeta's ability to defeat Black Wukong and his allies, but rather that their power levels seemed to align with the narrative constructs of the anime. This suggested that Black Wukong's prowess could indeed rival that of Super Saiyan Blue. Although Wukong and Vegeta had diligently trained for a year within the hyperbolic time chamber, they faced a formidable opponent who possessed a unique advantage. If they faltered, they could merely fuse. However, Wukong and his companions lacked the Patera earrings necessary for fusion, rendering them helpless against the immortal Zamasu. Meanwhile, amidst their discussions, the battlefield witnessed an intense exchange of blows among the four fighters, the tide of battle leaning decidedly against them. Consumed by the memories of his slain wife and child, Wukong could no longer contain the seething anger within. The blood of a Saiyan surged fiercely through his veins. "You vile creature, you have slain Chi-Chi and Goten. I shall not forgive you." In that moment, his fury reached its zenith, unleashing an overwhelming surge of power as he transformed into his full Super Saiyan Blue form, hatred igniting his every potential. Zamasu, endowed with immortality, had undergone countless deaths and resurrections, significantly augmenting his strength. Yet, before Wukong, such advantages proved futile. Almost simultaneously, Vegeta's roar echoed across the heavens. "How dare you harm my Bulma? You possess nothing but the body of Son Goku." Yet, it was only those simple-minded Saiyan cells that could be manipulated with such ease. With a single, earth-shattering punch, the sky illuminated with a brilliant azure aura as Vegeta seized Black Wukong by the hair and delivered a fierce kick that sent him soaring. A massive energy blast struck Black Wukong's form, and as the dust settled, he gazed incredulously at Vegeta below, his voice a strained growl. "How is this possible? The disparity cannot be so vast." Vegeta, brimming with confidence, smirked and retorted, "Do you wish to know why? Because you are but a counterfeit, while I am the legitimate prince of all Saiyans." Having foreseen the truth about Black Wukong and Zamasu, Wukong and Vegeta's powers had ascended far beyond their usual levels. The two engaged in a one-sided assault, with Black Wukong barely managing to withstand their onslaught, while Zamasu found himself repeatedly battered by Wukong's strikes. Had he not possessed immortality, he would have succumbed to Wukong's relentless barrage long ago. At this juncture, both adversaries finally comprehended that humanity was not to be treated as mere insects. subject to their whims. With a shift of the earrings, a radiant light enveloped the entire world as God Zamasu made his grand entrance, wielding limitless power alongside his immortality. Even the proud Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. Their fusion had exponentially multiplied their strength, creating an aura that subtly threatened to overwhelm both him and Wukong. Wukong maintained a calm demeanor as he gestured to Gohan below, signaling for him to join forces in their fight. Gohan let out a tremendous roar, awakening a mysterious power within him, shrouded in an enigmatic aura, as brilliant light illuminated the sky. The once mighty Gohan re-emerged, transformed, and compared to his former self. He was a completely different entity. In his prime, he could have effortlessly crushed any opponent, whether it be Sheru or the Ragdoll. His character has repeatedly led to the demise of his family. Now, he has cast aside the arrogance of yore, embracing the resolute spirit of a warrior. The mighty Date, astonished, cannot believe that Gohan possesses such formidable strength, perhaps rivaling even that of his father. Unyielding and indignant, Date instantly erupts with fury, transforming into Super Saiyan 2 and positioning himself alongside two others to encircle the divine Zamasu. Behind Zamasu, a celestial halo of archangels emerges, unleashing a colossal wave of malevolent energy towards the ground. Goku and Vegeta, in a valiant effort, combine the Kamehameha with their ultimate flash to resist the onslaught. For a moment, both sides find themselves in a stalemate, as Zamasu's celestial halo fires countless energy beams. Gohan, spreading his arms wide, conjures a barrier to protect the four. While shielding his companions, he channels his energy to unleash a Kamehameha, with Date following suit, executing his signature technique. Together, the four warriors find Zamasu increasingly beleaguered. Ultimately, he succumbs to the overwhelming sea of energy. However, possessing half of his body as immortal, he endures even the mightiest of assaults. Qingfeng sat cross-legged, his gaze contemplative as he surveyed the battlefield. Through this confrontation, he discerned the reason why Earth had yet to be obliterated. Even a decade ago, Vegeta, with a mere power level of over 10,000, could annihilate a small planet. Now, with his current might, a single blow could easily obliterate Earth. Yet it remained unscathed through numerous battles. The explanation lay in the fact that as their powers grew, their control over that power became increasingly refined. The same energy, unleashed as a shockwave, would cause far greater destruction than when employed as a ki blast. However, against equally formidable adversaries, a shockwave might fail to inflict harm, while a ki blast could prove lethal. Goku, Zamasu, and the others concentrated their energies into a singular point. The residual damage was minimal, yet the potency within the attack radius was significantly amplified. However, the current scenario aligned with his apprehensions. The situation for Goku and his companions was precarious. With Gohan's involvement, they could indeed suppress the divine Zamasu, but it was not a complete rout, nor could they utterly vanquish him. The Super Saiyan Blue form was immensely taxing, and over time, both Goku and Vegeta were drained of their strength. Gohan, though valiant, found himself overwhelmed, and it was perhaps best not to mention the impact of Goku's Super Saiyan 2 form on the battle. As the figures engaged in aerial combat gradually ceased their skirmishes, Goku and Vegeta appeared weakened. Though they maintained their Super Saiyan Blue forms, it was evident they were running low on energy. In contrast, Gohan, in his mysterious state, experienced minimal fatigue, yet he struggled against the fused Zamasu. With no assistance arriving from their comrades, the world teetered on the brink of destruction. For the sake of his son, Vegeta reluctantly set aside his pride and sought help from Qingfeng. You two should take a moment to rest. I alone can handle this. It has been far too long since I engaged in a truly exhilarating battle. As Qingfeng ascended to the vicinity of several individuals, Vegeta felt a profound bitterness within him. Having witnessed the formidable power of Zamasu, he still harbored the desire to confront the battle alone. Was it the confidence derived from his strength, or sheer ignorance that fueled such audacity? Vegeta leaned towards the former, though he was reluctant. He ultimately entrusted the matter to you. Goku was acutely aware that continuing the fight would yield no favorable outcome. It was not that he could not defeat the divine Zamasu, for with the Kaioken times 10, he could stand invincible. Yet, the inability to vanquish Zamasu rendered any fleeting advantage utterly meaningless. It was utterly unforgivable for a mere mortal to aspire to contend against a deity. Despite enduring a protracted battle, Zamasu's stamina had scarcely waned, as countless malevolent energy waves enveloped the four of them. Qingfeng, without a glance, unleashed a punch that dispersed countless waves of light, the residual force even slicing through the cheek of Zama's. It was time to summon everyone from the group chat. And with a flicker of thought, Qingfeng entered the chat. The group administrator, the mightiest of dimensions, initiated a battle of the strongest, compelling all members to witness the confrontation in another realm, with a 5-second countdown before the teleportation of the group members commenced. As several individuals engaged in casual conversation, a notification appeared in the chat, and moments later, they were transported to the future world of Dragon Ball. Upon their arrival, Goku and Vegeta found themselves confronted by a bewildered assembly of men and women. Tony Stark remarked, "These two bear a striking resemblance to the boss. Could they be twin brothers?" Fire Fist Ace added, "I have no idea. This teleportation was so abrupt. I had just finished my meal, and the sudden shift nearly made me lose my lunch." Kurumi Tokisaki observed, "This man's adversary, the chat group, has summoned us to witness the battle. His opponent's strength is likely not far inferior to his." The Shinigami Elementary student interjected, "I must clarify that I'm just an ordinary person. I doubt I can be of any assistance." You also want to dance stated, "Watch closely. This is the true battle of the formidable, a rare spectacle that may never grace our eyes again." Seeking support exclaimed, "Goodness, that's Sharna. How did she end up like this? Wasn't it said that Kurumi only had the upper hand?" As they gathered, seeking mutual support, Goku and his companions approached, their expressions reflecting confusion. While Goku could comprehend the presence of others, it was Tony Stark in his Iron Man suit that caught Gohan's eye, leaving him starstruck with admiration for the attire. Vegeta, however, fixated on Uchiha Madara, recognizing that despite the disparate power hierarchies of their worlds, Madara's arrogance and the aura of strength around him resonated with Vegeta, compelling him to take notice. Even though Vegeta could easily crush him with a single finger, Madara's demeanor evoked a sense of familiarity. Yet, the most striking figure was Sharna, who was now in a state of disarray, multiple fractures evident, her hair disheveled and her face in a state of distress. 3 days prior, she had been severely injured by Kurumi, who, tapping into Sharna's past traumas, had subjected her to brutal torment. Had it not been for Qingfeng's explicit instructions to avoid inflicting severe injuries or dismemberment, Kurumi's nature would have likely led to far worse fates for Sharna. Nevertheless, when a woman unleashes her wrath, she can be as formidable as any man. Even if Kurumi refrained from inflicting physical harm, she possessed other methods of psychological torment and humiliation. "Mr. Goku, Prince Vegeta, I kindly ask that you look after my friends and ensure they are not harmed in the chaos. You can leave this one to me." Ancient Qingfeng greeted the gathered crowd below, requesting Wukong and the others to assist in watching over matters. Wukong readily acquiesced, confident that with his strength, tending to a few individuals posed no challenge. Tony remarked, "This adversary is rather repulsive. Why is his right hand purple and so enormous?" For some reason, upon seeing him, "I have developed an aversion to the color purple. Do you wish to dance?" Came the reply, "State your name. I am Uchiha Madara of Konoha." While others remained oblivious to whom Madara referred, Vegeta recognized it immediately, his eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. The prince of the warrior race, the Science, Vegeta. As their gazes met, sparks seemed to ignite. Both stood atop their respective worlds, each bearing a lofty pride. Amongst the strong, there exists a mutual respect. Yet, given the circumstances, it was fortunate they refrained from a duel. Wukong declared, "Very well, let us witness your true prowess. During our last encounter, I sensed you had yet to unleash your full potential." In the skies above, ancient Qingfeng and God Zama's engaged in their formal battle. Qingfeng's movements were akin to a specter, eluding every attempt by Zama's, no matter how fervently he exerted himself. Ancient Qingfeng has made his move, initiating the first strike in their confrontation. The divine Zama's was utterly unable to perceive his actions as Qingfeng swiftly appeared before him. With the speed of lightning, he unleashed a flurry of blows, leaving Zama's to feel excruciating pain throughout his body, ultimately propelling him into the ruins of a dilapidated building. Vegeta furrowed his brow, dissatisfied with Qingfeng's performance. The power he exhibited when defeating Goku with a single blow was far beyond this level. "How dare you offend a deity? Despicable, vile!" Zama's seethed with impotent fury, raising his hand towards the heavens. From the cosmos surged a multitude of malevolent energies, and ominous pink thunderclouds gathered in the sky. As countless bolts of lightning infused his body, Zama's power surged anew, the energy flowing like an unrelenting torrent, his right arm twisting and bulging grotesquely. The energy radiated outward, causing the very earth to tremble, while the chat group, shielded by Goku's protective barrier, felt the immense pressure Zama's exerted. Cold sweat beaded on their foreheads as they questioned whether Qingfeng could truly prevail against such an adversary. The destroyer of worlds, he directly siphons energy from the universe. What could he possibly intend with such power? Trunks' expression hardened. He aims to annihilate all life in the universe, completing the zero human erasure plan, and eliminate all conflict from existence. Uchiha Madara paused, finding the sentiment familiar, before joining the chat group. He too had contemplated employing the infinite Tsukuyami to create a truly peaceful world. Later, upon learning the truth from Yun Yao, he realized that all his schemes had merely been a ruse, with the true puppet master being Black Zetsu. Isn't that reminiscent of my own past? Yet, I never considered exterminating humanity. I merely sought peace through a different means. Tony Stark, visibly anxious, patted Yun Yao on the shoulder. Don't you have the boss's protective shield? Why not go assist him? I can't shake the feeling that he's currently at a disadvantage. This remark nearly infuriated Yun Yao, who retaliated by kicking Tony away. Are you out of your mind? Why don't you go help him? Am I supposed to seek death? Tony, with a look of grievance, retorted, You have a shield. If I had one, I would help too. After all, you can't be killed. Are you an idiot? My shield is virtually invincible against others. Do you really think it would be effective against an enemy of the same caliber as the boss? Yun Yao was truly at a loss for words. The defensive techniques casually conjured by the boss might suffice against lesser foes. However, the existence of equal strength renders the protective barrier inconsequential. The Grim Reaper's elementary school student, Conan, observed the fierce battle unfolding in the skies, his pupils widening in astonishment. It was not much different from a divine confrontation. Yet, Gu Qingfeng was indeed retreating step by step, as the increasingly powerful Zamasu suppressed him, tipping the scales of victory in Zamasu's favor. If one were to discern who most desired Gu Qingfeng's downfall in this arena, it would undoubtedly be Sharna. Were it not for Gu Qingfeng, she would not have suffered humiliation at the hands of Kurumi. She yearned for nothing more than for Gu Qingfeng to be vanquished by Zamasu, indifferent to the prospect of her own demise alongside him, for she understood that Gu Qingfeng was a man beyond her capacity to confront. Merely his aura rendered her immobile. Throughout her life, she would never be able to reach his heights and could only hope for the intervention of others. At that moment, witnessing Gu Qingfeng under duress, her swollen face involuntarily broke into a smile, having already resolved herself to perish together. Ah, are you smiling? Kurumi appeared behind her, her voice, sweet and melodious, resonated in Sharna's ears like the roar of a hellish demon. A shiver coursed through her. Recalling the events of 3 days prior, she hurriedly masked her smile, daring not to meet Kurumi's gaze. That encounter had left her with profound psychological trauma, utterly stripping her of the courage to resist Kurumi. Morgan was taken aback. Was it not stated that Kurumi and Sharna's battle was merely slightly in Kurumi's favor? Why, then, did Sharna appear so utterly defeated? Kurumi remained unscathed, while Sharna exuded an aura of terror as if she had been completely cowed by Kurumi. Trunks observed the two combatants in the air, gripping his sword tightly, leaning forward, prepared to strike at any moment. Vegeta barked a command, instructing Trunks not to act impulsively. You need not intervene. Have you not perceived it yet? Yet, Trunks seemed to sense that he was no match for Zamasu, fearing that if the situation continued to unfold unchecked, he would meet his end. He harbored little faith in Gu Qingfeng at this juncture, for Gu Qingfeng was on the defensive, while Zamasu grew more formidable with each exchange. Vegeta's perspective was the opposite. He did not believe Gu Qingfeng was merely that capable, even if the fused Zamasu was indeed powerful. As fellow Scions, did he truly think Gu Qingfeng could not transform into a Super Saiyan? God Zamasu gathered his hands, a wave of light materializing in his palms, his aura rapidly escalating as he unleashed the Kamehameha wave. His entire might coalesced into a singular point. The blue energy sphere shot forth like a meteor, hurtling towards the ground where the others stood. Let us see how you evade this. If you intend to abandon those on the ground, you had best flee now. Zamasu laughed maniacally, infuriated by Gu Qingfeng's reliance on his combat skills to avoid direct confrontation. Gu Qingfeng executed the same driving technique, clashing with the Turtle School's Kamehameha. The two formidable forces refused to yield, resulting in a stalemate. In midair, their energies counterbalanced each other, creating an endless sea of power. The immense recoil compelled Zamasu to stagger back a few steps before regaining his composure. Such terrifying strength. Is it possible that even the Great Ones cannot defeat him? It appears to be a situation of equal standing. Obsidian watched the battle between the two, once again feeling his own insignificance. Their prowess was light years apart from his own. Conan furrowed his brow, retreating to the rear of the group. The entire assembly stood frozen, astonished that despite Zamasu absorbing such an abundance of malevolent energy, Qingfeng could still withstand his onslaught. Son Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan keenly observed the hint of mockery in Qingfeng's expression. Even though he found himself at a disadvantage in close combat, he maintained an effortless demeanor. I must say, is the power of the divine truly so diminutive? Cannot you grow stronger still? This is profoundly disappointing. Qingfeng found Zama's strength utterly disappointing, as it fell short of his expectations. He believed that he could easily defeat him without even transforming. He had hoped to seize this opportunity to amass a significant number of points, ultimately accumulating 50 million. I am the strongest, you wretch. Just as Zama's was about to retort, Qingfeng swiftly delivered a powerful punch that sent him flying. To grow stronger, one must invest effort, and what is effort? It is the refinement born of time. You have merely appropriated the body of a mortal you disdain. How formidable can you truly become? Can you withstand a punch honed over a year of diligent practice? The figure of Qingfeng moved with astonishing speed, leaving Zamasu no time to defend himself, resulting in several punches landing upon him. His already unattractive visage became grotesquely contorted. In Zamasu's hand appeared a deathly orb, powerful enough to obliterate the earth, and he no longer intended to hold back, determined to annihilate the planet completely. When celestial beings clash, it is the mortals who suffer. Even with Goku's protective barrier, the members of the chat group felt a palpable sense of impending doom. Allow me to demonstrate true power. Qingfeng's gaze grew solemn, and the immense power radiating from him caused ripples throughout the universe. The dark forces summoned by Zama's enveloped the entire sky above the earth. The golden radiance emitted by Qingfeng soared into the heavens, dispelling the surrounding darkness. As Qingfeng's aura intensified, the very earth trembled, and the winds howled in a chaotic dance. The explosive energy that transformed the heavens and the earth caused his black hair to undergo a magnificent metamorphosis into a resplendent golden hue. Golden bolts of lightning flickered around him, and his demeanor shifted to one of haughty supremacy, possessing a gaze that regarded deities as mere insects. Merely the force of his presence shattered the protective barrier conjured by Sun Wukong. A super scion, one might say, yet ultimately, an insect remains an insect. Your struggles are utterly futile. Zama's, with a disdainful glance, dismissed the notion that Sun Wukong's god form could rival his own power, scoffing at the insignificance of a mere super scion. As the deadly orb of light surged towards him, Qingfeng's right arm arched back, and with a tremendous punch, he effortlessly obliterated the terrifying sphere of death. The figure of Qingfeng vanished from the sight of the crowd, reappearing before Zama's, gripping his throat with a single hand. With the other hand raised towards the heavens, he summoned energy, a radiant spectrum akin to stars emerging, which was then infused into Zama's very being. The Soul Punisher is capable of purifying all forms of energy, and Zama's heart, increasingly tainted by malevolence, was no match for this technique. As the energy orb flowed into him, Zama's body erupted in a kaleidoscope of colors, and with a deafening crack, he was obliterated. The abrupt turn of events caught everyone off guard. Mere moments before, the two had been evenly matched, only to witness Qingfeng's hair transform in hue. Zama's, without a single counterattack, was vanquished, revealing a chasm of disparity between the two. The destroyer of worlds remarked, "It seems that in this form lies the true strength of our esteemed leader. We have grossly underestimated his power." Within her heart, Sharna roared in frustration, questioning why such a formidable opponent as Zama's had failed to defeat Qingfeng. Gazing at the celestial figure of Qingfeng, she was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Would she ever have the chance to exact her vengeance? Fire Fistace commented, "This form looks incredibly striking. It seems our leader's transformation goes beyond mere hair color. Even his bangs stand defiantly. Seeking to align themselves with greatness, others expressed their admiration, with one humorously lamenting their lack of sophistication, exclaiming, 'Alas, I am but a simple soul.'" Tony Stark reflected on the crises of his own world, realizing that perhaps he should earnestly seek to curry favor with their leader, for with such a powerful ally, The enemies like Ultron and Thanos would surely be vanquished without a second thought. Yun Yao, observing the shield encasing her, fell deep into contemplation, sensing that she might have underestimated the leaderess' might. Unlike the others in the chat group, Obito gazed skyward, feeling an unsettling intuition that the resolution would not be so simple. His Rinnegan witnessed the essence of Zama's dissipating into myriad motes of light, merging with the atmosphere above the earth. In the wake of Zama's demise, a dark aura surged skyward, tainting the heavens with a sinister green hue. As Zama's malevolent spirit lingered, the dark essence spread to the farthest reaches of the cosmos, distorting the sky into twisted visages of Zama's, which opened their gaping maws to unleash waves of wicked energy upon the ground. In a flash, the Great One thought of the survivors in the shelter and was about to rush to their aid, when Qingfeng waved his hands. The entire earth was enveloped in a golden aura, nullifying Zama's attacks entirely. Zama's had become one with the universe, and even the divine beings of the main timeline. Beerus and Angel Whis sensed an ominous event unfolding in the future. This surge of power was potent enough to impact the world of the primary timeline. Gu Qingfeng's palms once again manifested a pair of iridescent orbs, which he deftly compressed together. Soul Enforcer, one of Gu Qingfeng's signature techniques, possesses a unique efficacy against malevolent foes, capable of purifying their wicked essence. As the luminous spheres made contact with the sinister aura exuded by Zama's, the malevolent force, akin to encountering its natural predator, was instantaneously cleansed. Tony Stark, in a state of bewilderment, gazed at the spectacle above, utterly perplexed by how one could achieve such a seamless integration with the cosmos. Could this truly be the culmination of their struggles? The scene was indeed terrifying, yet it culminated in a swift defeat. Ace couldn't help but voice his thoughts, reflecting on the commotion that had erupted only to be nullified in an instant. Was it a matter of the formidable nature of their opponent, or was Zama's merely a paper tiger, all bluster with little substance? Yet, Ace dismissed such musings. He certainly did not believe Zama's to be weak, acknowledging instead that the true strength lay with their formidable ally. In Goku's eyes, a fierce determination ignited. As a fellow scion, he possessed a deeper understanding of Gu Qingfeng's prowess. The essence of a warrior, after all, lies in the pursuit of challenges that elevate one's strength. The Administrator, the paragon of dimensional power, had eradicated the enemy deity Zama's, and this battle would be chronicled in the Administrator's records for future members to witness, allowing them to grasp the magnitude of the Administrator's might. The Administrator's mission was deemed a level 6 challenge, culminating in a reward of 30 million points. Moments later, the members were teleported back to their respective universes. A system notification resonated in their minds, and within 3 seconds, they vanished from sight as if they had never existed. Thank you for your assistance. Without it, our long-standing efforts would have been in vain, and the entire universe could have faced annihilation, Trunks expressed respectfully, bowing deeply to Gu Qingfeng, who accepted the gratitude without reservation. Indeed, had it not been for Gu Qingfeng's protection of the earth, Zama's indiscriminate assault would have claimed the lives of all survivors, save for Goku and a few others. Recognizing this, Trunks' respect was well-founded, which also underscored Gu Qingfeng's benevolent nature. After all, there was no necessity to concern oneself with the fates of ordinary lives. Do not dwell on it. A true champion must regard the freedoms of the weak as their boundary. Young one, your journey ahead is long. Strive to grow ever stronger. Gu Qingfeng harbored little optimism regarding Trunks' future, taking it upon himself to rescue a universe that was destined for destruction. Yet, the emergence of further adversaries in the future remains shrouded in uncertainty. Ultimately, Trunks must wield his own hands to safeguard the universe in which he resides. From this moment forth, I shall devote myself to arduous training, aspiring to assist my father and others in the future. Vegeta was the first to protest vehemently, defiantly retorting to Trunks, "Do not jest. I, Vegeta, shall not require the assistance of others." With the cosmic crisis resolved, a sense of relief washed over everyone. After a brief respite, Goku's stamina had significantly recuperated. Eager to engage in a rematch with Gu Qingfeng, Vegeta shared a similar sentiment. Their eyes met, silently acknowledging the unspoken bond between close friends. Date pondered the immense power of Gu Qingfeng's Super Saiyan form, glancing at himself in confusion, and inquired, "As a fellow Super Saiyan, why is your form so formidable, surpassing even my father's Ultra Instinct?" Gu Qingfeng pondered for a moment and explained candidly that, Given his inherent strength was already formidable, transforming into a Super Saiyan would amplify his power by 50 times, rendering him significantly stronger than his opponent. You are not the legendary Super Saiyan, are you? You fail to embody the true essence of a Saiyan. Vegeta had initially believed that Qingfeng might be the prophesied one, as a legend had circulated among the Saiyans for ages, claiming that every millennium a legendary Saiyan would emerge. This Saiyan would be born with exceptional combat prowess, designed as the ultimate weapon for destruction. However, as Vegeta delved deeper into understanding Qingfeng, he became convinced that he was not the foretold Super Saiyan, for such a being could not possibly protect others. They were born as an ultimate weapon for slaughter. Indeed, I am not. When the legendary Super Saiyan was mentioned, the first name that sprang to mind was Broly. Qingfeng felt a flicker of interest, as he was the only contender capable of matching his strength in the near term. Even if he could not surpass his Super Blue form, he would certainly not fall short of his Super Saiyan form, allowing for an unrestrained battle. I eagerly anticipate the opportunity to encounter him. The strength of the legendary Super Saiyan truly piques my curiosity. Goku's tone was tinged with regret, acknowledging that in a one-on-one confrontation, he held no chance of victory. Alas, if only I had the Patera earrings, then Vegeta and I could fuse, and we would surely be able to compel you to unleash your full power. Qingfeng merely smiled, neither refuting nor endorsing the statement. In his estimation, Vegeta was not his adversary. When Goku and Vegeta merge in their ordinary states, the resulting Vegeta surpasses the standard Super Saiyan Blue. While it is uncertain whether he could decisively triumph over a fully powered Super Saiyan Blue, it is clear that the ordinary version is no match for him. It is essential to note that this is merely a fusion in their base forms, whereas his own body is a merger of the two under their Super Saiyan form. The Super Saiyan transformation enhances their strength by 50-fold, and the effects of fusion are inherently greater than the sum of their parts. Even he is unaware of the full extent of his own base power. Had it not been for the need to eliminate the god Zamasu swiftly, he would have been capable of defeating him even in his base form. Once all matters were resolved, the group prepared to return to their original timeline, with Qingfeng following the time machine back to the main timeline of the Dragon Ball universe. After lingering briefly at Bulma's home, he graciously declined the invitation to dine with the others, despite his curiosity about the culinary offerings of the world's wealthiest family. However, at that moment, he yearned to return home and rest, as an unsettling premonition gnawed at him, leaving his heart feeling hollow. He had never experienced such a sensation before. The Saiyan body is remarkably resilient and seldom afflicted by illness. Could it be that something has befallen his parents or loved ones back in his homeland? With this thought, Qingfeng furrowed his brow, as his family resided in a small county, where it was implausible for them to offend any significant figures. Their health was generally sound. So why was he plagued by such ominous feelings? Indeed, where there is smoke, there is fire, especially for a formidable individual like him. There exists a profound connection with family that transcends the ordinary. Upon returning to the inn, Qingfeng found himself lying awake in bed. Unable to find solace in sleep as memories from the past flooded his mind. Tossing and turning, he resorted to engaging in the chat group, where he discovered his points had amassed to an impressive 46,540,000. Only 346 million remained to reach the coveted 50 million mark, yet acquiring points would soon prove to be a formidable challenge. Initially, he had aided Yun Yao in earning 500,000 points, and rescuing Sabo had granted him an additional 5 million. His own transformation into a Super Saiyan had yielded 30 million points. In the absence of tasks from the chat group, daily check-ins would only reward him with a mere 10,000 points, necessitating an entire year of diligent attendance. Under normal circumstances, a year is neither excessively long nor particularly short, and the prospect of waiting a year could be deemed acceptable. However, as his unease grew, he found the thought of waiting intolerable. The speed at which he was accumulating points felt akin to riding a rocket. Within less than a week of joining the chat group, he was nearing sufficient points. Yet, Qingfeng considered this pace too sluggish and pondered alternative strategies. It seemed that tasks from the chat group could only be activated when members faced peril. The realm of Conan, a rather simplistic world, was not conducive to gathering sufficient points. Leisurely explorations of the past held little promise. The administrator, Yun Yao, had provided a shield that rendered him without a second opportunity for engagement. On the side of Ace, the original trajectory had been altered. The formidable Whitebeard had not confronted the Navy, and no significant events were anticipated in the near future. As for Kurumi, there was little to say. Shayna had just acquired her armor, and according to the narrative, no major happenings were expected. Thus, he was left contemplating only the worlds of Kamen Rider Decade, Uchiha Madara from the Naruto universe, and Tony Stark within the Marvel cosmos. With this in mind, Qingfeng resolved to inquire about any significant occurrences in the realms of these three individuals. In the chat group, a few members led by Tony Stark were engaging in lively banter. Tony, ever the inquisitive mind, remarked, "Have you all noticed? The difficulty level of that fusion being has been assessed by the chat group as level 6. What kind of universe could that possibly be, where such a formidable adversary is deemed only a level 6 threat?" Fire Fist Ace responded, "The system's maximum difficulty is 10. I would have thought it warranted at least an 8. I truly do not comprehend the world of these great figures." A Shinigami Elementary student chimed in, "If I possessed even 1% of the power of these great beings, no, even a millionth of their strength, I would have long since dealt with the organization in black and restored my original form." In Conan's words, there is an abundance of envy. He is currently the most unfortunate in the group, unable to return home and unable to acknowledge his girlfriend. All of this turmoil is solely due to his adversary, the international criminal organization known as the Black Organization. Even Uchiha Obito's situation is more favorable, as he waits for Madara to resurrect him, providing him with a glimmer of hope. Conversely, Conan finds himself unable to confront the Black Organization directly. He longs for assistance from a powerful ally but cannot voice his needs, for his strength is woefully inadequate to offer the rewards that would entice such an ally. The World Destroyer. Why not seek help from everyone in the group? I believe this would not be a difficult task for any of you. Conan has indeed contemplated this. Yet the group members have not encountered perilous situations, rendering the chat group's missions inactive. He even attempted to negotiate with Ace, hoping that Ace would expend 50 points to assist him in dealing with the Black Organization in his world. Ace, a kind-hearted and amiable person, readily agreed. But before he could take action, the chat group issued a warning. In the absence of a mission, members are not permitted to intervene and alter the normal historical developments of other universes. After hearing Conan's explanation, the others were left helpless, without the ability to intervene proactively. There was little they could do. The World Destroyer. It is a pity that you and I do not share the same worldview. Otherwise, I could utilize my abilities to traverse into your realm and lend you aid. Tony Stark, you could always engage in reckless behavior. As long as you find yourself in danger, you could issue a mission for us to come to your aid. Seeking support. Do you think everyone is like you? Isn't it better to live on rather than courting danger? Yun Yao, for the first time, wondered if there existed a single rational individual in the Marvel Universe. How could such intellect lead one to become a billionaire? The most fearsome elf. If you are intent on challenging the boss, you have witnessed his battle mode. Hurry and confront him. Rest assured that none of us will impede your endeavor. Upon reading Kyuka's words, Sharna felt a surge of frustration. What could she possibly use to fight? Should she strike him with her head? Internally seething with resentment, yet outwardly compelled to maintain composure, she responded, "You jest. How could I possibly be a match for the boss? I apologize for my previous offense. You too, wish to dance?" It seems that Kyuka's previous victory was quite decisive. This arrogant woman is now remarkably subdued. The group soon recognized Sharna's evident fear of Kyuka, as they had all sensed her distress while spectating in the Dragon Ball universe. Sharna's predicament further confirmed this, for Kyuka had secured victory with absolute dominance. The strongest in the dimensions. You, too, wish to dance? World Destroyer, Tony Stark, has there been any significant occurrence in your realm? You too wish to dance? I have yet to be reincarnated through impure world reincarnation. I am uncertain of the current state of the ninja world. Does the boss require assistance? Tony Stark, I have not encountered any issues. I recently crafted a new suit of armor, and no one has troubled me. Nor have I heard of any new superheroes emerging. Destroyer of worlds. I find myself entangled in a rather trivial matter. A hostile knight has emerged, possessing the formidable strength of the top 15 knights from the Heisei era, relentlessly assaulting humanity. This antagonistic organization aspires to dominate the entire universe. Having uttered these words, Kamen Rider felt he had not conveyed his thoughts clearly, and thus proceeded to elucidate further. However, I have yet to locate their stronghold, and in the near term, it seems unlikely that I will be able to engage them in battle. Qingfeng pondered. The 15 knights antagonists must be the 15 of the Kamen Riders, the only ones who dared to pose a question of death and managed to triumph over Tsukasa Kadoya. Unable to locate their stronghold, No matter. I shall venture into your world, and I possess the means to track them down. Activating the teleportation function of the chat group, he set the universe to that of Kamen Rider Decade's journey. Tony, ever the nonchalant one, quipped, is the boss simply bored and bestowing favors upon the group members? Or is he in a foul mood, seeking someone to unleash his fury upon? You also wish to join the dance. Regardless, the monsters of that realm are unfortunate, for encountering the boss is merely a stroke of bad luck for them, seeking to hold onto the coattails of the powerful world destroyer. Do not forget to livestream for us. We are quite intrigued by the villains from your side. Tsukasa Kadoya had also uploaded footage of his battles, showcasing his confrontations with monsters. They had yet to witness the demeanor of evil riders. No problem. I shall first go to welcome the boss, he replied. In the midst of their conversation, Qingfeng had already arrived, observing Kadoya clad in a black suit with a pink camera hanging from his chest. His initial impression was that this fellow had likely traversed all the Kamen Rider universes, successfully upgrading his belt. Unfortunately, his spirits were low, as if a heavy stone rested upon his heart, stifling his breath and leaving him devoid of humor. His vast perception enveloped the earth, capturing every movement within its realm. In an instant, he pinpointed the lair of the villainous organization, Badon. Steady now, let us proceed. Kadoya noticed Qingfeng's unusual demeanor. Typically, he wore a cheerful countenance and was attentive to all. At this moment, however, his face was clouded, and a restless aura emanated from him. Before Kadoya could inquire about the matter, Qingfeng grasped his shoulder, and the two soared into the sky. Within the subterranean headquarters of Badon, a gathering of grotesque beings convened, several high-ranking officials deliberating their plans. With the inclusion of the evil Kamen Rider 15, their chances of success had significantly increased. As for whether they would be discovered by the riders, they harbored no concerns. They were situated hundreds of meters underground, surrounded by walls of steel several centimeters thick, and they had returned to the surface via a spatial device. The riders could not possibly reach such depths. They intended to instigate conflict between the Heisei and Showa riders, inciting them to turn against one another. A resounding crash echoed, as the seemingly indestructible steel crumpled like tofu. Two figures burst through the metal and landed on the ground. Damn it, who are you? Upon hearing this familiar inquiry, Kadoya was ready to retort with his trademark phrase, but upon remembering the presence of the boss, he held his tongue. I will declare war upon them and issue a mission before we are cornered. I shall come to assist you. With a light and ethereal whisper, Qingfeng left a single phrase before his figure vanished in an instant. Not only was Minyashur bewildered, but also the peculiar individuals around him found themselves in a state of confusion. What on earth was happening? With an imposing entrance into the underground, he departed without uttering a single harsh word. I am merely a passing Kamen Rider. Remember me well. Contemplating for a moment, Minyashur speculated that perhaps the esteemed figure was lacking in points, and seizing this opportunity, he could engage in a delightful rampage. Ever since his belt had been upgraded to magenta, he had yet to encounter a worthy adversary to challenge him seriously. Your companions have fled in fear. What can you accomplish alone? Kamen Rider 15, come forth and vanquish this individual. A middle-aged man stepped forward, his physique noticeably gaunt, and weariness etched upon his face. The two transformed simultaneously, Kamen Rider Decade against Kamen Rider 15. Unlike the original narrative, Minyashur had acquired the powers of the 10 Heisei riders. The clash of the card box sword against the Yomi Maru caused 15 to stagger backward repeatedly. After all, Decade had undergone an upgrade, and with enhanced capabilities, he was not at all inferior to 15. In terms of transformation, Minyashur was a cyborg, his strength overwhelmingly surpassing that of the ordinary human who transformed into 15. The leader of the Bardan, in a fit of rage, could scarcely believe that the strongest weapon he had created was no match for this individual. With a sweeping gesture, he commanded everyone to attack together. Let us all join forces and eliminate this fellow. Decade countered with a swift sword strike, repelling the advancing 15. Pulling a card from the card box. If I am to battle you, this card shall serve us well. Kamen Drive, Kamen Rider Kaido. Cast off. Decade transformed into Kaido, adorned in crimson armor, initiating a super acceleration mode as he wreaked havoc among the minions. Kaido's ultra-fast movements caught the villains off guard, swiftly dispatching several monsters in mere moments. However, the sheer number of enemies was overwhelming, and some possessed unique abilities that could hinder his speed. It wasn't long before Decade found himself at a disadvantage. Detected within the chat group, The World Destroyer was in peril, prompting the issuance of a mission. Minyashur breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally stalled long enough to post a task. If he wished to escape, no one could impede him. Yet, with the esteemed figure urging him to post a mission, he could not leave. The World Destroyer announced a mission: defeat the underground Empire Bardan, rewarding 300 points. The task was rated an 8 for difficulty, with a restriction of 3 individuals allowed to accept it. Seeking support. Truly, the esteemed figure is remarkable. Having pinpointed the enemy's lair so swiftly. Fire Fist Ace, let us observe a moment of silence for these unfortunate souls. Do you wish to join the fray? I am more curious about the kind of enemy that could place Minyashur in jeopardy. As one of the few in the group capable of matching his strength, Ban held Minyashur in high regard, though he could not commend his character. The strongest in the dimension accepted the mission. Fire Fist Ace accepted the task. The most fearsome spirit also accepted the assignment. Tony, unwavering in his affections, remarked, as the Destroyer of Worlds completed the bounty quest. The group administrator, the strongest in the dimension, earned 100 points, while Fire Fist Ace and the most fearsome spirit each garnered 100 points as well. The task was accomplished in a mere 0.1 seconds, receiving a divine level evaluation. The strongest in the dimension was awarded 5 million points, whereas Fire Fist Ace and the most fearsome spirit each received 12,000 points. The Grim Reaper Elementary student lamented, those quick to act are fortunate. While others miss out, I have once again lost an opportunity for effortless victory. Tony, what were you about to say? Tony, steadfast in his resolve, replied, I was indeed going to mention that I missed this chance as well. Yet, before I could finish my thought, the task was already completed. Must it be completed so swiftly? Seeking assistance, a voice chimed in. After Ace and Kurumi accepted the mission, they were transported to the subterranean empire of Badon, where the transformed Kamen Rider was valiantly battling. However, upon awakening from their spatial transit, they found themselves gazing upon an enormous underground palace, devoid of any sign of enemies. Concurrently, a group notification announced the completion of the mission and the rewards earned. Qingfeng stood at the center of the arena, devoid of his usual calm demeanor. A tumultuous wave of white energy surged around him, evoking a sense of impending chaos. Upon accepting his mission, he unleashed his formidable power without a moment's hesitation. An overwhelming aura sweeping across the surroundings. Except for a few individuals like Dorero, Shursai, and Kurumi who deliberately evaded him. The myriad of aberrations in the underground empire were obliterated in an instant. Sometimes, surprises arrive with startling abruptness. Just moments ago, those who had relied on their numbers to encircle the Emperor Rider, believing him to be walking to his demise alone, were now facing an unforeseen reckoning. After Qingfeng made his move, he was met with overwhelming resistance, as even the most basic minions could not withstand his formidable presence. Ordinary monsters, as well as high-ranking officials and leaders, fell victim to his oppressive aura. The strength of these high-ranking officials and leaders was unfathomable, each strike possessing the force of several tons, complemented by a myriad of powerful abilities. Yet, in the face of such absolute might, Qingfeng needed not to lift a finger. The disparity in strength was so vast that merely his aura caused their bodies to shatter. Though it was not the first time Minyashur witnessed Qingfeng's prowess, he remained awestruck. His own strength could easily overpower these monsters, but their sheer numbers rendered him powerless. The seemingly invulnerable creatures appeared as fragile as paper before Qingfeng. Kurumi's eyes sparkled with an unusual light. The more she learned about this man, the more difficult it became to fathom the depths of his strength. Cold and aloof, yet not devoid of kindness. She felt an unfamiliar flutter in her heart. Was this what love felt like? As a woman unafraid of love and hate, she believed in expressing her feelings openly. Hey, would you like to join me? Before she could finish her sentence, Qingfeng forced a brief smile, glanced at her, and vanished in an instant, leaving her words hanging in the air. Ace, observing from the sidelines, noted that everyone in the group had long recognized Qingfeng's indulgence towards Kurumi. It was a fated connection, yet the sudden turn of events was unexpected. Ace's face flushed crimson, but his carefree nature got the better of him, and he couldn't help but chuckle. However, upon seeing Kurumi's murderous gaze, he quickly covered his mouth, signaling that it was unintentional. He had no desire to provoke her. After all, Sharna was a cautionary tale. Whether he could defeat her was irrelevant. He simply did not wish to engage with a woman. Min Sure had reverted to his normal form and approached the two, sensing that his superior seemed troubled. Is something bothering you? Do you know anything? A shook his head, recalling how everything had been fine just an hour ago before Qingfeng suddenly became irritable. What concerns could a man of his caliber possibly have? In his eyes, the myriad beings of the universe were mere specks of dust, and who could possibly vex him? As a woman, Kurumi was naturally more perceptive and sensitive. She speculated that perhaps something had happened to Qingfeng's family. It seems there might be an issue with his family. I can see the worry in his eyes. Indeed, as Kurumi had surmised, an unsettling anxiety grew within Qingfeng as time progressed. Upon completing his task and acquiring points, he promptly accessed the Group's marketplace, spending 50 million points to exchange for the coordinates of Earth. For the sake of precaution, he returned to the Dragon Ball universe to gather some belongings before hastily shattering the dimensional barrier to soar towards Earth. However, the distance between the Earth dimension and the Dragon Ball cosmos was exceedingly vast. Even at full speed, it took him over 10 minutes to arrive on Earth. Just as he returned to his homeland, a suffocating pressure enveloped the peaks of Kunlun Mountain and a remote island in America, where individuals sensed an impending presence of an unparalleled powerhouse. Such formidable entities could intuit that an extraordinary being had emerged, radiating a unique aura of invincibility. Those lacking sufficient strength merely experienced difficulty in breathing, their bodies compelled by an impulse to kneel. Utilizing soul perception, he located his home and instantaneously teleported back. His bedroom was immaculate, evidently maintained by frequent visits from someone, and everything remained unchanged from his memories. Yet, these details were not his primary concern. Upon stepping out of his room, his gaze fell upon his father, whose legs lay limp on the sofa, exhaustion etched into his features. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, he could not suppress the surge of fury that ignited within him. Gu Tian gazed at the man emerging from his son's bedroom, his face etched with confusion, uncertain of the stranger's identity. May I inquire who you are? Dad, it's me, Xiaofeng. How could this happen? Gu Qingfeng stifled the profound sorrow within his heart. His form resembled that of Vegeta, rendering it entirely understandable that his father could not recognize him. He vaguely recalled his father as a spirited middle-aged man, his eyes always shimmering with confidence. How could his father have transformed so drastically in just a year? Having fallen to such a plight, there was no need for further humiliation. He simply wished to be left in peace. However, Gu Tian was resolute in his disbelief. He had long been aware of the tragic demise of his son in a car accident. Yet, he had kept his wife in the dark, bearing the agony of losing a child himself, unwilling to subject her to further suffering. Lacking any better means to convince his father, he extended his hand, allowing a beam of light to merge into his father's mind. Soul memory technique. This technique enabled him to impart all his experiences, allowing his father to witness them from the vantage point of an observer. From the moment of the accident that led to his transcendence, to the subsequent merging with Vegeta's body, he deliberately omitted the scenes of his battles. Otherwise, his father might have thought he was witnessing a ghost. It was perhaps best for him to remain unaware of these matters for the time being. Gu Tian's expression suddenly became vivid, alternating between bitter smiles and heartfelt sobs. After a long moment, he gazed at Gu Qingfeng before speaking. It is good that you have returned. Regardless of the circumstances, the fact that you are alive brings solace. Your mother will undoubtedly be overjoyed to learn this. He had tirelessly endeavored to conceal the truth of Gu Qingfeng's demise, yet in this world, no secret remains hidden forever. Gumu had long harbored suspicions, but he had managed to obscure the truth time and again. Gu Qingfeng retrieved a green bean from his bosom and held it to his father's lips. Consume it, and your body shall be restored to health. Gu Tian gazed at the unremarkable bean, a bitter smile gracing his lips. My legs have suffered a shattering fracture. Even the most skilled doctors in the world would find it impossible to mend them, let alone this humble being. The notion of time travel is indeed hard to fathom. Yet he is acutely aware of the severity of his injuries. There is no possibility of him ever standing again. Nevertheless, as a token of his son's affection, Gu Tian accepted the bean, chewed it twice, and swallowed it. Without any explanation, Gu Qingfeng noted that even a person on the brink of death could experience a miraculous revival by consuming a celestial being. Furthermore, these magical beans not only healed wounds but could also regenerate severed limbs, restoring one's vitality to its peak, making the healing of broken bones a trivial matter. Gu Tian, who initially had no hopes for the celestial beings, felt no change in his body after consumption. Fortunately, He had not anticipated a cure, so disappointment did not weigh heavily on him. "Father, try to stand and take a few steps," Gu Qingfeng urged, noticing his father's lack of response. Gu Tian chuckled softly, patting his legs. How could he possibly stand when they were broken? Yet, something was amiss. He felt a sensation return to his legs, a sign that they had regained their awareness. As he attempted to move them, the effort proved surprisingly effortless. Gu Tian was astounded. How could this be possible? His bones had been shattered, and even with surgery or medicinal intervention, immense pain was typically endured. Yet, having consumed merely a single bean, he felt no discomfort as he recovered. What kind of world had his son traversed to? What is happening with your legs? And where is your mother? Why isn't she here to care for you? Gu Tian sighed deeply and recounted the events that transpired during Gu Qingfeng's absence. Not long after your demise, Wang Fei became involved with Li Jun, the heir of a prominent family. Upon learning this, your mother sought them out to confront Wang Fei, only to be met with humiliation. When I received news of this incident and witnessed your mother being wronged, I felt compelled to intervene. In a fit of rage, Li Jun ordered my legs to be broken. He also wielded his family's influence to have my modest supermarket shut down and barred me from employment with any company. Initially, Gu Tian found this hard to believe, for Gu Qingfeng and Wang Fei had shared 3 years of devoted affection, with no signs of disdain for one another's backgrounds. Upon comprehending the intricacies of the situation, Gu Qingfeng stood frozen in place, utterly taken aback by Wang Fei's betrayal. He had never anticipated such treachery from her. Wang Fei was someone he had met during his university days in the capital, and he had fallen for her at first sight. Their relationship blossomed rapidly. After graduation, Wang Fei chose to return to their hometown with him, foregoing the opportunity to strive in the bustling metropolis. Wang Fei hailed from a prosperous family. Her father was the current patriarch of the Wang clan in the capital, and her mother was a university professor. Initially, her parents disapproved of their union. But after Wang Fei's persistent insistence, they eventually acquiesced. It would indeed align with his mother's character to seek justice for her son, especially under the tragic circumstances of his demise. How could she possibly endure the thought of her future daughter-in-law running off with another? Gu Qingfeng was engulfed in fury, and upon returning home, his previously restrained aura erupted once more, casting a shadow over the entire sky. As for my mother, where could she possibly be? In our household, my father had always been the one to engage with the outside world, while my mother managed the domestic sphere. Having returned for quite some time without catching a glimpse of her, Gu Qingfeng grew increasingly anxious. When his wife was mentioned, Gu Tian's eyes reddened as he lowered his head and stammered, "Your mother has gone out shopping with friends and will return only in the evening. There is no need for you to worry." Gu Qingfeng squinted slightly, sensing his mother's whereabouts, as her figure vanished inexplicably from their home. Gu Tian gazed in bewilderment at the spot where Gu Qingfeng once stood. Could it be that he was merely dreaming again? Yet, upon observing his own legs, he was convinced that what had transpired was no illusion. His son was indeed alive. Not only that, but he had also acquired unimaginable abilities. Not far from Gu Tian's residence, within a public women's restroom, a harsh-looking middle-aged woman, Li Shu, berated a woman crouched on the ground. "You old wretch, clean this place thoroughly. If I find any more shoe prints, you will kneel and scrub the soles of my shoes clean." The woman, dressed in tattered clothes and appearing utterly fatigued, could not conceal her innate beauty and grace. She meekly acquiesced, her hands continuing their labor, unwilling to cease even in the face of her former classmate's scorn. Li Shu wore a smug smile, for the woman was named Shengwan Yun, once her classmate. Renowned for her kindness and beauty, a true schoolbelle, she stood out in their class, provoking envy and resentment among many, including Li Shu herself. Regrettably, Shengwan Yun later married a man of modest means, and her son fell afoul of the wrong individuals, resulting in her legs being broken and her job lost. She had squandered a promising hand of cards, descending into this pitiful state. She once believed she could never catch up to Li Shu, but now the tables had turned, and Shengwan Yun found herself subjugated by her rival. Faced with humiliation, not only did she refrain from retorting, but she also felt compelled to submit. In truth, there was no deep-seated animosity between them. Li Shu's desire to demean her stemmed not only from the generous compensation offered by the young master of the Li family, but also from her own envy. Even without any reward, she would have acted thus, for a woman's jealousy can be a terrifying force. She yearned to witness the once celebrated beauty of their school being trampled beneath her feet. Shengwan Yun feigned compliance, for she recognized that this was her only path forward. Her husband, Gu Tian, had suffered a leg injury and required expensive painkillers daily, although he never voiced his discomfort. The beads of sweat on his brow and his bloodshot eyes betrayed his suffering. Shang Guanyun loved this man deeply and was willing to forsake everything for him. In the entirety of Hebei County, no company would employ her, leaving her with no choice but to accept the position of a restroom cleaner. This was clearly a deliberate act of retribution from Li Jun, as their household savings had been stolen, forcing her to bear the burden of supporting the family. The rag in Shang Guanyun's hand had long since become unrecognizable, for the public restroom was frequented by countless individuals daily. It was impossible to keep it truly clean. Li Shu sought merely an excuse to torment her. Thinking of her husband, who lay incapacitated, Shang Guanyun could only bow her head and endure Li Shu's insults. "Can't you see someone is walking by? Hurry up and wipe away the shoe prints you've just made. I truly wonder what use you are, and if I return to find this place still filthy, I shall end you." Li Shuji, with an air of haughtiness, was about to exit the ladies' restroom. Each time she tormented Shang Guanyun, it brought her a unique thrill. Shang Guanyun, upon hearing Li Shu's words, displayed no sign of emotion, as if the remarks were not directed at her. During her time under Li Shu's tyranny, she had endured more than one beating. Yet, Shang Guanyun never resisted, for she understood that defiance would cost her this job, subjecting Gu Tian to daily torment. What did it matter if she suffered a little? Ultimately, all of this trouble stemmed from her momentary impulse, which had also led to Gu Tian's unfortunate fate. Nevertheless, Shang Guanyun felt no regret given the chance. She would choose the same path again. As a mother, how could she stand idly by while her future daughter-in-law was taken away by another? Seeing Shang Guanyun remain motionless, Li Shu halted her departure and delivered a sharp slap, instantly reddening Shang Guanyun's cheek. Li Shu let out a cold snort. While humiliating Shang Guanyun was pleasurable, her perpetual submission diminished Li Shu's interest. However, the slap was not in vain. After today, Shang Guanyun would be erased from this world, and there would be no future opportunities. "You deserve to die, and your family must perish too." The voice of a demon echoed, and Gu Qingfeng, arriving just a moment too late, felt as if he might explode upon witnessing his mother's vacant, unfocused gaze. Turning to face Gu Qingfeng, who was engulfed in a murderous intent, Li Shu was unfazed and threateningly retorted, "Who are you? Do you not realize this is the ladies' restroom? Do you dare to challenge me? I can easily call the police and have you arrested." Gu Qingfeng gently assisted his mother from the ground, his voice transforming into an exceptionally soft tone, as if fearing to startle her. "Mother, how are you?" Shang Guanyun gazed at this unfamiliar tall man, her mind struggling to comprehend the situation. "Who are you?" She realized she did not recognize such a figure. Vegeta's physique was unmistakable, with well-defined muscles and a body that epitomized the perfect golden ratio. His face bore an expression of haughty confidence, a man one would not easily forget after a single encounter. Gu Qingfeng could only resort to the familiar technique of soul memory, compelling his mother to recognize her own identity. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly refuse to accept him as her son. "If you wish for me not to report this incident, you may choose to accompany me from now on, and I shall overlook your transgression of intruding into the ladies' restroom today." Gu Qingfeng remained silent, and Li Shu mistakenly believed he was intimidated. She expressed her own demands, and upon her first glimpse of him, she was utterly captivated by his aura. In her 40s, she was in a prime and fervent stage of life, while her husband was a mere shadow of a man. Such an opportunity, presented to her on a silver platter, was one she had no intention of letting slip away. Gu Qingfeng truly cannot fathom what is going on in this woman's mind. Is it possible that she remains oblivious to the discrepancies around her? She is indeed a fool, daring to entertain such trivial matters even at this juncture. "Xiaofeng, you have finally returned. I was so worried about you." The frail heartstrings of Shang Guanyun, who has endured everything alone, are plucked, and she can no longer suppress the anguish within her. Gu Tian lay paralyzed in bed, targeted once again by Li Jun. She had long suspected that Gu Qingfeng might have met with an unfortunate incident, yet she clung to the last flicker of hope, too fearful to inquire about Gu Tian. The dread of confronting her most dreaded reality kept her silent. However, with the return of her beloved son, all the hardships she endured seemed worthwhile. Although he no longer resembled the familiar figure she once knew, the essence of his soul was unmistakably that of her child. "I have returned. I shall ensure they all face the consequences." Li Shu sensed an unsettling anomaly. Logically, Gu Qingfeng had been inside for quite some time. and the woman who had just entered the restroom should have called for help by now. Yet, the silence was pervasive, and she felt an instinctive unease. She turned towards the restroom door, but after just a few steps, she collided with an invisible barrier. Though nothing was visible, she found herself trapped within this confined space. "Speak. How do you wish to meet your end?" Gu Qingfeng's tone was remarkably calm. In his eyes, Li Shu was already a deceased person. Li Shu, however, remained unconvinced. For she belonged to Li Jun. Even if this man possessed some skills, he would undoubtedly hesitate to take her life. "The matters between her and me seem to bear no relevance to you. I advise you to refrain from meddling in affairs that do not concern you." Gu Qingfeng chuckled, his laughter growing increasingly boisterous, while the murderous intent in his eyes intensified. Li Shu felt a genuine sense of dread. It was as if she were being targeted by a ferocious beast. Her body trembled involuntarily, and her legs buckled, bringing her to her knees before Gu Qingfeng. This man was truly intent on taking her life. She could not fathom how she had offended him, yet she was not ready to meet her demise. "I am a servant of young Master Li Jun. If you kill me, the young master will not let you go. Spare my life, and I shall offer you all my savings." Gu Qingfeng temporarily altered his decision, deeming that killing her would be too lenient. 3 bursts of energy surged into Li Shu's legs and right arm, shattering her limbs. "Call someone to pick you up. This matter will not simply end here. Let Li Jun show whatever abilities he possesses." The reason he spared her right hand was to enable her to call home for assistance. Her mother was in a state of agitation, and it was imperative to take her home to rest first. Li Shu only felt her left hand and legs lose sensation. Gu Qingfeng's speed was astonishing, so swift that she did not even register the pain initially. It was only after several seconds that she let out a heart-wrenching scream. Gu Qingfeng did not glance back, instead embracing his mother and utilizing teleportation to return home, leaving Li Shu alone in the restroom, wailing in agony. The immense pain rendered her incapable of controlling her body. She could not even dial for help, although her exterior bore no signs of injury. Gu Qingfeng had directly shattered her bones from within, and the excruciating pain made her wish for death. Fortunately, her cries drew the attention of a girl who had come to use the restroom. Upon witnessing her deranged state, the girl called for emergency assistance. Otherwise, Li Shu would have succumbed to her agony in that restroom. As for Shang Wanyun, she found herself cradled in Gu Qingfeng's arms, and in the blink of an eye, they had arrived home. Bewilderment washed over her. Was she dreaming? How could they have suddenly returned home? Even more astonishing was the sight of Gu Tian performing squats on the floor. Yet, her own man had lost both legs, rendering him unable to walk, let alone perform such exercises. It was only when Gu Qingfeng placed her on the sofa that Shang Wanyun regained her senses. After a long-awaited reunion, the family of 3 conversed extensively. Gu Qingfeng disclosed everything he could to his family, though he only revealed a fraction of his true strength. He informed his parents that he was now the strongest human, with mere mortals unable to approach him, not even in groups of 30 or 50. He also provided an accurate explanation of his teleportation ability, detailing how it allowed him to move instantaneously from one location to another. Gu Tian and Shang Wanyun felt immense relief, for their son not only survived but also emerged stronger from adversity. Witnessing her husband's recovery, Shang Wanyun's eyes sparkled with renewed hope, and the heavy burden in her heart was finally lifted. From his parents, Gu Qingfeng learned of Wang Fei's betrayal. During a routine outing to purchase groceries, she encountered Li Jun, who was captivated by her beauty. The very next day, he began to court her. And under the relentless pursuit of his wealth, Wang Fei swiftly capitulated. The two naturally became a couple, showing no regard for Gu Qingfeng's parents, with whom they had shared several years of companionship, as they embraced a new life in Li Jun's arms. As Gu Qingfeng listened to his parents recount the entire tale, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Wang Fei had been the belle of his school, pursued by many suitors. If her intentions were solely monetary, she could have easily secured a wealthy partner long ago. Moreover, her family was not financially deficient. While they may not rival the ultra-rich, they were certainly comfortable. So why? For the sake of being with him, did she choose to sever ties with her own parents and return to his hometown? This conundrum left Gu Qingfeng bewildered. He realized he had misjudged her. He once believed she would make a commendable daughter-in-law, only to discover her true nature. The mother harbors considerable disappointment towards Wang Fei. If her son had passed away, she could perhaps understand Wang Fei's actions. After all, one cannot be expected to live as a widow at such a young age. However, The fact remains that her son had only been involved in a car accident the day after his encounter with Li Jun, which renders the situation entirely different. To put it bluntly, this is akin to the humiliation of infidelity. Qingfeng contemplated yet another possibility. Could it be mere coincidence that Li Jun had an accident right after pursuing Wang Fei? Nevertheless, a flicker of hope lingered within him. It is said that prolonged companionship between humans and animals fosters a bond, and how much more profound is the connection with one's first love, who had stood by him from university to the very beginning of his career. He found himself at a loss for words to describe the depth of his affection for her. Yet, in the fleeting second before his demise, the faces that filled his mind were those of his parents and her. After years of shared experiences, he had always believed that Wang Fei was the person who loved him most in this world, aside from his parents. Alas, it seemed it was but a fleeting dream. Li Jun must pay for his transgressions. He would not let the tormentor of his family escape unscathed, and Wang Fei too would owe him an explanation. As time slipped away, the evening descended upon him. After ordering takeout, the family gathered to satisfy their hunger. Once he had settled his parents into bed for the night, Qingfeng retreated to his own room. The night passed in silence, and by dawn the following day, he awoke early to find his father seated in the living room, as if he had anticipated his intentions all along. The voice of the old father was not loud, perhaps out of concern for his wife, who was peacefully asleep. Yet his tone was resolute. "If you wish to go, then go. I shall not stop you." To have one's woman taken away without even uttering a word is hardly the mark of a man. The men of the old Gu family are not so spineless. Ancient Qingfeng smiled faintly, exuding an air of calm composure. In the face of absolute power, everything else seemed inconsequential. Suddenly, his father, Gu, shifted his tone, abandoning his earlier sternness. "That may be so," he remarked, "but I have heard that the Li family is a prominent clan in the imperial capital. You claim to be the strongest in the world. Could you perhaps enlighten your father on the extent of your strength?" Indeed, the instantaneous teleportation demonstrated yesterday shattered the conventional worldview of the ordinary Gutian. However, apart from that, ancient Qingfeng had yet to reveal any other abilities, leaving his father somewhat uneasy. Qingfeng cast a glance around the room and casually picked up the worn kitchen knife from his home. Ever since he had been targeted by Li Jun's men, there had been no other source of income aside from his mother's household. Most of the items that could be sold had already been disposed of, and this knife was merely an old model retrieved from the storage room. Without a moment's hesitation, he aimed it at his own body and struck. The sound startled Gutian, who initially thought that his son's inability to cope with Wang Fei's betrayal had driven him to contemplate such a drastic end. However, with a resounding clang, the knife shattered as if it had struck a diamond, splitting cleanly in two. Contrary to Gutian's expectations that Qingfeng would be left bleeding profusely, not even a drop of blood was shed, nor was a single hair harmed. His clothing remained unscathed. Invulnerable, alas, without a gun. For your son is the strongest in the world. In any case, you might as well seek out Dragon Ball. Perhaps after watching that anime, you will comprehend the extent of my strength. In the past, Gutian would have been terrified, but after discovering that his son had traversed worlds just yesterday, the notion of an invulnerable body was no longer so difficult to accept. Gutian was momentarily taken aback. Then he extended his thumb towards Qingfeng. "You rascal! You dare to jest with your old man? At my age, how could I indulge in watching anime?" He continued, "Nevertheless, you must exercise caution. The Li family's influence is formidable. While a direct confrontation may be evaded, the subtleties of treachery are much harder to guard against. Proceed with utmost care, for I am unable to offer you any further assistance." Qingfeng smiled faintly. A merely family could be effortlessly obliterated. Were it not for his desire to ascertain the truth of the matter, he could have easily dispatched a blast from several hundred miles away to reduce the Li family to rubble. "Rest assured, I have placed the money at the entrance of my bedroom. Your son is now quite affluent. I shall return for lunch at noon." The funds were a red envelope sent by Tony from the chat group. With the household in such disarray, the $100 million would serve perfectly. He extracted $10 million and left it at the threshold of his bedroom. Gutian, understanding his son's character, stood up and opened his bedroom door, revealing a small table piled high with money nestled in the corner. The sheer amount of wealth before him was unprecedented in Gutian's life, leaving him momentarily speechless. When he turned back, he realized that Qingfeng had already departed. It seemed that this young man had encountered remarkable opportunities during his year-long absence, returning transformed and utterly different from before. Gu Qingfeng did not employ instantaneous movement, but rather ambled along like an ordinary person. His parents were aware of the residence of Li Jun and Wang Fei. In their county, there existed but one villa district, established specifically for the wealthy and influential who visited the area, renowned for its numerous attractions. Li Jun's family possessed total assets amounting to approximately 5 billion, a figure that allowed them to be counted among the more prominent households in the capital. Renting a villa was, therefore, an effortless endeavor. Gu Qingfeng jogged at a brisk pace, reaching the villa located in the outskirts, over 10 miles from the city, in merely 15 minutes. As he gazed upon the opulent villa district before him, not a single ripple stirred within his heart. After all, he had visited the Bulma residence himself. No matter how exquisite the decoration, it could not surpass the grandeur of the Bulma estate, which even boasted a gravity training room. What could possibly rival the vastness of the Bulma household? Within their courtyard, one must drive to traverse it. In comparison, this villa district appeared rather meager. Gu Qingfeng stood at the entrance, lost in thought. The security guard at the villa community regarded him with a hint of disdain. Having grown accustomed to the comings and goings of the affluent, often feeling a sense of superiority over them. Where are you from? May I ask who you are looking for? If it had been anyone else, he would have already hurled insults, as this individual's attire suggested a lack of wealth. However, Gu Qingfeng's countenance held an imposing presence. Clad in an unremarkable tracksuit unearthed from his home, he exuded an aura that was strikingly different. His chiseled features conveyed an unyielding authority, which explained the guard's relatively polite demeanor. I am here to see Li Jun. Just inform him that an old friend, Gu Qingfeng, has come to visit. He will understand. Certainly, please hold on. Upon hearing the name Li Jun, the guard felt a surge of relief. Thankful he had not offended this individual, recognizing that he was in the presence of someone connected to such a prominent figure. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He recalled the scandal involving young Master Li and the fiancée of a certain young man, a matter that had circulated widely within the community. He had heard the name Gu Qingfeng mentioned in connection with this incident. Could this young man be seeking confrontation? You are a friend of Gu Qingfeng? What is your purpose here? Are you intending to stand up for your friend? Gu Qingfeng nodded slightly, affirming his intent to confront Li Jun. The security guard stood frozen in disbelief. Was this man insane? To speak so boldly in public without a hint of discretion? Li, the young master, was not someone to be trifled with. Yet, if you insist on courting death, then I shall oblige. Brothers, trouble is brewing. Come forth quickly. A thrill coursed through his veins, for perhaps this audacious individual could pave the way for him to align with young Master Li, illuminating his own future. Suddenly, the clamor of footsteps echoed as 5 or 6 burly men wielding batons emerged from the rear of the security office, encircling Gu Qingfeng. They were wary of others being too merciless. The security measures here were the finest in the county, yet equally unrestrained. Given their line of work, they might even kill someone in the heat of the moment, but the villa's owner would cover for them. After all, how could he hope to connect with young Master Li if he were to kill someone? They mustn't let him die. He needed to be handed over to Li. Still breathing. Alas! With a sigh, Gu Qingfeng's figure momentarily blurred, and in an instant, 6 or 7 security guards fell to the ground as if struck by an unseen force. The young guard who had summoned them was left trembling in fear, convinced he had encountered a ghost in broad daylight. His legs quaked uncontrollably. Which building does Li Jun reside in? At that moment, he could no longer afford to hide the truth, let alone attempt to curry favor with Li Jun. Nothing was more important than preserving his own life. He lives in Villa number 4. You have made the right choice. Gu Qingfeng strode away without a backward glance. While the events unfolding outside the security room were clearly visible to the owner of Villa number 1. Coincidentally, he was at home celebrating his birthday with his wife. Having chosen not to go to the office today, the scene that had just transpired left him utterly astonished. The young man, with his strikingly handsome face and a mischievous grin, appeared to be quite the formidable character. Li Jun was certainly in trouble. Beside him, his wife was perplexed, unable to comprehend why her husband smiled so merrily while someone had assaulted the security guard in their residential area. Dear, what are you laughing about? Do you know that fellow? I do not know him. Come, my love, let us witness the drama unfold. A girlfriend snatched away, parents humiliated. This lad is undoubtedly a returning warrior embarking on an intriguing journey. He took his wife's hand, and together they proceeded toward Li Jun's villa. At that moment, Li Jun remained blissfully unaware of the impending doom, engrossed in affectionate banter with Wang Fei. Darling, Please surrender to me. I truly love you, and I will marry you. Wang Fei furrowed her brow, harboring a deep-seated aversion to this man. She believed that the more difficult something was to obtain, the more it would be cherished, and she had no intention of relinquishing her body so soon. Yet she maintained a facade of nonchalance, smiling delicately as she replied, "Oh, why the haste? I shall eventually be yours. Do you fear that I might flee?" Li Jun dared not press too hard. Although Wang Fei had quarreled with her family, the Wang family's influence in the capital was not to be underestimated, rivaling that of the Li family. "Is it not true that my love for you is profound? I long to be with you sooner rather than later." At that moment, a voice from downstairs interrupted. "Miss Wang Fei, someone is looking for you. He claims to be an old acquaintance." Wang Fei's mind raced as she tried to recall any old friends who might come to visit. After her fallout with her family, few knew of her whereabouts. Her parents would not seek her out. Who could it possibly be? My old acquaintance. Did he mention his name? The bodyguard had inquired about the visitor's identity, but the man merely smiled, asserting that upon seeing Wang Fei, she would naturally know who he was. "No, but this man is formidable, extremely formidable." Li Jun gently caressed Wang Fei's right arm, his fingers gliding over her smooth skin. "Based on your intuition, how much of your strength do you think he could compel you to unleash?" As Qingfeng remained reticent about his identity, the bodyguard began to harbor suspicions and contemplated testing the waters. However, he was struck with terror as he met Qingfeng's languid gaze. He found himself lacking the courage to confront him. It was worth noting that he had emerged from a sea of corpses and blood to attain his current prowess. Yet he was unnerved by a mere glance. Though reluctant to admit it, he acknowledged that he was indeed no match for Qingfeng. Li Jun halted his movements, well aware of the prowess of his bodyguard, who happened to be his father's personal attendant. Were it not for his father's indulgence and the news of his connection with the eldest daughter of the Wang family, he would never have been assigned to protect him. How could it be? Even in the imperial capital, you would rank among the elite. How could such a master exist in this small county? Li Jun adjusted his collar and took the delicate hand of Wang Fei, and together they descended the staircase. Impossible. As they reached the bottom of the stairs, Wang Fei gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief at the sight of the man seated in the hall. Li Jun cast a puzzled glance her way. Unable to fathom the reason for her intense reaction, the man, though handsome, left no significant impression on him. His family was merely a third-rate clan in the imperial capital, yet they were reasonably well informed about the prominent families and their offspring. He was cautious not to provoke someone beyond his station, so Wang Fei's response perplexed him. You, how could you possibly be here?" Wang Fei exclaimed, pointing at the man on the sofa, incredulous that such a scenario could unfold. "Why can't I be here? It seems you still remember me." In Qingfeng's eyes, a flicker of recollection passed as he gazed upon this woman, both familiar and yet alien. The moment he laid eyes on her, he could no longer deceive himself. Wang Fei had truly betrayed him. All the moments they shared were nothing more than a fleeting dream. Why did you choose to betray me? What kind of allure could possibly lead you to seek solace in another's embrace? Wang Fei's complexion shifted to one of sheer terror. Qingfeng's words were unambiguous. The only betrayal that could be discussed was that of her deceased ex-boyfriend, Qingfeng himself. She recognized the visage of Vegeta, a name that arose from her memories of Qingfeng, for it was his favorite anime at that time. In moments of boredom, she would accompany him in watching it. Through this shared experience, she had come to know quite a bit about it, and thus, the appearance of characters from the anime and reality left her utterly astonished. "It cannot be. He is dead. Who, then, has sent you?" Observing Wang Fei's palpable anxiety, Qingfeng chose not to prolong the conversation and shifted the subject. "I am Qingfeng. Whether you believe it or not is of little consequence. Why target my family, Li Jun?" Li Jun's expression remained unchanged, having never indulged in anime. He did not recognize the face and could not comprehend Wang Fei's fear. "I do not know who sent you. Cease your petty tricks. Qingfeng is dead. Beyond any chance of resurrection, his body has been reclaimed by the hospital." The truth aligned with Qingfeng's suspicions. His car accident was no mere coincidence, but rather a result of Li Jun's lustful intentions upon encountering Wang Fei. After some investigation, he discovered that Wang Fei was the eldest daughter of the Wang family, intensifying his desire for her. Upon learning of Qingfeng's existence, he swiftly orchestrated an accident to eliminate him. Was it indeed your machinations? I have been pondering how. Despite standing by the roadside, the truck with malfunctioning brakes seemed to aim directly at me. Qingfeng slowly rose from the sofa. Upon witnessing his movement, Li Jun's bodyguard immediately positioned himself defensively in front of him. There was no need for such alarm. This acquaintance would not act so thoughtlessly as to resort to violence on my territory. He would not be so foolish. Li Jun felt a tinge of dissatisfaction at the bodyguard's overreaction, yet, due to the bodyguard's status, he refrained from reprimanding him. After all, this formidable expert had been hired at great expense by his father, who treated him with considerable respect. Do you have any final words? Speak now, or you may find the opportunity lost forever. Before Gu Qingfeng's words faded, his figure appeared at Li Jun's left side, gripping his neck with one hand and lifting him into the air. Li Jun felt a constriction in his breath. The lofty expression on his face vanished, replaced by sheer terror. He feared that Gu Qingfeng might indeed take his life. Even if his bodyguards were to rush in and eliminate Gu Qingfeng, it would prove futile. He had never anticipated that Gu Qingfeng would dare to act against him. This revelation caused both Wang Fei and the middle-aged bodyguard to change their expressions dramatically, as they were utterly oblivious to how Gu Qingfeng had approached Li Jun release young masterly. Despite the realization that he was no match for Gu Qingfeng, the middle-aged bodyguard's instincts surged, and he prepared to fight desperately to rescue Li Jun get lost. With a thunderous roar, Gu Qingfeng unleashed his fury, causing the middle-aged bodyguard to surge forward only to spew forth a mouthful of blood. Subsequently, he flew backward like a kite severed from its string, landing in a disheveled heap upon the floor, where he coughed up yet another stream of blood, his consciousness fading into a haze of unconsciousness. Li Jun was utterly thrown into disarray. Gu Qingfeng was no mere mortal. Where had such a formidable expert been summoned from? You cannot kill me. If you take my life, I am a member of the Li family. My father will not let you escape unscathed. Gu Qingfeng's lips curled into a wicked smile as he resolved to grant Li Jun a brief reprieve. What you say holds merit. As a person who values reason, I shall indeed afford you another chance. Call upon anyone you wish, summon all those you can, and I shall await their arrival here. Li Jun was convinced that Gu Qingfeng had lost his sanity, having just been subdued, and with his personal bodyguard rendered unconscious. He found himself devoid of any recourse other than to plead for mercy. Yet, outside the door stood dozens of armed bodyguards. A single cry from him would surely herald Gu Qingfeng's demise. However, he dared not act impulsively. A life is but once to be lived. Despite his words, should he provoke Gu Qingfeng, he knew he would undoubtedly meet his end before the bodyguards could intervene. Are you serious? You truly want me to summon others? Gu Qingfeng waved his hand dismissively and settled back onto the sofa. It was now 8 o'clock, and he granted you a span of 3 hours. Whether you called your father or your grandfather mattered little. Li Jun slowly retrieved his mobile phone and dialed the number of the bodyguard stationed outside. Shouting would suffice. Yet, fearing to incite Gu Qingfeng's displeasure, he opted for the more prudent course of action, making the call. No sooner had Li Jun hung up than the door was forcefully flung open, and several burly men wielding firearms stormed into the room. Kill him. Do not allow him to leave here alive. The bodyguards, upon witnessing the bloodied and motionless middle-aged bodyguard, quickly grasped the gravity of the situation, directing their weapons at Gu Qingfeng and pulling the triggers. With a cacophony of gunfire, bullets surged toward Gu Qingfeng, who merely smiled serenely at Li Jun, seemingly oblivious to the lethal projectiles hurtling in his direction. Initially, Li Jun had feared that Gu Qingfeng might employ the same tactics to approach him and take him hostage. However, observing Gu Qingfeng's calm demeanor in the face of the bullets, a weight lifted from his chest. No one could evade bullets at such close range. This man was doomed. To threaten him and then to meet such a swift end would indeed be a disservice. Gu Qingfeng's sudden appearance beside him had genuinely startled him. Were it not for his concern for his own safety, Gu Qingfeng would not so easily succumb to demise. Wang Fei wore a perplexed expression, uncertain if the figure before her was truly Gu Qingfeng. Nevertheless, she was certain this was Wakita, and her curiosity piqued. Could it be that the powers of Wakita from the anime were indeed real? The bullets halted a meter in front of Gu Qingfeng, as if caught by an unseen hand, suspended in midair. Several bodyguards, undeterred by the supernatural spectacle, unleashed a barrage of gunfire, continuing until their weapons were void of ammunition. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. The bullets, upon reaching Gu Qingfeng, came to an abrupt standstill. Li Jun, paralyzed by fear, collapsed to the ground. Was he witnessing a ghost in broad daylight? He had encountered several masters alongside his father, yet even they could only evade bullets. The scene before him shattered his understanding of reality. Go back, Gu Qingfeng commanded. Gu Qingfeng uttered 3 words, and bullets surged forth at an astonishing velocity towards several bodyguards. Dozens of bullets struck their bodies with relentless precision, turning them into a sieve before they even had a chance to react. Observing this, Wang Fei displayed not an ounce of fear, but rather a flicker of regret in her eyes. Perhaps she had made a grave miscalculation. In stark contrast, Li Jun was utterly petrified, as if he had encountered a specter in broad daylight. How could a human possibly achieve such a feat? It seems I have disappointed you. But fret not, you may continue to summon help. 3 hours should suffice for your father to rally reinforcements from the capital. Either refrain from taking action, or if one must strike, do so decisively, eradicating the threat entirely. For if one merely trims the weeds without uprooting them, they shall inevitably spring forth anew. Though I remain unperturbed, the incessant buzzing of flies in my ear does considerably dampen my spirits. Casting a glance at Wang Fei beside him, Li Jun clenched his teeth. She had always looked down upon him, a fact he was acutely aware of. He felt that he was merely a wealthy heir devoid of any real talents. And he found it perplexing that Wang Fei would entertain his affections. Initially, upon learning of her status, he had harbored little hope, merely intending to test the waters. Yet to his surprise, Wang Fei had consented. If he were to seek his father's aid now, it was likely that Wang Fei would regard him with utter disdain. I possess wealth. Regardless of who it is that desires my demise, I shall offer double the remuneration, provided you grant me a chance to escape. Gu Qingfeng grew increasingly impatient. Have I not made myself clear? I am Gu Qingfeng. Hurry and summon someone. Otherwise, when your father arrives, he shall find nothing but a lifeless body. Li Jun had not anticipated that Gu Qingfeng would remain unyielding, showing no inclination to relent, leaving him with no room for negotiation. No matter how remarkable a woman may be, life holds greater significance. Even if Wang Fei's family had greatly aided the Wang family, he would not sacrifice his life to placate her, nor would he endeavor to prove himself a man of integrity through such means. Dad, please come and rescue me. I have been taken hostage, and the expert you summoned has been defeated. Silence enveloped the other end of the line until, after several moments, a cautious voice inquired, "Son, are you confused? How could anyone in Hebei County possibly defeat him? His martial prowess is at the 7th stage. Even ordinary firearms cannot harm him." Li Yang understood his son's character all too well. Arrogant, yet possessing a modicum of intelligence, he would never offend any significant figures. What could have transpired? It was unfathomable that an elite martial artist, summoned with a hefty sum, could be vanquished in a small county. Seeing his father's skepticism, Li Jun recounted the events that had unfolded. Upon hearing the details, Li Yang found it even harder to believe. He had encountered individuals capable of catching bullets barehanded, such as that middle-aged bodyguard, some even able to withstand them with sheer physicality. Yet, the notion of halting a bullet with merely a glance and reversing its trajectory led Li Yang to question his son's sanity. After a lengthy explanation, Li Yang remained skeptical. In a last-ditch effort, Li Jun took photographs and sent them to his father. Upon viewing the bodyguards sprawled around in disarray, Li Yang's disbelief was shattered. Due to the angle of the photograph, Gu Qingfeng, seated on the sofa, was also captured in the frame. Gu Qingfeng discerned Li Jun's hidden intentions but chose not to intervene, bestowing upon him a charmingly sinister smile. Li Yang's mind erupted in a cacophony of realization. His son had indeed been taken hostage, and the adversary brazenly demanded his assistance in the rescue. Li Yang instructed Li Jun to pass the phone to Gu Qingfeng, for he wished to engage in a direct conversation with him. Gu Qingfeng answered the phone with a frigid expression, and Li Yang's voice echoed in his ears. "I do not know who you are, nor do I know who sent you. Release my son, eliminate those behind you, and I will grant you 200 million. Li Yang was desperate. Even for the Li family, that sum represented a substantial amount, considering they barely managed to maintain their status as a third-rate family in the capital. Producing such a figure was the utmost effort he could muster. "I do not desire money. I only wish for his demise. You have 2.5 hours. If you do not arrive by then, prepare to collect your son's remains." With that, he abruptly ended the call, dismissing the Li family entirely. In a frenzy, Li Yang summoned all his subordinates. Some within the Li family voiced dissent, believing the situation was far more intricate and advising Li Yang against hasty actions. Who in Hebei would dare to challenge the Li family? This time, we shall make an example of him. Driven to a corner, Li Yang suppressed the opposing voices. Upon confirming that even his 7-segment martial artist bodyguards had been defeated, He realized his son had entangled himself with formidable adversaries. Yet, he could not abandon his flesh and blood. He had no alternative but to muster the courage to save him. He managed to secure a few helicopter routes. Given the Li family's stature, they owned several helicopters, but without exclusive routes, they could not depart the capital at will. Despite being extorted heavily, nothing was more precious than his son's life. Li Yong had only one son, Li Jun, which explained his indulgent demeanor toward him. Traveling from the capital would take at least an hour, a span that felt neither excessively long nor unduly short. Upon hearing that his father was on the way, Li Jun felt a slight sense of reassurance. It was you who commanded the attack on my parents, wasn't it? Qingfeng lit a cigarette, exhaling clouds of smoke. At this point, there was nothing left to conceal, so Li Jun decided to be forthright. Yes, it was I. Qingfeng's mother discovered this place and, disliking her presence, sent someone to deal with her. As for his father's leg, it was also my command that led to its breaking. Indeed, one must acknowledge their errors. To face punishment is to stand tall. Qingfeng swiftly appeared before Li Jun, grasping his right arm and executing a 360-degree spin, causing his limb to contort and deform. Ah, it hurts. Ah. Li Jun's pain threshold was relatively high, yet having been coddled throughout his life, he had never endured such an injury. His entire arm felt as though it had been severed. Tears streamed down his cheeks uncontrollably as he clutched his right arm, wailing upon the ground. While Wang Fei's gaze was as still as stagnant water, it seemed as though the one being tormented was not her boyfriend, but merely an inconsequential figure. Qingfeng cast a fleeting glance at her, letting out a melancholic sigh, and with a mere gesture, suspended Li Jun in midair, rendering him immobile. I am not devoid of compassion, he said. Where are those who assaulted my father? Bring them forth, and I might consider letting this matter slide. Pausing momentarily, he gestured towards the several bodyguards at the entrance, asserting that they were indeed the culprits. If they confess everything, I can assist you this once. The excruciating pain caused Li Jun to break into a cold sweat, gritting his teeth as he managed to raise his still functional left hand, pointing towards the group of bodyguards on the ground. It was them. They all took action. I merely intended for them to teach that old man a lesson, never anticipating they would resort to such brutality. In the face of impending doom, Li Jun could no longer afford to be overly concerned. He was akin to a clay figurine crossing a river, struggling for his own survival, and certainly unable to protect these bodyguards. Without glancing back, Qingfeng unleashed a flurry of energy orbs, which detonated upon contact with the bodyguards, resembling bombs in their explosive might. The bodyguards were obliterated, leaving behind only scorched earth where they once stood. Li Jun was taken aback. This was an unthinkable cruelty. Where did this formidable figure emerge from? Those were lives taken, not mere animals, executed without a hint of hesitation. Had he known that crossing paths with such a being would lead to this, he would have thought twice, regardless of whether Wang Fei's family was merely a second-tier clan in the capital or the foremost lineage. He would have refrained from pursuing her. Alas, in this world, everything can be bought, yet the one thing that remains unsellable is the antidote to regret. The die has been cast, and no amount of remorse can alter the course. Might I be spared now? I was merely momentarily bewitched. I implore your forgiveness this once. Forgive you? That is the realm of the Buddha. My duty is solely to escort you to meet him. Yet you spoke of considering my plea for mercy, even promising assistance. Qingfeng waved his hand, unleashing an invisible force that caused Li Jun's right arm to rotate counterclockwise a full 360 degrees. I have made my decision. I shall not let you go. However, I am a man of my word, and I will ensure your bones are set correctly. Had it been anyone else who attempted such a feat, their entire arm would have been torn asunder. Yet, Qingfeng was concerned that Li Jun might faint or bleed excessively and perish as a result. Thus, he employed a subtle form of energy, ensuring that Li Jun's skin remained unscathed, with only the internal bones being subjected to this manipulation. Qingfeng, you have finally returned. My association with him is born of necessity. From the moment she laid eyes on Qingfeng, Wang Fei, who had remained silent until then, gracefully approached him and embraced his form. Qingfeng did not flinch, nor did he respond. He simply gazed quietly at the woman he had once loved deeply, cradled in his arms. He recalled the time when he was at his lowest, when Wang Fei had quarreled with her family because of him, and the two of them had lived frugally together. Never had he imagined that he would find himself in such a predicament today. Regrettably, circumstances had not unfolded as he had hoped, and now he found it truly difficult to trust her. Do you know about Li Jun's arrangement to have me killed? Wang Fei, who was holding him tightly, suddenly trembled ever so slightly and then lifted her head, blinking her misty eyes. I don't know. If I had known he wanted to kill you, I would never have been with him. Her tone was sincere and earnest, almost deceiving Gu Qingfeng, yet her body betrayed her. Seeing Gu Qingfeng fall silent, Wang Fei resorted to appealing to their emotions. If I didn't care for you, why would I have chosen you out of the crowd? Look at him. She pointed disdainfully at Li Jun. Why would I abandon you for him? What could I possibly gain from him? Just because his family is wealthy, does that mean mine isn't? In terms of looks and charm, can he even compare to you? After meeting Gu Qingfeng, Wang Fei had remained silent, contemplating her reasoning. Upon encountering Vegeta and recognizing that familiar tone, she had quickly concluded that this was indeed Gu Qingfeng. Although she was unaware of how he had accomplished it, she had no doubt about Vegeta's strength, and she finally grasped the meaning behind that person's words. Yet, after much reflection, she could not come up with a better argument and could only appeal to their shared past in hopes of reminding Gu Qingfeng of her affection for him. Gazing at the enchanting figure in his arms, Gu Qingfeng's face revealed a flicker of struggle. He could not deny that Wang Fei was indeed beautiful. Initially, it was her appearance that had drawn him to her, but as time passed, her care for him had deeply touched his heart. Betrayal was betrayal. It was a matter of principle, yet he had no evidence. Just as he found himself at a loss, a notification appeared. Task difficulty, level 3. Task reward, 30,000 points. Members limited to 2. The chat group had timely announced the latest task. Gao Qingfeng felt a sudden twitch in his eyelid, realizing, in a moment of clarity, that he had been blinded by anger, forgetting entirely about the chat group. Tony, ever the nonchalant one, remarked, "Wow. It's rare to see a big shot like you actually in need of assistance." The destroyer of worlds interjected, "The difficulty is not particularly high. Probing memories poses minimal danger. Is there anyone in the group skilled in this area?" Seeking support chimed in, "I'm utterly inept. I possess no skills whatsoever and am still contemplating which devil fruit to acquire to enhance my strength." Ace of Fire added, "My apologies, esteemed one. My expertise lies solely in combat, and I lack any soul-related abilities." The most ferocious sprite stated, "If we knew the precise time, I could attempt to reverse time. However, without that knowledge, I am at an impasse." The Grim Reaper of elementary school remarked, "If you're not concerned about damaging this person's nerves, we might explore technological means to extract memories." Gao Qingfeng mused, "I could forcibly read memories as well. Using my energy to disrupt Wang Fei's neural pathways would not pose a challenge for me, but I am reluctant to proceed in such a manner." The strongest in dimensions concluded, "Her situation is quite unique, and I am uncertain of the exact timing. Moreover, I have no desire to cause her harm. Thus, the notion of forcibly extracting memories through technology shall be dismissed." Gu Qingfeng's response momentarily silenced the group. None of them were fools. When a woman is embroiled in a dispute with him, and the big shot wishes to avoid harming her, it would be hard for anyone to believe that there was nothing intimate between them. "You also wish to dance? I am not particularly well versed in illusion techniques. My Sharingan abilities lean more towards physical prowess. However, if the opponent's strength is lacking, I could attempt to probe into their innermost secrets." Madara was not entirely confident either. Given his disposition, he typically resolved conflicts through strength rather than relying on illusionary ninjutsu. Furthermore, Gu Qingfeng's combat power was exceedingly high. During their last visit to the Dragon Ball universe, even formidable figures like Son Goku, Vegeta, and Trunks felt a sense of mortal peril in his presence. This was precisely why Madara initially chose to remain silent. However, they had no other options. He could only brace himself to give it a try. "All right, then Madara. Please come over. She is merely an ordinary person, and with your strength, it should pose no problem. Others need not accompany you. Being cuckolded is not a matter of pride, and naturally, the fewer people who know, the better. This is indeed a rare occurrence." Gu Qingfeng had consistently maintained a good impression among them, never flaunting his status and always looking out for the group. Were it not for his multiple interventions, the members would still be relying on the 100 points they earned daily from check-ins to get by. This unusual reluctance to let others join was out of character. "You also wish to accept the task?" The most formidable spirit accepts the task. Tony, not fickle-hearted. 666. Either you are courting death or walking down that path. I, Tony, shall deem you the strongest. Seeking to cling to the powerful, if you continue to oppose the big shot like this, you might truly meet your end. Yet I wager that Kurumi will emerge unscathed. Fire Fist Ace. Exactly. Can you really compare with someone as delicate and easily toppled as Kurumi? In fact, after informing Madara to accept the task and advising everyone else not to come, he exited the chat group, feeling increasingly troubled by the situation at hand. Why did she choose me back then? Was it truly mere affection? Or was there some ulterior motive? As this question crossed his mind, Qingfeng couldn't help but chuckle. His family was comfortably off, and while he was undeniably handsome, who among those pursuing Wang Fei lacked in appearance? Wang Fei raised her head, locking eyes with Qingfeng, and earnestly stated, word by word, "There is no ulterior motive. It is simply that you said you liked me, and I have long been intrigued by you." So I readily agreed. In truth, it is not merely these matters. Upon returning to see Wang Fei once more, he found himself grappling with numerous perplexities. Not solely her betrayal. What astounded him even more was that his body belonged to Vegeta, and Wang Fei, aside from a fleeting moment of astonishment upon their initial meeting, swiftly accepted this fact. Moreover, she was unequivocal in asserting that the essence within the body was indeed his own. How could a rational individual, confronted with characters from an animated realm, remain so unfazed? He had taken countless lives before her eyes, yet she exhibited not a trace of fear. Even when he gravely injured her current boyfriend without a second thought. She had not always been this way. What secrets was she concealing? After years of companionship, was it truly love, or had she harbored alternative intentions from the very beginning? "Boss, I have arrived." A flash of white light flickered beside them, and Uchiha Madara, clad in armor from the Warring States period, materialized before the trio. His face bore the same unwavering arrogance. Yet only when conversing with Qingfeng did his tone carry a hint of deference. "What the hell, Uchiha Madara? Who exactly are you?" Li Jun had never watched Dragon Ball, but he was well acquainted with Naruto, the illustrious Uchiha, the foremost among the legendary Four Madmen, who single-handedly battled 100,000 shinobi and effortlessly overpowered the 5 Kage. Those familiar with Naruto understood that he represented the pinnacle of that world. How had Qingfeng summoned him? "That's her. Remember to avoid harming her." Casting a glance at Wang Fei, Madara's jet-black pupils gradually transformed into 3 tomo, with crimson lines swirling within them. "Very well." With his Mangeki Sharingan, Madara gazed intently at Wang Fei, who suddenly shivered and fainted into Qingfeng's embrace. If there were questions to be asked, now was the time, boss. After a moment of contemplation, Qingfeng finally voiced the question that had been weighing heavily on his heart. "It would not be right to continuously trouble you. But could you inquire why she initially chose me, and whether she ever truly loved me?" On the staircase of the villa's second floor, Huang San swayed her legs while gazing at Wang Fei, as Kiki Emperor quietly materialized behind her. Wang Fei, her mind ensnared by the illusions of the Sharingan, stood up in a trance, her eyes devoid of life. Closing her own eyes, Ban entered Wang Fei's mental realm. Why did she choose to be with Qingfeng in the first place? After a moment's pause, Ban opened her eyes, her expression peculiar as she regarded Qingfeng, uncertain whether to speak the truth. "It's all right, just tell me. I can surmise the likely outcome," he encouraged. Ban took a deep breath and, after questioning Wang Fei, even she found the woman to be quite formidable. Wang Fei recounted that years ago, she had saved a psychic, whose ability was to foresee the future, albeit at the cost of draining their own life force. She had asked this psychic to help her select her destined partner, and the psychic had uttered Qingfeng's name. However, Wang Fei, discontent with merely being the daughter of a second-rate family, concealed this from everyone and sought out Qingfeng. Yet, fate is often subject to unforeseen twists. After years of companionship, Qingfeng had failed to instill in her a sense of hope. Not long ago, she had sought out the psychic again, who revealed that one day, her life would experience a pivotal transformation, elevating her to a status above all others. The existence of such psychics was indeed astonishing. Could it be that he had predicted her eventual transcendence? Upon hearing this, Qingfeng began to piece everything together, realizing that his arrival in the imperial capital coincided with the day Wang Fei encountered Li Jun, which had prompted the psychic to provide her with new insight. Misled, Wang Fei believed that Li Jun was the one foretold in the prophecy, leading her to forsake her own identity and accept his courtship. Was she aware of Li Jun's actions towards my parents beforehand? I don't know. Had she known, she would have intervened. Your parents would not have posed a threat to her relationship with Li Jun. As for Li Jun's attempt on your life, she only learned of it recently. Ban could not help but admire Wang Fei's cunning. All for the sake of a prophecy, she had risked a rift with her family to be with Qingfeng. Alas, In the end, she had chosen the wrong person. If only she had waited a little longer for Gu Qingfeng's return. For anything she desired, even the stars from the heavens, he would have plucked them for her. As Ban dispelled the illusion, Wang Fei regained her senses, her complexion paling as she comprehended the words she had just spoken. You should leave. You can find someone better. We are no longer meant to be. After 10 minutes of silence, Gu Qingfeng finally spoke. Upon learning the entire truth, he realized that his feelings for her had diminished. Wang Fei, unwilling to relinquish this long-awaited opportunity, understood that despite the changes in her appearance and demeanor, he remained Gu Qingfeng. She yearned for supreme power, and only he could aid her in that pursuit. For her, nothing held greater significance than the attainment of power and status. Otherwise, she would not have relinquished the life of a privileged heiress merely for the sake of a prophecy, striving to elevate her status further. Yet my love for you is genuine. Have you truly forgotten the days we spent together? If I did not love you, how could I have remained by your side for so many years? But what does it matter now? There is no significance in these words. For from the moment you chose Li Jun, our fate was irrevocably sealed, and we were destined never to be together again. Gu Qingfeng turned his head, unable to bear looking at her any longer. He could not deny that Wang Fei loved him, at least. During the time she believed that the prophesied child was her own, her prolonged companionship must have genuinely fostered feelings for him. Yet such is life. She had come with ulterior motives, which left Gu Qingfeng feeling somewhat uneasy. However, it is only natural for individuals to seek a better life for themselves. And he could understand that. She should never have chosen to be with Li Jun before receiving the news of his demise. Except for those with peculiar inclinations. The vast majority of men would not accept a woman like her again. Regardless of how deeply two people may love each other, it is a matter of principle. Yet, I have truly fallen out with my family. You are all I have left. If you do not want me, I will be left homeless. Wang Fei's eyes were red with tears, her delicate features captivating as she clutched at his clothing. Whenever they quarreled, she would always behave this way. Gu Qingfeng, with an air of helplessness, attempted to console himself. However, before he could utter a word, a sultry female voice echoed through the room. Allah, the esteemed one no longer desires you, so cease your relentless pursuit. Kurumi, descending gracefully from the upper floor, her poise starkly contrasted with the disheveled demeanor of Wang Fei. Although the reason eluded him, it appeared that you possessed the ability to summon anime characters into reality, bringing forth your dream girl, Kurumi Tokisaki, who was indeed as enchanting as her illustrated counterpart. The sight of a rival ignited jealousy within Wang Fei, who immediately recognized Kurumi's identity. In the past, she had not hesitated to berate Gu Qingfeng for this fictional character. Li Jun was utterly captivated, his gaze fixated on Kurumi, whose beauty could indeed be deemed breathtaking. Especially her eyes. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, he felt an involuntary sense of submission wash over him. Oblivious to his surroundings, the pain in his body diminished significantly. Despite having encountered numerous women, he had never before encountered such a flawlessly petite figure. With a radiant smile, Kurumi seemed unfazed by Wang Fei's hostility. Having overheard Ban's words, she gleaned a rough understanding of Wang Fei's character. Ultimately, she was merely a materialistic woman, attempting to present herself as noble and deeply emotional, which was rather repugnant to Kurumi. Wang Fei let out a cold huff, choosing to remain silent. Witnessing anime characters materialize before her, her heart was tumultuous. Yet, she found it difficult to part with Gu Qingfeng. Perhaps it was merely the result of prolonged attachment. Now, Gu Qingfeng had truly transformed into a formidable figure akin to Gogeta. Annihilating this planet was well within his capabilities, and she realized that, on her own, she would never ascend to a higher status. To elevate her own standing, she needed to cling tightly to Gu Qingfeng. Regret coursed through her. After years of waiting, he still had not offered her any glimmer of hope. This was not to say that Gu Qingfeng lacked effort. Indeed, he was striving for his own aspirations. Yet, as a mere impoverished youth, no amount of determination could surpass his family's legacy, leaving her far from her desired goals. Just as she began to waver, she sought the aid of a psychic to make another prediction. Coincidentally, on that day, she encountered Li Jun, who was pursuing her. In a moment of impulsiveness, she acquiesced to his advances. This would be the psychic's final prediction. After revealing this outcome, he succumbed to a fatal hemorrhage. She resolved to trust him once more, reasoning that if Li Jun's predictions were also flawed, she could simply return to her family, remaining the esteemed young lady of the Li family. Though she would have wasted a few years of her youth, she could bear the consequences. However, Qingfeng's formidable return completely disrupted her plans. She could never have anticipated that the psychic's prediction was, in fact, accurate, albeit delayed. I was wrong. I truly recognize my mistakes. Qingfeng, could you truly be so heartless? The ensuing events were not suitable for her to witness. Qingfeng cast a discreet glance at Ban, and before he could finish his words, Ban's eyes turned towards Wang Fei. In an instant, she was ensnared in an endless illusion, succumbing to unconsciousness. Why did you render her unconscious? I instructed you to escort her away from here. Instead, you incapacitate her. Do you even know her family? Qingfeng found himself in a state of bewilderment, having allowed Ban to escort her, only for Ban to ensnare her in an illusion. Didn't you say that what follows is not suitable for her? So I rendered her unconscious, he mused. In that case, let it be. I could simply place her upstairs. Do you wish to join the dance? Completing the task would yield 15,000 bounty points, while the most formidable sprite would also earn 15,000 bounty points. In merely 10 minutes, an A-grade evaluation was achieved, with an additional reward of 1,000 points. The most vicious sprite would receive 100 points. Do you wish to join the dance? That would grant 900 points. Tony, ever the unflappable one, remarked, indeed. The disparity between individuals can sometimes surpass that between man and beast. The elite accomplish their tasks in the blink of an eye. How often do they finish with hundreds of thousands of points? Ban, who had yet to return, was left fuming by Tony's words, contemplating whether to crush him or roast him for sport. The strongest in the dimension sent you a personalized red envelope for do you wish to join the dance? I apologize for the trouble, Ban. This mission doesn't offer many extra points, and your resurrection points are likely insufficient. Qingfeng nodded at Ban, acknowledging that this time Ban had indeed rendered him a significant favor. However, the chat group deemed the task's level too low, making the meager additional points he obtained quite understandable. Ban, not one to be modest, eagerly claimed Qingfeng's red envelope as he was in dire need of resurrection. Fire Fist Ace inquired, pray, how much did the esteemed one bestow upon Ban? Honestly, I am unsure. Perhaps it amounts to 100,000. As that is the cost for resurrection points, came the reply. Is that true? I have yet to witness what 100,000 points can procure. Even with 50,000 points, the rewards suffice for me to dominate in my world, said Death God Elementary Student. Such a statement is erroneous. It seems everyone has yet to encounter the grandeur of 100,000 points, retorted Tony, who was not one to be easily swayed. Observing the discussions within the group, Ban, having received the red envelope, felt compelled to remark, this is rather trivial. The vision is limited. Others opened their records of the red envelope, and, upon noticing the multitude of zeros, felt a surge of envy towards Ban. The serpent bearer, having been bested by Seiya, implored, esteemed one, am I still in time to curry favor with you? Indeed, we have grossly underestimated the esteemed one. His generosity is unparalleled with 50,000 points. Acknowledged Death God Elementary Student. Truly, the esteemed one exudes majesty. No wonder he is an administrator. As for the other, let us disregard it. Sometimes the disparity between individuals is greater than that between man and beast, Tony added. Fire Fist Ace echoed, the esteemed one is magnificent, as is Tony. Tony is magnificent. Cheered Death God Elementary Student. You also wish to dance, do you? I am genuinely curious how you have survived until now. Remark you also want to dance. Me, magnificent? I have done nothing noteworthy. Tony protested. Do you wish to dance? You also want to dance? Does Ban have any interest in venturing into the Marvel Universe? Upon hearing Yun Yao's suggestion, Ban fell into deep contemplation. Initially, he had intended to confront Tony, but receiving the red envelope uplifted his spirits, prompting him to spare Tony this time. Yet, with Yun Yao extending an invitation, perhaps it would be wise to accept. Very well, I shall come to find you shortly. After conversing with Tony, I will return to my world for resurrection. You also want to dance, affirmed. The strongest in the dimension. After all, Tony is our friend. A casual spar for an hour or two will suffice, Ban remarked. Tony, upon hearing Ban's words, realized the precariousness of his own tongue, fearing it would inevitably lead to his demise. Initially, he thought Ban was about to advocate for him, only to nearly choke on his own blood at the latter part of the statement. Casual spar for an hour or two. He thought incredulously. Such words should never escape the lips of the esteemed one. It was simply unfathomable. Ban departed, the task accomplished, and there was nothing more he could assist with. Unlike previous instances of intimidation, this time it seemed he was genuinely off to discuss life with Tony. Kurumi, feeling quite at home, gracefully settled onto the sofa, resting her chin on her hands while fixating her gaze on Qingfeng. The task is complete. Perhaps you should return to your world. I am quite sufficient here alone. No need for that. I have nothing to do when I return, and since the task's time limit has not yet arrived, I shall stay here to keep you company. Kurumi spoke with utmost sincerity, her exquisite visage adorned with a captivating smile that could enchant anyone. Qingfeng found herself devoid of better options. She could not return. After all, she could not possibly knock him unconscious and forcibly take him away. If she wished to remain, then so be it. The passage of time felt interminable. For the first time, Li Jun perceived an hour as an eternity. His right arm was incapacitated, constantly besieged by excruciating pain. All his hopes rested upon his father. Just as Li Jun felt on the brink of collapse, teetering on the edge of unconsciousness due to the agony, the sound of raucous footsteps echoed from outside the door. A kindly middle-aged man entered, flanked by several armed bodyguards, while dozens of knife-wielding henchmen barred the entrance. Upon seeing that Li Jun had not suffered any grievous injuries, Li Yang's anxious demeanor relaxed somewhat, but a closer inspection revealed that Li Jun's complexion was ashen. His right arm was contorted at an unnatural angle. Upon the arrival of his father, Li Jun erupted into a frenzy, shouting wildly, "Father, kill him! You must kill him! I want his entire family to perish!" Li Jun was nearing madness, rambling incoherently, utterly oblivious to his own precarious situation, as he pointed frantically at Qingfeng. "My friend, I reiterate, should you release my son, I shall consider this matter as if it never transpired. Otherwise, the Li family will ensure your utter ruin." Li Yang, the resolute patriarch of the Li clan, coldly counter-threatened, exhibiting a composure far superior to that of his ineffectual son. Qingfeng paid no heed to Li Yang's words, merely posing a rather peculiar question. "Is this all your manpower? Can you summon more? I am willing to grant you additional time." Li Yang deemed Qingfeng to be utterly mad. With several pistols aimed at him and his own men surrounding the premises, Gu dared to exhibit such audacity. "I heard from Li Jun that you vanquished the martial arts expert I had hired with a substantial sum. But what era are we in? In this world rife with firearms, I could easily send someone to eliminate you from a distance at any moment." Upon hearing Li Yang's remarks, Qingfeng nodded in acknowledgement. Li Yang felt a sense of satisfaction that Qingfeng recognized the futility of further confrontation instead of persisting in a reckless struggle. Indeed, more friends pave the way for more opportunities. Let us consider this matter concluded. Upon hearing him declare an end to hostilities, Li Jun erupted in frenzied protest. "No, it cannot be settled like this. That scoundrel must be killed." Qingfeng nodded slightly. "If there is no one else, then you may as well perish." Gradually raising his hand, he concentrated his energy, forming a blue energy orb that aimed menacingly at Li Yang and his companions. The manifestation of this energy was a testament to the mastery of a martial arts grandmaster. "Are you, perhaps, a martial arts master? I regret to inform you that I shall not involve myself in this matter. You may deal with my son as you wish." Li Yang was struck with panic, utterly alarmed. Even in the imperial city, there were but a few martial arts masters. Any family boasting even one such master could instantly elevate themselves to become one of the most formidable second-tier families. In the eyes of a martial arts master, he, as the head of a third-rate family, was no more significant than an ant. This wretched boy seemed intent on his demise. When one hesitates to sever ties, chaos ensues. Li Yang resolutely abandoned Li Jun. A son could be replaced, but if he were to perish, everything would be lost. Li Jun could scarcely fathom that his father, who had always showered him with affection, would utter such words. "What do you mean, Dad? You want to help me? I am your only son." Li Yang hastily distanced himself from their relationship, unwilling to be misconstrued by Qingfeng. "It was you who arranged for people to eliminate that boy. I was initially unaware of these events. It is only natural for blood debts to be repaid, and this has nothing to do with me." Driven to desperation, Li Jun disregarded the fact that Li Yang was his father and retorted angrily, "Was it not you who urged me to pursue Wang Fei? Now that trouble has arisen, you cast me aside." It was indeed a scene of paternal affection and filial piety, a spectacle that was both disheartening and amusing, and one that had become tiresome to witness. With a single finger, Qingfeng conjured a burst of energy that materialized beside Li Yang and his companions, accompanied by a resounding explosion. The entire entrance, within a radius of several meters, lay barren, having been transformed into a deep crater several meters wide. In the epicenter of the blast, the armed bodyguards and Li Yang had vanished, leaving behind only the flowing blood and dismembered limbs within the pit. "Father!" Li Jun cried out in despair, his voice a haunting wail. Yet, his body remained restrained, rendering him unable to move freely. No matter how harshly he spoke, this was, after all, his biological father, and he was forced to witness his demise. Li Jun's psyche began to unravel. If only he had not provoked Gu Qingfeng, none of this calamity would have transpired. In Gu Qingfeng's eyes, there was no trace of compassion as he coldly regarded Li Jun. "Do you still recognize any other prominent figures? I can wait a while longer. There is no rush. The calamity does not extend to my family. For it is I who sent someone to kill you. Why then, do you refuse to spare my father?" Li Jun glared at Gu Qingfeng with venomous resentment. Despite Li Yang's recent efforts to distance himself from him, yet he could not deny the affection his father had showered upon him throughout his life. "When you targeted my parents, did you not consider this? Did you not think about granting them a chance to live? Since there is no one left to call upon, your demise is now inevitable." Observing Li Jun's expression, Gu Qingfeng recognized that he had achieved the desired effect and saw no reason to prolong the encounter. He reached out, grasping Li Jun's throat and applying a firm pressure. Li Jun's pupils dilated and vitality drained from his being. Ah, how truly cruel it is to extinguish every last one without mercy. Kurumi, having risen from the sofa, bounced over to Gu Qingfeng's side, seemingly unfazed by the violence. However, a flicker of surprise crossed her features. In her mind, Li Yang was undoubtedly doomed, yet she had not anticipated Gu Qingfeng's ruthless approach. He afforded no opportunity for explanations, swiftly eradicating several individuals, including the henchman outside, whom he dispatched with a burst of energy. Previously, in their group chats, Gu Qingfeng had always assumed the role of the caring older brother, considerate of everyone in their circle, even going to great lengths to avoid killing during missions in the pirate world. "I shall not grant my enemies the chance to retaliate against my family. I have no intention of indulging them." After casting a lingering glance at the upper floor, Gu Qingfeng turned and departed the villa, with Kurumi smilingly trailing behind him. Is it truly acceptable to leave that woman behind? The illusion cast by Ban would only keep her asleep for a couple of hours. She would soon awaken and find her way home. There was no need for their paths to cross again. Gu Qingfeng's words radiated a chilling coldness. Had Kurumi the chance to gaze into his eyes, she would have discerned the bitterness that lingered within them as he uttered those words. Wang Fei had fulfilled every fantasy he harbored about love, yet this blow was far more profound than a mere separation. It had extinguished Gu Qingfeng's yearning for romance and left him wary of trusting anyone's affection. Why, when two souls are destined to be apart, must fate orchestrate their meeting? His gaze drifted towards the location of the Wang family in the imperial capital, where a faint purple aura enveloped the estate, signifying that the family would at least thrive for several decades to come. The pale violet hue symbolized wealth, while gold represented noble status. Conversely, the predominant red signified impending calamity. Each individual or entity possesses a unique aura that reflects their fortune at different moments in time. As his eyes lingered, the delicate purple essence surrounding the Wang family vanished, replaced by a shroud of darkness. Within a month, the Wang family would face bankruptcy. By then, even if Wang Fei returned to her family, she would no longer be the exalted young lady she once was. How her former adversaries would treat her in the wake of her family's downfall remained a mystery to Gu Qingfeng. His greatest restraint lay in not having slain her with his own hands. The ruthless battles among aristocratic clans ensured that Wang Fei's fate would be nothing short of tragic. "You have taken so many lives. Is there truly no governing body in this world to investigate or apprehend you?" Kurumi sought to divert the conversation, unwilling to dwell on such a grim topic. Gu Qingfeng lifted his gaze towards the sky, honestly uncertain of when the officials would seek him out. However, one thing was abundantly clear to him: a woman was approaching. Clad in a sleek black athletic ensemble, she could not conceal her graceful figure, embodying a striking aura of sophistication. "Esteemed martial arts master, greetings. I am the owner of this villa complex. You may call me Chen Zili." Gu Qingfeng cast a glance at her, the murderous intent in his eyes not yet fully dissipated. His tone was frigid as he inquired, "What brings you to me? Are you intending to seek compensation for your property damage?" The woman chuckled softly, covering her mouth, and with a flirtatious toss of her long hair, she exhaled gently. "You jest? A mere villa is hardly worthy of my concern. I have come merely to forge a friendship with you, and I shall assist you in resolving the aftermath. Then provide me with a reason to accept your help." Qingfeng's words were unceremonious, making it seem less like she was assisting herself and more as though Qingfeng was aiding her. Among a myriad of martial artists, it is rare to encounter a true master of martial arts. Despite your unconventional combat style, I still wish to cultivate a favorable relationship with you. Haibei is merely a small county, yet establishing a villa in such a modest locale indicates that the woman possesses formidable backing. The villa is surrounded by surveillance, and within its confines, Qingfeng's actions remain unseen to her. However, she witnessed Qingfeng dispatching an underling outside with a blast of energy. The mastery of channeling energy into a blade is undeniable, and offending the Li family in pursuit of pleasing a martial arts master could prove advantageous. Even at the peak of its power, the Li family pales in comparison to her own, especially now that the family head, Li Yang, has perished. The Li family's ascent into the ranks of third-rate families in the imperial capital relied heavily on Li Yang's iron-fisted methods and business acumen. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. When the wall collapses, the crowd pushes. Once other families learn of Li Yang's demise, many will undoubtedly seek to carve out their share from the Li family. The reason Qingfeng's disturbance went unreported and why no security personnel arrived at the villa was due to her orders. This woman possesses a remarkable way with words. Her forthright nature has earned Qingfeng's approval. Indeed, your candor is commendable. I entrust this matter to you, but I must caution you. Do not reveal my appearance to anyone. The consequences of such an indiscretion would be beyond your capacity to bear. Naturally, I shall convey this directive. Qingfeng nodded in satisfaction, gradually stepping out of the woman's line of sight. As Kurumi passed by her, she flashed a sweet smile at the woman. The woman couldn't help but feel a slight flush. She mused to herself that she was not inclined towards women, yet the girl before her appeared remarkably enchanting. Once Qingfeng had completely vanished from view, the woman suddenly succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing onto the ground. What had seemed like an utterly mundane conversation felt to her akin to a life-and-death struggle. Typically, she did not approach discussions with executives with such trepidation. Qingfeng had imposed upon her a formidable psychological pressure, and the chilling intent reflected in those eyes was indelibly etched in her memory. After a brief interval, Qingfeng abruptly turned her head, fixing her gaze upon Kurumi. "You ought to return as well. I am heading home. Why do you still follow me?" Kurumi displayed a look of disdain, a smirk gracing her lips as she tossed her long hair. "Do you think I am unaware of men like you? It's always the same story. After a heartbreak, seeking solace in a bar, drinking away sorrows, and when intoxicated, encountering a beautiful girl, liquor emboldens the timid to take action." Qingfeng found himself at a loss for words, perceiving that he was regarded as such a person in her eyes. At this moment, he was not the ostentatiously arrogant figure he once was. After all, what kind of woman could he not attract? Why then, should he seek solace in a bar filled with inebriation? He desired to return home, and had never frequented bars. It was best for her to return home as well. He, however, had no intention of leaving, as the time limit for their chat group had not yet been reached, and he wished to take a solitary stroll. Quan San made a playful grimace and dashed off into the distance. Qingfeng saw no reason to stop her. With Quan San's prowess, she would encounter little danger. As for that woman, Li Shu, Qingfeng had no plans to take her life today. He had been rather severe yesterday, and it was likely that she remained in a coma in the hospital. Upon returning home, he informed his parents that the matter had been resolved. But his appetite was lacking, so he retreated to his bedroom alone. An hour later, Qingfeng's room was filled with the stench of alcohol. The floor littered with empty bottles, numbering close to 100. Fortunately, there was a bathroom in the house, and he had visited it several times within the hour. Among the many bottles was a selection of strong liquor. At his level of strength, alcohol struggled to dull his senses, as the divine power within him automatically neutralized any harmful substances. Yet perhaps it was the intoxication of the spirit rather than the drink itself that clouded his vision. His eyes gradually glazed over. Expressions of pain and discontent flickered across his face as memories of Wang Fei's every smile and frown danced in his mind. Recalling the myriad moments they had shared, he could never accept that their bond was merely a consequence of a nonsensical prophecy. Ban once spoke of that psychic, whose predictions were often eerily accurate, which was why Wang Fei placed such unusual trust in him. Saved by Wang Fei's intervention, he remained loyal solely to her. with no one from the Wang family aware of his existence. With power came sacrifice. Each time the psychic made a prediction, a portion of their lifespan was relinquished, the cost corresponding to the gravity of the event foretold. The day before Gu Qingfeng's accident, he had made yet another prediction, having unwittingly consumed 10 years of his life over the years, marking it as his last calculation before his demise. Lying on his bed, Gu Qingfeng gazed at the two matching pillows beside him, his vision blurring as he perceived the silhouette of a woman approaching his bedside. She gently lifted the blanket and draped it over him, tenderly wiping away the tears that had gathered at the corners of his eyes. Gu Qingfeng remained motionless, allowing her to caress his face, his mind growing heavier until he succumbed to a deep slumber. When he awoke, it was already midday the following day. He had slept for a full day and night. Rising from the bed, he made his way to the bathroom for a refreshing shower. Upon exiting, he noticed his parents engaged in conversation. "What are you discussing?" he inquired. "Li Jun's departure from our county has left me puzzled. After you confronted Li Shu, it seems that job is certainly no longer secure. Yesterday, when I ventured out in search of employment, no one posed any obstacles." Shang Guanyun regarded Gu Qingfeng with confusion. The moment her son returned, everything had undergone a dramatic transformation, and she pondered whether all these changes were somehow linked to him. Gu Tian found himself at a loss, uncertain whether to conceal the truth from Shang Guanyun or to candidly admit his ignorance. Indeed, he was in the dark. All he knew was that his son had sought vengeance against Li Jun, yet the particulars of this retribution remained unclear to him. "I must confess," he said, "your son is, in fact, an unparalleled master, invincible in this realm. Just yesterday, I confronted Li Jun and left him severely battered before sending him on his way." Gu Qingfeng no longer concealed his thoughts. He had come to a realization. Why should he deliberately hide his capabilities? Revealing his strength to his parents would grant them peace of mind. Had he perhaps indulged too much in martial arts films, believing himself swifter than a bullet? Or did he truly think he could withstand the power of a sniper rifle? Gu Qingfeng's expression was exceedingly solemn. "I am indeed swifter than a bullet, and I can truly intercept a sniper's rifle." Gu Tianyi smacked his forehead, gazing at his son with concern. In a world rife with aircraft and artillery, what era is it that he still claims to be invincible? To be frank, it was a grave misjudgment. His father harbored no faith in him whatsoever. Gu Tian, relentless and unyielding, unleashed a torrent of sarcastic remarks about this so-called invincible man, who still donned tattered garments from years past. Their home lacked even the most basic of furnishings. In a desperate bid to finance Gu Tian's medical treatment, they had sold every item of value, leaving their dwelling devoid of even a television. It was indeed a sensible notion. Perhaps acquiring a villa would be prudent, as their current abode felt rather inadequate. Gu Qingfeng acted decisively, shedding his garments as a layer of battle attire materialized around him, reminiscent of the attire worn by the Metamorians. The only piece remaining in his possession was the one he had donned yesterday, which he had neglected to wash after a night of revelry, leaving him with no choice but to wear the one his body naturally provided. Indeed, this battle garb was intrinsic to him, capable of manifesting at will. The precise origins of this phenomenon eluded him, though he speculated it might be attributed to some mysterious unification force. The attire bore symbols emblematic of the Metamorian fusion. Fortunately, it was summer, making it acceptable to venture out in such garments. Had it been winter, others might have deemed him a fool. Upon his reemergence from the bedroom, Shang Guanyun gazed at him in disbelief. The last time she learned her son was not dead, she had been enveloped in immense joy. She had not closely examined this physique, but upon closer inspection, it truly possessed an exquisite form, the ensemble exuding an undeniable aura. "Let us proceed. We are bound for the villa district." Gu Tian and Guanyun exchanged a glance, uncertain of his intentions. Having traversed through time, could it be that the other world also operated with renminbi? Not at all. However, I do possess some US dollars, which would at least suffice to purchase a villa. A mere trifle in comparison. Gu Qingfeng, without even a glance, could discern that his parents were undoubtedly wearing expressions of disbelief as they regarded him. With no other choice, he extracted a red envelope from their chat group and pretended to retrieve it from his trousers. As they beheld the crisp bills in Gu Qingfeng's hand, Shang Guanyun was once again astounded. Could it be that everything her son had claimed was indeed true? Although the couple remained somewhat skeptical, they eventually succumbed to Gu Qingfeng's insistence and boarded a taxi, making their way toward the villa district. During the ride, the taxi driver displayed a remarkably cordial demeanor. despite the family's unpretentious attire. However, the driver could not overlook Gu Qingfeng's impressive physique, which was evident to him. He certainly did not want to risk offending them, as mocking three seemingly impoverished individuals venturing into a villa district could lead to trouble. The Jindu Villa represents the only villa area in Hebei County, comprising 10 independent villas, sold in a manner akin to that of ordinary apartments, within a lobby. In this small city, apart from affluent youths from outside who frequently rent or purchase properties, very few locals possess the financial means for such investments. Although it was said that sales occurred in the lobby, in reality, the villas were merely displayed, with hardly anyone inquiring about their prices over the span of a year or two. The staff present were primarily motivated by the prospect of securing a wealthy son-in-law or finding a rich partner to rely upon. The sales lobby was situated several miles west of the Jindu Villa, predominantly dealing with properties constructed within the county seat. The notion of selling villas was largely a marketing gimmick. Moreover, only properties exceeding 200 square meters were available, with prospective buyers typically possessing fortunes well into the millions. The staff, well-versed in matters of attire, instinctively distanced themselves upon seeing Gu Qingfeng's parents, whose combined outfits hardly amounted to a few hundred yuan. They could not fathom what individuals like them were doing in such a place. Gu Qingfeng's attire was unlike anything they had ever encountered. The fabric and craftsmanship of his garments were exquisitely refined, and his finely chiseled physique attracted the gaze of numerous women. However, the staff members were primarily in search of affluent gentlemen. If Gu Qingfeng were indeed wealthy, it was perplexing that his companions donned such tattered clothing. This circumstance led to an awkward situation, as the trio had been in the establishment for over 10 minutes without a single staff member approaching to present the properties. Gu Qingfeng remained indifferent, for he was merely there to purchase a property, and indeed, his family's attire was rather unremarkable. It was only natural to be looked down upon. He had not yet reached the point of being bored enough to put on airs. After all, such sentiments are common among people. My apologies, my apologies. The traffic was dreadful. A girl clad in professional attire hurriedly entered through the door, repeatedly expressing her regrets. Before she could finish her sentence, her gaze fell upon Gu Qingfeng, and she stood frozen in place, her eyes lingering on him with an almost dazed fascination. Rubbing her eyes fervently, she opened them once more, still unable to believe the scene before her. Guchita, she exclaimed as she swiftly approached him, instinctively reaching out to touch his arm. The moment her hand made contact, she was struck by the firmness of his muscles, akin to stone. Realizing her boldness, her cheeks flushed crimson. How could she possibly touch a stranger in such a public setting? Gu Qingfeng regarded the young girl with a sense of intrigue. Her ability to name Wukong suggested she recognized him. To his surprise, it seemed that Dragon Ball had female admirers as well. Upon his return, the first person to identify him was not a boy, but a young girl. You appear quite curious about me. Why not introduce me to the properties your company has? I intend to purchase a house for my parents. The little girl stared at Gu Qingfeng, flabbergasted, still reeling from the shock. Was this a jest? How could there be characters from anime in reality? Even with surgery, it seemed implausible to be so identical, not even in physique. Hearing Gu Qingfeng's words, she felt the mocking gazes of her colleagues. As a newcomer, most good clients had already been claimed by seasoned employees. Those who appeared affluent would naturally be attended to first, leaving her to cater to those who seemed less fortunate. She harbored grievances, but felt constrained from voicing them as a newcomer. All right, sir, may I ask your name and what type of client property you are seeking? She thought that even if she earned no commission, being able to serve a handsome man like him would bring her joy. After all, affluent clients would require her assistance. She had seen cosmetic surgery before, but never had she encountered someone whose transformation was so successful. Not to mention possessing a similar physique. The more she looked, the more she admired him. How splendid it would be if he were her boyfriend. A man like him exuded an unparalleled sense of security. With such looks and physique, wealth seemed inconsequential. Gu Qingfeng, just call me Qingfeng. Please show me those villas for sale. I have little interest in apartments. As he spoke, Gu Qingfeng casually lifted his chin, his demeanor radiating a sense of arrogance and disdain. I too have acquired wealth. I have labored tirelessly for half my life. Is it not permissible for me to indulge and display a bit of extravagance? A corpulent, middle-aged man interjected, for reasons personal to him. Gu Quan harbored a deep-seated disdain for well-built men. Gu Qingfeng, with his handsome features and impressive physique, epitomized the very type he loathed. The price for the 3 villas started at over 10 million. Do not pretend to be something you are not. This is not a place for someone of your financial standing. Gu Qingfeng was utterly indifferent to him, merely allowing the young girl before him to guide him in viewing the villa's model, having no desire to visit the villa itself. After all, it was merely a residence for his parents. He would soon return to the Dragon Ball universe, and his parents would not be particular about these matters. All right, I shall take you to see it. The portly man was relentless, unwilling to let Gu Qingfeng off so easily. Wu Meili, do you genuinely believe this pauper can afford it? Taking him to view the villa model is folly. What if he accidentally damages it? He cannot compensate, and you will bear the entire responsibility. Wu Meili halted in her tracks, startled by his words. Her family was merely average, and should an unfortunate incident occur, the cost of the model would be considerable. Gu Qingfeng reached into his pocket, intending to generously offer 10,000 as a tip to Wu Meili, for he was not in want of money at the moment. However, to his dismay, his attire lacked pockets. He could hardly conjure the cash out of thin air to hold in his hands, for such an act would surely make headlines the following day. His only funds resided in Tony's $100 million, all confined within their chat group. Guoquan cast a disdainful glance at Gu Qingfeng. Having encountered numerous individuals who feigned interest in viewing properties merely to indulge in their complimentary lunch and coffee, how unfortunate it would be if he truly had not a single cent to his name, merely seeking to mooch off others' hospitality. Gu Qingfeng glanced at his father's pocket, thoughtfully reaching inside. When he withdrew his hand, he held a dozen or so $100 bills. Without even a glance, he pressed the money into Wu Meili's palm. Take me to see those villas for sale. This is your service fee. At that moment, everyone present was taken aback, unable to fathom how a person clad in tattered garments could so effortlessly produce cash to give away. Gu Tian was taken aback, while others remained oblivious. He was acutely aware of his own financial predicament. He had no money at all. Recently, he had been subsisting on the meager earnings from working for Shang Yuan. How he could possibly produce money from his pockets was a mystery. Yet, in the midst of a crowd, Gu Tian chose to maintain an air of nonchalance. Guoquan began to suspect that he had misjudged the situation. It seemed this fellow was a wolf in sheep's clothing. Nevertheless, he still doubted that Gu Qingfeng could afford a villa in such an upscale neighborhood. Few in Haibei possessed the means to make such a purchase, and Gua had long since seen photographs of the affluent residents of Haibei. Unless Gu Qingfeng was a dragon crossing the river, he remained skeptical. He refrained from the mocking jests he had previously indulged in, and instead chose to keep a low profile. The other salespeople were envious, noting that a mere tip amounted to over 10,000. Regardless of whether the transaction would be finalized, Wu Meili had already profited. Had she not looked down on others, all those earnings could have been hers. Sir, here are the 3 unsold villas in the neighborhood, priced at 10 million, 20 million, and 25 million RMB respectively. Wu Meili enthusiastically detailed, meticulously outlining the advantages and disadvantages of each villa. Gu Qingfeng, albeit somewhat perplexed, decided to proceed with the largest villa, as the lighting conditions were quite similar and he was not particularly knowledgeable about such matters. I'll go fetch the funds, he declared nonchalantly. Wu Meili was taken aback. It was her first encounter with a client who made such a swift decision based solely on the modeling of the villa, as typically clients would inspect the property before signing any contracts. Sir, are you not going to visit the property in person before making a decision? She inquired. It's hardly a significant expense. I am not inclined to make another trip, he replied dismissively. To Gu Qingfeng, the amount was trivial, a mere drop in the ocean of his billion-dollar fortune. After all, he had connections like Tony Stark. If he desired more funds, a simple request would suffice. Wu Meili was astonished. Was this the lifestyle of the affluent? Purchasing a villa worth tens of millions as casually as one might buy a head of cabbage? The observers could not help but think of 2 words: wealthy magnate. This was a transaction exceeding 20 million, not merely 2,000. The female sales representatives felt a pang of regret for not having approached Gu Qingfeng earlier. Had they done so, the commission would have been theirs, and perhaps they might have formed a connection with this man. Allow me to assist you, sir. Meili is still a novice and may overlook certain details, a sophisticated woman in her 30s interjected, approaching Gu Qingfeng with a confident demeanor, her allure unmistakable. Wu Meili felt a surge of indignation. Moments ago, she had dismissed the woman as impoverished, and now, seeing the potential contract being signed, she rushed over to claim the client. However, before she could voice her concerns, a cold glance from the woman made Wu Meili retreat, her words stifled in her throat. As a manager, Huing felt a twinge of guilt for her actions. Yet the temptation of selling such a luxurious villa was too great to resist. A deal worth 35 million could yield a commission of several hundred thousand, and as a newcomer, Wu Meili was not a formidable opponent. "Are you suggesting that I sign the contract with you?" Hu Ying inquired with a smile, realizing that with both her and Wu Meili as options, there was no reason for Gu Qingfeng to refuse. "Indeed, I can offer you some exclusive benefits that Meili cannot provide. I trust you would not decline. I will only sign this contract with her. If it were anyone else, I would not proceed." Gu Qingfeng unexpectedly shook his head, indicating that he would refuse anyone other than Wu Meili. He had been there for 10 minutes without anyone attending to him. It was evident that many salespeople were merely engaging in idle chatter. Only Wu Meili, upon noticing him, treated him without prejudice due to his attire. "Sir, it matters not with whom you sign. I can fulfill any of your requests." Hu Ying reached out, intending to caress Gu Qingfeng's form, only to be deftly evaded by him. He was certainly not someone to be swayed by superficial allure. "Based on you? If she is not the one to finalize the deal with me, then I shall not make a purchase." Hu Ying's face flushed with anger. Yet fearing the possibility of him truly withdrawing, she could only summon Wu Meili back. It was rare to encounter a prospective buyer for a villa, and should her desire for commission lead to the ruin of this deal, the consequences would be beyond her capacity to bear. Gu Qingfeng's attitude infuriated her. In terms of physique and appearance, she was certainly not inferior to the ordinary Wu Meili. Was he blind? Why was he insistent on signing a contract with Wu Meili? Feeling the mocking gazes of her colleagues surrounding her, Hu Ying's resentment towards Gu Qingfeng deepened. At the entrance, a woman, her body wrapped in bandages, was pushed in a wheelchair by two men, one elderly and one young. "What are you doing here?" Li Shu had just been discharged from the hospital. Her injuries were only beginning to stabilize, yet she was eager to leave. She sought vengeance against Li Jun, lacking Li Jun's private contact information. She knew that buyers in the villa district would leave their details at the sales office. Naturally, only designated customer service personnel could access this information, a precaution to prevent certain materialistic women from disturbing their lives. She had always contacted Li Jun through the sales office, but upon entering, she unexpectedly encountered the last person she wished to see. Gu Qingfeng also noticed Li Shu and greeted him with great enthusiasm. "Oh, you seem to be recovering quite rapidly. You are already able to stroll about." Despite the relentless, piercing pain coursing through his limbs, Li Shu cast a venomous glare at Gu Qingfeng, muttering, "I wish for your demise. I shall promptly inform young Master Li. He will undoubtedly not let you escape unscathed." Gu Qingfeng could not be bothered to utter another word. In her eyes, Li Shu was already as good as dead. The sole reason she had not taken her life was to plunge her into despair. When, after much effort, she finally managed to contact Li Jun, she was filled with the hope of ending her own existence, only to learn of Li Jun's demise. A revelation that plunged her into immeasurable despair. Upon hearing this, Hu Ying looked at Li Shu with surprise and inquired, "Did he offend young Master Li?" "Are you certain?" Hu Ying, who could not afford to provoke the wealthy, understood that Li Jun was an exception. After all, it was he who had sought her assistance in purchasing a house, leaving a lasting impression on her. What use is wealth to Gu Qingfeng when Li Daxiao hails from the imperial capital, possessing connections far beyond those of a mere county dweller? Indeed, having offended Li Xiao, it would be prudent for you to hastily send someone to incapacitate him and cast him aside. Upon hearing Hu Ying's inquiry, Li Shu found like-minded allies, all of whom harbored grievances against Gu Qingfeng, having previously suffered his retribution. Although Li Shu held little regard for Hu Ying, the latter recognized her as one of Li Jun's associates. Given her assertion, it was likely rooted in truth. "Security, summon the guards and have this individual removed," Hu Ying commanded, her resolve hardening as she chose to align herself with Li Jun. This might irrevocably alienate Gu Qingfeng, yet it also promised to curry favor with Li Jun, affording her protection from others. The security personnel, momentarily at a loss, were aware that Gu Qingfeng was also a prospective buyer of villas. Even if he could not rival Li Jun, he was certainly not someone they could afford to offend. However, as Hu Ying was the manager, they dared not defy her orders. A woman clad in a black uniform approached with graceful strides. She was the owner of the villa, whom Gu Qingfeng had encountered just the day before. "What is all this commotion? Such trivial matters should not provoke such a ruckus," she remarked, her expression poised yet stern. Hu Ying, wearing a forced smile, gestured toward Gu Qingfeng. "This individual has had a dispute with Li Xiao, and for the sake of the company's interests, I wish for the security to escort him out." It was only then that Chun Zili's gaze shifted toward Gu Qingfeng. From her vantage point, she initially perceived only the figures of Gu Tian and his spouse, failing to recognize Gu Qingfeng. Upon finally seeing him, Chun Zili's countenance shifted dramatically. She swiftly delivered a resounding slap to Hu Ying's face, followed by a forceful kick that sent Hu Ying crumpling to the ground. Have your eyes failed you? How could you not discern who our esteemed guest is? If you are capable, then proceed. If not, leave at once. What was unfolding? Hu Ying was acquainted with this woman, the owner of the villa community, who rarely made an appearance. However, she had personally received Li Jun during his last visit, leading Hu Ying to realize that the formidable boss was indeed a woman, hence her decision to side with Li Jun. I am truly sorry, boss. I acknowledge my error. It was my inability to recognize the worth of others, Hu Ying stammered, kneeling before the woman, clutching her abdomen. Yet, the woman did not spare her a glance. Instead, turning her attention to Gu Qingfeng. I apologize, esteemed guest, for the unpleasantness caused by our oversight. Consider this villa as my gesture of amends. Hu Ying, a person of discernment, quickly subdued her demeanor. In stark contrast, Li Shu appeared oblivious to the unfolding situation and reacted with indignation upon hearing the woman's intent to gift Gu Qingfeng a villa. Was she truly to be outdone by Shang Wanyan? What? Are you serious? Bestowing a villa upon this man who has offended Li Xiao? Do you not fear incurring his wrath? The woman's piercing gaze fell upon the bruised Li Shu, instilling a sense of trepidation within her. Yesterday, Gu Qingfeng ruthlessly dispatched dozens of individuals, and it is without a doubt that Li Shu's injuries are also his doing. This man possesses an exceptionally brutal disposition, and it is evident that tranquility will elude Haibei in the future. Do not presume to leverage your so-called connections in conversation with me. You are unworthy of such discourse. I have no need to concern myself with the trivial thoughts of one Li Jun. Sir, I am Zhao Zili from the Zhao family of the imperial capital. Here is my business card. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Zhao Zili elegantly produced a business card from her bosom, presenting it with a charming smile, which Gu Qingfeng graciously accepted into his possession. Having connections with a prominent family certainly proves advantageous. Otherwise, as an individual devoid of power or influence, certain matters would indeed be challenging to navigate alone. Upon witnessing Gu Qingfeng accept the card, Zhao Zili's expression brightened. This at least signifies that he is willing to engage with her further. The goodwill of a martial arts master holds immeasurable value, far surpassing that of a mere villa. The most astonished witnesses were the Gu Tian couple. Their son had returned from another world, indeed transformed, exhibiting abilities such as instantaneous movement and remarkable combat prowess. Yet, they found themselves perplexed. He had only just returned days prior. How had he come to know such formidable figures? Gu Qingfeng smiled kindly, stating that the money was inconsequential to him, and urged for them to be thrown out, as their presence was quite bothersome. Everyone present understood he was referring to someone specific, and Zhao Zili wasted no time instructing the security to expel Li Shu and her companions. They were indeed thrown out. The plaster cast on Li Shu broke upon impact, leaving her on the ground, cursing Gu Qingfeng incessantly. Observing the situation, Li Shu's husband and son hastily placed her in a wheelchair and departed, realizing that remaining would only lead to further humiliation. Zhao Zili, eager to please the young man, knew that without the appearance of Li Xiao, their grievances would remain unavenged. Zhao Zili insisted that the villa be given as a small token of her goodwill. And Gu Qingfeng, unable to refuse her, acquiesced. Having already decided to forge a friendship with her, he deemed it unnecessary to dwell on trivial matters. Immediate arrangements were made for the villa to be cleaned, allowing Gu Qingfeng's family to move in the following day. Meanwhile, Shang Wanyan remained perplexed. Upon hearing her son call her, she absent-mindedly filled in her name on the property deed. The day's events had overwhelmed her. Her son had displayed remarkable prowess. Did she truly now possess her own villa? Shang Wanyan felt elated, not merely due to the acquisition of a house, but because it signified her son's growth. This at least validated her decision to sever ties with her family and marry Gu Tian. Although this villa in a small county was trivial compared to her family's estate, it held significance for her. Once the contract was finalized, Gu Qingfeng had no intention of lingering, and he departed with his parents, casting a deliberate friendly smile at Wu Meili as they left. As the second daughter of the Zhao family, Zhao Zili was astute and highly perceptive. With just a glance from Gu Qingfeng, she understood his intent. Huang, you are no longer suited for the managerial position. Mei will take your place, and you will work under her guidance. As for the commission from the sale of this villa, I will transfer it to your account by the end of the month. Mei Huang collapsed onto the ground, having toiled for 5 years to attain the managerial role, only to have it stripped away in an instant. Why should a newcomer like Mei be allowed to usurp her position? Hua Ying's gaze, filled with fleeting resentment towards Mei, quickly succumbed to a sense of despair. Yet, she dared not voice her objections. Zhao Zili's decisions were beyond reproach, and she could only blame herself for aligning with the wrong side. This was her own doing. Mei, on the other hand, felt as though she had been struck by a windfall, bewildered by her sudden promotion to manager. Furthermore, she would receive a commission from the villa Zhao Zili had gifted to Gu Qingfeng, fully aware that it was Gu Qingfeng who had facilitated this opportunity. Without his gracious smile, Zhao Yi would never have taken notice of someone as inconsequential as her. The saleswomen at the office, confident in their appearances, regretted their choices deeply, lamenting what Mei had accomplished. It was merely during a time when no one was present that she, in a fit of infatuation, took the initiative to attend to the Gu Qingfeng family. Just as such a modest act led to her rapid ascent, had the roles been reversed, Gu Qingfeng might have taken a liking to them as well. They could have soared to great heights, living a life befitting the elite, with a status that would undoubtedly command the admiration of even the most illustrious of figures. After spending some time there, Zhao Zili soon departed from the sales office. No sooner had she left than a throng of colleagues gathered around her, each offering their congratulations. Such is the nature of this world, where many prefer to bully the weak and cower before the strong. With Mei's promotion, they too were willing to swallow their pride and fawn over her like eager lapdogs, politely declining Zhao Zili's offer for someone to escort her home. The family of 3 opted for a leisurely stroll instead, while Gu Tian and his wife refrained from inquiring about Gu Qingfeng. Gu Qingfeng did not initiate the conversation, but as his mind delved into the chat group, it seemed unreasonable to own a villa without a luxury car. The book-loving ghoul remarked, "The boss hasn't logged in for 2 days. Could it be that he is facing some unpleasant matters?" Tony, the unfaithful one, replied, "We are unaware and dare not inquire. The last time I misspoke, I was beaten for an hour, and I am still nursing my wounds. Should Xiao Chu come to visit uncle?" Fire Fist Ace interjected, "Stop playing the victim. Lord Ban did not truly harm you. And how much strength can Yun Yao possess?" Tony retorted, "You speak nonsense. It is true that Lord Ban did not kill me. Besides, your little girlfriend was not gentle either. This is clearly bullying an honest person." The Destroyer of Worlds commented, "You deserve it. Who told you to speak recklessly? Others are not beaten, and it is merely your own folly." The Strongest of Dimensions inquired, "Tony, do you have any decent sports cars? Give me a few for my family to drive." No sooner had he finished speaking than a notification echoed through the group. Tony sent a special red envelope to the Strongest of Dimensions. The Strongest of Dimensions successfully claimed the red envelope. Although it was anticipated, Gu Qingfeng was nonetheless profoundly shocked upon opening it. Truly, the wealthiest man in Marvel had directly gifted 2 Ferrari LaFerraris and 3 Rolls-Royces. The legitimizer of wealth exclaimed, "Rich man Tony, your generosity knows no bounds. You didn't even blink before sending 5 cars." The book-loving ghoul added, "Uncle Tony is indeed affluent. We rarely see such vehicles around here." Fire Fist Ace remarked, "Most of our area is filled with warships. These modes of transportation are quite uncommon." Tony responded, "This is merely a trifle, if everyone likes it. I could gift each of you a car." Tony Stark's vanity was immensely satisfied. Since joining this group, he had transformed from a figure at the pinnacle of the world to just an ordinary member. Within this group, many surpassed him in prowess, rendering his wealth seemingly futile. Aside from Gu Qingfeng, no one else was in sync with his currency. Today, he finally felt a surge of pride, and his status within the group seemed to soar. The Strongest of Dimensions sent Tony a special points red envelope. Tony replied, "Boss, you are being overly formal. We are all friends here. A few cars are nothing to concern ourselves with." Tony successfully claimed the red envelope. While he spoke generously, his hands dutifully accepted the reward. It was no jest. The red envelope from the boss was no small sum. With this points reward, he could potentially ascend to become one of the top contenders in the group. And at that time, he could confront anyone who displeased him. Fire Fist Ace noted, "Tony hit the jackpot. A few ordinary cars have netted him 50,000 points." The Grim Reaper elementary student remarked, "I just thought those cars looked nice, but now they seem less enticing. Points are far more appealing." The book-loving ghoul concluded, "That is indeed 50,000 points. Uncle Tony must be overjoyed. The plea for support is met with disdain. How shameless. Trading a few dilapidated vehicles for so many points from the esteemed leader. Fire Fist Ace exclaims in agreement, urging collective scorn towards him. Tony Stark, ever the pragmatist, observes that the points for the magma fruit are rather inexpensive, advising the young Ace to reconsider his ambitions. Stark is also aware of the reports regarding Yunyao, realizing that, under normal circumstances, Ace would fall to Akainu. Fire Fist Ace retorts, questioning whether he truly believes he could best him. Even with the magma fruit, his strength would not suffice. The potency of a fruit lies within its wielder. He challenges Stark's martial prowess, suggesting he lacks even a tenth of Ace's capability. Tony Stark boasts of his potential, declaring that one day, his strength shall surpass Ace's. When that day comes, he vows to confront Ace thrice in a single day, or else he shall not bear the name Tony Stark. The bookish ghoul expresses concern, pondering why Uncle Tony dares to provoke Ace when he currently cannot even defeat him. The strongest of dimensions remarks that points can enhance one's abilities, such as hockey, chakra, or physical strength, but one may also opt for technological augmentation. The pinnacle of science may lead to the divine. It poses a dilemma. Should one strive for divine realms through science, or bolster their inherent power? This is a contemplation for you, Tony. Tony ponders this notion, feeling it is a distant aspiration. He once believed that with his Iron Man suit, he was invincible. However, upon entering the chat group and receiving spoilers from Yunyao, he became aware of the formidable foes that lie ahead, realizing his previous notions were naively simplistic. At the very least, he must be capable of defeating the future Thanos. Only with the arrival of the esteemed leader did he comprehend that there are always greater powers and beings beyond. The leader's strength has become his lifelong aspiration. Yet he harbors doubts. Does he truly have a chance to match the leader's pace? The words of Qingfeng deeply resonated with him. While the others in the group had transformed into formidable beings through their own efforts, he had relied on technology. I shall contemplate my future direction diligently. I am grateful for your guidance, esteemed mentor. Such matters cannot be resolved hastily. I will reserve these points for now and utilize them once I have determined my path ahead. As for Tony Stark, Qingfeng harbored a favorable impression of him. Despite his somewhat sharp tongue, he was fundamentally a decent person. Thus, he felt compelled to voice his concerns, as he held reservations about the advancement of technology. Although the group possessed various methods of harnessing high-tech energy, sophisticated devices like superionic cannons, energy converters, and photon aggregation guns, each capable of cataclysmic destruction, external forces remained just that, external. Qingfeng did not perceive technology as a sustainable path. However, everyone's journey is distinct, and he did not wish to overly interfere with Tony's choices. Qingfeng exited the chat group, glanced around to ensure there were no surveillance cameras nearby, and with a swift motion of his right hand, summoned a sleek, obsidian-colored supercar onto the ground. Gu Tian and Shang Guanyun were taken aback by the sudden appearance of a colossal object. It was already astonishing enough to transform money. But how could one simply wave their hand and conjure forth a vehicle? How on earth did you manage to produce such an enormous contraption? Gu Tian gazed at Qingfeng with a look reminiscent of one observing a peculiar creature. His suspicions aroused as to whether his son had somehow become possessed by some monstrous entity. It could hardly be magic, after all. What sort of sorcery could cause something to transform into a vehicle mid-stride? Such a notion was utterly preposterous. Moreover, he and Six had been present all along. This situation was undeniably intricate. In due time, you might consider watching Dragon Ball. Once you have finished, much of my abilities will become clearer to you. Qingfeng found himself unable to discuss the matter of the chat group. As for Vegeta's identity, it was inevitable that it would be revealed sooner or later, especially given his activities on Earth. There was no necessity to deliberately conceal it. After all, Dragon Ball, as a quintessential representation of spirited anime, boasts an astonishing fanbase. And recognition was merely a matter of time. Informing his parents was not an issue, yet the timing regarding the chat group was not quite right. This was particularly true upon learning about the existence of martial artists and those with extraordinary abilities. While martial artists were somewhat acceptable, akin to characters from martial arts novels in Qingfeng's perspective, the existence of those with special powers made him feel a sense of caution. The ability to even predict one's future was an alarming power, and one could not dismiss the possibility of other unique abilities. If his parents were to learn of the chat group, it would be a case of a gentleman being innocent, yet bearing the burden of possessing a treasure. Should others discover it, they would undoubtedly face the relentless pursuit of the entire world. Gu Tian, perplexed, wondered if his son had somehow traversed into the realm of animated characters. How else could he repeatedly find himself engrossed in anime? Well, if that is the case, I shall watch some when I return home. Shang Guanyun, with a beaming smile, had not ceased to radiate joy since learning that her son was alive. Whether in wealth or in poverty, what mattered most to her was the ability to remain united with her family. Her son had chosen not to share details with her. Undoubtedly for his own reasons, Gu Qingfeng remained silent, and she would never pry, for she was a woman of profound understanding. Gazing at the luxurious car before her, Gu Tian cast a curious look at Gu Qingfeng and posed an unusual question. Do you know how to drive? I recall you have yet to obtain your driver's license. Gu Qingfeng did not ponder too much and replied nonchalantly, Of course not, Dad. You have a driver's license and have been driving for over 10 years. Surely, you can drive. Gu Tian gently touched his forehead, a hint of embarrassment appearing on his face. I have been driving for over a decade, yet I have never had the privilege of driving a Ferrari. Moreover, I have never even seen the model of this Ferrari before. This detail had completely slipped Gu Qingfeng's mind, consumed by the thought of having Tony deliver the car. He forgot that the finest vehicle his father had ever driven was merely a BMW. Aren't they all the same? After all, the operation of the vehicles is fundamentally alike. Gu Tian, somewhat at a loss for words, earnestly explained, I have never seen this Ferrari before, but judging by its design, the price must certainly be in the several millions. If, by chance, I were to accidentally cause any damage, it would be quite distressing. It would be better for you to keep it for yourself. Just buy another vehicle for me and your mother. After all this, it became clear that his father was simply concerned about the possibility of mishandling the Ferrari on its inaugural drive and inadvertently inflicting harm upon it. Gu Qingfeng had long since lost any notion of money. A few days ago, during his battle with Zamas, he was oblivious to the destruction of countless luxurious mansions and extravagant vehicles within the Dragon Ball universe. It was of little consequence, after all. It was merely for you and my mother to procure some groceries. If anything were to break, I would simply replace it for you, as I have an abundance of such things. Gu Qingfeng's expression was undeniably genuine, and Gu Tian found himself perplexed, pondering into which world his son had traversed. Not only was he extraordinarily powerful, but he also possessed considerable wealth. After a moment's hesitation, Gu Tian ultimately accepted the car keys. After all, what man does not appreciate a luxury vehicle, especially when it is a heartfelt gift from his son? The car's initial movement was rather unsteady. The Ferrari's gear shift and steering differed significantly from that of an ordinary vehicle, compelling Gu Tian to gradually acclimate to its handling. After investing over 10 minutes, he finally began to grasp the nuances of driving the car. As for the intricacies of the tempered glass and the vehicle's jet propulsion, Gu Tian was entirely ignorant. But he figured they would not be of any practical use to him. Gu Tian drove at a leisurely pace. The journey to the city took an hour by taxi, while the return trip consumed a full hour and a half before he finally entered the urban area. However, there are advantages to driving this vehicle. Upon entering the city, most cars instinctively veered away, having never encountered such a Ferrari. Although they recognized the model, it was clearly beyond their means to afford, prompting them to keep their distance. Additionally, the car attracted the attention of numerous women on the road. In their small county, encountering a luxury car worth millions was a rare occurrence, perhaps only once in a year or so. Moreover, observant passers-by noted not only the impressive vehicle, but also the extraordinary license plate, adorned with 5 sixes following the characters from the capital. Such a plate is not easily obtainable. In all of China, few possess such a prestigious identity. The license plate was procured by Gu Qingfeng, who utilized 1,000 points he had accumulated to arrange it in advance through a chat group. Otherwise, Tony's American plate arriving suddenly in China could have led to complications. As he returned to his residential community, all eyes outside were instantly drawn to him. The residents of this neighborhood were, after all, ordinary citizens. Before Gu Tian became the target of Li Jun's schemes, he merely managed a modest business that barely classified him as a member of the middle class, and within the community, he was regarded as relatively affluent. He drove a Toyota, yet after facing relentless scrutiny, he sold off everything he could. At that moment, a Ferrari appeared in the neighborhood, stirring speculation among the residents about the identity of this distinguished visitor. The vehicle came to a halt at Gu Qingfeng's doorstep, and as the cheerful family of 3 emerged, the onlookers erupted into a flurry of chatter. Wasn't it said that old Gu had provoked a powerful figure, leaving him with a broken leg? What was happening now? Who could say? Perhaps Gu Tian had summoned a savior? But wait, doesn't it seem that Gu Tian's leg is healed? Old Gu must possess remarkable capabilities to be acquainted with such a prominent individual. Just a few days ago, he was bedridden and immobile, and now his leg appears to be perfectly fine. It's truly baffling from where he has procured such an extraordinary physician. Gu Tian is known for his kindness and integrity, earning him a favorable reputation among his neighbors. However, his humble status renders him powerless against the formidable Li Jun. Fearful of repercussions, they refrain from standing up for him. Within a mere few days, Gu Tian's supermarket faced closure, and the savings he had painstakingly accumulated over the years were stolen. Despite having connections with the authorities, reporting the theft yielded no assistance. Such individuals dare not even mention Gu Tian's name, resigning themselves to merely lamenting his unfortunate plight. As Gu Qingfeng descended, he undeniably captivated the attention of the women present. His ruggedly handsome visage, complemented by a physique brimming with explosive strength, was a sight to behold. Standing at an ideal height of 178 centimeters, he struck a perfect balance, neither overly tall nor disappointingly short. Every aspect of this man radiated excellence. His striking appearance, athletic build, and wealth seemed to fulfill the fantasies of many women. Regrettably, Gu Qingfeng offered no response to the flirtatious glances cast his way, choosing instead to silently follow his parents upstairs. This left the women feeling quite disheartened. However, the astute among them promptly devised a plan to have their parents visit the Gu family, hoping to forge a connection with Gu Tian and extract Gu Qingfeng's contact information. Is there not a type you fancy downstairs? The past is irretrievable, yet the future holds the promise of change. Do not dwell in what has already transpired. Upon entering the house, Gu Tian gently patted his son on the shoulder, offering words of comfort. Gu Qingfeng shook his head slightly, his tone conveying a sense of indifference as he remarked, "No particular type that I fancy, and I do not wish to rush into finding a girlfriend just yet. The future is vast and stretches far ahead. There is no need for haste." He contemplated that when he returned to the Dragon Ball universe, he intended to gather all 7 Dragon Balls to wish for an eternal life. And he would also grant his parents a wish. Having attained immortality, he naturally found little urgency in the pursuit of romantic entanglements. Moreover, the emotional turmoil caused by Wang Fei had subtly altered his inner landscape. While you may not be in a hurry, your mother is certainly eager for grandchildren. This evening, tidy up your belongings, and before departing tomorrow, bid farewell to the neighbors in the community. Gu Qingfeng could not comprehend his father's intentions. When the family was targeted by Li Jun, did they ever come forward to assist you? Gu Tian cast a glance at his wife and offered a wry smile. Shang Yun interjected, clarifying, "Indeed, they did not assist us. However, they did not exacerbate our plight either, did they? To speak candidly, if you were in their position, would you risk offending a powerful and affluent scion for the sake of a neighbor with whom you share a decent rapport?" In an act of empathy, Gu Qingfeng contemplated the situation from another's perspective, realizing that if he were in their shoes, he too might refrain from offering assistance. It was merely the personal nature of the incident that stirred his discontent. Without awaiting a response, Shang Yun gently interjected, "As a young person, it is understandable that impulsiveness may lead you to offer help. However, the neighbors differ. They are all individuals with families. Take Uncle Zhou next door, for instance, who has shared a deep friendship with your father for over a decade. He wishes to assist our family, yet he has children to care for and a household to manage. Just recently, he visited your father for a drink, weeping in his embrace, expressing his anguish over his inability to aid him. With reddened eyes, he confided in your father that he fears no death, but he is bound by the responsibilities of a daughter and elderly relatives, rendering him hesitant to offend Li Jun." Gu Qingfeng reminisced about Uncle Zhou, who was always the life of the party at the dining table, sharing laughter and stories. Their friendship spanned many years, having first forged a bond in middle school. In his childhood, Uncle Zhou frequently treated him to delightful snacks, providing solace during times of trouble at school when he feared reprimand at home. He would often discreetly summon Uncle Zhou to the school, seeking his assistance to keep his mischief hidden from his family. Gu Qingfeng let out a sigh from the depths of his heart. However, being treated in such a manner within his own home, regardless of the multitude of reasons, the fact that Uncle Zhou remained passive left him profoundly saddened. Even if he did not take any action, merely standing up to voice a word of injustice on behalf of Gu Tian would have been enough for Gu Qingfeng to comprehend his stance. Gu Tian also spoke up, similarly seeking to clarify matters for his old friend. He wished to prevent any rift between his son and Lao Zhou. My dear child, this is the nature of life. With a family, children, and the elderly, all responsibilities rest solely on one's shoulders, leaving no room for risk. If your Uncle Zhou were not married, even at the cost of his own life, he would not allow anyone to mistreat your father. I have a keen eye for character. I still possess that confidence. Gu Qingfeng lowered his head in silence. After all, he was merely a young man in his 20s, and in terms of composure, he certainly fell short when compared to his father. Gu Qingfeng had no intention of further discussing this topic. He conjured $5 million once more, instructing his parents to deposit it into their account the following day. He could not remain at home indefinitely. He had tasks to undertake in the myriad realms and, in due course, must return to the Dragon Ball universe to participate in the Universe Martial Arts Tournament. It was essential to maintain a certain level of financial support for his parents' daily expenditures, and he need not concern himself with safety matters. That very evening upon his return, he integrated the Soul Executor and the Soul Guardian, devising a novel technique known as absolute soul defense. This technique not only enabled a more precise assessment of hostility, but also endowed him with extraordinary power. Although he had never encountered any so-called martial arts masters, Gu Qingfeng was confident that his protective barrier could withstand even an atomic bomb, given the current technological capabilities. The essence of absolute soul defense transcended mere physical protection. It fortified the very essence of the soul. While enveloping his parents' bodies with his own energy, he continuously infused their souls with vitality, gradually strengthening their frail spiritual essence. The process, however, could be sluggish. Haste might lead to potential harm to their souls, yet the defensive capabilities of their spirits remained unassailable. Under this dual protection, no one could inflict harm upon his parents. That night, assassins dispatched by Li Jun's father arrived, only to be detected by the absolute defense upon their entry. They were silently obliterated within the ocean of energy, their flesh evaporating without a trace, leaving no one aware of the demise of two assassins that evening. In the course of a single day, Gu Qingfeng's parents tidied the house, which bore little of significance, only removing a few cherished mementos. The residence itself could remain as it was, a sanctuary untouched. Gu Tian, having taken the time to deposit $5 million into his bank account, planned to take Guan Yun shopping for clothes in the evening. The garments at home belonged to Guan Yun and were outdated styles from many years ago. Now that he had the means, he wished to indulge his wife. Today, all expenses would be covered by Gu Diyi, and Xiao Yun could simply express her desires. Guan Yun smiled at him, playfully pinching his ear, and teasingly remarked, "Using our son's money to buy me clothes? How shameless of you, calling yourself Gu Diyi. I'll grant you another chance." Gu Tian hurriedly pleaded with his wife, refraining from any further arrogance, admitting his mistakes. He acknowledged that he was at fault, realizing his errors. Their relationship was characterized by a dynamic where Gu Tian took charge outside the home, while Shangguan Yun held the reins within, as long as there were no outsiders present. The household was firmly under Shangguan Yun's dominion. When friends were around, she would graciously afford Gu Tian the respect he deserved. Throughout their many years of marriage, the couple had only quarreled once, which occurred after the birth of their son, Gu Qingfeng. At that time, Shangguan Yun expressed her desire for a second child. But Gu Tian vehemently opposed the idea, fearing the dangers associated with childbirth. He insisted that one child was sufficient, while Shangguan Yun repeatedly clarified that, despite appearances, the current medical advancements rendered the risks manageable. Gu Tian, resolute in his decision, firmly refused to consider having a second child. Although Shangguan Yun understood that his refusal stemmed from a place of care for her, she yearned to bear a daughter for the man she loved. This marked one of the rare, genuine disagreements between them, yet in the end, Shangguan Yun could not sway Gu Tian. Aside from that occasion, their interactions had remained harmonious. Despite their financial constraints, Shangguan Yun continued to bask in the warmth of happiness. Gu Tian called out to Gu Qingfeng's bedroom, "I'm heading out, kid. Are you going to accompany your mother to buy clothes?" "Yes, I shall go as well. I wish to purchase a few outfits myself." Gu Qingfeng pushed open the door, realizing it was time for him to change his attire. Although his battle garments remained unsoiled and odorless, he could not perpetually remain bare-chested. While he found this look quite dashing, he had to admit it drew considerable attention from the ladies, to the point where he felt he might be devoured by their gazes. The roar of the automobile engine again caught the attention of the surrounding residents. prompting Gu Tian to exchange greetings with a few before heading directly towards the central area, where the traditional cheap house store awaited. Gu Tian gritted his teeth, filled with resentment over his son's lack of transparency. Haven't you longed to purchase a few kipeos? Today, let us indulge and see just how much money that boy truly possesses. Shang Guanyun, with her unparalleled beauty, flashed him a playful smile and rolled her eyes, reproaching him lightly. You, at your age, still lack decorum. Just because our son has money doesn't mean he should squander it. Gu Tian found himself entranced. For even after decades of marriage, he remained captivated by Shang Guanyun's exquisite beauty. To be candid, Gu Tian was undeniably handsome, possessing a countenance that could charm in his youth. Yet, in comparison to the gentle and virtuous Shang Guanyun, he could only be deemed average. Shang Guanyun was not merely the school belle. She eclipsed all young women in the entire capital. Wherever she graced the scene, other women seemed to pale into insignificance. The gaze of the crowd was invariably drawn to her. With excellent academic achievements and a prestigious lineage, everyone believed her future was boundless. In the days of yore, Gu Tian found himself utterly captivated by Shang Guanyun, an occurrence that left others astounded when she consented to his courtship. There were no excessive trials or tribulations, nor any mention of socioeconomic disparities. Once united, Gu Tian was wholly devoted to Shang Guanyun. Approaching her 40s, Shang Guanyun, perhaps due to her constitution, retained a complexion as delicate as that of a woman in her 30s, despite not always adhering to a rigorous beauty regimen. However, following the demise of Gu Qingfeng, it seemed that fate had woven a thread of sorrow, for Shang Guanyun had not smiled since. Now, as she smiled, her voice imbued with a tenderness akin to flowing water, Gu Tian found himself somewhat overwhelmed. Was it not merely to ascertain the depths of his wealth? After all, he was acquainted with the owner of an upscale villa community and could even procure a residence free of charge, conjuring a Ferrari from thin air, with the currency being none other than U.S. dollars. Observing his parents reveling in their affection, Gu Qingfeng refrained from voicing any critique, responding instead with a weary tone. It's fine, spend as you wish, we have ample funds. If you fancy it, just purchase that cheap house shop. Your son may lack in many areas, but he is certainly not short on money. As Gu Tian turned the steering wheel in his hands, he expressed his guilt, saying, if it weren't for following me, your mother wouldn't be so pleased just to buy a better piece of clothing. Ultimately, it's your father's lack of ability that has caused your mother to suffer alongside me. Observing Gu Tian's remorse, Shang Guanyun felt a pang of compassion and sought to console him. My happiness stems solely from the fact that my son is safe and successful. I care not for material possessions such as clothing. You are well aware of this, and besides, your current predicament is also my fault. Gu Qingfeng was utterly bewildered upon hearing this. The entanglements of the elder generation were obscure to him. He had only gleaned fragments from his parents' conversations. His mother had once been the cherished jewel of a prominent family. Ultimately, she defied her family's wishes and chose to marry his father instead of entering into a union with another family. They returned to their hometown to live a humble life. He had never pondered the implications of his mother severing ties with her family. He had never met his grandfather and had little recollection of that lineage. According to his mother, it seemed that her family had even taken action against his father. A glint of coldness flickered in Gu Qingfeng's eyes, and he resolved to inquire about this matter privately with his father. Should the need arise, he would not hesitate to deliver them a painful lesson. Enough about that. The child is still here. Let us first go shopping for clothes. Gu Tian withdrew his thoughts, choosing not to dwell on the past any longer. He was not particularly adept at driving, and he certainly did not wish to cause any incidents. Just moments ago, he had nearly collided with another vehicle, which left him drenched in cold sweat. Fortunately, Gu Qingfeng had enveloped the Ferrari in an invisible aura, ensuring that no collision would occur, at most. It would merely nudge the other car aside. As Gu Tian gradually accustomed himself to the handling of the Ferrari, his speed steadily increased. And after a little over 20 minutes, they arrived at the heart of the county town. The trio undeniably drew the attention of all around them. Gu Tian's striking looks were equally compelling, and together with the stunning beauty of his companion, they presented a visually captivating pair. Clad in battle attire, Gu Qingfeng stood out distinctly, exuding an effortless charm that turned the heads of countless women simply by standing idly. Coupled with the presence of a luxury sports car, they instantly became the center of attention upon disembarking. The three of them approached an inconspicuous shop on the street, Fengxiang Pavilion. the largest boutique cheap house store in China and the sole chain to span the entire nation. As soon as they entered, the staff eagerly gathered around, inquiring about the style that Shang Yun intended to purchase. "Madam, may I suggest you try this one? It is a new arrival, and there are no more than 500 sets available nationwide." Being situated on a street known for its clothing stores, Qingfeng's trio made a striking entrance, capturing the attention of the staff, especially since clients of such stature were a rarity in Hebei County. Under the renowned brand of Fengxiang Pavilion, the prices were correspondingly steep, making it unaffordable for the majority of ordinary families. Gu Tianhao, brimming with confidence, declared, "Give it a try. If you like it, purchasing it won't break the bank." The aura of newfound wealth enveloped him, leaving the female attendants to lament their lack of fortune akin to that of Shang Yun. It is worth noting that this ensemble is priced at a staggering 100,000 yuan. Such an amount could sustain an ordinary family for an entire year. Yet he made the purchase with nary a flinch. Gu Tian embraced Shang Yun, and the two affectionately set off to purchase clothing. Gu Qingfeng, finding himself with some leisure time, began to meander along the bustling streets. Noticing the absence of men's attire in the cheap house shop, he realized he would have to venture elsewhere to make his purchase. "Hello, young man. My name is Li Ting. May I have the pleasure of getting to know you and perhaps exchanging contact information?" Not long after, a girl, seemingly around 18 or 19, approached him with a friendly greeting. "Greetings, I am Gu Qingfeng. I apologize, but I have yet to acquire a mobile phone, so I must regrettably decline." Gu Qingfeng spoke nothing but the truth. He was not merely offering a perfunctory response to the young lady. He genuinely did not possess a mobile phone. For a fleeting moment, the young lady's expression became stiff. In her mind, given her striking beauty, it was a novel experience to be rebuffed after making the first move. How could anyone not have a mobile phone in this day and age? You might as well claim to be a caveman. "Dear sir, could it be that you already have a girlfriend? It would be perfectly acceptable to share a contact method." Gu Qingfeng shook his head with a faint smile, wishing to say no more and turning to leave. The girl was merely attracted to his wealth. It was not that Gu Qingfeng held her in disdain. People naturally aspire to rise, just as water flows downward. Such is human nature. And he simply lacked the inclination to become entangled with a woman, at least not at this moment. Glancing around at the curious eyes surrounding them, the girl steeled her resolve and attempted to drape her arm around Gu Qingfeng. A curious phenomenon occurred. While she clearly perceived her hand encircling him, in reality, her grasp met only empty air, never making contact. The instant she moved, Gu Qingfeng sensed her intent, yet he refrained from causing her embarrassment in front of the crowd, moving his arm with such swiftness that she only beheld a fleeting shadow. The girl's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She had bravely taken the initiative, only to be rebuffed. If she lost the bet this time, her situation would be dire. Having ventured out shopping with her university roommates, she was captivated upon seeing Gu Qingfeng, unaware that he had just alighted from a luxury car. Approaching him was a spontaneous act driven by her superficial attraction. She was not fond of the delicate, effeminate type, and Gu Qingfeng perfectly embodied her ideal vision of a boyfriend. Under the persuasion of a few mischievous friends, she unwittingly fell into their scheme. Realizing that if she failed to obtain Gu Qingfeng's contact information, she would owe them a month's worth of snacks. What she did not know was that Gu Qingfeng did not possess a phone, thus her efforts were destined to be in vain. Oh dear. The handsome young man clearly stated he did not wish to share his contact details. Why persist in such relentless pursuit? Another girl emerged from the crowd, her beauty rivaling that of Li Ting, both possessing distinct physical charms, though Li Ting exuded a more innocent aura. In contrast, the newly arrived girl radiated an air of alluring seduction. Witnessing her rival's awkward predicament, Li Ting's expression soured. "Zhang Mei, this has nothing to do with you. Are you truly expecting me to suffer just to spare you?" Zhang Mei replied, flashing a dazzling smile and waving her hand dismissively. "Even a goddess like you is unable to secure his attention. Isn't it enough to see you humbled?" I want to indulge in self-deprecation. Fuming, Li Ting's eyes brimmed with indignation. The two had long been locked in a covert rivalry for the title of campus beauty, with neither managing to gain a decisive upper hand. Yet, if today's incident were to be exposed, her reputation at school would be utterly obliterated. Despite her typical indifference toward such titles, this was a student election, and she and Zhang Mei were tied for first place. Since then, Zhang Mei had devised various schemes to target her, and Li Ting was no pushover. Once provoked, she would fiercely confront her rival. Gu Qingfeng found himself caught between two women, feeling quite overwhelmed. He despised complications, particularly in such crowded situations, and he had no desire to reveal his true capabilities. "Young man, would you care to join me for dinner this evening?" To his surprise, Li Ting had indeed extended an invitation, which seemed rather uncharacteristic of Zhang Mei. Zhang Mei was known for her pragmatic nature. When it came to selecting a partner, she prioritized power and influence over mere appearance. She never shied away from expressing her criteria for a partner, yet she also did not dismiss other suitors, keeping them as potential options. Qingfeng's attire was exquisite, however. Despite Li Ting's affluent background, it was not apparent that it belonged to a prestigious brand. Given Zhang Mei's usual demeanor, it was unlikely that she would initiate a conversation with Qingfeng. Could it be that she sought to compete with me, attempting to present herself as more alluring? "I apologize, but I have some matters to attend to today. Therefore, I shall forego dining." Qingfeng directly declined her advances. If his rejection of Li Ting stemmed from her lack of intentions to find a girlfriend in the short term, then Zhang Mei's case was purely one of disinterest. He found the girl's gaze insincere and was averse to women who displayed too much cunning. Zhang Mei's smile faltered momentarily, only to re-emerge with a semblance of nonchalance. Unlike the naive Li Ting, who clumsily sought contact information, Zhang Mei understood that dining was the most effective means of fostering closeness with a man. Under ordinary circumstances, she would not have been so brazen, but her covetousness for that Ferrari had gotten the better of her. She had spotted Qingfeng as he emerged from the vehicle, which explained her bold approach. A gentleman of such elite caliber was a rarity in her life. In their small county, owning a million-yuan Mercedes was already impressive, let alone a Ferrari worth tens of millions, which one might not encounter for years. She was indifferent to the intrinsic qualities of men, as long as they were affluent. However, who would refuse something better? Wealth, good looks, and an admirable physique were undoubtedly the most desirable traits. Over the past 2 years, the affluent men she had pursued ranged from middle-aged uncles in their 40s to those barely in their 30s, none of whom were pleasing to the eye. Finally encountering someone as seemingly perfect as Qingfeng, she feared that if she hesitated, someone else might seize the opportunity. His refusal to even dine with her left her questioning her own allure. "You're no different. You have the audacity to criticize me. If I were you, I would have already found a crack in the ground to hide in." The two glared at each other with disdain. Zhang Mei, unwilling to prolong the confrontation, turned away only to find Qingfeng had already departed. He had little interest in such matters, and his initial desire for a leisurely stroll had dissipated. He hastened towards Fengxiang Pavilion. He had not walked far, and within 2 minutes, he returned to Fengxiang Pavilion, hearing a commotion from a distance. "What good is your wealth? Ask her if she would dare sell to you. Go ahead, ask. In broad daylight, how dare you threaten others so brazenly? Do you believe there are no laws in this world? I am the law. I shall see who dares to be the first to stick their neck out." The voice sounded unmistakably like his father's. Qingfeng approached the entrance of Fengxiang Pavilion, swaying slightly, and saw his father shielding his mother behind him. In front of them stood several burly men, the leader of whom was a mass of muscle, adorned with a gold chain the thickness of a thumb, embracing a strikingly beautiful woman. They had cornered his parents. A few female staff members dared only to observe from a distance, too intimidated to intervene. Shang Guanyun felt a pang of worry. She understood her son's temperament and feared that if he returned to witness the scene, he might act impulsively. The ancient newspaper exhibited an entirely different attitude. After much effort to indulge in a moment of luxury by bringing his wife to purchase a garment, he found himself subjected to humiliation. In such a case, one might as well cease to exist, for the shame is unbearable. The mature woman spoke, her demeanor commanding as she pointed at Shang Guanyun. "I am a magnanimous person. Offer me an apology and relinquish the clothing, and we shall consider this matter resolved." Gu Tian would not hesitate to confront her simply because she is a woman. "We were the first to try on the clothes, and we have already paid. Why should we apologize for your presumptuous interference?" A middle-aged man, with a face full of flab, laughed brazenly, pointing to a subordinate behind him. "Who am I? Come on. Tell him. Who do you think I am?" The subordinate, with a disdainful spitting gesture, spoke in a tone reminiscent of instructing an ignorant child. "Our boss is Zhu Hu, the underground emperor of Hebei County. Who in Hebei County doesn't know my brother Hu? Demanding an apology is a courtesy. Had it been my brother Hu's temper back in the day, you would have already been cut down. All right, we don't want the clothes anymore. You can have them. I'll go find the clerk to get a refund." Shang Guanyun tightly grasped Gu Tian's arm, ultimately deciding to abandon the qipao she had so admired. which was precisely why Gu Tian stood his ground without yielding. Gu Tian has always felt that she has endured too many grievances since following him, transforming from a lofty princess into a mere Cinderella. At long last, with their son's formidable return, he believed that by basking in his son's glory, he could provide a life of comfort for his wife. However, even purchasing a garment led to her being bullied. Please, excuse me, parents, what is happening? If there is something to discuss, speak to me. Gu Qingfeng casually brushed aside a few burly men obstructing his path and approached his parents. Casting a glance around, he inquired. Shang Guanyun, eager to preempt Gu Tian's response, quickly interjected, fearing that her son might be disheartened. She wished to avoid witnessing further harm to both her son and husband. It's nothing, really. We simply took someone else's clothing by mistake. We shall return it. Gu Tianyi, usually magnanimous, was now consumed by anger. However, upon noticing Shang Guanyun's glare, he refrained from provoking his wife further, choosing instead to sulk in silence. Can anyone elucidate the situation? I shall reward whoever speaks with 10,000. His mother remained tight-lipped, and Gu Qingfeng, no longer inclined to inquire further, retrieved a bundle of $10,000 from his pocket, brandishing it in his hand. The alluring young woman extended her delicate hand to take the money, and a glimmer of surprise flickered in Gu Qingfeng's eyes as he casually began to explain. I have taken a liking to this garment, but your mother hastily tried it on and made the purchase, which has left me quite displeased. If your mother returns the dress and offers me an apology, I shall forgive you both. Gu Qingfeng chuckled. He truly did not anticipate encountering such brazen shamelessness. It was evident that it was she who arrived late. Yet she insisted on claiming that his mother had appropriated her garments. The seasoned warrior, Zhu Hu, was far from the foolishness of a mere young woman. With a tone of careful inquiry, he asked, Brother, let us set aside the matter of returning the clothing and forego the need for an apology. Let us consider this a chance to forge a friendship. The exposed physique of Gu Qingfeng instilled a sense of unease in Zhu Hu. Though Gu Qingfeng's muscles were not particularly large and paled in comparison to those of seasoned fitness enthusiasts, they possessed a certain allure. They emanated an impression of latent strength. His gaze, at times, betrayed an air of disdain. Fearful of inciting the wrath of a formidable adversary, Zhu Hu contemplated a retreat. Gu Qingfeng firmly grasped his mother, who was about to return her clothing, guiding her to a nearby sofa to take a seat, before returning to confront Zhu Hu once more. We have settled the payment. Yet you expect us to return the garments for you? That seems rather inappropriate. Zhu Hu's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that this young man would be so ungrateful, especially after he had extended an olive branch. Although he harbored some reservations about Gu Qingfeng, a man who had navigated the complexities of High Bay for many years could hardly be intimidated by a mere youth. So, you think you can push your luck, do you? Don't presume that a bit of wealth grants you the right to be arrogant before me. Perhaps you should inquire about whom I fear. Owning a car worth millions does not prove your worth. Gu Qingfeng narrowed his eyes slightly, fixing his gaze upon Zhu Hu. Is there nothing left to discuss? Zhu Hu felt a surge of trepidation. When Gu Qingfeng turned his attention towards him, he suddenly felt as though he were being scrutinized by a demon. A profound inner turmoil gripped him, leaving him momentarily intimidated. The mature woman, however, harbored no such reservations. She shot a fierce glare at Shang Guanyun, convinced that it was this woman who had usurped her clothing, leading to this predicament. She conveniently overlooked the fact that Shang Guanyun had purchased the garment first. Her fondness for the attire was not only due to its exquisite beauty, but also stemmed from a deeper sense of jealousy of Shang Guanyun's striking looks. The envy that exists among women can be far more formidable than that which men experience. As she beheld Shang Guanyun's flawless, naturally sculpted visage, she couldn't help but resent her own beauty, which relied heavily on cosmetics. She wished fervently that she could embody Shang Guanyun instead. Return my dress to me and have this old woman apologize, or else this matter will remain unresolved. Another subordinate, eager to curry favor with the lady, chimed in, Indeed. I remember the days when our brother who wielded 2 machetes, cutting his way from South Street to the very end of North Street, tirelessly for 3 hours without so much as a blink. Now, you must cherish this opportunity. Should brother who take offense, none of you will escape unscathed. Gu Qingfeng shook his head, indicating that there was no further discussion to be had, and chose to remain silent. Shang Guanyun, unable to sit still, felt anxious as Gu Qingfeng assisted her onto the sofa. She feared that her son might clash with this group of individuals. Bound by Gu Tian's constant restraint on her speech, and witnessing the situation escalate towards an irretrievable state, she hastily rose, intent on intervening. Gu Qingfeng's movements were swifter than hers. To the onlookers, it appeared as though he merely took a step, yet he abruptly materialized before Zhu Hu, delivering a resounding slap to his face. After chopping for 3 hours without so much as a blink, did his eyes not feel dry? Zhu Hu was bewildered, unable to comprehend what had transpired. He only felt an excruciating pain in his face. It was only upon hearing Gu Qingfeng's inquiry that he regained his senses. At that moment, he could no longer concern himself with Gu Qingfeng's identity. Being struck without retort would render him unfit for the underworld. He bellowed at his lackeys. "Dispose of him. I will take responsibility for any consequences." The lackeys, taken aback by the swelling on Zhu Hu's face, were too stunned to ponder how Gu Qingfeng had traversed from their midst to Zhu Hu's side. Each of them seized nearby objects, chairs, hangers, and charged at Gu Qingfeng. The commotion soon attracted a throng of onlookers, many of whom were out for a leisurely stroll, curious to witness the disturbance. Upon recognizing Zhu Hu among the ruckus, some expressed sympathy for Gu Qingfeng. What a pity for this young man, of all the people to encounter. It had to be Zhu Hu, a ruthless character who leaves no bones unbroken. Is Zhu Hu truly that formidable? Inquired a middle-aged man, eliciting responses from a few high school girls nearby. The man nodded, affirming, "He commands the entire underground forces of Haibei. Wouldn't you say that's impressive? This young man has struck him. It is unlikely that Zhu Hu will allow him to survive." The girls were none other than Li Ting and her roommates, Zhang Mei and others, who had unwittingly drawn closer amidst their quarrel. While Li Ting was primarily concerned for Gu Qingfeng's safety, Zhang Mei felt quite the opposite. Gu Qingfeng's rejection had bruised her pride, and she secretly hoped he would receive a thorough lesson, though she did not wish for his demise. After all, in her eyes, Gu Qingfeng was her type. His death would make it exceedingly challenging for her to find another affluent and handsome man. No prey she had ever set her sights upon had ever escaped her grasp. What transpired next felt like a scene from a film to all present. As the lackeys approached Gu Qingfeng, he seized the initiative, executing a swift side kick that sent 2 of them flying. In midair, he spun, delivering an uppercut that felled another. The remaining 3 lackeys stood frozen, caught in indecision. Advancing would mean certain death. Before they could strike, 3 of their number lay incapacitated. "I am asking you a question," Gu Qingfeng demanded. "After 3 hours of unblinking, do your eyes not feel dry?" The symmetry of his assault was evident as the other side of Zhu Hu's face quickly became equally swollen, transforming his already plump visage into that of a pig's head. "You have guts, I'll give you that," he muttered. With a resounding slap, Zhu Hu lost 2 of his teeth. Upon witnessing Zhu Hu's dire predicament, the 3 henchmen gritted their teeth and charged forth together, only to meet the same fate as the previous trio. The moment they attempted to move, they were effortlessly swatted away by Gu Qingfeng, collapsing to the ground, unconscious and oblivious to their fate. "I ask you, after such a prolonged gaze without blinking, do your eyes not feel dry?" Gu Qingfeng resembled a machine, his face devoid of any emotional fluctuations as he repetitively executed the action. Shang Guanyun felt that her son had undergone a significant transformation since his return from his journey through time, yet she struggled to pinpoint the exact nature of this change. It became evident that her son had grown considerably more irritable. Whenever communication failed, he resorted to violence. As Gu Qingfeng raised his right hand once more, she hastily intervened, raising her voice to halt his impending action, much to Zhu Hu's relief. Had the altercation continued, he would have surely faced dire consequences. "Enough, enough. If this escalates, someone may lose their life. Let us not hold it against him." Upon hearing his mother's admonition, Gu Qingfeng finally ceased his aggression, carelessly discarding Zhu Hu aside as his gaze fixated on the young woman. "If you wish to avoid meeting a similar fate, you must apologize to my mother." The beautiful woman was utterly stunned. Gu Qingfeng's formidable and unreasonable demeanor left her in shock. She recognized Zhu Hu's 6 henchmen, not men who had simply brushed with danger, but individuals who bore the weight of lives lost. Yet, under Gu Qingfeng's might, they were rendered utterly powerless. She repeatedly offered her apologies to Shang Guanyun, fearful that Gu Qingfeng might turn his wrath upon her. "I am truly sorry. I failed to recognize your greatness. It is entirely my fault. Please forgive me." The shift in circumstances was astonishing. Mere moments ago, the shop staff and onlookers believed Gu Qingfeng was doomed. Yet, within a minute, Zhu Hu and his companions lay incapacitated on the ground. This taught them a profound lesson. When one possesses sufficient strength, numbers become irrelevant. This young man has clearly trained. He is indeed a hero in his youth, a veritable dragon crossing the river. A middle-aged man could not help but exclaim, surprised to realize he had underestimated the young man's prowess. Ah, if only my child were like him, he would make an excellent son-in-law. The onlookers, particularly a group of older women, began to bicker, entirely forgetting their earlier concerns that Gu Qingfeng was recklessly courting trouble for his family. Meanwhile, Li Ting's eyes sparkled with admiration. She had not anticipated Gu Qingfeng's remarkable skills, which brought her immense delight. Initially, he had appeared tall, robust, and handsome. But once he engaged in combat, he exuded an aura of superiority, as if he looked down upon the world. This innate pride, a resolute confidence in his own strength, radiated from him. With me, there is no rival. Li Ting felt her heart flutter, contemplating whether to greet Gu Qingfeng, yet fearing that he might ignore her and give Zhang Mei a reason to laugh at her expense. Zhang Mei shared a similar sentiment. She had initially hoped Zhu Hu would teach Gu Qingfeng a lesson, only to be astonished at how swiftly he had been subdued. With wealth, charm, and now formidable strength, Zhang Mei increasingly believed that only a man of such caliber could be worthy of her beauty. She resolved silently that she would employ any means necessary to win Gu Qingfeng for herself. At the entrance of the shop, Shangguan Yun observed the flustered young woman and graciously conveyed her indifference, stipulating only that she refrain from provoking her in the future. The young woman nodded in agreement. Resembling a frightened chick, devoid of her earlier assertiveness, now appearing docile and timid. Gu Tian initially wished to express his thoughts, yet upon observing Shangguan Yun's demeanor, he merely smiled softly and prudently chose to remain silent. Having secured her forgiveness, the young woman disregarded the unconscious individuals, leaving them behind as she hurriedly made her way out onto the street. The crowd of onlookers steadily grew, as the news of Zhu Hu's defeat spread from one person to another, eventually drawing the attention of nearly everyone on the street. As the throng continued to swell, Gu Tian felt increasingly uncomfortable with the notion of being the center of attention as he took Shangguan Yun by the hand and led her into the car. Preparing to depart, "Sir, please wait," implored a female clerk from Fengxiang Pavilion, who, after concluding a phone call, rushed out of the shop holding 2 qipao dresses. "We sincerely apologize for the incident, and we would like to offer you these 2 new qipao styles as a gesture of goodwill." Gu Tian replied graciously, "It is quite all right. We are not in need of financial compensation. Please keep the garments. This situation is not entirely your fault." Gu Tian possesses a profound understanding of the dynamics within the store, where a group of menacing ruffians exerts their influence, leaving the female staff in a position of reluctance to voice their opinions. The mere fact that they refrained from further antagonizing Zhu, who was commendable in Gu Tian's eyes. Had it been others, they would have likely sought to ingratiate themselves with Zhu Hu at the expense of his establishment. However, this reflects a psychological misjudgment on Gu Tian's part, for he arrived in a Ferrari. Even if none present could discern the specific model, they recognized him as a genuine man of wealth. The employees could not afford to provoke Zhu Hu, nor could they confront Gu Tian. Thus, they chose to remain neutral and feign ignorance of the situation. The staff remained resolute, earnestly imploring Gu Tian to accept the qipao. Gu Tian cast a glance at Gu Qingfeng, and upon seeing him nod, he hesitated for a moment before accepting the qipao. Society is inherently simple. It is the intricacies of human nature that complicate matters. Every action of the sales clerk did not escape Gu Qingfeng's keen observation. Only someone with genuine skill could ascend to the position of owner of Fengxiang Pavilion. Even if he did not possess the might of Zhu Hu, it was likely that Zhu Hu would still afford him some degree of respect. If the owner of Fengxiang Pavilion truly wished to intervene, he would have dispatched someone to thwart Zhu Hu long before this, rather than feigning kindness by offering gifts after the fact. It is highly probable that he, recognizing Gu Qingfeng's strength, seeks to cultivate a favorable relationship with him. Gu Tian started the vehicle and noticed Gu Qingfeng still lingering at the entrance of the store, showing no intention of getting in. He called out, "You rascal, why don't you get in? We're heading home." Gu Qingfeng replied, "I wish to browse a bit longer. You and Mom can go ahead. I'll return on my own later." "All right. Make sure to bring back a daughter-in-law when you have the chance. Your mother is eager to hold her grandchild." With that parting remark, the car drove away swiftly. Gu Qingfeng shook his head with a bitter smile, lamenting how difficult it was to find someone, especially since he himself was not in a rush. However, Gu Tian's words conveyed to the crowd an intriguing piece of information. Gu Qingfeng was still single, a golden bachelor at present. Zhang Mei's eyes lit up. Her opportunity had arrived. with her family pressing her to settle down, even if Qingfeng was reluctant. The pressure from home would likely compel him to seek a temporary partner. She was confident that given enough time together, the pretense could blossom into genuine affection. Meanwhile, Li Ting, motivating herself, squeezed through the crowd, eager to exchange a few words with Qingfeng. Little did they know that both Li Ting and Zhang Mei were a step too late, as several young women in their 20s had already encircled Qingfeng. "Hey there, would you like to be friends? I'm still single," one of them chimed in. "How about we hang out tonight, handsome?" Compared to these women, who had navigated the complexities of society for years, Zhang Mei felt outclassed. As soon as Gu Tian departed, they converged upon him, leaving Li Ting and Zhang Mei on the periphery. "I have a few matters to attend to soon. Today might not afford me the time," he remarked. As Gu Qifeng gazed in the direction where Zhang Mei had departed, a faint smirk played at the corners of his mouth. Having endured such humiliation, she would undoubtedly seek retribution. However, considering that their transgressions did not warrant death and the public setting in which they occurred, he refrained from resorting to lethal measures. During his absence, these individuals had not dared to lay a hand on his parents. Had they done so, the protective barrier he had established would have retaliated according to the strength and hostility of the assailants. It was not an absolute measure that would annihilate all who bore ill intent, but suffering some consequences was inevitable. This was precisely why he had instructed his parents to return home first, confident that the woman would not intercept them along the way. Several women sensed that Gu Qifeng was merely indulging them and were reluctant to depart, for they did not wish to miss the opportunity to engage with such an outstanding scion of wealth. "If you have matters to attend to, I can accompany you." "I am quite capable, dear sir," exclaimed one woman, deliberately emphasizing the word capable, her gaze languorous as it lingered on Gu Qifeng. Upon hearing this, Li Ting felt a flush of embarrassment. How could these women speak so candidly? Gu Qifeng glanced at the woman who spoke, his tone peculiar as he inquired, "Are you certain you wish to accompany me?" Upon realizing that Gu Qifeng was finally showing a willingness to relent, the woman cast him a flirtatious glance. "Of course, I can manage whatever you propose," she replied, her appearance quite appealing. Gu Qifeng, eager to tease her, gestured towards the street corner. "Very well, they are approaching. Soon, you shall join me. I shall grant you an opportunity to showcase your abilities." Suddenly, a woman, exuding an imposing aura, charged towards Gu Qifeng, trailed by no less than 100 followers, a formidable procession indeed. As they drew within mere meters, she bellowed like a harpy, "You are doomed, boy. This time, I shall ensure your downfall. I have never apologized to anyone in my life." What a foolish woman, truly a simpleton. Does she not appreciate the gift of life? Though it was anticipated that she would not relent easily, witnessing her come to exact vengeance stirred a hint of anger within him. Evidently, the prior lesson had been too lenient. The sight of hundreds wielding clubs, rushing forward in unison, was quite intimidating. It seemed a death wish. Several women encircling Gu Qifeng were immediately struck with fear, their faces drained of color, scattering like birds and beasts in a panic to distance themselves from him. They were materialistic, yet not willing to meet their demise. Having never encountered such a scene, they were rendered utterly disoriented. "Surely, you do not intend to flee as well? You ought to be different from those superficial women." Gu Qifeng seized the wrist of the woman who had just spoken, a playful smile gracing his lips. The woman stammered nervously, her anxiety escalating as the group of young married women approached, fearing they might mistakenly harm her. Should she fail to win over the wealthy heir and end up disfigured, it would indeed be a devastating loss. Yet, she was reluctant to part with Gu Qifeng. A man of such exceptional caliber was as rare as a meteor shower, and missing this opportunity could mean a lifetime without a second chance, mirroring Zhang Mei's sentiments. Li Ting and Zhang Mei, one captivated by looks and the other by wealth, remained rooted in place, their faces etched with indecision. "Run, young man, with your family's riches. A mere escape and some financial maneuvering will render them powerless against you." As Gu Qifeng stood his ground, seemingly unfazed, a voice rose from the crowd, urging him to flee. Several of Li Ting's friends approached to pull her away, but after a moment of contemplation, she resolved to stand by Gu Qifeng. "I refuse to believe he can dominate the situation. In plain sight, it is impossible for the many to overwhelm the few. I shall accompany you." This decision was not solely due to Gu Qingfeng's striking appearance. Li Ting possessed a kind heart and often lent a hand to strangers in need. In stark contrast, Zhang Mei and another woman barely mustered the courage to remain, having exhausted their resolve to speak further. Among a group of henchmen, the most striking figure was a brawny man at the forefront, wielding a steel knife with an imposing presence. Qingfeng, no longer toying with the woman, gently pushed aside Li Ting, who stood in his path, and stepped to the forefront. With a swift motion, he seized Zhu Hu by the ground and hurled him towards the opposite side. "Here's your leader back." Zhu Hu tumbled to the ground, rolling several times, while his numerous henchmen hurried to assist him. This fall jolted Zhu Hu awake, and as he regained consciousness, he stared in bewilderment at Qingfeng, feeling a shiver run down his spine. Upon turning to see his entourage, a surge of arrogance washed over him. "My men have arrived. How do you wish to meet your demise? Even if you beg for mercy now, it is futile." Zhu Hu's tone brimmed with pride, completely disregarding the humiliation he had just endured at Qingfeng's hands. His grin revealed several missing teeth, amusing the onlookers. Yet, beneath this bravado, Zhu Hu harbored a flicker of trepidation. He had rarely encountered someone capable of dispatching 6 of his subordinates in an instant. However, his most formidable underling was also a 4th-tier martial artist, capable of easily defeating several others. Glancing at the burly man beside him, Zhu Hu's confidence surged once more, and he no longer perceived Qingfeng as particularly fearsome. You may be skilled in combat, but what is the worth of mere fighting prowess? In this world, one must possess power and connections. You may defeat 6, but can you truly contend with 60? Qingfeng remained motionless, preferring to quietly observe Zhu Hu's ostentation, believing that witnessing the inevitable humiliation would be far more entertaining. "This is my foremost warrior, Shen Lu. You shall never be his match." With a pat on the broad shoulder of the burly man, Zhu Hu's grin nearly stretched to his ears. It was undeniable that Shen Lu had played an instrumental role in Zhu Hu's current status and influence. The onlookers began to murmur among themselves, collectively expressing their lack of faith in Qingfeng. The crowd was overwhelmingly large. The sheer number of individuals present was exhausting, and he was still too young to comprehend the nuances of retreat and advance. Indeed, after striking Zhu Hu, why not hastily depart? Except for a few close friends of Li Ting who were genuinely concerned for her safety, the remainder regarded the spectacle as mere fodder for idle conversation over tea and meals. There was no need for self-introduction. I would not bother to remember the names of such insignificant beings. Qingfeng beckoned to Shen Lu with a subtle curl of his finger, gradually approaching him step by step. Unbeknownst to Shen Lu, who had not witnessed Qingfeng effortlessly dispatch several henchmen, he remained oblivious to the depths of Qingfeng's prowess. However, perceiving Qingfeng's youthful visage, Shen Lu surmised that even if he were a martial artist, he could hardly surpass his own strength. With his formidable skill in the art of the Golden Bell Shield, honed to perfection, he believed that even a 5th-tier martial artist, one rank above him, would struggle to defeat him. Zhang Mei and the women felt a sense of relief. With Qingfeng approaching of his own volition, there was no longer any concern for his safety. It was the most favorable outcome, as it conveyed his stance without posing any danger. Li Ting, however, was discontent. To her, Qingfeng's advance seemed tantamount to certain doom. She could not fathom why he dared to provoke Shen Lu first and attempted to pull him back. Yet her hand grasped nothing but air once more. Shen Lu let out a furious roar as his entire being was enveloped in golden light. With each step he took, he left a profound imprint upon the ground, his fists clenched tightly as he aimed a full-force punch at Qingfeng. In full view of the onlookers, Qingfeng extended a single index finger, attempting to deflect Shen Li's formidable blow. Gao Qingfeng's index finger, in stark contrast to Shen Li's fist, which was as large as a sandbag, seemed a feeble attempt to challenge the might of a stone with an egg. Thus, many regarded Gao Qingfeng as mad for daring to confront another's dual fists with but a single digit. Li Ting, overwhelmed by trepidation, covered her eyes, unable to bear the sight of Gao Qingfeng being struck. Yet, after a considerable time had passed, no cries of anguish from Gao Qingfeng echoed in the air. Li Ting cautiously parted her fingers, allowing a sliver of vision to glimpse the scene outside, where to her astonishment, she beheld Shen Li's fists effortlessly thwarted by Gao Qingfeng, who stood impervious to the force of his onslaught. A mere finger had withstood Shen Li's full-powered assault. Unfazed by this inexplicable resistance, Shen Lu unleashed a tempest of blows upon Gao Qingfeng, his fist raining down like a relentless storm. The prowess of a 4th-tier martial artist approached the pinnacle of human physical capability. Nevertheless, despite the ferocity of his attacks, Gao Qingfeng continued to deflect every strike with ease. Qingfeng wore an expression of serene detachment, while Shen Lu, as time progressed, found the pain in his fists intensifying with each passing moment. Qingfeng, Having lost all interest in continuing the fray, deftly pierced Shen Li's right arm with a single finger, creating a gaping wound the size of a thumb from which blood gushed forth relentlessly. Without allowing Shen Lu a moment to react, he flicked another finger against his forehead, the immense force propelling Shen Lu backward, colliding with several of his subordinates before finally coming to a halt. Zhu Hu's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets as he pondered the nature of the monstrosity he had provoked. Before him, Shen Lu appeared as defenseless as a child. Yet, with no avenue for retreat available, even if he wished to seek reconciliation, Qingfeng would hardly grant him mercy. Let us all converge. I refuse to believe he can single-handedly take on 100 of us. The henchman, now gripped by trepidation, recalled Shen Li's formidable prowess. He could defeat 10 adversaries effortlessly. But Qingfeng toyed with him as if it were mere child's play. Nonetheless, under the orders of their leader, they steeled themselves and charged forward. Qingfeng meandered through the throng with an air of leisure, dispatching one foe after another with ease. In under a minute, nearly half of the 70 or 80 henchmen lay incapacitated on the ground, his control over force so precise that none struck by him could rise for quite some time. Is this akin to a film shoot? Master Yip Man defeating 10 opponents is already an exaggeration. Here we have one man taking on 100. I suddenly began to reconsider the standing of Chinese martial arts, which seemed far from the derision often expressed by foreign critics. If he were to enter a ring, any so-called foreign underground champion would surely be decimated. It had long been said that domestic martial arts were in decline, yet the current display appeared brimming with promise. I found myself yearning to learn from him. The onlookers murmured in awe. Qingfeng radiated an otherworldly presence, as if a deity had descended, with no one capable of matching him. A phone, be careful. A familiar yet unfamiliar female voice pierced through the chaos, prompting Qingfeng to pause momentarily, his gaze complex as he regarded the approaching woman. In that fleeting moment of distraction, a henchman seized the opportunity to deliver a vicious downward strike with a blade aimed squarely at Qingfeng's head. Everyone braced themselves for the inevitable conclusion, envisioning Qingfeng's head cleaved in two, and Zhu Hu internally lamented his good fortune. Had it not been for the woman's sudden exclamation, his subordinates would undoubtedly have faced total annihilation, and his own fate would likely have been grim. Yet, to their astonishment, not a strand of Qingfeng's hair was harmed. The blade shattered upon contact, leaving a palpable sense of disbelief among the crowd. Was this truly a human being? The notion of a golden bell shield was one thing, but who could withstand an assault without so much as a hair being singed? This man was nothing short of superhuman. Qingfeng cast a sweeping glance around, exuding an aura of defiance that surged forth like a tempest. The winds roared, stirring the dust into a swirling frenzy, as countless henchmen were sent sprawling. One by one, they lay on the ground, feeling as if their bodies were about to disassemble, clutching themselves in agony as they cried out in pain. "Hey, Feng, are you all right?" Wang Fei panted as she approached Qingfeng, reaching out to embrace him, only to be deftly sidestepped by him. Wang Fei's presence instilled a sense of pressure in Li Ting and Zhang Mei. Wang Fei was exceptionally beautiful, although they too were regarded as campus beauties. They paled in comparison to her, who possessed an added allure of maturity. "It is over. We shall never have the chance to be together again." Qingfeng harbored no desire to behold this woman who had utterly disappointed him. Wang Fei stood beside her, imploringly articulating her feelings. "No, I still love you. Please grant me one more chance, Feng." The fallen blossoms possess intention, yet the flowing waters remain indifferent. Ultimately, our fates are entwined yet unfulfilled. Thus there is no need for insistence. Zhu Hu sought to seize this moment to escape, but his body was ensnared by an unseen force, rendering him immobile. Forced to witness Qingfeng approach him step by step. "This is your final opportunity, should you dare to trouble me again. Your existence in this world will no longer be necessary." Qingfeng did not erupt in rage. Rather, he spoke with an unnerving calmness, one that evoked the sensation of merely wishing to crush a fly. Zhu Hu felt fear, genuine fear, as the formidable killing intent emanating from Qingfeng enveloped him, making him feel as though he stood before a demon risen from the depths of hell. He understood the folly of provoking someone so powerful and would not court death by seeking unnecessary trouble. "I will not bother you again." 3 needles of condensed energy stealthily pierced the facial muscles of a nearby woman, unnoticed by anyone. The energy would meander beneath her skin, causing her face to itch intolerably for a month, with no remedy in sight. This was a small retribution for her incessant meddling. Upon seeing Wang Fei, Gu Qingfeng's emotions became quite complicated. He could no longer be bothered to hide or engage further, even in his stupor. An ordinary person would never have the chance to encounter him. "Take me home," he implored. "I have long severed ties with my family. If you do not want me, then no one will." Wang Fei once again blocked Gu Qingfeng's path, her gaze fixed intently upon his eyes. "Is it even worth discussing this now? You could have adorned yourself with a phoenix crown, surveying the vast expanse of this world from above. You once had that potential. And now, so can I. I did not allow Li Jun to touch me. I remain untainted, and you know this to be true." Gu Qingfeng bitterly smiled and shook his head, reflecting on his discontent with his own circumstances. For years, he had unknowingly been the subject of a prophecy that unfolded right before his eyes. Indeed, the prophecy had proven accurate, and upon returning to learn the truth, he found himself unwilling to hold Wang Fei accountable. After all, this woman had accompanied him through his youth. Even if her intentions had been ulterior, the years of shared affection could not be dismissed as mere pretense. Yet, her betrayal was something Gu Qingfeng could not abide. Thus, he resolved to maintain a semblance of dignity for all involved. "Do not pretend you are unaware. I do not harbor feelings for Li Jun. My heart has always belonged to you." After enduring years of longing, only to have his affections intercepted by another, Wang Fei struggled to accept the outcome. Upon awakening in Li Jun's villa, she fortuitously encountered Zhao Zili, who had come to assess the damage to the property. As a young lady from a second-rate family in the capital, Zhao Zili and Wang Fei had crossed paths on several occasions. However, Wang Fei's emotions were particularly tumultuous at that moment, leaving her no inclination to reminisce. Hastily, she departed the villa district, intent on returning to Gu Qingfeng's old residence to seek him out. Yet, complications arose along the way, causing delays. After meeting with that person, she heard the commotion nearby and approached, only to catch sight of Gu Qingfeng. "It matters not whether you prefer the old me or the present version. I ask that you no longer intrude upon my life." Gu Qingfeng harbored no interest in delving deeper. All that was had now become but a distant memory. Gu Qingfeng departed, leaving Wang Fei standing despondently in place. She could hardly fathom that Gu Qingfeng could be so heartless. After all, she had merely made a mistake that any woman might commit, yet he truly chose to abandon her. The crowd began to whisper and point at Wang Fei, deeming her insatiable. With wealth, good looks, and exceptional prowess, how could such a remarkable man fail to satisfy her? Humanity is often marked by greed, and perhaps she deserved this fate. Indeed, how many would envy her for being with such a man, yet she dared to betray him. Wang Fei felt a profound despair. Had Gu Qingfeng always been this way, she would have preferred to endure anything rather than be with that foolish rich heir, Li Jun. To break up with the world's strongest man, wasn't he that madness? The irony was that Gu Qingfeng had once been an ordinary individual. Li Ting exchanged pleasantries with a few friends before following closely behind Gu Qingfeng. Her kind-hearted nature prevented her from scheming like Zhang Mei, who sought to ascend the social ladder while dating. However, this did not imply foolishness. What could be better than seizing an opportunity? Although this approach felt somewhat despicable, having finally encountered someone appealing, Li Ting was reluctant to let go easily. As they passed a bar, Gu Qingfeng entered, and both Zhang Mei and Li Ting dashed in after him, only to find that he had vanished without a trace. A living person had simply disappeared, leaving Li Ting exasperated. How could she have missed such an opportunity? If it weren't for the obstruction, how could she have lost him? Frustrated, Li Ting stamped her foot, unable to comprehend how Gu Qingfeng could have vanished, particularly as she had seen him enter. Zhang Mei had originally intended to walk alongside Gu Qingfeng, but after hearing the conversation between him and Li Ting, she realized that Wang Fei was his ex-girlfriend. It would not be appropriate for them to be so forward with him while he still had feelings for someone else, so she firmly held on to Li Ting. Not long after Gu Qingfeng departed, a voice of regret emerged from the crowd as a man slapped his own face in frustration. How could I forget to record such an impressive scene? If I had captured it and shared it online, I would have surely gained fame. Unfortunately, my camera only managed to capture a misty blur. I thought I was the only one facing this issue, but it seems you couldn't record either. My phone is in the same predicament. The crowd began to converse, expressing their curiosity as to why all recording devices were malfunctioning. It was not just their cameras that failed. All nearby surveillance equipment also ceased to function, just as Gu Qingfeng returned to Fengxiang Pavilion and prepared to take action. Gu Qingfeng skillfully disrupted the operation of the recording devices in advance, thereby averting the premature revelation of his appearance and capabilities, which could draw undue attention from the outside world. Qingfeng entered the alley and, in an instant, found himself back home, lying motionless on his bed, his mind filled with the haunting visage of Wang Fei. The love of youth may not endure to the end, yet it possesses the power to astonish an entire generation, leaving indelible marks upon the hearts of the young. He had once believed that he and Wang Fei would chart a different course, that they would eventually step into the sanctity of marriage, and years later, upon reuniting as old friends, they would be met with astonishment. So, you two are still together? Despite the skepticism of those around them, given the vast disparity between their families. Few held hope for their lasting union. The stubborn youth still clung steadfastly to his faith in Wang Fei. The emotional entanglement between Qingfeng and Wang Fei grew increasingly complex. He harbored both a deep loathing for her deceit and an abiding love for her. However, one thing was certain: the two would never have the chance to be together again. The White Horse and Silver Spear joined the dimensional chat group. The Ice Queen's Death also entered the chat. Tony, steadfast in his affections, welcomed the newcomers, assuring them that they could inquire about anything they did not understand. Fire Fistace, welcome, welcome. Now that we are all in this chat, we are like family. The book-loving ghoul, welcome to both of you. Do you also want to dance? The newcomers have quite appealing names. They seem like decent characters. The Shinigami Elementary Student, welcome, new friends. Please remember me, esteemed ones. Tony, how do you know they are esteemed? The Shinigami Elementary Student, is it not obvious from their names? One wields a gun, another can take down thousands, and the other is known as the Ice Queen. For an ordinary person like me, they are all formidable. Tony, I must have forgotten that you are just an ordinary person. Anyone with a bit of strength could easily overpower you. The White Horse and Silver Spear, where am I? How did this bizarre notion enter my mind? And who are all of you? The Ice Queen is Death, who conjured this trivial spectacle with imperial tools. It appears to be a manifestation of mental abilities. Seeking support, take a look. Once you finish, you'll understand what this is all about. Several minutes later, the White Horse and Silver Spear. It is astonishing that different universes can connect. Truly remarkable. Had it not been for your introduction, I would not have known that the place I inhabit is called Earth. The Ice Queen is Death. Different worlds, you say? I wonder if there exists anyone who can rival me. I have been invincible in my realm for far too many years. The administrator of the strongest dimension has logged in. Please give a warm welcome to all. The Ice Queen is Death. Administrator? The strongest dimension? Such an air of arrogance. How can the previous administrator feel so different from this one? Tony, I cannot ascertain your level of prowess, but it would be wise not to challenge the esteemed ones. Their strength is beyond your imagination. Do you also want to dance? Invincible, you say? Once I am resurrected, I shall seek to duel with you. Fire Fistace. By the way, Madara, it has been quite a while. Why have you not completed your resurrection? Do you also want to dance? I have chosen to be resurrected in my peak state. The restoration of my physical form is a gradual process, hence it requires some time. The Shinigami Elementary Student. I seek your guidance, Madara. The book-loving ghoul. Madara, you can be resurrected now. Surely you are filled with joy. Do you also want to dance? It is well. To possess a corporeal form allows me to amend the regrets I have left unfinished. Once I am resurrected, my first act will be to extinguish Korezetsu. The hidden puppeteer, upon the unexpected addition of Ban to the chat group, revealed his true identity. With the conclusion of Naruto, Yunya was fully aware of the entire narrative and conveyed it to Ban without reservation. Upon learning the truth, Ben harbored an intense hatred for Korezetsu. Nevertheless, his ideology remained unshaken. He simply altered his approach from initiating the infinite Tsukuyomi to unifying the 5 great ninja villages under his own absolute power to achieve peace. Utilizing the points bestowed by Qingfeng, he exchanged 350,000 for the corporeal manifestation technique of the chat group, a one-time spell that could materialize his strongest form from his previous life, albeit with the drawback that it could not replicate the Rinnegan. However, this did not pose a challenge for Ban, as his Sharingan could still be employed in the absence of the Rinnegan. In an era long after Hashirama's demise, he remained the strongest in the ninja world beneath the prowess of his Sharingan. The book-loving ghoul remarked, "A world devoid of war is a beautiful thought. I support you." Lord Ban, you two wish to dance? Ban replied, "Thank you for your support, little one. Once I resolve matters on my end, I shall venture into your world to eliminate any threats you face." Tony, unflirtatious, commented, "Ah, Lord Ban truly dotes on little Chushur. How splendid it would be if I were afforded such favor. While Thanos may not dare, at least Ultron wouldn't be reduced to mere filth by Lord Ban. The Shinigami elementary student chimed in. Should you ever become as adorable and kind as little Chushur, you might earn such treatment, though in my view, that seems unlikely for you in this lifetime. The gallant horseman, armed with a silver lance, questioned, isn't the administrator from a different world? How can they witness the events unfolding in my realm? Seeking support, claimed, my strength surpasses your imagination. Perceiving the life of an ordinary person is a simple task for me. Yun Yao lay sprawled on a supermarket table, her smile radiating pride. She finally had the opportunity to flaunt her prowess. In the past, her lowly strength had rendered her hesitant to speak loudly. Now, she too possessed a protective shield and could showcase the administrator's might to the newcomers in the group. The Ice Queen, Esteth, inquired, oh. Then why does my recording only capture the experiences of my earlier years without any glimpses into my future? With the chat group exceeding 10 members. The duration for executing tasks or actively traversing to other universes was extended to 6 hours, while the cooldown period for traversing the same world was set at 1 day. A warning emerged. The group detected that the administrator, seeking support, possessed abilities beyond those of the chat group, granting a 3-day deadline, after which the chat group would automatically erase said abilities. The sudden system notification left the group members in stunned silence, marking the first instance of such a message in their chat. The first part was understandable. The time allowed in other worlds was extended to 6 hours, akin to his death crossing into Ban's Naruto universe, where she could only traverse once a day for a maximum of 6 hours before returning to her own world, while traversing other universes on the same day remained unaffected. However, the second notification was somewhat unexpected, evidently aimed at Yun Yao. Fire Fist Ace remarked, this additional ability, could it possibly refer to the esteemed one's protective shield? The Destroyer of Worlds, it seems highly likely that this is the case. The protective shield has surpassed the power levels of the world Yun Yao inhabits. The Grim Reaper's elementary student, what should we do then? Isn't Yun Yao's world perilous? Without the protective shield, she would be an ordinary person and quite vulnerable. Seeking support, it was originally bestowed by a powerful individual. It is only natural for the chat group to erase it. With this thing, I have lost the will to strive for strength. If it's gone, so be it. Her points had long surpassed 1,000, allowing her to exchange for some fundamental abilities. Although at 1 TB as effortless as now, with caution, she should be able to avoid provoking the strongest types of zombies. Self-preservation should not be an issue, and she does not worry too much about her safety. On the pirate ship, as Ace paused in his meal, he grew concerned for Yun Yao's predicament. Fire Fist Ace, ISNT there's still 3 days left? I can check which devil fruit abilities from the chat group would suit you. I'll come over to teach you. Seeking support, that sounds good. I'll leave it up to you. You want to dance too? With Ace's presence, it indeed brings a sense of reassurance. Destroyer of Worlds, why have you been silent lately? What have you been occupied with? As the two strongest individuals in the group, apart from the peculiar Gu Qingfeng, the relationship between Ban and Minya Shi was relatively amicable, and their personalities meshed well. Destroyer of Worlds, I've encountered a formidable adversary whose strength matches mine. I cannot shake him off in the short term. The Serpent Holder who defeated Seiya, do you need assistance? Although my injuries have not fully healed, I can still offer some help. Sharuna has been severely battered by Kurumi, sustaining extensive fractures, while Seiya, the seemingly indestructible cockroach, can quickly revive. It is either due to divine blood or assistance from powerful allies, or perhaps through breakthroughs in strength to recover from injuries. Sharuna, however, cannot tap into her seventh sense in the short term. Naturally, she cannot recover quickly, but with the enhancement of her silver cloth, her fatal strikes possess supersonic attack speed, making her a force to be reckoned with. Destroyer of Worlds, that won't be necessary. I am not his match in a direct confrontation. But defeating me is no simple task for him either. You want to dance too? You're not even his opponent? He appears to be a worthy adversary. Too bad my body needs more time. Otherwise, I would ensure the name of my Uchiha clan resonates across other universes. Upon reading this, Gu Qingfeng felt a twinge of confusion. It was not due to Sharuna's sudden change in demeanor. She was not inherently malicious. Her previous volatility was mainly triggered by Seiya's reaction to her appearance. Rather, there are likely few in the Night universe who could best Minya Shi. The upgraded Crimson Belt and the transformation into the Emperor Rider can easily overpower most knights. Those capable of defeating him must be exceptionally formidable. And Gu Qingfeng is not concerned about Menya Shi's demise. This fellow, in a certain regard, embodies a degree of shamelessness, if I recall correctly. His new belt possesses a remarkable feature. It allows him to transform into the Emperor Rider without suffering fatal injuries, rendering him virtually invincible. Coupled with his spatial barrier, it is indeed a daunting prospect to even contemplate. The strongest in the dimension. Has the formidable Omagazio taken action against you? Apart from him, there is no one else capable of suppressing you, especially considering your array of unique cards. The Destroyer of Worlds. It is not him. It is Kamen Rider Black RX. I cannot fathom how I have offended him, as he relentlessly pursues me in combat. Strangely enough, our encounters often result in a stalemate, and even when I traverse dimensional barriers, he finds a way to follow. Now it becomes clear. If we assert that most riders of the Heisei era possess overpowered attributes, then the singularly acknowledged overpowered rider of the Showa era is none other than Kamen Rider RX. In his base form, his punch strength reaches an astonishing 100 tons, while his kick strength reaches 200 tons. When he transitions to the Steel Rider form, his kicking power can ascend to 400 tons, a figure that could even rival the youthful Omagazio. His speed form is even more outrageous, with a leap capability of 1,000 meters. To put this into perspective, the renowned fighting king, Leo, can only execute a flying kick that covers a distance of 1,000 meters. Additionally, he possesses the Emperor's Stone, granting him an innate immortality. As long as the sun endures, so shall he, and he has the capacity for infinite evolution. As long as your abilities can suppress him, he can evolve into other forms to counteract you effectively. He has already undergone 2 evolutions, obliterating numerous adversaries in the process. His weapon, the Sunlight Sword, also known as the kidney-piercing sword, is lethal to any who fall victim to it. Even the villainous bosses find themselves vanquished after a single strike. The strongest in the dimension, as long as it is not a battle to the death, RX is a principled and solitary warrior. I believe that, as a fellow knight, he would refrain from delivering a fatal blow to you. Tokiwa Shuchi glanced at RX, who was wielding the Sunlight Sword and executing swift strikes to his left and right. Perhaps he would not direct his lethal intent toward him. The strongest in the dimension, the White Horse and Silver Spear confront a myriad of foes, historically. The valiant Zhao Zilong has come to the aid of those in peril. The esteemed title of General Zhao is one I have long admired. The White Horse and Silver Spear confront a myriad of foes. You are familiar with my name. I truly wish to engage in a discussion with the members of this group. However, Cao Cao is currently dispatching forces to assault my city. Once I repel the enemy, I shall converse with you all. With that, he exited the chat group. Remarkably, this ancient figure demonstrates considerable skill, even knowing how to silence the notifications of the chat group. Queen of Ice is Death. Do not dare to disregard this queen, you wretched individuals. Death God Elementary Student. This individual appears quite volatile. Having reviewed her experiences, I can now comprehend some aspects of her character. Tony Stark, group status decreased by 1. I am uncertain about the rest of you, but I certainly cannot hope to defeat her. Ace, do you possess any confidence? Fire Fist Ace, no. I am highly unlikely to be her match. Our attributes counteract each other, yet it seems her strength surpasses mine. Indeed, it is a fact that in the eyes of the ancient Qingfeng, Ace is no match for his death. From a young age, Ace was indoctrinated by his father with the belief that the weak perish while the strong survive. His death, in her formative years, hunted dangerous species alone, embodying the essence of a true battle fanatic. In comparison, Ace pales in strength. The Ice Queen's Death declared, "You cannot fathom the extent of my power. I yearn to witness the true capabilities of the administrator." She added, "Do you wish to engage in combat? I have observed your prowess, and while it is commendable, you are still no match for me. Me? I shall refrain from such endeavors. It would be best for you to seek out others for a duel," replied the one seeking support. Hovering in the air, clad in his iron battle suit, Tony Stark internally urged, "Speak up, speak up." Another member, known for courting danger, had entered the group. Yunyao was approachable and would not hold grudges, yet the powerful ones were different. Tony hoped this new member would voice the thoughts they had long harbored. His death did not disappoint Tony, uttering the challenge, as the strongest in this dimension. "Will you accompany me in battle?" The group possesses the basic profiles of all members, save for yours, dear administrator. If she refrains from fighting, then it falls to you. The bookish ghoul interjected, "Ice Queen is Death. Please do not provoke the elder brother. You cannot best him." Is Death retorted, "As a distinguished general of the Empire, How could anyone surpass my might? In my view, he is merely a fa of strength, too cowardly to share his battle recordings in the group chat. He may very well be a weakling. The chat group then announced a new mission. The member by Ma Yin-chong was besieged in a military operation, and the task required the completion of his military actions, with a note that the task rating would not be based on duration. The mission offered a reward of 500 points, limited to 3 group members, with a difficulty level of 8. Isteth accepted the task. The strongest in the dimension also accepted. The third spot, however, remained unclaimed for an extended period. Typically, members would eagerly seize available missions. Why is there no one taking on the mission today? Is it meant for me? Queried the one seeking support. The shield you have is about to fail, and you urgently need points to exchange for abilities. Come, allow me to guide you in earning some points. Everyone is willing to grant you this opportunity, so accept it, replied the strongest in the dimension. This was an unspoken understanding among them. Yunyao was well liked in the chat group and had aided many with her spoilers. Now that she was in distress, no one minded relinquishing easily obtainable points to assist her. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Yunyao felt tears welling up. These were not mere trifles, but points that could be exchanged for formidable abilities. She had not anticipated that the final spot was indeed reserved for her. The members of the group were truly kind-hearted. Thank you all, she expressed. Once I grow stronger, I shall find ways to help everyone earn even more points. Tony is not fickle. This statement is entirely unnecessary. No matter how strong you become, you cannot compare to the greats. If you wish to achieve effortless victory, seek out the elite. Originally, when Yunyao spoke, the atmosphere in the group was quite pleasant, but Tony's remark extinguished the lively conversation, leaving no room for rebuttal, for he indeed spoke the truth. Seeking support, Tony is not fickle. Can I truly defeat you? Tony is not fickle. Your shield is gone. I need not don my iron suit to fend off your attempts to bully me. There's simply no chance of success. Fire Fist Ace, shall I take my leave then? Tony Stark once again appreciated the advantages of women, particularly the allure of a beautiful one. However, Yunyao already had a boyfriend, and he himself could not match Ace in combat, the strongest in the dimension. Enough of this nonsense. Let us depart and see what has transpired with Zhao Yun. The three journeyed together to the era of the Three Kingdoms, though Qingfeng was not well versed in that period. Observing the earthen structures below and the towering city walls at their feet, he was at a loss as to their whereabouts. Who are you? How did you come to be on the city walls? A group of soldiers clad in tattered armor approached, their eyes filled with trepidation. They were terrified of Cao Cao's formidable generals and feared that the suddenly appearing trio might be elite warriors under Cao Cao's command. Aren't you the ones from the group? How did you arrive here? Zhao Yun, donned in silver-white battle armor and wielding a gleaming lance, was patrolling the city walls and instantly recognized Gu Qingfeng and the others. The avatars of the group members were distinctly identifiable, so there was no concern of mistaking allies for foes. Yun Yao gazed in astonishment at Zhao Yun. Seeing him in reality was distinct from the photographs, as Zhao Yun's appearance was remarkably pleasing to the eye. He possessed the kind of charm that grew more captivating with each glance, adorned in ancient white battle armor, standing tall and straight, exuding an aura as sharp as a spear. Gu Qifeng gazed curiously at Zhao Yun, the legendary Zhao Zilong of Chanshan. While the question of whether Zhao Yun was the mightiest general of the Three Kingdoms may be subject to debate, his popularity undoubtedly ranks among the top 3. He is both scholarly and martial, displaying a demeanor that is both composed and decisively bold. General Zhao, it is an honor to meet you. Having weathered countless battles, Zhao Yun instinctively tensed upon seeing Gu Qifeng. A formidable presence, one that defied description. This was Gu Qingfeng's immediate impression, despite not having taken any action. Merely smiling at him, Zhao Yun's warrior instincts heightened his unease. Even in the face of Elbu, he had never felt such profound pressure. Noticing Zhao Yun's anxious gaze, Gu Qingfeng was jolted back to reality. As he stepped onto the ancient battlefield for the first time, an exhilarating thrill surged within him, subtly emanating from his being. He suppressed his aura entirely, and to the soldiers nearby, it felt as though Gu Qingfeng had transformed from a fierce beast into an utterly ordinary man. Administrator, what brings you here? Zhao Yun pondered, astonished that time travel could truly be possible. Was he perhaps here to assist him? Esther gazed into the distance, surveying the tens of thousands of Chao's troops across the city gates, a slight smirk gracing her lips as she raised her head high. It is merely because you are so inept. A mere few thousand men should not pose a challenge. Had I been in your place, they would have been vanquished long ago. As she spoke, she leaped from the city wall, exerting force beneath her feet to launch herself into an assault. Determined to annihilate Chao's forces single-handedly, Zhao Yun was left in stunned disbelief. The city walls towered over 5 zhong, and yet she descended unscathed. Was she truly human? However, at the moment Esther propelled herself, reality shifted, and she found herself back atop the wall. Was it the two of you who did this? To return me without my awareness? The administrator's power is indeed becoming increasingly intriguing. Esther's gaze fixated intently on Yun Yao and Gu Qingfeng, studying them as one would a potential prey. She had never encountered such a situation. Not only had they managed to evade her notice, but few could even approach her without consequence. Yun Yao shook her head, indicating she was not responsible, readily implicating Gu Qingfeng instead. She felt powerless against Esther. The optimal strategy against a martial fanatic would be to defeat her, yet Yun Yao was no fighter, and her protective barrier was excessively formidable. If Esther engaged her, she would inevitably be obliterated by the barrier. Thus, entrusting the matter to Gu Qingfeng seemed the wisest course of action. Through their time together, she had come to realize that Gu Qingfeng was unlike the formidable figure she had previously envisioned. He was amiable and considerate towards his companions. No longer the intimidating presence she once feared might retaliate at a moment's notice. Esther's gaze shifted from Yun Yao. She had already surmised that Gu Qingfeng was behind this. And it was not only Zhao Yun who felt the weight of his presence. As Gu Qingfeng released his formidable aura, a terrifying sense of oppression enveloped her. Do not rush into action. We are all civilized individuals, and resorting to violence is hardly prudent. You have seen the exchange marketplace in the group, have you not? To acquire more points for redeeming items, one should refrain from hasty combat. Observing Esthetha's inclination to engage, Gu Qingfeng calmly interjected. It would be absurd for her to act against Esthetha without bringing her back. A single-eye spear from her could freeze thousands. Such slaughter would befall their own kin. This mission diverged from the past. Previously, they dealt with anime or other nations, where no reservations were held. This time, however, he was determined to complete the task while minimizing casualties. Esthetha remained silent, her knight's sword held firmly in her right hand, the weapon itself serving as her response. The weak had no voice to refute. As for points, she was indifferent. Being a newcomer to the group, she harbored a skeptical attitude towards everything within, and would certainly not allow an ephemeral prize to deter her from facing this extraordinary opponent. An inexplicable, overwhelming force descended, tearing the clouds apart to reveal a gaping chasm in the sky, causing the city walls to tremble and the earth to quake. Esthetha felt her body grow heavy, nearly collapsing to the ground. With clenched fists and an indomitable spirit, she half-squatted, striving to maintain her composure. Yet her legs trembled incessantly, and the walls beneath her feet cracked under her immense pressure, her hair becoming disheveled. Despite expending all her strength, she found herself unable to break free from this oppressive aura, feeling the pressure intensify. In less than a minute, her hair felt burdensome, and just as she was on the verge of losing consciousness, the overwhelming sensation dissipated entirely. I do not wish to harm you. Once this mission is complete, I would be glad to engage in a sparring match. But for now, refrain from any impulsive actions and follow my commands. Gu Qingfeng retracted his overwhelming aura, refraining from exerting any pressure on Esthetha, who would not necessarily comply. Esthetha felt as though she had been submerged in water. After merely 1 minute of resisting Gu Qingfeng's presence, she experienced a profound sense of exhaustion. Truly, as an administrator, he could bring her to this state without lifting a finger. Rather than feeling fear, Esthetha was filled with exhilaration. Having been invincible for so many years, she craved an adversary who could compel her to unleash her full potential. Very well, I may reluctantly agree to cooperate with you this time, but you shall not command me. The formidable strength of Gu Qingfeng earned her respect. However, her pride would never permit anyone to command her, for that is her bottom line. Very well, does General Zilong currently have any plans? Did your strategist not foresee the advance of the Chao army? Gu Qingfeng acquiesced to Esthetha's request and inquired of Zhao about their battle plan. Zhao Yun was left astounded. He had never contemplated that a single individual could manipulate the very clouds. The experience of traversing the cosmos indeed left him in awe. Yet he remained a man of ancient origin, possessing only a rudimentary understanding of the world, let alone the vastness of the universe. He could not fathom the magnitude of interstellar travel, only acknowledging its remarkable nature. However, the spectacle of the earth trembling and the heavens splitting apart was undeniably breathtaking, evoking a sense of fear within him. In his eyes, such feats were the domain of deities, yet Gu Qingfeng had accomplished it with palpable reality. Upon hearing Gu Qingfeng's inquiry, Zhao Yun gazed at him with a look of confusion before finally responding. The strategist is currently within the city. Even with his extraordinary talents, a skilled artisan cannot craft without materials. He is greatly troubled by the lack of soldiers at his disposal. Gu Qingfeng was genuinely astonished that Zhao Yun would bestow such praise upon him. Within the entirety of the Shu kingdom, only Zhuge Liang, the village elder, could elicit such admiration. The fact that he was present in this very city was a delightful surprise. Who would not wish to witness the unparalleled prodigy of the three kingdoms? Revered as the Crouching Dragon, Zhuge Kongming's legendary reputation preceded him. One could not help but wonder if he truly possessed the extraordinary strategic brilliance as chronicled in historical accounts. Would I have the fortune to meet him? The name of Master Zhuge resounded in my ears, and I felt compelled by fate to encounter him today. Zhao Yun, however, wore a look of hesitation. Amidst the ongoing conflict with the Wei Kingdom, it was difficult for him to remain unperturbed. He trusted Gu Qingfeng. His instincts assured him that Gu Qingfeng was a good man, here to assist him. Yet, he feared that if anything were to go awry with the strategist, he would bear the weight of guilt for a lifetime. Very well, I shall notify the strategist. I will endeavor to persuade him to meet with you, Zhao Yun replied, gritting his teeth in reluctant agreement. If Gu Qingfeng intended harm towards the strategist, no one could thwart him. He need not go through such elaborate means. With his formidable strength, even the combined forces of the city would likely not prevail against him. Thank you, General Zilong. I await your favorable news, Gu Qingfeng responded. I shall do my utmost, Zhao Yun replied hastily as he descended the city walls, rushing to inform Zhuge Liang. Meanwhile, Gu Qingfeng and his companions remained where they were, cautioning the soldiers who had witnessed the events not to speak indiscriminately and divulge the matters that had transpired. Gu Qingfeng's recent actions had been so formidable that both Chao and Han's camps were in disarray, fearing a calamity had befallen them. The soldiers present, having seen everything unfold, needed to be reminded to avoid provoking Gu Qingfeng with careless words. Why must we wait for his news? Why not seek him directly? How dare a mere strategist make me wait? Esteemed as she was, Asa had never endured such treatment, not even from the emperor of her own world, who treated her with utmost respect and courtesy. Gu Qingfeng merely smiled without uttering a word, while Yunyao, breaking her usual demeanor, took the initiative to speak. Big shot. You can't possibly be from Earth as well, can you? Are we not both traversers from the same realm? As she posed this question, her heart raced. She had long suspected that Gu Qingfeng might also be from Earth. Yet, each time she recalled his unparalleled prowess, she comforted herself with the thought that it was impossible. How could anyone be so fortunate? With her own lackluster beginnings, Gu Qingfeng had not only traversed to become a striking figure, but had also attained extraordinary strength. There was no reason for her, a universe-defying super beauty, to be so unfortunate in comparison. Thus, she had always reassured herself. However, Gu Qingfeng's recent words shattered her composure. He possessed a deeper understanding of Zhao Zilong than even she, a modern individual, did, and he was also well acquainted with the strategist Kongming. Was he not a modern person? Even if Gu Qingfeng was adept at concealing his true nature, Yunyao, as a woman, discerned the inexplicable admiration hidden in his gaze when he looked at Zhao Yun. It was the kind of look reserved for an idol. How could someone capable of annihilating stars revere a mere human warrior? And why, if he was indeed so formidable? Did he refrain from engaging in bloodshed here? With all these factors combined, Yunyao found it increasingly difficult to believe that Gu Qingfeng was not from the modern world. Gu Qingfeng nodded readily, not denying his status as a time traveler. Yunyao tentatively inquired, "Might you indulge in a cigarette, esteemed one?" Gu Qingfeng smiled as he replied, "It must be Huazi. If I smoke something else, I end up coughing." Yunyao sat dazed on the ground, once again questioning the very essence of life. Now, that was what one could truly call a journey through time. Her own situation was akin to being the child of a stepmother. "You should feel grateful," he continued, "for having traversed time and found a chat group with such delightful companions. Imagine if the first to join the group had been someone like Danzo or Blackbeard. You wouldn't even know how you met your demise." The words of Gu Qingfeng were rather forthright, yet they bore the essence of truth. Were such individuals to join the group chat, traversing through various universes, their first act to secure points would undoubtedly involve eliminating Yunyao and devising a means to usurp her position as administrator, such as the relentless ambition of those who are ruthless and unwavering in their pursuits. Yunyao contemplated this notion and found it to be quite accurate. Her initial experiences of crossing over were indeed lackluster. However, with the advent of Qingfeng and the activation of mutual assistance features alongside her alliance with Ace, her existence felt akin to having been granted extraordinary powers. The members of the group had never harbored ill thoughts toward her due to her perceived limitations and strength. Reflecting on Qingfeng and herself, Yunyao suddenly conceived a remarkable thought. Were they truly the only two who had crossed over? Master, do you think there might be other travelers as well? It seems implausible that we are the only ones, she pondered aloud. This particular question had not crossed Gu Qingfeng's mind, nor did he find such matters to be of any concern. To put it simply, it was irrelevant to him. Why trouble oneself with such uncertainties? I don't know. Perhaps there are others, or perhaps there are not. Who can say for certain? Yunyao gently tapped her little head, dismissing her fanciful musings. Even if others existed, it was not her burden to bear. Master, do you have a way to return to Earth? I miss my parents and wonder how they are faring. The tears glistening in the young girl's eyes stirred Gu Qingfeng's compassion. I crossed over from Earth, but whether we inhabit the same timeline remains uncertain. Once we complete this task, I shall take you back to sea. The master could indeed return home, yet he spoke wisely. Even if it were Earth, there could be other parallel dimensions, not necessarily her true homeland. Nevertheless, the prospect of an opportunity had emerged, and Yunyao felt a sense of contentment. Without it, she had no notion of when she might return. The sound of hoofbeats grew increasingly distinct, and the dashing Zhao Zilong rode forth on his white steed. Calling out from several dozen meters away, "Esteemed administrator, the strategist has agreed to meet with you. Let us proceed and behold the legendary Mr. Wulong, who has devoted himself entirely to the Han dynasty, sacrificing all for its cause." Ancient Qingfeng led the way, with Yun Yao and Estes following closely behind, while Zhao Yun chose to abandon his steed and accompany the trio on foot. Report. General Zilong has brought 3 strangers and requests an audience with the strategist. Dressed in elegant scholar's attire, Zhuge Liang sat behind the commander's desk, gracefully gesturing with his feather fan to invite them in. Curiosity piqued. He wondered who the remarkable individuals mentioned by Zilong could be. Zhao Yun, a paragon of loyalty and bravery, was the commander he esteemed most among Liu Bei's generals. Strategist. These 3 are esteemed individuals from distant lands, possessing extraordinary talents, Zhao Yun announced as the 4 entered Zhuge Liang's modest courtyard. Upon seeing the trio, Zhuge Liang's usually placid demeanor shifted, revealing a sudden wariness. "You have traveled far. I am Zhuge Kongming, the military strategist under Liu Bei, and I am eager to know your noble intentions." Despite his words, Zhuge Liang's gaze frequently drifted towards ancient Qingfeng, a man who eluded his understanding. Qingfeng elucidated the reasons behind the arrival of the 3 individuals, alongside Zhao Yun's assertion that they were merely travelers from a distant land. Although Zhao Yun initially intended to convey the truth, the nature of their chat group rendered such honesty perilous. The members were bound by an unbreakable silence regarding the discussions within. Not only were they forbidden to speak of it, but even the written word could not betray their secrets. Thus, in a moment of resignation, Zhao Yun resorted to the guise of being foreign travelers. "May I inquire what brings you here? Since you are friends of Zilong, I shall not hesitate to offer any assistance I can," stated Zhuge Liang with genuine sincerity. Qingfeng, however, preferred to forego idle chatter. After all, Zhuge Liang's intellect was formidable, and any slip might lead to dire consequences. They swiftly transitioned to the crux of the matter. "I seek to understand if the strategist possesses any brilliant strategies to overcome our adversaries. Might we 3 be of service?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Yun was elated. Given his recent display of prowess, Qingfeng alone could rival an army of 50,000. Esther's also exuded exceptional skill, emanating an aura akin to a legendary hero. With the 2 of them, how could they fear the might of Chao's forces? Zhuge Liang gently waved his feather fan, pondering for a moment before declaring, "I have a plan that may circumvent direct confrontation with Chao's army. However, General Guan's pride may pose a challenge in persuading him." "Oh, what is this strategy? Might you share it with me?" Ancient Qingfeng became intrigued. Outside the city, the Chao army outnumbered them several times. What cunning strategies could Zhuge Liang possibly conceive? "Ha ha ha, the secrets of heaven cannot be divulged, for the time is not yet ripe." Zhuge Liang chuckled lightly. For even as a friend of Zilong, he could not divulge his plans to outsiders. Qingfeng understood his concerns. Yet he found himself at a loss to demonstrate his genuine intention to assist them. "Perhaps I shall brew a few pots of tea first. The hour is still early. We can deliberate on this matter at the military council an hour hence." Time waits for no one, especially in the throes of war, where every second is of the essence. How can one afford the luxury of leisurely tea? Asta could no longer contain her frustration. Initially, she had been impressed by Qingfeng's praises of Zhuge Liang, believing him to be a remarkable figure. Regrettably, the reality fell short of her expectations. Zhuge Liang exuded an air of a frail scholar, leaving her to ponder how such an individual could charge into battle and lead soldiers to victory. Mr. Zhuge differs from you. He is a strategist who need not engage directly in combat. Victory in war is achieved through intellect. And a truly exceptional strategist conquers the strong with the weak, rather than relying solely on brute force as we do. Ancient Qingfeng gestured for her to remain silent. This was a war of antiquity. There were no flamboyant spells nor extraordinary powers transcending humanity. What persisted were the blood-soaked battles of soldiers and the life-and-death struggles of generals. There existed no individual capable of altering the tide of war single-handedly. Elbu was indeed formidable, the mightiest general of the three kingdoms. Yet, even he could not conquer 50,000 troops with his mere 10,000. While he could evade capture with ease, he too was unable to reverse the fate of an entire legion by his own strength. Warfare relies on strategy and the astute assessment of both sides' circumstances. Isteth scoffed. The strong survive while the weak perish. Such was the simplicity of it. She dismissed the notion of strategy as nonsense. After consuming several cups of tea, Ancient Qingfeng posed a long-held question. Master Zhuge, what is your perspective on the grand trends of the world? Is the revitalization of the Han dynasty truly an act against the heavens? Zhuge Liang smiled serenely and countered, what is heaven? Is not the Son of Heaven himself a manifestation of it? He is merely acting under the mandate of heaven. Thus, how can one speak of going against it? The composure Zhuge Liang exhibited, unflustered in the face of immense challenges, was a grace that ancient Qingfeng could never hope to possess. Liu Bei was indeed a captivating sovereign, inspiring men like Master and Zilong to willingly fight for him. With a talent as great as Master S, should he serve the Lord, the restoration of the Han dynasty would be within reach. Though it was merely their first meeting, lacking the camaraderie of Zhao Yun or witnessing ancient Qingfeng's prowess firsthand, Zhuge Liang perceived the latter's formidable nature. When discussing the Chao army, his demeanor was unfazed, as if he held no fear of the tens of thousands of troops. You jest, Master, he remarked. I shall not interfere in your conflicts. I am but a passerby who fortuitously came to the aid of General Zilong in his hour of need. Once this skirmish concludes, I shall take my leave. Qingfeng harbored no desire to intervene in matters of history, for what has transpired will inevitably recur, and actions taken will surely be repeated. The relentless march of history continues. With Zhao Yun's entry into the chat group, it was already fated that history would undergo transformation, requiring no active assistance from him. Qingfeng did not respond, and Zhuge Liang did not press the matter further. As they awaited the military council, Qingfeng sought Zhuge Liang's counsel on numerous issues, to which Zhuge Liang responded with unreserved knowledge and insight. One was unparalleled in strength, while the other was a rare talent in the realms of military, political, and agricultural prowess cultivated over 5 millennia of Chinese history. There was a mutual recognition and admiration between them, and Qingfeng lamented Zhuge Liang's uncertain future. Alas, fate seemed to conspire against him. As it was a military council convened by Liu Bei's faction, Qingfeng felt it inappropriate to interject, and thus led Yunyao and Estes to retreat to a courtyard, where they waited. Utilizing his abilities, he projected the proceedings of the council as if in a mirror, and the three sat together to observe. The generals participating in the council arrived one by one, and the one who captured Qingfeng's attention was a tall, imposing figure, over 8 feet in height with a visage resembling that of a heavy jujube. His demeanor was extraordinary, exuding an air of heroism that suggested an arrogance. Without needing to be reminded, Qingfeng recognized this man as the martial saint, Guan Yu, also known as Guan Yunchang. Uncertain of what strategies the strategist might propose to repel the enemy, he thought of the trust his elder brother had placed in him regarding the defense of the city. Without a viable plan, he would fight to the death. At that moment, Guan Yu was not yet well acquainted with Zhuge Liang, and their interactions were tinged with pride. Zhuge Liang lightly fanned himself, speaking in a calm and measured tone. However, we possess only a few thousand troops, while the Chao army outnumbers us tenfold. Even with our utmost effort in battle, victory is beyond our grasp. I have a strategy that can leave the Chao army bereft of both men and resources. Guan Yu's eyes widened in disbelief, realizing he may have underestimated this scholar. Speak plainly, strategist. There is no need for circumlocution. What is your plan? Abandon the city and depart, yet I shall not allow the Chao army to seize it so easily. Zhuge Liang detailed his strategy. The entire force would withdraw to the rear at Shuzhou, employing arson tactics to ensure that the Chao army would not only fail to capture the city, but also suffer heavy losses in men. Upon hearing this, Guan Yu burst into laughter, his gaze toward Zhuge Liang filled with disdain. To abandon the city and flee would be to betray the trust my elder brother has placed in me. Moreover, with the plains outside, how could our forces possibly evade the pursuit of the Chao army? Zhuge Liang's proposal seemed inadequate to Guan Yu, leaving him disappointed. After all, it was a waste of effort for his elder brother to visit Zhuge Liang thrice to recruit him, only to receive such a strategy, which he deemed as an attempt to gain fame without merit. However, Zhuge Liang argued that the city was filled with combustible materials, and when the main force of the Chao army entered, they could ignite a fire, leading to catastrophic losses for them. Zhuge Liang was confident in his strategy, believing the Chao army would not discern his plan. Currently, they were at a significant disadvantage, making it entirely justifiable to abandon the city. Cao Cao, eager to pursue Qingfeng and his companions, would likely not have the time to thoroughly investigate the city and would only send a portion of his troops to occupy it, while he led the majority in pursuit. However, this would undoubtedly lead to the death of the soldiers tasked with setting the fires. What, then, would happen when Cao Cao's main forces arrived? Should they merely sit and await their demise? It is not that I look down upon you. A mere few thousand troops of Chao cannot possibly threaten someone like Guan. However, the strategist may not be so fortunate. Guan Yu remained unconvinced. Perhaps setting fire to the city was a correct decision, as this fortress merely served as a border outpost devoid of civilian life, and its destruction would not be of great consequence. Yet, Cao Cao has brought with him the elite tiger and leopard cavalry, while our forces largely consist of infantry. How could we possibly outrun the army of Chao? Zhuge Liang, unperturbed, calmly elucidated, there is no cause for concern. I shall covertly position 100,000 troops in ambush. Cao Cao, by nature suspicious, will undoubtedly refrain from pursuing us. Guan Yu's disdain deepened. He was acutely aware of the number of soldiers under his command, which, even when accounting for supplies, barely exceeded 5,000. The reinforcements from my brother would not arrive for at least 7 days. Where would this 100,000 ambush soldiers come from? If we truly had such a force, why abandon the city? We could easily repel Chao's army, or even annihilate them. What do we have that constitutes 100,000 troops? Strategist, do not make grand claims that could lead to our catastrophic defeat. It would be far better to defend the city and fight valiantly. Zhuge Liang's brow furrowed with hesitation, for certain truths were not best conveyed by him alone. He glanced toward Zhao Yun, who had long been a brother-in-arms to Guan Yu, and felt at ease speaking to him. Brother Yunchong, what our lord lacks most at present is soldiers. We cannot afford to engage in a war of attrition against Cao Cao. Retreating is indeed the wisest course of action. Cao Cao commanded the majority of the Han dynasty. With a population nearing 10 million, he was untroubled by a war of attrition. Liu Bei, in contrast, held dominion over only 2 provinces, and had merely gained control of a fraction of the land and cities. Such matters were not lost on the battlefield-hardened Guan Yu, yet his pride clouded his judgment. Apart from Zhang Fei and Zhao Yun, he regarded other heroes as mere opportunists, unwilling to show weakness due to inferior numbers. Since Brother Zilong has voiced such sentiments, let us adhere to the strategist's plan. With Zhao Yun as an advocate, Guan Yu found a way forward. After all, no one desires death. Even the noble Guan Yi is no exception. Life is lived either for fame or for profit. Should he knowingly face defeat yet disregard the counsel of others, he would merely be perceived as a reckless warrior devoid of wisdom. Before Guan Yu could respond, another strategist, disguised among them, interjected. Might I inquire where the strategist's 100,000 troops are to be found and where the ambush will be laid? Please share some details. An hour hence, we shall charge forth. As for the ambush, its secrets must remain undisclosed. Zhuge Liang intended to keep the truth hidden. Caution was paramount, and revealing too much could lead to dire consequences. A soldier could not help but sigh, harboring little hope for this endeavor. Outside, the forces of Chao surrounded them, bolstered by over 20 fierce generals. Breaking free from such a siege would prove no simple feat. Guan Yu cast a glance at him and impatiently remarked, how can one bolster another's ambitions while diminishing one's own prestige? In my view, they are merely posturing, unworthy of mention. should they dare obstruct my path. A single stroke of my blade will suffice. Zhuge Liang erupted in hearty laughter, gesturing towards the soldier. With General Yin Chang leading the charge, who among us could possibly hinder our departure? The heroes of the realm tremble at the mere mention of brother Yin Chang's name. Upon hearing such flattery, Guan Yu found Zhuge Liang's demeanor somewhat less irksome. He was one who thrived on subtlety rather than confrontation. Their discord stemmed from Zhuge Liang's ever-mysterious air. His action shrouded in enigma, and his refusal to elucidate matters to Guan Yu. This air of superiority provoked a restless impulse in his death, who clenched her sword, tempted to unleash her fury at any moment. Fortunately, the remarks were not made in her presence, or she would surely have acted upon her impulse. After much deliberation, Zhuge Liang made a decisive call. In 1 hour, the city gates would swing open, with Guan Yu leading the charge and Zhao Yun covering the rear. The Chao army, having journeyed tirelessly day and night, had arrived without time to set traps. This moment presented the perfect opportunity while they were fatigued. His death, casting a disgruntled glance at Qingfeng, queried, "What shall we do? Their military objective is simply to escape. It appears we need not intervene, and this round of points will be lost." Yun Yao, equally perplexed, looked at Qingfeng, recalling that in previous missions he had always been eager to act. Even though this was a conflict among allies, his apparent indifference was striking. Qingfeng shook his head, feeling somewhat uncertain about the current situation. According to Zhuge Liang's strategy, this could not merely be deemed a defeat. Rather, it might serve to dampen the morale of Chao's army. It is true that this city lies on the frontier. Yet if a great fire were to ravage it, a severely damaged stronghold would no longer be suitable for garrisoning troops. Nevertheless, he found himself perplexed, pondering where Zhuge Liang could possibly muster an army of 100,000. He had surveyed the surrounding area within a 100-mile radius with his senses, yet he detected no signs of a concealed force. There is no need for haste. There will be ample opportunities in the future. For now, he would treat this as an experience to learn from, equipping himself with strategies for similar missions that may arise later on. Gao Qifeng found himself at an impasse, realizing that the only course of action was to take things one step at a time. The system had not provided a clear directive, merely instructing him to assist Zhao Yun with military objectives. Was it truly suggesting that they facilitate each other's retreat? Since when had his death engaged in such a conflict? In the past, she would have unsheathed her sword without hesitation, yet she was a person of principles. Having pledged her support to Gao Qingfeng, she refrained from acting recklessly and chose instead to await developments in silence. "Who are you?" a visibly agitated Guan Yu questioned. Encountering the trio conversing near the military council chamber, his eyes widened, ready to engage in conflict at the slightest provocation. Fortunately, Zhao Yun trailed closely behind, positioning himself between them to mediate. "Brother Yin Chang, these three are my friends, each possessing martial prowess comparable to mine. They have come specifically to assist us," Zhao Yun explained, which eased Guan Yu's tension. It made sense. Outsiders could not easily access such a crucial military location. "Oh, so they are friends of Zilong," he conceded. "Then it is forgiven. However, it is best for women to remain off the battlefield." With that, he hastily departed, needing to finalize the arrangements for their breakout. Zhao Yun clasped his hands in a gesture of respect towards the group. "We are about to break through. Will you accompany me, or do you have other plans?" Qingfeng merely stated that the three of them would retreat alongside the army, endeavoring to minimize their involvement in combat, as he did not wish to disrupt the equilibrium of the local powers in this world. An hour later, a formidable force of thousands surged forth, reaching the city gates in a bold dash toward the east. Zhuge Liang's decision caught Cao Cao unawares, having just encircled the city. He was astonished by the latter's audacious abandonment of it. However, upon reflection, Cao Cao burst into laughter. The strategists below were perplexed. How could Cao Cao find amusement when Zhuge Liang was fleeing? "My lord, what brings you such mirth?" they inquired. "I find it amusing that Zhuge's strategy falters, as the Shu army, in its cowardice, opts for flight rather than confrontation. Do they truly believe they can outrun my tiger and leopard cavalry? Dispatch a pursuit with the entire army. Merely send 20,000 to secure the city and maintain control of the area. Such an effortless abandonment of the city raises suspicions." "My lord," one advisor cautioned, "that is implausible. They number only 5,000 and are besieged on all sides. What deception could they possibly employ? Unless their forces descended from the heavens?" With Cao Cao's orders issued, the Cao army swiftly mobilized, directing Eugene to seize the city while Cao Cao personally led the pursuit of Zhuge Liang. Meanwhile, on Zhuge Liang's side, Guan Yu charged forward like an unstoppable force. A deity in battle. The eastern contingent of the city fell under the command of Xiao Hoen, who, having witnessed Guan Yu's prowess, dared not engage him directly, merely dispatching his subordinates to obstruct. Guan Yu effortlessly broke through the encirclement, allowing the main army to escape unscathed. Everything unfolded as Zhuge Liang had anticipated. As dusk approached and darkness enveloped the landscape, the Chao army's vision was impaired, failing to notice the concealed foliage amassed in the shadows. The Chao forces indeed fell into the trap set by the several hidden soldiers Zhuge Liang had left in the city. A blazing inferno engulfed the stronghold, decimating more than 10,000 of Chao's troops. After covering a distance of several miles, Zhuge Liang ordered the main army to advance, leaving Zhao Yun and a handful of elite soldiers in a valley. He instructed them to arrange stones into various shapes. Half an hour later, a faint mist began to form over the span of several hundred meters. Observing this phenomenon, Zhuge Liang was taken aback, gazing skyward to assess the celestial signs. "Master, what troubles you? It is the first time we have witnessed such disquiet from you," his advisor remarked. "I do not know. I am uncertain of the purpose behind these stones," replied the soldiers, who began to murmur among themselves, while Zhao Yun watched Zhuge Liang with intrigue. Qingfeng and his two companions remained behind, eager to discern the origins of the so-called 100,000 troops. Upon encountering the chaotic stones, Qingfeng was suddenly reminded of the Three Kingdoms period, when Liu Bei's forces were besieged by Lu Xun, who set fire to their encampments, leading to a catastrophic retreat. Zhuge Liang, with his ingenious strategy, deployed the Bagua formation, effectively severing Lu Xun's pursuing troops and preventing their relentless chase. Even the composed Zhuge Liang trembled at the thought, incredulously exclaiming, "How could this be? Last night, I observed the celestial signs, predicting a heavy fog for today, which, coupled with my illusion formation, should dissuade Cao Cao from pursuing. Why have the celestial omens shifted so drastically?" Zhuge Liang had not disclosed his plans to anyone beforehand, not even Zhao Yun. "My lord, can a mere illusion formation truly deter Cao Cao's mighty army? The illusion formation, refined by my design, can ensnare the enemy in a fog, rendering them unable to escape for a time. Yet, relying solely on the formation will not intimidate Cao Cao. It requires the favor of the heavens. How could the celestial signs alter so profoundly? Without the fog, I fear that within the span of half an hour, the Chao army will breach our defenses." Zhuge Liang sighed deeply, lamenting, "Heaven favors Chao, not Han." Qingfeng awkwardly scratched his head, suspecting that perhaps the cause lay with him. In an attempt to intimidate his death, he must have unleashed a tempest that altered the very position of the clouds. The clouds that were meant to appear had been blown away to another locale by his own tumultuous energy. Could it be that this was somehow related to the recent earthquake? The weather today is indeed most peculiar, and the tremor was entirely unexpected. Prior to the earthquake, there were no discernible signs of disturbance, no anomalies in the ground, no irregular behavior from the poultry, nor any disturbances in the water. It all transpired so abruptly. And just 2 minutes later, it ceased. Zhuge Liang had never encountered such an occurrence either. He merely regarded it as an unusual phenomenon. Furthermore, within moments, Zhao Yun had mentioned that someone wished to meet him, leaving no time for further contemplation. In retrospect, it seems highly probable that these two events are interconnected. The coincidence is simply too striking. Qingfeng felt that the moment had come for him to step forward. It was time for him to showcase his abilities. "A group of worthless beings, retreat far from my presence, and witness as I single-handedly annihilate the enemy forces." As Qingfeng took his first step forward, the icy and merciless voice of his death preempted him. Zhuge Liang cast a surprised glance in her direction. From their very first encounter, he had discerned that this woman was not one to be easily approached. The disdainful gaze she wore was reminiscent of the one he had only seen in Guan Yu, a testament to an unwavering pride in one's own prowess. However, there were no female generals in the world, and given that her beauty rivaled that of Xiao Qiao, it was inconceivable for such a figure to remain obscure. Qingfeng glanced at Zhao Yun beside him, a contemplative expression flickering across his face. "Strategist, if I provide you with 5,000 soldiers, how confident are you in halting Cao Cao's forces?" Half an hour later, as Cao Cao's army pursued them to the valley, they found themselves enveloped in thick fog, visibility severely compromised. Cao Cao furrowed his brow, wary of potential treachery, and was about to scrutinize the formation when a voice resonated from the mountaintop. "Cao Cao, as a minister of Han, How dare you wield the emperor's name to command the lords and engage in such treasonous acts? Dressed in flowing white scholar's robes, Zhuge Liang stood prominently on the mountainside, accompanied by a charming young woman, gazing down at Cao Cao's troops. Upon spotting Zhuge Liang, Cao Cao erupted into laughter. Zhuge Liang, you choose not to flee? Do you truly believe that your 5,000 soldiers can withstand my mighty army? Even with the likes of Guan Yu and Zhao Yun by your side, what can you achieve? Zhuge Liang remained serene, exuding an air of assured victory, dismissing Cao Cao's 100,000 troops as insignificant. For a traitor like you, a mere flick of my feather fan will render you and your men to ashes. Cao Cao laughed heartily. You amuse me. With your paltry 5,000. You think you can defeat me? I might as well write my name backwards. His laughter filled the air, as he regarded the impending confrontation as a straightforward clash of arms, devoid of stratagems. Despite Zhuge Liang's renowned talents, without resources or advantageous terrain, he could not possibly triumph over an enemy with numbers exceeding his own by several times. Charge! With a single command from Zhuge Liang, 5,000 soldiers surged forward, charging towards the Cao army, which lay several hundred meters away. Have you surrendered? Are you sending them to their demise without hesitation? In battle, caution is typically paramount to avoid excessive losses that could jeopardize your lord's foundation. Zhuge Liang smiled lightly, feeling elated, and could not resist adding, this is the easiest battle I have ever fought. I have never encountered such a straightforward campaign. This time, I shall surely defeat you. Cao Cao's laughter grew louder. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed soldier noted the approaching 5,000 Shu cavalry, each mounted on white steeds. Prime Minister, the prowess of 5,000 cavalry should not be underestimated. We ought to deploy the tiger and leopard cavalry to charge ahead, followed by a substantial force to encircle them. A strategist offered his counsel, but Cao Cao flatly rejected it, unconvinced. Do you suggest that I mobilize my 80,000 troops for a mere 5,000 cavalry? Do you think they can take on 10 men each? We shall send only half our forces to charge while the rest remain with me for support. Zhuge Liang once more waved his fan, issuing a commanding order. Divide the troops into 50 routes and encircle Cao Cao's army. Seize his head. Cao Cao was taken aback, as were his strategists and generals. 5,000 cavalry surrounding 80,000 troops? Had Zhuge Liang gone mad? Or had they misheard him? 5,000 encircling 80,000, surely. Zhuge Liang had lost his senses. Was Zhuge Liang truly issuing commands as if 5,000 cavalry were akin to a million-strong army? I am Zhao Zilong of Changshan. Why do the soldiers of Chao's army not hasten to dismount and surrender? Clad in a flowing white robe, Zhao Yun boldly led the charge, his dragon spear glinting with a piercing cold light. The lord is Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun has arrived. Yet, what of Zhao Yun? With my 80,000 troops standing resolute, allowing him to slay us, he could never finish the task. Cao Cao regarded him with indifference, while he admired Zhao Yun's martial prowess and his unwavering loyalty. He felt no fear. His valiant generals Su Chu and Eugene stood steadfast. Could it be that his commanders could not best a single Zhao Yun? My lord, it seems as if all 5,000 riders are Zhao Zilong. A trembling strategist pointed with disbelief at the 100 cavalry charging forth. Have you imbibed too much? If Liu Bei had 5,000 Zhao Zilongs, the realm would have long been his, leaving no ground for us to stand upon. Cao Cao lifted his gaze. The distance between the two armies had dwindled to a mere 100 meters. The archers of Chao's army unleashed a relentless barrage, attempting to thwart the advance of Shu's forces. However, the terrain was unfavorable, as the Shu army charged downwards, significantly diminishing the power of Chao's arrows. None from Shu fell from their steeds. All the soldiers of Shu, adorned in white and wielding silver spears, appeared strikingly handsome and agile. Upon closer inspection, Cao Cao noted that each soldier bore an uncanny resemblance to Zhao Zilong. Stunned, he reflected on the audacity of a man who could infiltrate his vast army and escape with the young heir, a doe. Since the death of Elbu, such a warrior had not graced the world, although his initial orders had been to spare Zhao Yun's life. He later realized capturing him was futile and thus commanded that the matter of life or death be disregarded. Yet Zhao Yun managed to escape, a testament to his unparalleled martial skills. Following this encounter, his famed sword, garnering even greater admiration from Cao Cao. Despite the identical appearances, it was implausible that so many could exist. Where in the world could one find individuals who were entirely alike? Impossible, utterly impossible. How could there be so many Zhao Zilongs? It must be an illusion conjured by Zhuge Liang's tactics. Charge forward, my entire army. These 5,000 were the creations of Qingfeng. Inquiring about whether Uchiha Madara possessed the shadow clone technique, Madara, in great anguish, bestowed it upon Qingfeng, adamantly refusing to accept any form of compensation. Had it not been for the points granted to him by Qingfeng, he would have taken an eternity to revive. Chakra and Qi are both manifestations of energy, and Qingfeng effortlessly deduced the operational patterns of Qi. By harnessing his own Qi, he executed the shadow clone technique on Zhao Yun, summoning a staggering 5,000 Zhao Yuns, each of which would vanish upon injury. Their combat prowess and appearance mirrored that of Zhao Yun, and when Zhuge Liang witnessed Qingfeng return with this legion of 5,000 Zhao Yuns, his eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Most astonishingly, each clone could match Zhao Yun in battle, rendering Zhao Yun unable to defeat them without exerting himself to the utmost. At that moment, Zhuge Liang mused that given a few months, he could easily decimate both Wei and Wu states. While the effectiveness in siege warfare might be somewhat lacking, in open-field combat, this was an indomitable force. Before Zhuge Liang could ponder further, Qingfeng declared that he would only lend this power once, after repelling the Chao army. He would reclaim it, as it was a manifestation created by the formation and could not persist indefinitely. It was no jest if he did not retract it. 5,000 Zhao Yuns would compel Wu and Wei to surrender outright, and he had no desire to overreach. He preferred to let events unfold naturally. Nonetheless, Zhuge Liang felt immensely satisfied. Since joining Liu Bei, he had been plagued by a lack of troops, while Guan Yu and Zhang Fei were undeniably valiant. They were not inclined to heed his commands. Zhao Yun, however, was his utmost admiration, possessing both valor and astuteness, and most importantly, he was obedient to his orders. Lacking soldiers, Zhuge Liang had relied on his own brilliant strategies for warfare, and in this moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to exclaim, "I have fought arduous battles my entire life. Cannot I enjoy a respite?" After all, these were merely creations of the formation, and there was no need to worry if they perished. A direct confrontation was all that was required. Cao mistakenly believed that Zhuge Liang had merely disguised individuals as Zhao Yun or utilized illusions to intimidate him. However, in direct confrontation, the Chao army was utterly routed, each Zhao Yun exhibiting the valor of 10,000 men, and the tide of battle shifted dramatically. The Chao forces found themselves in a desperate plight, with even Su Chu and Eugene joining the fray, yet only Su Chu could barely withstand the onslaught. Su Chu's formidable strength and grand techniques clashed with Zhao Yun's agile spearwork, each strike relentlessly targeting vital points, resembling a tempest of fury. Eugene, having engaged in less than 10 exchanges, revealed signs of defeat and turned his horse to flee. Cao stood in stunned silence, rendered immobile by the unfolding chaos. "My lord, we must flee. A horde of Zhao Yuns is upon us." Eugene, in a frantic retreat, dragged Cao along without a backward glance, lamenting that he could barely endure a few exchanges himself. 5,000 Zhao Yuns. Cao gazed vacantly at Zhuge Liang atop the mountain, escaping while reflecting on the matter. Kongming is indeed a true sleeping dragon. No wonder Liu Bei made 3 visits to invite him from seclusion. The Zhao Yun legion pursued the Chao army, causing them to scatter in panic, with countless soldiers suffering casualties, an initial estimate suggesting around 50,000 were severely injured. However, none of Cao's renowned generals or strategists fell in the chaos. The casualties were exclusively among the foot soldiers. As Cao retreated, the Zhao Yun legion halted, refraining from an immediate pursuit. On the mountains, Zhuge Liang, having observed the situation, understood that this was the intention of Qingfeng. Within the Chao ranks, there was no one capable of defeating Zhao Zilong in single combat. The absence of significant casualties among Cao's high command indicated that Qingfeng possessed the means to control the Zhao Yun manifested through his formations. This individual appeared to be an ally rather than an adversary. Why would he assist me yet show mercy to Cao's men? Perhaps he wished to remain uninvolved in worldly matters. Zhuge Liang quickly deduced Qingfeng's intentions with remarkable accuracy. He did not press the issue further. Had it not been for Gu's intervention, he likely would have faced a devastating defeat. What Zhuge Liang did not anticipate was that the alteration in celestial phenomena was also orchestrated by Qingfeng. The esteemed gentleman's remarkable talent and immense favor would remain etched in his memory for eternity. Following the retreat of the Chao army, Zhuge Liang respectfully bowed to Qingfeng, adopting a posture of utmost humility. Qingfeng was taken aback, promptly bowing in return, not solely due to his status as an ancient figure, but rather out of genuine admiration for the middle-aged man who devoted himself tirelessly to the revival of the Han dynasty. "Mr. Zhuge, you flatter me. It is merely a trifling skill, hardly worthy of mention. Now that the Chao army has departed, it is time for the three of us to take our leave. If fate allows, we may meet again." Zhao Yun endeavored to persuade them to visit Shuzhou, wishing to extend his hospitality. It appeared that Zhao Yun was unaware of any time constraints, and Gu Qingfeng could only delicately indicate that their time was running short. Once Zhao Yun logged into the chat group and reviewed the detailed task description, he would come to understand. His death maintained her haughty demeanor, dismissing any further conversation with Zhuge Liang. In stark contrast, Yun Yao, one of the few female enthusiasts of the Three Kingdoms, harbored a particular fondness for Zhuge Liang. Upon encountering him, her eyes sparkled with admiration, unmistakably a devoted fan. As she gazed at the tall, refined figure of Zhuge Liang, exuding an aura of scholarly grace, her affection only deepened. Unable to contain herself at the moment of parting, she professed her admiration to Zhuge Liang, who responded with a gentle smile, inviting her to visit him in Shuzhou whenever she had the time. Yun Yao eagerly agreed, planning to bring his death along once her own matters were settled. Zhuge Liang, accompanied by Zhao Yun, soon faded from their sight. As they distanced themselves, the anticipation of battle surged within his death. Her eyes ablaze with fervor as she turned to Gu Qingfeng, eager to witness the full extent of his prowess. The emergence of 5,000 Zhao Yun by Gu Qingfeng indeed astonished her. However, it was not enough to intimidate her. Although she could not replicate Gu Qingfeng's extraordinary feat, eliminating 5,000 Zhao Yun was not a formidable challenge. The administrator, the strongest of dimensions, and the member known as the Queen of Ice, death, successfully completed their tasks. The strongest of dimensions and the one seeking support each earned 170 points, while the Queen of Ice, death, received 160 points. Additionally, a special reward of 3,000 points was granted for task completion, with the strongest of dimensions receiving 2,000 points, and the one seeking support alongside the Queen of Ice each acquiring 500 points. At the moment when Gu Qingfeng was about to respond, an inexplicable pressure surged upon him, causing his blood to boil. A name emerged in his mind, the legendary Super Saiyan. The only possibility that could incite such fervor within his Saiyan blood was none other than Broly. He heightened his senses to the maximum, detecting the auras from various universes. From the 7th universe of Dragon Ball, a raw and brutal energy emanated. Broly, with his mane of golden hair, was relentlessly overpowering Goku and Vegeta, who found themselves unable to gain any advantage in their fierce confrontation. Gu Qingfeng murmured to himself, contemplating the prospect of an engaging battle. Estes raised an eyebrow, mistakenly believing he was addressing her, as the surrounding space crystallized into ice, ready to unleash an attack at any moment. "Yin Yao, you should return for now. I must make a brief visit to the Dragon Ball universe. Once I resolve matters there, I will bring you back to Earth." After instructing Yun Yao, Gu Qingfeng's figure vanished into thin air, utilizing instant transmission to return to the Dragon Ball universe. Although instant transmission allows one to traverse vast distances instantaneously, it is typically confined within the same cosmological framework. The reason he was able to cross different universes remained a mystery. He simply felt capable and executed it successfully. However, he could not return from Dragon Ball to Earth, as he could only pinpoint the location of the Dragon Ball universe due to the heightened energy of Goku and others during their battle. Earth lacked such powerful beings, rendering it impossible to sense energy signatures, and thus, it was futile to attempt instant transmission. "Where are you going?" Estes, furious that Gu Qingfeng had fled before their confrontation, felt exasperated after waiting so long for a fight. Her gaze shifted toward Yun Yao, who helplessly shrugged. "I can't fight. If you wish to spar, you will have to wait for him to return. It wouldn't be honorable to defeat a weak woman like me." Estes, seething with indignation, yet finding no outlet for her anger, displayed a slight flush on her otherwise icy visage. The pinned video in the group chat showcased the previous battle of their esteemed leader. Upon returning, one could view it to gain a clearer understanding of his formidable prowess. After explaining this to Estes, Yun Yao also made her exit, unwilling to confront the wrathful Estes. On the glacial landscape of Earth in the 7th universe of the Dragon Ball world, Super Saiyan Blue Goku and Vegeta joined forces, fiercely battling the legendary Super Saiyan Broly, who had succumbed to rage and lost all rationality, attacking relentlessly in a life-for-life combat style. Amidst the chaotic melee, A calm voice resonated from below, betraying an undercurrent of excitement. This guy is quite impressive. Should I take a turn and give it a try? Unfazed by the words of others, Broly continued his rampage. Goku, however, stumbled upon hearing the voice, and Broly seized the opportunity, delivering a crushing blow that sent him crashing to the ground. Having already been at a disadvantage, Goku's fall left Vegeta to fend for himself, and it was not long before he too succumbed to a barrage of strikes. Observing Vegeta's desperate evasion of Broly's relentless attacks, one could not help but reflect on the plight of the man often referred to as Tragic Vegeta. The once proud Saiyan Prince found himself cornered to such an extent by a mere Super Saiyan. How could he protect his beloved woman when reduced to this? It is unclear where this individual emerged from, acting like a madman. Originally, a Super Saiyan could easily suppress him. Yet even two Super Saiyan Blues now find themselves unable to contend with him. Vegeta, already harboring a burning fury, reflects that even if this foe is the legendary Saiyan, is he not also the proud prince of the Saiyans? To be surpassed by someone exhibiting such rapid growth, especially with his beloved Bulma watching from below, fills Vegeta with a profound sense of humiliation. Stimulated by this challenge, Vegeta's energy surged wildly, his innate ability to grow stronger in the face of adversity propelling him beyond his current limits. The might of his full-powered Super Saiyan Blue was unleashed. At this moment, Vegeta had surpassed Goku in his tenfold Kaioken state, his gaze fixed intently on Broly. From below, Whis chuckled softly, recognizing that Vegeta's strength now eclipsed that of Goku. However, his peripheral vision remained keenly focused on Gogeta below, a figure that intrigued him greatly. This individual seemed to possess an aura even more formidable than that of Lord Beerus, marking the first time he had encountered such a master in Universe 7. It appeared that Vegeta had achieved this form before Goku, proving himself to be an extraordinary warrior. Bulma cheered with delight, not merely because Vegeta had surpassed Goku, but because she understood Vegeta's long-standing desire to do so. Time and again, Goku had managed to break through his own limitations first, but this time, Vegeta had finally gained the upper hand. In the state of full-powered Locked Blue, Vegeta had transformed the earlier tide of battle, now dominating Broly with relentless pressure. Meanwhile, Goku, having risen from the ground, approached Goku Qingfeng and smiled as he patted him on the shoulder. "Ah, it seems you two have sensed the strength of this formidable opponent. Are you waiting for Vegeta to finish before making your move against him?" Gu Qingfeng let out a bitter smile. Indeed, the Saiyan bloodline is remarkably formidable. However, it harbors a fatal flaw, the tendency to act impulsively upon encountering a powerful adversary, rushing in without sufficient contemplation. Fortunately, he noticed before making a move that Whis was also present. Had he acted rashly, how would he explain the full extent of his own prowess? He held little interest in the conflict. He merely wished to spectate, to bask in the excitement. Goku laughed heartily, unaffected by Vegeta's earlier breakthrough, harboring no resentment. On the contrary, he was genuinely pleased that his friend could further enhance his strength. It was truly vexing. This fellow was advancing far too swiftly, rendering Goku incapable of matching him. Vegeta had also transcended his limits. Goku realized he could offer no assistance unless he could unleash the 20-fold Kaioken. Yet, undertaking such a feat would impose an overwhelming strain on his body, which, at present, could not withstand it. Suddenly, Gu Qingfeng recalled another matter. Vegeta made an appearance in this narrative. Should Vegeta prove unable to contend with Broly, Goku would inevitably need to fuse with Vegeta. Thus, Vegeta would manifest, and upon witnessing their combined form, the wise Namekian, Piccolo, would undoubtedly draw immediate parallels to his own existence. Presently, he found himself in a quandary. Intervening was not an option, yet remaining passive was even less viable. If Vegeta in his Locked Blue state still faltered against Broly, then he would have to take action, revealing his strength to Whis. Although this posed some complications, solutions could still be sought. In the heavens, Vegeta and Broly unleashed their princely combat techniques, a flurry of energy blasts clashing and annihilating one another. The clouds above had long been swept away by the shockwaves. Then, a rather absurd scene unfolded. Broly shook off Vegeta and charged directly at him. Enraged, Vegeta shouted, his azure hair reverting to its natural ebony hue. After engaging Broly in battle and pushing his limits, he found his stamina nearly depleted. Goku assumed a fighting stance, ready to confront Broly once more. While Gu Qingfeng dismissed any lingering thoughts, Broly, wielding two energy orbs, aimed them at the faces of both fighters, but Gu Qingfeng struck first. landing a punch squarely on Broly's visage, sending him hurtling backward. A request was made in the chat group to activate the group live streaming feature for the members to observe. The administrator, the strongest in the dimension, could earn additional points. Do you agree? Agree. Qingfeng did not hesitate for a moment. What he lacked most was points. If he could amass 1,000 billion points, he would exchange them for the unparalleled skill of Zizai Gong. Even the Omni King could not erase him at that time. He would soar high like a bird in the sky and swim freely like a fish in the vast sea. The group management of the strongest dimension commenced a live broadcast, where group members could use 100 points to gain access. In the live room, the strongest tyrant Qingfeng faced off against the legendary Super Saiyan Broly. Tony, disinterested in trifles, entered the live room, followed by Shinigami Elementary student, and you also want to dance. Except for Minya Sure, who was still being pursued by Kamen Rider RX, others flocked into the live room, eager to witness the prowess of the esteemed master. Having only just watched Qingfeng battle against the god Zamasu in a previous encounter, he had already expended a precious few points. Tony, this guy's hair can also turn golden, but he reminds me of the Hulk, lacking any semblance of rationality. Seeking support, even from the live stream, this fellow exudes an overwhelming sense of pressure. Shinigami Elementary student, I do not comprehend. The world of the strong is beyond my understanding. You are merely a small fry. Fire Fist Ace, I have an odd feeling that this guy has lost his mind. Is he attacking indiscriminately? Book-loving ghoul, that golden-haired giant is rather imposing. Standing beside him, our master would have to stretch his neck several times. You also want to dance. No matter how powerful he may be, he will never be a match for our master. Did you not see the smile at the corner of our master's mouth? That is a sign of assured victory. As Broly transformed into a shooting star, charging fiercely towards him, Qingfeng shouted, gathering energy as an invisible aura surged upwards. The wind from his punch howled past. Qingfeng calmly sidestepped and countered with a spinning kick that sent Broly flying. With a slight smile, he beckoned Broly to attack, provoking the enraged and irrational warrior once more. Yet again, Broly was sent hurtling away by a single punch, his fury unleashed as he unleashed a cataclysmic shockwave, shattering the icy ground beneath him. Qingfeng remained unhurried, strolling through the countless shockwaves until he stood before Broly. He delivered a powerful punch to Broly's abdomen, causing him to expel a painful groan and stagger back a couple of steps. Raising his hand, he gathered an enormous energy sphere, which swelled larger with each surge of his power. Upon reaching a limit he could withstand, Broly aimed it fiercely at Qingfeng. If this is all you can muster, one hand will suffice to deal with you. As the luminous projectile loomed close, Qingfeng's right arm tensed, veins protruding as he unleashed a swift and forceful punch. There were no earth-shattering techniques, nor a clash of energies. It was merely a simple yet decisive strike. The energy sphere was propelled into space, its overflow causing the entire earth to tremble. With a gentle tap of his staff, was conjured a protective shield to envelop the planet. Can you muster even more strength? Show me your full capabilities. This level is merely insufficient. Qingfeng was equally perplexed, questioning how Broly could appear so feeble. Despite unleashing his full power to contend with Super Saiyan Gogeta, even as an enhanced version of Gogeta himself, Broly's performance was unexpectedly dismal. He should at least be able to touch him, yet he was consistently being dominated. Tony, ever the skeptic, remarked, I knew this would be the outcome. Indeed. No matter the opponent, one can never defeat the chief. The Grim Reaper's elementary student added, be content. I don't even understand why I am watching this. The speed is so rapid that I can't discern anything. It would be better to wait for the recorded footage and watch it at 1,000 times slower. Seeking support. Another chimed in. So you can't see it either? Who can? I can't see it. But everyone claims they can. How embarrassing it would be to admit otherwise. The most ferocious spirit exclaimed, no one can see it. Fire Fist Ace commented, I initially intended to engage with you all as an ordinary person. But the result has been alienation. Let's be honest. I too cannot see. Ice Queen Esteth interjected, I can't see it very clearly either. This fellow's strength is significantly greater than what was depicted in the group's footage. So I wish to inquire, another mused. Am I the only one in the entire group capable of perceiving their battle? If you all cannot see, why bother watching the live stream? Would it not be better to wait for the recording? Madara, feeling exasperated, utilized his powerful ocular abilities to vaguely discern the clash between Qingfeng and Broly. However, even with his Rinnegan, he could only barely perceive the encounter. Should he face them directly, he would undoubtedly be obliterated. as the ability to see does not imply the capacity to react. The entire glacier lay in ruin from Broly's indiscriminate assault, with mountains crumbling and chaos reigning, while molten lava bubbled up from deep within the earth beneath the ice. Qingfeng unleashed a one-sided onslaught against Broly, his movements fluid and agile, skillfully maneuvering with perfect timing. Broly, lacking in combat experience, was rendered even more inept in his berserk state, devoid of any technique when faced with Qingfeng, whose power and speed eclipsed his own. All he could do was roar in frustration, utterly powerless, as if he could no longer bear the weight of being suppressed. Or perhaps he was struck by a sudden realization. A green aura radiated around Broly, his fury elevating his energy once more. He grew several centimeters taller, his physique becoming even more imposing. His hair transformed into a deep green, a stark contrast to his previous appearance, subtly instilling a sense of pressure within Qingfeng. Was this the true form of a Super Saiyan? It bore little difference from a mindless beast. Qingfeng gazed at the roaring Broly, a flicker of hesitation passing through his eyes as he contemplated whether to strike. This individual, strictly speaking, posed a significant threat. Should he ever go berserk in the absence of the god of destruction, the devastation he could wreak upon Universe 7 would be catastrophic. The resultant chaos could easily attract the attention of the Omni King and the Grand Priest, which would spell trouble. However, considering that Whis was present, even if the angels were unable to intervene directly with mortals, safeguarding this universe would still be achievable. Meanwhile, within the chat group, Tony remarked, "This is akin to having a cheat code. He seems to have grown even stronger. Yet, I am curious as to why his hair has turned green." To which another replied, "If you wish to lead a fulfilling life, one must on a touch of green atop their head." A third chimed in, "He has spared himself the trouble of a green hat, crafting a pure, natural one instead." Fire Fist Ace commented, "Of all the colors to choose, he settles on green hair. His aura is indeed formidable, but doesn't he find it rather peculiar?" Regardless of the chatter in the group, Broly's full-power Super Saiyan transformation ignited Qingfeng's fighting spirit. Finally, here was someone who could compel him to engage earnestly. The two exchanged blows, neither willing to yield an inch. The shockwaves from their fists colliding even caused the molten lava beneath them to erupt. In accordance with the usual narrative, a fully powered Broly would typically dominate Super Saiyan Gogeta without falling behind. However, in the face of Qingfeng, Broly found himself struggling under the immense pressure, on the defensive more often than not. After several minutes of combat, Broly began to show signs of fatigue, while Qingfeng appeared unfazed, clearly not exerting his full prowess. Kamehameha. Qingfeng was unwilling to continue this exhausting battle, as he realized his strength surpassed even his own expectations. He intended to awaken Broly all at once. Restoring his sanity, Broly once again concentrated his destructive energy, merging his hands to unleash a cataclysmic attack that threatened to obliterate the universe. Ultimately, Qingfeng proved to be the superior force. With his relentless increase in power, he managed to deflect the energy blast, and the Kamehameha struck Broly directly. As the smoke cleared, Broly returned to his normal state, utterly exhausted, and collapsed onto the ground, unconscious. Goku found himself increasingly perplexed by Qingfeng, his fighting spirit igniting fiercely as he resolved to confront Qingfeng at any cost. Truly remarkable that he could defeat Broly in his base form. Perhaps Vegeta should consider challenging him as well. Vegeta, observing Goku, was left bewildered by his intentions. "We are no match for him. Even together, we stand no chance. You must realize that," he asserted. Goku shook his head, presenting his plan. "What about fusion? I'll seek out King Kai and borrow the Patera earrings. After fusing, we should be able to draw out his true power." Vegeta, however, had not forgotten that the Patera earrings were permanent, and he would never agree to such a proposition. "Impossible, Son Goku. I will never fuse with you, not ever. Don't you want to know just how strong he truly is?" Goku pressed. When used by anyone other than a Kai, the Patera fusion lasts only an hour before automatically separating. Goku, already aware of the Potara's characteristics, sought to persuade Vegeta. That individual does not seem like an enemy at present. There is no need to pay such a high price merely to test his strength, Vegeta replied without hesitation. "The one thing I detest most in my life is teaming up with you." The thought of merging into a single entity was especially haunting for him, as the last time they fused to confront Majin Buu had left an indelible shadow over his life. Goku, a martial arts enthusiast, and Vegeta, too, shared a passion for combat. Facing formidable opponents thrilled them both. Yet, out of pride, Vegeta would never fuse with Goku unless absolutely necessary, stubbornly refusing. Vegeta left Goku with no choice but to relent. Tony, observing the battle, remarked, "That was truly spectacular." The entire time, the senior figure maintained absolute dominance. It was only natural for that fellow to lose. A book-loving ghoul chimed in, "Uncle Tony is amazing. I could only perceive the shockwaves during their clash. Their speed was so astonishing that I could hardly keep up." Tony, downplaying his prowess, replied, "Oh, come on, little Chusher, this is all trivial. You'll have your chance in the future." Fire Fist Ace interjected, "Why would I want to be like you? Are you boasting? Or should I learn to court disaster like you?" A voice from the crowd remarked, "Exactly, little Chusher, how can you genuinely believe him? His strength pales in comparison to Ace's. How could he possibly perceive the speed of the senior figure's strikes?" Fire Fist Ace, just listen to his bragging. He merely deceives you Navi young maidens. Shinigami Elementary student, I truly envy the great ones who can effortlessly shatter mountains and stones. How I wish I possessed such formidable strength. Do you also want to dance, shattering mountains and stones? Isn't that merely a matter of having hands? The destroyer of worlds. Isn't it just a matter of having feet? Fire Fist Ace, enough already. Having a mouth suffices as well. Shinigami Elementary student, after spending so much time in this group, encountering the mightiest of ninjas, the favored one of fire abilities, and even the invincible man of the cosmos, I thought I would learn much. In the end, all I gleaned was, having hands is enough. Seeking to ride on coattails. Are you trying to make me laugh to death, Conan? Next time, try to leave the opportunity for the mission to me so I can earn some points in exchange for abilities. Then, perhaps I could attempt some tasks myself. Upon the glacier, Qingfeng gazed at the fallen Broly, his brow slightly furrowed. Yet, such trivial words would not yield many points. What he desired was a staggering 100 billion to exchange for the complete mastery of the ultimate skill, as earning a few million points like before had become rather insignificant. Suddenly, Qingfeng's gaze shifted towards Weiss. Should he dare to challenge Weiss himself? This fellow could surely compel him to exert his utmost strength. Yet, upon reflection, Qingfeng was reluctant to escalate matters. The duration of the strongest dimensional live broadcast had only half an hour remaining, prompting a choice on whether to continue streaming. The chat group also actively reminded him of the ample time left, leaving Qingfeng in a state of hesitation. If he unleashed his full energy, there was a possibility of acquiring billions of points in one fell swoop. However, the crux of the matter lay in the absence of a sufficiently formidable opponent to engage in battle. Even if he were to unleash all his power, the chat group would not grant him corresponding points. If you wish to witness my full potential, you may utilize the Batlara earrings to challenge me. Qingfeng observed Wukong and his companion on the ground and took the initiative to extend an invitation. Wukong, brimming with excitement, was eager to engage, while Vegeta, wearing a disdainful expression, resolved that if a battle were to ensue, he would defeat Qingfeng with honor and not rely on the power of the earrings. "Oh, you are quite impressive. I find you intriguing, and you appear to be a formidable opponent," a haughty and domineering voice echoed from the void. Sensing Qingfeng's aura while watching over the child at Bulma's home, Beerus hastily made his way there. His purple form, resembling a wolf-headed humanoid, exuded an imposing presence. Enveloped in a shroud of violet energy, could it be that the god of destruction wishes to test my strength? If so, I invite you to come forth and try your hand. In an unprecedented display, Qingfeng initiated the first move, distinguishing himself from others. Even in his Super Saiyan Blue form at full power, Vegeta, in his locked state, was effortlessly struck back to his normal state by Beerus. The disparity in strength transcends mere dimensions, warranting serious consideration. In this universe, no being is permitted to surpass the might of a god of destruction. As Beerus spoke, an overwhelming aura surged around him, eventually coalescing into a massive purple dragon that roared fiercely with bared fangs and claws. Qingfeng, undeterred, summoned his own essence to manifest as a colossal dragon. The administrator altered the character for the live broadcast. The mightiest Qingfeng of the dimensions faced off against the god of destruction, Beerus, from the 7th universe. Beerus, a deity within the Dragon Ball universe, is primarily known for his destructive capabilities, capable of annihilating all forms of life, making him the most formidable being in the 7th universe, save for the angels. Upon receiving a new notification in the chat group, the members could not help but express their concerns for Qingfeng. One user remarked, "I recall that the god of destruction is indeed the strongest. As far as I remember, no one in their universe surpasses him. Another chimed in, isn't this just one? He appears less imposing than that green-haired fellow from before, and certainly weaker than the god Zamasu we encountered last time. There's no reason for our champion to falter against him. A third member commented, this individual is undoubtedly formidable. His eyes betray a profound disdain for life. He has likely taken more lives than you, Tony, have ever witnessed. Yet another user echoed, I share that sentiment. This opponent is surely more complex than he appears. Our champion may have genuinely encountered a rival this time. As Qingfeng gradually ascended into the sky above Earth, Beerus followed closely behind, and the two soared into the cosmos. Without any superfluous dialogue, both combatants clenched their fists and struck fiercely at one another, unleashing cataclysmic punches that reverberated throughout the universe. Even Earth, millions of miles away, trembled as unfathomable fissures marred the ground, while volcanoes erupted and glaciers collapsed. The ancient figure of Qingfeng, along with Beerus, sensed the unusual happenings on Earth. With an unspoken understanding, they ceased their skirmish and soared toward the distant starry sky. Only when they felt assured that the Earth would remain unaffected did they halt their movements. On Earth, Whis, with great consideration, provided Goku and Vegeta with a viewing projection, allowing them to witness Beerus's battle. Goku was overwhelmed with a surge of fighting spirit, yearning to engage in combat himself. This individual might very well rival Lord Beerus, having yet to reveal his true strength. Vegeta let out a disdainful snort. His earlier excitement over surpassing Goku by achieving full-powered Super Saiyan Blue dissipated as he realized that an obscure Saiyan possessed such formidable power. Beerus, thoroughly exhilarated, noted that Goku and his companions were still rather inexperienced. Even Vegeta's full-powered Super Saiyan Blue could easily be dispatched if Beerus were to take the fight seriously. Yet, the man before him promised a truly exhilarating battle. Maintaining his proud demeanor, the god of destruction of Universe 7, Beerus, prepared for the clash. Qingfeng, with a charming smile, decided that he no longer wished to remain inconspicuous at this juncture. The mightiest being in the dimensions, Qingfeng had never tasted defeat. After revealing his identity, the two commenced their martial arts duel, engaging in close combat with ease, exchanging blows with a reciprocal rhythm. It was evident that neither was exerting their full strength. Ultimately, Beerus could no longer contain himself. With a mighty roar, he enveloped his body in a myriad of destructive energy. His speed and power were now on an entirely different level, forcing Qingfeng to retreat, left only with the capacity to resist. Observing his position of disadvantage, Qingfeng ceased his concealment, a golden aura erupting from his being, illuminating a significant portion of the universe. The searing energy shattered countless meteoroids from beyond the stars. The Super Qingfeng re-emerged, shifting the dynamics of the battle back to a stalemate, with neither party able to gain the upper hand. As the conflict progressed, Qingfeng's initial reservations gradually dissipated. He began to suspect he had underestimated his own strength. After all, he had never battled the mightiest of adversaries and could only approximate the extent of his own power. If this was indeed the full force of Beerus, then it was not as formidable as anticipated. Externally, it appeared as if Qingfeng struggled against Beerus, equally matched in this contest, yet he had not unleashed his complete power. This body was significantly stronger than he had imagined, in the same form. It was at least several hundred times more powerful than a typical Goku or Vegeta, with the potential to be thousands of times stronger. It was crucial to note that he was merely in Super Saiyan form. He had yet to utilize Super Saiyan 2 or 3, let alone the most potent forms of Super Saiyan God or Super Saiyan Blue. While he had anticipated being stronger than the angels, it had been merely conjecture. Through this experience, he was convinced of his superiority. Even the prospect of challenging the Grand Minister no longer seemed impossible. He harbored doubts about whether the Omni King's erasure ability could truly eliminate an existence as formidable as his own. It was time to witness the exclusive power of a god of destruction, destruction itself. A deep purple energy sphere materialized from Beerus's palm, hurtling towards him at an astonishing speed. Qingfeng, unflinching, retaliated with a powerful punch. The formidable destructive energy dissipated upon impact, granting Qingfeng the opportunity to elevate his aura to its zenith. With movements imperceptible even to Beerus, he surged forward in a fluid offensive sequence, catching Beerus off guard and sending him crashing into a nearby planet. The planet was instantly pierced, creating a large gaping hole, and Beerus emerged in disarray. rapidly gathering destructive energy in his hand, which began to swell ominously. In this tense and exhilarating exchange, the Kamehameha collided with the destructive energy blast. Yet Gu Qingfeng ultimately prevailed, penetrating the destructive orb. However, Beerus emerged unscathed aside from a light coating of dust. He sustained no significant damage. Tony, unwavering in his admiration, remarked, "The god of destruction is indeed formidable, holding his own against the golden-haired powerhouse." "Well, that golden-haired state is Super Saiyan," another interjected. "You may refer to him as Super Saiyan 1. Fire Fist Ace observed. Yet, it appears that Beerus is quite composed. The sweat is beginning to bead on his brow. "Perhaps they are evenly matched," another suggested. "Although Beerus should possess a slight edge, it is not by a vast margin." Death God Primary School student commented, "Indeed. Intellect alone is futile. True strength is the ultimate truth." Tony, perplexed, replied, "What do you mean intellect is useless? I am the wealthiest man in the Marvel Universe. Who claims that intelligence is of no value?" The Death God Primary School student countered, "Yet aside from myself and SH.Re, you cannot best anyone else in this group." Tony retorted, "My Iron Man suit is more than sufficient to overpower most adversaries in the Marvel Universe. But you cannot defeat anyone here," Fire Fist Ace pointed out. Tony insisted, "The systems I create can all be automated. They can engage in battle independently. Yet you still cannot best anyone in this group," came the rebuttal. Tony, slightly exasperated, replied, "Can we refrain from discussing this matter?" Timekeeper Kurumi interjected, "Yet you constantly seek ways to ingratiate yourself with the powerhouse." Tony, in a hasty retreat, said, "Forgive me, I seem to have left the gas on at home. I must return. Until we meet again." As the livestream concluded, the Dimensional chat group was set to close in 5 minutes. Gu Qingfeng returned to a state of normalcy and approached Beerus. "No more fighting. It has lost its appeal. I no longer wish to continue." Beerus, engrossed in the battle, felt the colossal dragon of energy manifesting with increasing authenticity, its formidable presence akin to that of a dragon. Terrifying in its might, Gu Qingfeng abruptly declared that he would no longer engage in battle, much to Beerus's displeasure, who swiftly lunged towards Gu Qingfeng. "I have pressing matters to attend to. Let us settle this another time, and upon my return, I shall bring you exquisite delicacies you have never tasted before." Gu Qingfeng's words momentarily stunned Beerus. The prospect of encountering such a formidable master filled him with exhilaration. Nevertheless, if he had pressing matters to attend to, Beerus was not devoid of reason. He afforded genuine respect to true power. Thus, he decided to let this encounter pass. But he insisted that Gu Qingfeng remember to bring him delicacies, and that during their next meeting, he must unleash his full strength. Gu Qingfeng smiled and nodded, his body instantaneously vanishing from that spot, returning to his homeland, Earth. Continuing the struggle seemed futile, even if Beerus managed to equal his Super Saiyan form. Exerting all his strength would yield little change. The administrator of the strongest dimension concluded the live broadcast, wishing all members a swift journey in their cultivation to become formidable figures. The administrator proclaimed the highest strength level for this live chat group to be the pinnacle of the 9th tier, with additional rewards and points for the broadcast. Fire Fist Ace inquired, "What does that mean? How many points are we being rewarded?" "We're all eagerly waiting to see." Tony, the unbothered, retorted, "Can't you see? The chat group deliberately keeps us in the dark." The Grim Reaper elementary student speculated, "Perhaps they fear we might become envious. It's quite nice, really. Saves us from distressing our tender hearts." The fiercest fairy commented, "Last time, we were awarded 30 million. This time, the commotion is no less significant. We even ventured into the cosmos to fight. Surely the points cannot be lower than last time." White Horse Silverlance declared, "Is this the power of a formidable figure? It's truly unfathomable that humanity can achieve such heights." Seeking to cling to a powerful ally asked, "Ice Queeness Death, do you wish to challenge the formidable figure again?" Ice Queeness Death replied, "Even if he is strong, it is merely by leveraging the items from the chat. Do not presume I fear him. Once I complete my tasks and exchange points for abilities, I will confront him." The Destroyer of Worlds offered a friendly reminder, "Just so you know, sister, the formidable figure was already this strong upon entering the group. His strength is independent of the chat." Seeking to cling to a powerful ally continued, "Every new member typically wishes to challenge the formidable figure. It's quite normal. The formidable figure will not hold it against you. Now that you understand the disparity in strength, it would be wise not to trouble him excessively." As the chat continued, Gu Qingfeng remained unaware of its content. Even if he were, he would merely chuckle. Provided the others did not overstep, he generally refrained from admonishing the girls, walking alone on the vast expanse of the highway. Reflecting on the recent battle, he felt much, opening the chat panel to find a notification that 300 million points had been credited to him. Indeed, this battle had awarded him exactly that. Upon entering the chat group, Gu Qingfeng did not access the chat page, but instead sought out the auxiliary features, diligently searching. He found it. Indeed, it existed. Strength Detection Technique allows for unlimited assessment of another's strength, with varying points required based on the opponent's power. He felt a mix of anticipation and trepidation. If it were as he imagined, he would have nothing to fear. Setting the detection target to Gu Qingfeng. The detection required 100 million points. Would he confirm the assessment? It appeared that points were indeed insufficient. To assess himself would cost such a sum. And to assess the Omni King would be astronomical. Agree. A brilliant and resplendent light enveloped him, slowly dissipating after several seconds, revealing a message in his mind. At present, Gu Qingfeng's strength is at the late stage of the 9th tier, in a Super Saiyan state resembling a pseudo-10th tier, and in the 2nd Super Saiyan state. He is at the weakest initial stage of the 10th tier. In the 3rd Super Saiyan state, he reaches the pinnacle of the initial stage of the 10th tier. In the Super Saiyan God state, he is at the mid-tier pinnacle of the 10th level, while the ultra-blue form remains undetectable, beyond the system's capacity for assessment. He recalls joining the chat group, where the introduction described a 9th tier expert, which merely referred to his ordinary form. Continuing the detection, he designates the character Xeno. This detection incurs a cost of 100 million points. Confirmation required. Confirmed. Xeno, the sovereign of the Dragon Ball universe, possesses a physical strength at the initial stage of the 10th tier and an overall combat power at the pinnacle of the initial stage of the 10th tier. His special ability allows him to erase anything at will, except for the most formidable beings above the 10th tier. He can obliterate all existence. Another special ability remains undetectable. Upon reviewing the analysis of Xeno, Gu Qingfeng, who was somewhat psychologically prepared, still found himself taken aback. This is quite impressive. It is no wonder he is lauded as the author's eraser. However, it also enlightened him to one crucial fact. He need not fear erasure. If he were to unleash his full power, he might very well reach the late stage of the 10th tier. This indirectly implies that it is not solely the possessor of the ultimate technique who is immune to Xeno's erasure. Reaching a certain level of strength grants immunity to his obliterating ability. Xeno's erasure capability is ineffective against him, which means he need not worry about Xeno. This little brat poses no threat to him. Continuing with the detection, he specifies the character Grand Priest. Insufficient points. The detection of the Grand Priest costs 500 million points. The points required to assess the Grand Priest surpass even those needed to evaluate Xeno, suggesting their relationship is akin to that of Beerus and Whis, confirming that the Grand Priest's strength indeed exceeds that of Xeno. Thus, he specifies the character for detection as Xeno's attendant. This detection incurs a cost of 100 million points. Confirmation required. Agreed. Upon completion of the detection, Xeno's attendant is determined to be at the pinnacle of the initial stage of the 10th tier, lacking any distinct special skills. While their combined battle power is difficult to assess, it appears these two attendants are not simple either, yet Gu Qingfeng is confident in his ability to defeat them. For he fears Xeno himself. The heavy burden that had weighed on his heart has finally been lifted. 300 million points have been expended, but Gu Qingfeng deems it worthwhile. Suddenly recalling his promise to Yun Yao to take her home, he realizes he now has the time to do so and decides to inform her in the chat group. Seeking support, this has been exhilarating. The battle was spectacular, stirring even my heart as a girl. Tony, was it that spectacular? Can you see it when I cannot? I couldn't even make out their movements. How can you discern the excitement? Fire Fist Ace. Just a friendly reminder, you might want to look elsewhere. If you can't see it, don't force yourself. Death God Elementary Student. Can't you see what's around them? Haven T, you noticed the stars and asteroids being shattered? The surrounding star domain has been reduced to cosmic dust from the aftermath of their battle. Tony, steadfast in his loyalty, remarked. I could only hear the resounding thuds of fists striking flesh, accompanied by two figures moving at lightning speed. I was entirely engrossed in their duel. Do you wish to join the fray? Came the retort. Abandon that notion. Even with my Rinnegan, I cannot perceive it, let alone you. The spectacle of the administrator's battle is utterly astounding. commented the white horse silver spear amidst the chaos of war. Is this truly the cosmos? Humanity appears remarkably insignificant. Only the mightiest of golden saints could possess such formidable destructive power, noted Sharna, and even they require the combined efforts of 3 to unleash their forbidden arts. Sharna's words enlightened the chat group, revealing the astonishing combat prowess within her realm. It seemed that beings capable of obliterating galaxies existed. Perhaps they had misjudged Sharna's strength. I seek to ally with the powerful. Is it a convenient time? If so, I shall bring you along to ascertain whether we inhabit the same world. Indeed, it is quite convenient, esteemed one. I am always at your disposal, was the eager reply. Very well, I shall come to fetch you. What is happening here? Aren't you from the zombie universe? How did you come to associate with such a powerful figure? Inquired the deadly Grim Reaper. I have traversed realms. I journeyed from another world to this one, and the esteemed one has also crossed into his current realm. However, he has discovered the path back home, which suggests we might be fellow travelers sharing the same worldview. Congratulations, sister. It seems you may return to your homeland, said the book-loving ghoul. Yet uncertainty lingers. It merely appears we share a worldview. I must see for myself if that is indeed the case. The esteemed one approaches, so I must cease our discourse. Qingfeng beheld the scene before him, and a phrase of exasperation lingered on the tip of his tongue, unsure if it was appropriate to utter. He had kindly brought her home, yet she contrived to feed him dog food. Ace was cradling Yun Yao in his arms, the two locked in an intimate embrace. Upon noticing Qingfeng, Ace released his beloved and gestured towards him. Ah, esteemed friend, you have arrived. I was concerned about her returning home alone, so I decided to accompany her. Qingfeng nodded slightly, an ethereal aura enveloping the two. With a burst of energy, he shattered the dimensional barrier and propelled them towards Earth. As they beheld the scenes beyond the dimensional barrier, Yun Yao was left speechless, astonished by the ever-changing vista of different dimensional universes every passing minute. The dimensional barrier itself existed as an embodiment of void, nestled within the crevices of various dimensions, serving as an independent yet connective realm among all universes. AIC was somewhat better off. Despite being equally astounded, he maintained a calm demeanor in front of his girlfriend. Yun Yao's universe was distant from Earth, and given the chat group's established local universe, she found herself amidst zombies while Qingfeng was amidst Dragon Ball, rendering them unable to rely on the group's teleportation to reach their respective destinations. The group's teleportation function could only transport members within their local universes, leaving Qingfeng with no choice but to navigate back to Earth using its coordinates. After half an hour, they finally arrived on Earth. As they gazed down at the familiar landscape from the clouds, Yun Yao's eyes welled with tears, emotions long suppressed bursting forth. Tears streamed down her beautiful face, evoking a sense of tenderness. AIC enveloped her in a deep embrace, gently caressing her hair. Where's your home? I shall take you there. Yet, from a distance, nothing was discernible. The parallel Earths appeared quite similar. It was essential to examine closely to ascertain whether this was indeed Yun Yao's Earth. Capital City, Flower Sea Community. Yun Yao choked out the address, realizing how long she had been away and how worried her parents must be. The location of the capital was easy to find, and they accelerated swiftly to the outskirts, shielded by protective barriers, ensuring their bodies remained intact against the wind pressure. Finding a secluded corner, they descended and sat down. I shall leave you here. I am unfamiliar with that community. Additionally, it would be prudent to procure a mask for AIC. His appearance is rather conspicuous. He withdrew several thousand yuan from the chat group and handed it to Yun Yao, departing amidst their grateful gazes. Yun Yao was deeply touched by Qingfeng's assistance. He's truly a good person, not only bringing us back, but also considering every detail. AIC nodded in agreement. Since Qingfeng joined the group, he had shown immense care for its members, never using his strength to bully anyone. A voice, seemingly from nowhere, resonated within Yun Yao's mind. If this is not the Earth you remember, simply inform me in the chat group, and I shall take you back. As I brought you here without relying on the chat group, and given that it is your homeland, there should be no time constraints. Yun Yao was taken aback. Did this mean she need not return to the zombie world? However, AIC was not from this world, and he would still have to return when the chat group's time limit arrived. Qingfeng only realized the situation after he had taken flight. He was not a native resident, but rather a member who had traversed to another universe. Upon the designated time, he was to return to his own realm. However, he and Yun Yao were somewhat unique. Strictly speaking, Earth was their true homeland, rendering the chat group's restrictions ineffective for them. The journey back was not a matter of urgency, and Qingfeng meandered home until the early hours of the morning. Before leaving, he had informed his father not to wait up for him, as his parents had long since succumbed to slumber. Lying in bed, Qingfeng tossed and turned, finding it difficult to drift into sleep. The sharp blade pressing against his neck turned out to be a mere figment of his own fears. He had long been apprehensive that the sovereign would obliterate the seventh universe, yet it appeared he was powerless against him. The night passed quietly, and Qingfeng arose early, intending to purchase breakfast for his parents, for today marked the day he would move into the villa. Upon stepping outside, he unexpectedly encountered Zhou Yu's wife, whom he had always referred to as aunt and, in his childhood, had even called mom. Zhou Yu, known as Uncle Zhou, had initially wished to adopt him as a godson, but later deemed such formalities unnecessary, allowing the matter to fade away. Nonetheless, he indeed regarded Qingfeng as a son. Yet, in light of his parents' humiliation, Uncle Zhou had remained silent, leaving a wound in Qingfeng's heart. He cast a complex glance at her, but Zhou's aunt hurriedly rushed down the stairs, her expression fraught with anxiety. Qingfeng chuckled at himself, acknowledging that this state of affairs was indeed quite satisfactory. The relationship between the two families could never revert to its former state. Everything would unfold as fate intended. Casting aside his inner turmoil, he procured 2 bowls of authentic old tofu and deep-fried dough sticks, placing them on the dining table for his parents. Yet, a painful moan suddenly pierced the air. It was Uncle Zhou's voice. What had happened to him? Why was he emitting such sounds? Despite the emotional distance that had formed, Qingfeng found himself unable to turn a blind eye. After much hesitation, he stole a glance in that direction. By now, he had long transcended the confines of mere mortals. With a mere thought, he could possess the abilities of the keenest eyes and ears. Peering through the walls, he beheld Uncle Zhou, battered and bruised, inhaling deeply from a lit cigarette and exhaling clouds of smoke. Unlike his father, Uncle Zhou had always maintained a carefree demeanor in Qingfeng's memories, his irreverent smile unwavering in the face of adversity. Now, however, he bore multiple stab wounds to his thigh and a shattering fracture in his left arm, as though someone had forcibly broken it. Several teeth lay scattered. Having succumbed to the ordeal, Qingfeng's anger surged. No matter how callous his words might be, he could not simply disregard Uncle Zhou. After all, he was the man who had watched him grow up, and assisting him now would be a way of repaying the care he had received in his youth. In an instant, he appeared in Uncle Zhou's home, where the latter endured unimaginable agony, oblivious to the presence of another. Nevertheless, Uncle Zhou's face still bore that trademark irreverence, even smiling more broadly than before. Uncle Zhou, eat this, and your injuries will heal. The unexpected voice startled Zhou, prompting him to rise reflexively, momentarily forgetting his leg's injuries. As he stood, pain shot through his leg, causing him to teeter dangerously. Just as he braced for the loss of more teeth, a strong hand steadied him, guiding him back onto the sofa. Gazing at the unfamiliar face, Zhou felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity despite having never encountered him before. Who are you? He inquired. It matters not who I am. Just eat this, and your injuries will mend. Qingfeng had no intention of revealing his true identity. He produced a celestial bean and held it to Zhou Yu's lips. Zhou Yu glanced at him, readily opened his mouth, and consumed the bean, chewing it a couple of times before swallowing. What brings you to my home? Who sent you? Zhou Yu inquired, observing the man before him. He had been severely injured these past few days and was unable to venture outside, thus remaining oblivious to the commotion Qingfeng had caused. Disembarking from the Ferrari had transformed him into a renowned figure within the community. Qingfeng, seemingly oblivious to the question posed, spoke with a self-absorbed tone, declaring, "Your injuries have healed. You can stand and move about now." Zhou Yu let out a derisive snort, ready to retort with sarcasm about how a mere bean could restore him, as if he had stepped out of a film. Yet, before he could articulate his thoughts, the pain that had plagued him vanished entirely, and the numbness in his injured limbs was replaced by a rush of sensation. Why have you come to assist me? Who are you? I don't believe we are acquainted. He was genuinely taken aback. It was utterly incomprehensible that his body, once deemed irreparable by the hospital, could be restored by nothing more than an ordinary bean. He would have consumed the bean simply because his current condition left him without the strength to resist, coupled with a lingering sense of familiarity that compelled him to take a gamble. You need not concern yourself with my identity. You once aided me. Thus, I shall extend my assistance to you this time. Who has inflicted harm upon you? I shall confront them on your behalf. Gu Qingfeng endeavored to render his voice as indifferent as possible. During his leisure moments, Zhou Yu found great pleasure in immersing himself in novels. Should he inadvertently draw connections that pointed to himself, it would be quite unfortunate. Upon hearing this statement, Zhou Yu's eyes brightened, possessing such a remarkable substance. This individual could not be an ordinary person. He scrutinized the young man before him, convinced that he was not sent by Li Jun to maliciously conspire against him. For there would be no reason to offer him a remedy otherwise. As for Li Jun, the young master of the Li family in the imperial capital, should you assist me in resolving matters with him, I would be forever indebted to you, willing to serve you in any capacity. Upon hearing these words, Gu Qingfeng stood in stunned silence, perplexed by the unfolding events and the reasons behind Li Jun's harassment of Zhou Yu. Li Jun should have no ties to you, right? I have heard he is seeking trouble with someone of the surname Gu. How could you possibly be involved? Zhou Yu's mention of the surname Gu caused his demeanor to darken momentarily, only to be restored to its previous state almost instantly. The one of the surname Gu is my elder brother. His actions against my brother are tantamount to an affront to me. Alas, his power and the multitude of bodyguards he commands are formidable. Otherwise, I would have confronted him long ago. Gu Qingfeng, with a countenance as tranquil as still water, inquired at a leisurely pace, if you did not dare to provoke him, how did you end up in such a state? Who says I lack the courage to provoke him? His audacity has grown intolerable. I simply could not endure it any longer. A few days ago, I visited his villa and engaged in a vigorous confrontation. Even if I could not overcome his bodyguards, I was determined to vex him thoroughly. At this point, Zhou Yu laughed carefree, completely oblivious to his earlier disheveled appearance. Gu Qingfeng was the polar opposite of him. His parents had mentioned that Uncle Zhou was afraid of implicating the family and dared not offend Li Jun. So how could he single-handedly stand up for his father? Could it be that he had misjudged him all along? At this thought, Gu Qingfeng revealed a knowing smile. Uncle Zhou remained the man from his memories, steadfast in his commitment to care for their family. It was quite absurd that despite being beaten so severely, he could still muster a smile. When would this carefree demeanor of his change? How do you know I have always been this way? With a wife and children, I have too many concerns. Watching Gu Ji's family being bullied, I could only stand by helplessly. It truly pains me. Even if I cannot exact revenge, I must at least speak on his behalf. Zhou Yu's smile abruptly faded as he seemed to recall something. After a moment of silence, his veins bulged ominously. My son has likely been dealt with by Li Jun as well. Some time ago, I secretly went to the capital and the police informed me that he had died. The towering man, standing at 6 feet tall, could not hold back his tears. He nearly fainted upon receiving the news, unable to comprehend the ruthlessness of Li Jun. The child he had cared for since childhood had perished in a car accident, with no remains to be found. He had only one daughter, whom he had always regarded as a son. At that moment, Zhou Yu resolved, regardless of the consequences, he would seek justice for his brother and child. Upon returning, he shared his decision with his wife, who disapproved of his course of action, mourning Gu Qingfeng's death. However, she preferred that Zhou Yu pursue vengeance through legal means. Zhou Yu did not acquiesce to her approach, and, the following morning, secretly ventured alone to Li Jun's villa. Li Jun readily admitted to orchestrating the accident that claimed Gu Qingfeng's life. In a fit of rage, Zhou Yu pinned Li Jun to the ground. The frail figure of Li Jun was no match for Zhou Yu's robust frame. After landing 2 solid punches on Li Jun's face, Zhou Yu found himself overwhelmed by Li Jun's guards, who swiftly restrained him before he could draw his concealed dagger. Regrettably, Zhou Yu cursed his impulsiveness. Had he been more tempered, he might have had the opportunity to take down Li Jun with him. Instead, he was left in his current battered state, having failed to exact revenge. His wife, awakening that morning to find him missing, understood him better than anyone after more than 20 years of marriage. She knew he must have gone to confront Li Jun. She took a taxi to the villa, only to arrive just in time to see Zhou Yu lying in a pool of blood. By then, Li Jun and his entourage had already departed, and she swiftly carried Zhou Yu to the hospital. After a period of treatment, Zhou Yu insisted on returning home, and despite her reluctance, his wife had no choice but to comply. Hearing him speak of his son, Gu Qingfeng instinctively understood that Zhou Yu was referring to him. Uncle Zhou was indeed still the same Uncle Zhou. He did not waver in the face of formidable enemies, but chose to stand by Gu Qingfeng's side. Since you have chosen to defend the Gu family, why not speak to Gu Tian about it instead of hiding at home? Zhou Yu waved his hand dismissively. Having never contemplated such thoughts before, what could he possibly say? He could not afford to lose face. After all, Gugu had suffered so greatly, having lost his son, and Zhou was unable even to seek vengeance on his behalf. If Gugu were to discover the extent of his injuries, it would only deepen his sorrow. In truth, Qingfeng was aware of this sentiment. He merely felt a profound sense of guilt for not having come to Gu Tian's aid at the critical moment and for failing in his own quest for retribution. He felt unworthy to face Gu Tian. As for Li Jun, he had long since met his demise at my hands, and henceforth, there would be no one to trouble you any longer. Should you doubt this, a visit to the villa district would suffice. His villa has been sublet. Gu Qingfeng uttered a single remark before vanishing from sight, leaving Zhou bewildered and perplexed. Upon returning home, Gu Qingfeng sank into the sofa, igniting a cigarette and inhaling slowly. He felt utterly ashamed to remain in that house. Although he had been back for several days, had he taken even a moment to pay attention, he would have noticed Zhou disquietude. Yet, he had been preoccupied with an array of trivial matters. Before long, his father emerged from the bedroom, inadvertently locking eyes with the visibly troubled Gu Qingfeng. Gu Tian's mood was evidently quite delightful as he rubbed his drowsy eyes and began to jest with Gu Qingfeng. Do you still have moments of melancholy? With such formidable power at your disposal, what could possibly trouble you? Have you encountered Wakita, father? Gu Tian still wished to confirm. Yes, I have seen him. But are you truly as strong as he is? Gu Qingfeng pondered for a moment. He realized that he and Vegeta were not entirely the same. To be precise, I am not as formidable as he is. Gu Tian chuckled twice, saying, I knew it. If you were as powerful as him, ruling the earth would be a mere trifle. Gu Qingfeng shook his head gently. What you see is him from 5 years ago. I am him 5 years hence. And I am several hundred times stronger than he was. Gu Qingfeng pondered whether he should now reveal to his father all that Uncle Zhou had done for him. Before he could utter a word, Gu Tian spoke first, suggesting, before we head to the villa, let us first share a drink with Uncle Zhou. I specifically purchased 2 fine bottles of wine yesterday. It has been a while since the 2 of us have sat together. Indeed, that sounds splendid. I shall join you as well. The swiftness with which Gu Qingfeng agreed to accompany him was unexpected for Gu Tian. He had anticipated that Gu Qingfeng would hesitate, especially considering the emotional distance created by his indifference towards Zhou. Please refrain from lamenting that your Uncle Zhou is the best. He is simply unable to act otherwise. After more than 30 years of friendship, I have come to understand him. Gu Qingfeng nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging that his immature mindset had led to a misunderstanding of Uncle Zhou. I realize that I have no grounds for complaint. Uncle Zhou, in his dedication to you, sought out Li Jun and sustained grave injuries, subsequently retreating to his home to recuperate. Upon hearing of Zhou's injury, Gu Tian's expression turned anxious as he rose to his feet, determined to rush next door. What has happened to old Zhou? Is his condition dire? Do you still possess any celestial beans? I shall deliver one to him. Gu Qingfeng spoke soothingly to his father, reassuring him, there is no need for concern. I have already given it to Uncle Zhou, and his injuries have healed. Once Mother awakens, we shall go together. That is good, indeed good, his father replied. Given his temperament, it is only natural for him to seek trouble with Li Jun. Upon hearing this, Gu Tian finally felt at ease. Having finished reading Dragon Ball, he was acutely aware of the remarkable healing properties of the senzu beans. Gu Qingfeng tentatively suggested, why not invite Uncle Zhou to move into the villa with us? It would be more lively living together, and after all, I'm not short of money at the moment. Gu Tian readily acquiesced, for his bond with Zhou was akin to that of life and death, making him indifferent to such trifles. Indeed, in such a vast space, it seems rather wasteful for just the 3 of us to reside here. However, could you not alter your appearance? This guise is still too conspicuous. Isn't there that divine dragon? Couldn't you enlist its aid to revert to your original form? True, that is indeed a viable option. In my haste to return to Earth, I had forgotten about this method amidst the ensuing events upon my arrival. Meanwhile, the chat group was engaged in playful banter regarding Yunyao and Ace. Earth, indeed, was the very planet where Yunyao had previously dwelled, and under Ace's protection, their journey home was remarkably smooth. Upon returning, her parents expressed their concern, showering her with care before they remembered Ace, who had entered the house alongside her. Yunyao candidly acknowledged Ace as her boyfriend, albeit with the caveat that he needed to wear a mask for certain reasons. Her parents, not dwelling on it, warmly welcomed him. After dinner, as soon as Ace's time was up, he hurriedly departed, prompting the group to enter a frenzy of teasing remarks. Tony, the ever-loyal, I've never seen someone visit the girl S family while wearing a mask. Grim Reaper Elementary Student. You didn't go empty-handed, did you? Fire Fist Ace. Tony. I wouldn't wish to wear a mask either, but if my appearance were to be seen by others, it would cause you now trouble. Grim Reaper Elementary Student. I actually did go empty-handed. Yao Yao missed home, and, in my haste, I forgot about that. White Horse Silver Spear. Amidst a sea of foes, I am more curious about how you addressed each other as parents in your era. Fire Fist Ace. Simply as uncle and aunt. Seeking support, your appearance indeed poses a challenge. One cannot perpetually wear a mask. Might the strongest in the dimension have a solution? Upon seeing the mention of himself, Gu Qingfeng felt a surge of frustration. He was preoccupied with his own predicament, let alone assisting Ace. The strongest in the dimension, I am at a loss as well. If all else fails, perhaps Ace should reveal his true visage. After all, this world lacks sea stone, which could restrain him. Book-loving ghoul. Isn't the deity supposed to be omnipotent? I have always believed that the esteemed one could accomplish anything. The most ferocious fairy. It appears that the esteemed one excels in combat-oriented divinity. In contrast, other abilities seem somewhat lacking. Gu Qingfeng was indifferent to their remarks. His mind delving into the chat group marketplace. After searching for a considerable time, he was unable to find what he sought. There were options available for transformation, such as the 9 turns of life and death, which allowed for a total of 9 bodily changes. However, this was merely a type of technique. Other alternatives were even more absurd, offering random transformations. What he desired was an item that would permit him to revert to his original appearance for an extended duration. As for the Serpent Bearer, who could outclass the likes of Sagittarius, the most formidable in the dimension, dear sir, are you not aware of your own capabilities? This should be a fundamental divine ability, and there is no reason for you to be oblivious to it. Gu Qingfeng was taken aback, pondering the improbability of the situation. Indeed, while the power levels in the Dragon Ball universe were astonishingly high, their unique abilities were comparatively lacking. This piqued Ban's curiosity. He had yet to encounter any deity other than Gu Qingfeng and was eager to discern how divine beings measured against the Sage of 6 Paths. Do you long to dance as well? He inquired. Have you encountered other gods? How can you be certain that all deities possess such capabilities? To which the Serpent Bearer, renowned for its prowess in vanquishing Saint Seiya, replied, I am capable of manifesting certain supernatural abilities. Once one attains mastery over the 6th sense, they inherently possess fundamental powers. For instance, those golden saints who have grasped the 7th sense can undergo a profound transformation. Gu Qingfeng pondered for a moment. Logically, it indeed seemed plausible. However, with differing worldviews, could one truly achieve such feats through mere energy? In a state of tranquility, Gu Qingfeng found himself imbued with an abundance of divine aura within. After exchanging a greeting with his father, he endeavored to summon this celestial energy, allowing it to permeate his limbs and bones. Gradually, a remarkable transformation began to unfold. He became enveloped in a crimson radiance, which dissipated after several moments, revealing his true visage. His brows were sharp and sword-like. His facial features were chiseled with a hint of ruggedness, and his physique was tall and exuded a wild masculinity. A smile graced his lips, bestowing upon him an aura of undeniable brightness, yet his gaze betrayed an air of aloof superiority. Gazing into the mirror, Gu Qingfeng mused that were he a woman, he would surely fall in love with his own reflection. Indeed, his own form appeared more pleasing to the eye. How perplexing it was that he had been oblivious to his ability to revert to his original appearance for such a long time. A classic case of the observer being clearer than the participant. Gu Tian was puzzled. How could it be that after merely exchanging a few words, his son turned and retreated into the house? Little did he know that just a few minutes later, Gu Qingfeng re-emerged. How did you transform back? Have you already made your wish with the Dragon Balls? Gu Qingfeng awkwardly scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he said, No, this is merely my own ability. I simply was unaware of it until someone reminded me just now, prompting me to recall that I too possess the capability to alter my appearance. Gu Tian, with an air of resignation, gestured towards him, too weary to offer any further criticism. He had never realized his son was quite so naive. Shortly thereafter, Shang Guanyun emerged from the bedroom and, upon spotting Gu Qingfeng seated on the sofa, rubbed her eyes in disbelief, confirming that her vision was not deceiving her. She rushed to his side in 3 quick strides, enveloping him in a warm embrace. You are Xiaofeng, but who was that Xiaofeng from a few days ago? Gu Tian remarked, a hint of jealousy tinging his tone, as it had been quite some time since his wife had held him in such a manner. Though they are one and the same, your son has the ability to alter his appearance. He merely reverted to his original form today, Gu Tian explained. Nevertheless, he could empathize with Shang Guanyun's reaction. It was indeed peculiar to witness a completely unfamiliar exterior housing the soul of his son. Shang Guanyun felt a twinge of discomfort. Though she kept it to herself, the fact that her son was alive outweighed all else. Naturally, it was preferable for him to return to his former self. And Gu Qingfeng made no resistance, allowing Shang Guanyun to hold him and weep freely. She needed to release the pent-up emotions that had long been confined within her heart. Observing that Shang Guanyun's tears seemed unending, Gu Tian approached and playfully smacked Gu Qingfeng on the head. Enough now, that's quite enough, you rascal. He then gathered Shang Guanyun into his arms, soothing her with tender words. Gu Qingfeng, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, wondered why he had just been playfully reprimanded. Upon seeing his father's smug expression, he quickly deduced the cause of his father's jealousy. He had noticed how long his mother had been embracing him. Ever since childhood, Shang Guanyun had been the apple of Gu Tian's eye, unable to bear the thought of her suffering even the slightest grievance. And this tendency had only intensified after the birth of Gu Qingfeng. Gu Tian never anticipated that, despite his son being incapable of many things, the first skill he would master was vying for his father's affection. Consequently, after Shang Guanyun gave birth to him, Gu Qingfeng, having just learned to walk, seldom allowed her to indulge in her desires, claiming it was too exhausting. As he grew older, the situation escalated. The father and son duo lavished their affection upon her. With Gu Qingfeng's primary occupation throughout his childhood being the competition for his father's love, which typically resulted in his father's resounding defeat. Observing Gu Tian's triumphant expression, Gu Qingfeng suppressed his feelings, for after all, he was his father. He knew that should he fail to return his mother to him, his father would surely harbor resentment against him in his heart. Gu Tian patiently comforted for quite a while before Shang Guanyun ceased her tears. The family's spirits lifted, dispelling the awkwardness that had lingered during their previous interactions. In her elevated mood, Shang Guanyun resolved to showcase her culinary skills, much to the astonishment of both father and son. Without a doubt, their greatest fear was her stepping into the kitchen. Generally, her culinary creations were tolerable, if not particularly delightful. They often feigned enjoyment to spare her feelings. However, whenever Shang Guanyun announced her intention to whip up a feast, the resulting dishes bore an uncanny resemblance to poison, and over the years, there had been little improvement. Gu Tian cast a sidelong glance at Gu Qingfeng, who, feigning ignorance, returned the gesture after a brief interval. Both father and son were reluctant to be the first to speak, apprehensive of inciting displeasure in Shang Guanyun. You are the father. After all, this is your wife, so it is incumbent upon you to address her, a voice echoed in Gu Tian's mind. Instinctively, Gu Tian glanced at Shang Guanyun, who appeared oblivious to his gaze. This was the art of mental transmission. It was inaudible to his mother. Was this not a form of evasion? Gu Tian, lacking the skill of mental communication, would have otherwise unleashed a torrent of indignation upon Gu Qingfeng. You know she is my wife. You used to cling to her relentlessly as a child, and now you vie for her affections as an adult. Why didn't you assert that she was my wife back then? Ah, little Yun, perhaps it would be best to let this go for today. You seem rather fatigued lately. Why not take some time to rest? Just as Shang Guanyun was about to step out to procure groceries, she abruptly turned to face Gu Tian, a mischievous smile gracing her features. Are you implying that you do not wish to partake in the meals I prepare? With that single remark, Gu Tian wilted, casting desperate glances at Gu Qingfeng, who continued to urge him in silence, yet he remained resolute in his refusal to utter another word. Gu Qingfeng could only use Zhou as a shield. However, that was not what father meant. We discussed going out to dine with Uncle Zhou today and casually inquired if he would like to join us in moving to the villa. Shang Guanyun cast a puzzled glance at Gu Qingfeng. Just a couple of days ago, he was still brooding over Zhou's indifference towards his family's affairs, yet today, his attitude had changed. Nevertheless, Shang Guanyun was a person of understanding. She had never harbored any resentment towards Zhou. Throughout the years, she had witnessed how much Zhou had cared for her family, and it would be unjust to dismiss his kindness based on a single incident. Very well. Since you have reverted back, let us invite Uncle Zhou to dine with us. Gu Qingfeng offered Gu Tian a glance, as if to say, did you see that? Now, that is what I call strength. With just a single phrase, he managed to persuade his mother. Gu Tian rolled his eyes. He had initially intended to use Zhou as a shield, but since he had planned to dine at home and Shang Guanyun was perfectly capable of cooking for himself, he refrained from broaching the topic. The three of them engaged in leisurely conversation for over an hour, and as they sensed that time was slipping away, They finally stepped outside and knocked on Zhou Yu's door. "Old Zhou, I have come to see you." They heard hurried footsteps from within, and the door swung open, revealing Zhou Yu's familiar visage. His gaze immediately fell upon Gu Qingfeng, standing behind Gu Tian. "Xiaofeng, I thought you had perished. How is it that you still draw breath? It seems you have forgotten your elder brother now that you have a son. You can see him, yet fail to notice your big brother standing at the door." Gu Tian laughed scornfully, delivering a punch to Zhou Yu, and without any hesitation, he entered the house. "I apologize for causing you concern, Uncle Zhou. A minor mishap occurred, and I will explain everything when the time is right." Zhou Yu exclaimed, "I always knew you would not easily succumb to death. You nearly frightened me to death. Come in, come in." He embraced Gu Qingfeng's shoulders, enthusiastically pulling him inside. Zhou Yu had long believed Gu Qingfeng was deceased, having discovered his death record through the official channels in the capital. When Zhou Yu sought out Li Jun, he chose to conceal this from Gu Tian, under the impression that Gu Qingfeng was gone and feeling helpless to assist Gu Tian. Additionally, he wished to spare Gu Tian any undue worry. However, seeing that Gu Tian's injuries appeared to have healed, he felt no need to evade the matter. Yet, Zhou Yu was perplexed about how Gu Tian had recovered so swiftly. He had accompanied him to the hospital when Gu Tian was injured. Such injuries would typically require at least a year or two of recuperation and often leave lingering effects. How could he have healed so rapidly? Before Gu Tian could respond, Gu Qingfeng preemptively explained, "I procured a special medicine from a friend, the very person who just provided him with those green beans." Hearing this, Zhou Yu was suddenly enlightened. It made sense now why that individual had been so eager to help. He was a friend of Xiaofeng. Despite the passage of time and the lack of contact between their families, there was no hint of awkwardness among them. Zhou Yu was elated to see Gu Qingfeng again, exclaiming the need to share a drink. Gu Tian had been waiting for this invitation, as he hadn't indulged in a hearty drink for quite some time. The two struck a chord, eagerly discussing where to dine at noon when suddenly, a commotion erupted from downstairs, led by the voice of a woman. Gu Qingfeng discerned the identity of the voice's owner. "Wasn't that the voice of Aunt Zhou?" I decided to descend and investigate. Zhou Yu was initially taken aback, but then his expression darkened. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed downstairs. He feared that Li Jun had sent someone to exact revenge on his family. Gu Tian and Shang Guanyun, perplexed by the situation, followed Zhou Yu hastily down the stairs, with Gu Qingfeng trailing behind the three. Upon reaching the ground floor, they encountered a group of women gathered around Zhou Yu's wife, engaged in hushed whispers and pointed gestures. When Gu Tian's family faced their own misfortunes, it was the very men of these women who, despite their previous camaraderie, chose to stand idly by during a critical moment. Indeed, what manner of individuals are they? Now, they brazenly approach others' luxury vehicles, seemingly drawn by the allure of wealth, seeking to ingratiate themselves with the Gu family once more. Near Gu Qingfeng's Ferrari, a group of over 10 women encircled Aunt Zhou, who was crouched on the ground picking up vegetables, incessantly chattering about her. Zhou Yu's wife, aside from having a good rapport with Shang Guanyun, rarely conversed with others. After years of residing in the community, she had made few friends. Naturally, no one stood up for her. She too had her unspoken sorrows. Zhou Yu forbade her from disclosing what he had done, and she chose to honor his wishes. Observing that Zhou Yu's wife did not retaliate, the women became increasingly brazen, unleashing a torrent of unkind remarks. Indeed, she usually displayed a fearless demeanor. Yet upon encountering a tough situation, she faltered. "It was merely a matter of bullying the weak. If I had such a good relationship with the Gu family, I would not stand idly by as they were bullied." Zhou Yu's wife could no longer endure the onslaught. She had merely ventured out to buy some vegetables and, on her return, had inadvertently stumbled into Gu Qingfeng's luxury car. These women believed they were attempting to forge connections, but in truth, it was their own desires to ingratiate themselves with the Gu family. Seizing the opportunity to insult her, they aimed to leave a favorable impression on the Gu family. Typically, she refrained from using coarse language, but faced with this collective attack, she felt overwhelmed and could only gather the scattered vegetables while retorting, "You dare bully my wife? Do you believe I won't take you on right now?" Zhou Yu, having rushed downstairs, shouted fiercely as he positioned himself protectively behind his wife, his eyes blazing with fury as he surveyed the crowd. They were all women. The men were occupied with work to support their families. Upon seeing the menacing Zhou Yu, the women began to waver. Another voice rang out from the throng. "Your wife saw that the Gu family was affluent and deliberately approached their car. She dares to act and yet expects not to be criticized?" Zhou Yu had been recuperating from his injuries and had not left the house. with his wife Zhou Hui providing care. Given his current state, Zhou Hui planned to wait until he was more healed before informing him of the recent changes involving the Gu family. Is this car from Brother Tian's family? When did Brother Tian become so wealthy? In the past, when the Gu family was bullied, they all hid away. Now that they had found a patron, they had the audacity to approach again, lacking any sense of shame. Zhou Yu could hardly be bothered to respond to them, a group of foolish women. He helped Zhou Hui up from the ground, saying, "Let us go. We'll dine out today. This meager produce is not worth keeping." From the moment Zhou Hui spotted Zhou Yu, she gazed at him as if entranced, only snapping back to reality when he pulled her up. Others may not have known of Zhou Yu's injuries, but she did. Just that morning before she went out to buy groceries, he had been lying helplessly on the sofa. The idea of running was out of the question. Even moving was a considerable challenge. How could it be that in such a short span of time, he seemed to have recovered? Could it be that I am seeing things? Zhou Hui cast a suspicious glance at Zhou Yu, as the person directly involved. Zhou Yu remained entirely unaware of the profound shock his sudden recovery had inflicted upon his wife. Observing her adorably bewildered expression, Zhou Yu felt an uplift in his spirits and playfully patted the top of her head. "What is the matter? Do you not recognize me? Are you truly my husband? How is it that your injuries have healed?" It was no wonder Zhou Hui thought this way. Mere hours ago, her husband had been rendered immobile, reduced to a state of disability, and now he was miraculously restored to health. Who could possibly believe such a transformation? A remarkable individual assisted in healing my wounds. Now, let us be on our way. The Gu family of 3 also appeared at the stairway, and upon witnessing the crowd of onlookers, their indignation intensified, each person fervently denouncing Zhou Yu. Gu Qingfeng felt an increasing sense of aversion as he observed the assembly of elderly women, most of whom were unfamiliar to him. Some he had never even encountered before. After all these years of silence, they now emerged to champion their family's grievances. Was it not merely a consequence of newfound wealth, prompting them to seek his favor? Or had their solicitude been all this time? Silence. His indifferent utterance cut through the cacophony, the simplicity of those 2 syllables resonating with an almost divine authority, causing an involuntary shiver to ripple through the assembly. All eyes turned towards him, filled with trepidation, unable to fathom the source of their subconscious fear of this young man. Zhou Yu, witnessing this scene, found himself momentarily entranced, as the tone sounded eerily familiar, reminiscent of the man who had visited his home that morning. The same haughty arrogance emanated from him, compelling obedience with mere words. How could she engage in such shameless acts, fearing the opinions of others? Just as an unsettling silence enveloped the space, a voice pierced through, belonging to a tall woman who lingered in the crowd. After uttering her words, she intended to discreetly withdraw. The commotion seemed to have reached its peak, and she planned to reassess the situation before deciding whether to assist these foolish individuals or support Zhou Yu's family. However, as she took a step back, she suddenly lost control over her body, rendered unable to move from her spot. "You seem quite fond of instigating trouble. Shall we have a proper discussion?" Gu Qingfeng traversed the throng, arriving before the woman, gazing down upon her from his elevated position. Instantly, a wave of terror washed over her. She had never anticipated being discovered by another. Yet, with circumstances having escalated to this point, retreat was no longer an option. "I merely fear that you may fall victim to deception. My intentions are solely for your benefit." Gu Qingfeng chuckled mockingly. It was rather peculiar for a vibrant young woman in her 20s to mingle among a group of elderly ladies, all in the name of familial well-being. Upon recognizing the woman, Zhou Hui, Gu Qingfeng couldn't help but think that if it weren't for her, he would not have been subjected to the disdainful glances of these old women. It was she who had pushed him. Had it not been for her, he would not have stumbled. The woman believed her actions were subtle, but just 2 days prior, she had seen Gu Tian and Gu Qingfeng descend from a Ferrari, prompting her to contemplate how to strike up a conversation with Gu Qingfeng. Coincidentally, upon returning today and encountering Zhou Hui, a nefarious thought flickered in her mind. The Ferrari belonging to Gu Qingfeng was parked not far below, conveniently situated along the path that Zhou Hui would take to ascend the building, where a collision with her was inevitable. This incident subtly stirred public indignation, as those idle, meddlesome Annies revel in belittling those they perceive as beneath them. As the situation escalated, it was certain that Gu Qingfeng would come downstairs. At that juncture, she would assess the circumstances and determine which side to align with, all in hopes of garnering Gu Qingfeng's favor. Despite her graduation from a lesser-known university and her modest familial background, she was acutely aware of her singular advantage, her undeniable beauty. She deemed herself worthy of any affluent heir, rather than settling for the mediocre suitors who pursued her. What was initially a flawless plan unexpectedly encountered a hurdle, leaving her with no choice but to adamantly assert that it was unintentional. I didn't mean to. Why would I push you for no reason? Zhou Hui found herself at a loss for words, as there was simply no evidence to substantiate the matter. Qingfeng pondered for a moment and remarked, "Little girl, your acting skills are quite impressive. However, you seem to have overlooked a crucial point. Do you know why Li Jun has refrained from causing trouble for my family?" The girl gazed at Qingfeng with an expression of incredulity, unable to fathom that such a handsome man would pose such a foolish question. "Isn't it obvious that someone else has intervened on your behalf? Surely, it was not you who resolved the matter on your own. Haven't you secured a powerful ally? The man driving the Ferrari, wasn't it he who facilitated the resolution for your family? It is common knowledge." Qingfeng gestured towards Zhou Yu, speaking in a remarkably calm tone. "That individual is a relative of Uncle Zhou, who originally assisted my family in finding him. As for this car, it indeed belongs to Uncle Zhou. What reason would Aunt Zhou have to act in such a manner?" Upon hearing these words, the crowd erupted in astonishment, realizing that the person who aided Gu Tian was, in fact, someone Zhou Yu had sourced. Nevertheless, the majority remained skeptical, while the Zhou family could not be deemed impoverished. Their circumstances were hardly superior to those of the Gu family. Although they possessed a modest fortune, it seemed implausible that they could be acquainted with such a prominent figure. One capable of persuading Li Jun to cease his vendetta against Gu Tian, certainly. Such a person would be of a stature that they could only aspire to. Moreover, the notion of purchasing a Ferrari was even more far-fetched. If their family could afford to spend several million on a vehicle, they would not be residing in such modest accommodations. This is nothing but your fabrication. Do not presume you can deceive everyone so easily. You claim the car is his. But what evidence do you possess? Qingfeng was waiting for her to utter those words. If he were to express them himself, the impact would undoubtedly differ. "Uncle Zhou, show her the car key," he suggested, though it was likely she wouldn't recognize it. With the nature of her assignments, she would never afford a Ferrari in her lifetime. As for the key, what keys could he possibly possess? Others might be unaware, but Zhou Yu was fully cognizant that he had no Ferrari keys on him. "It's right in your right trouser pocket, Uncle Zhou." Qingfeng transmitted his voice with a mysterious aura, causing Zhou Yu to momentarily believe he had encountered a ghost in broad daylight. However, as he listened carefully, he discerned that the voice belonged to Qingfeng, leading him to cast a skeptical glance in his direction. Reaching into his pocket, he discovered an object shaped like a key, and the onlookers fixated their gazes upon him. With little time to ponder how such an item had found its way into his trousers, Zhou Yu retrieved it. Everything unfolded according to his meticulously crafted plan. When the woman uttered that particular phrase, her defeat was sealed. No matter her attempts at denial, disbelief would be the only response from the crowd. "Do you see? This is not merely a key to a Ferrari. Could it possibly be the key to your electric vehicle?" The elderly individuals who had previously criticized Zhou Hui now turned their disapproving eyes upon the woman. This car belonged to Zhou Yu, and her deliberate provocation had only served to incur his ire. How could she, who dared to instigate trouble, ever hope to contend with someone capable of affording a Ferrari? Anger and humiliation began to swell within the woman. "It's just a car key. Perhaps you gave it to him in advance. If it truly belongs to him, let him present the car purchase contract for all to see." Qingfeng cast a frigid glance at her, questioning her worthiness. "You, a pauper, think you are deserving of such attention?" With a knowing look, he signaled Zhou Yu, who promptly opened the car door. They all entered the vehicle and drove away, leaving behind a woman with reddened eyes and a group of middle-aged ladies who were fixated on her. The way the car maneuvered in reverse with such finesse indicated it was indeed her own. The woman despised being labeled as poor. Her family background was indeed lacking, and her education was not impressive. Yet, she was undeniably beautiful. With cosmetics purchased from her few suitors, she had meticulously transformed herself into an alluring sight, effortlessly attracting affluent men. At the very least, she believed she was worthy of such admiration. Observing the envious expressions of the ladies, who looked as if they could bite her, she hurriedly left the scene. Zhou Yu, seated in the driver's seat, had no knowledge of operating such a luxury vehicle. Yet it moved on its own, requiring no guidance from him. The Gu couple was unaware of this car's additional features and turned their gaze towards Qingfeng. Qingfeng admitted to having committed the act himself. He had observed his father driving on one occasion, and from that moment, he had learned the skill. There was no need for him to operate the vehicle directly. He could control it merely with his breath. He vaguely alluded to having survived a great calamity, acquiring certain extraordinary abilities that distinguished him from the average person. Zhou Yu refrained from pressing further. He believed that if Gu Qingfeng wished to share more, he would do so of his own accord, and if he chose to remain silent, there must be a reason behind it. However, one aspect left Zhou Yu perplexed, which he attributed to the very nature of these newfound powers. When did you place the car keys in my trousers? I had no inkling whatsoever. Gu Qingfeng could only smile as he explained, I simply slipped it in. My speed was just too swift for you to notice. Zhou Yu chuckled softly, not providing a response. How could anyone possess such incredible speed, one that is imperceptible? If a person were that fast, would they still be considered human? Observing Zhou Yu's skeptical expression, Gu Qingfeng shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. Indeed. It was only after seeing the woman that he had deftly placed the key into Zhou Yu's trousers with lightning speed. His remarkable quickness, combined with the loose fit of Zhou Yu's pants, meant that the latter remained blissfully unaware of the additional car key nestled within. Initially, Zhou Yu had assumed that Gu Qingfeng was merely stepping in to assist him, driving away without a second thought. Little did he know, the speed was increasing with no intention of halting. Your supernatural ability is truly convenient. By the way, where are we headed? Why aren't you stopping? Gu Tian spoke up, suggesting they find a place to dine, as it was a rare occasion for them to gather together, and they should indulge in a splendid feast. Zhou Yu pondered for a moment, realizing the truth in this sentiment. Gu Ji's injury had healed, his own wounds had mended, and his son was alive. Whether Li Jun had indeed perished as the man who treated his injuries had claimed remained a mystery to Zhou Yu. However, it seemed unlikely that he would trouble Gu Tian's family any longer, as the absence of any disturbances for such an extended period was telling. It was truly unexpected that Tian Gu was acquainted with such formidable individuals. Zhou Hui remained unaware of the events that had transpired, prompting Zhou Yu to patiently explain how he had been healed and how Gu Tian had managed to resolve matters concerning Li Jun. Little did he know that beneath the exterior of Wu Vegeta lay the soul of Gu Qingfeng. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hui was filled with joy. It was not only Zhou Yu who worried about Gu Tian's family, but she shared the same concern, though she refrained from encouraging Zhou Yu to act on Gu Tian's behalf. Nonetheless, when Zhou Yu had confronted Li Jun and was left in a state of disfigurement, Zhou Hui never uttered a word of complaint. If Zhou Yu had truly chosen not to intervene, he would no longer have been the man she admired. Gu Qingfeng drove directly to the largest restaurant in Haibei, Zitian Pavilion. He instructed the four to enter first while he went to park the car, promising to join them shortly. The Gu couple expressed no objections, yet Zhou Yu was taken aback. Although he had never visited Zitian Pavilion, he had frequently passed by this place in Haibei County, which was relatively small. He had heard that even the most inexpensive meal here would cost at least 10,000. A considerable sum indeed. However, after a moment's hesitation, Zhou Yu chose not to voice any complaints. Today was a day deserving of a sumptuous feast. Gu Tian, Zhou Yu, and the two others proceeded towards the Zitian Pavilion Hall, while Gu Qingfeng drove alone, parking the vehicle several hundred meters away in the garage. As he alighted from the car, the security guard cast envious glances, secretly wishing for the wealth that Gu Qingfeng possessed. As the four individuals entered the grand hall, they were promptly intercepted by a courteous attendant at the entrance. Despite their unassuming attire, the attendant displayed no sign of disdain and respectfully inquired, "May I ask if you have a reservation?" The four individuals exchanged glances, shaking their heads, as they had not heard of the need for reservations at the Zitian Pavilion. Upon realizing there was no booking, the waiter patiently continued, stating that it was acceptable to order directly if one possessed a VIP card. The group was only familiar with the establishment, as it was their first time dining there, and they were unaware of the procedures. "Isn't it true that reservations are not required at Zitian Pavilion?" they questioned. It was indeed not necessary, but that policy has recently changed. Now, one must reserve a day in advance or possess a VIP card from our establishment, the waiter explained. After hearing this, Zhou Yu contemplated leaving, as they had no such VIP card. However, Gu Tian remained rooted in place. "We can have Xiao Feng apply for one shortly. He is quite affluent now. Let him handle it when he arrives," he remarked. Gu Tian has become indifferent to wealth. His son's affluence is indeed formidable, while Shangguan Yun remains unaware. He knows precisely how remarkable Gu Qingfeng truly is. The male attendant maintained a cheerful demeanor, intending to usher a few individuals into the hall to await their turn. Suddenly, a neutral voice echoed nearby. "VIP cards are priced at 50,000 each. If you can afford it, proceed. If not, kindly vacate the entrance and avoid obstructing others. A man, possessing an effeminate appearance and heavily adorned with makeup, approached slowly, his pallid complexion revealing signs of severe exhaustion. Have I not stated that we shall acquire a card? My son is parking the car. We will obtain it once he arrives. Gu Tian felt quite irritated. He had left in such haste that the money given to him by Gu Qingfeng was still in his bank card, and he had not brought any cash with him. Zhou Yu was not known for his patience either, and upon hearing such remarks, he was on the verge of erupting, only to be restrained by Zhou Hui. Even now, Zhou Hui found it hard to accept that both her husband and Gu Tian had been severely injured, yet remarkably recovered within a mere 2 days. And the matter concerning Li Jun had also been settled. Everything felt so surreal, yet with the prospect of finally leading a normal life. She truly wished to avoid further trouble. The androgynous man raised an eyebrow and scrutinized the group once more, confirming that he had no recollection of them. That is not my concern. Just ensure you do not block the entrance and inconvenience our other guests. Since your son has yet to arrive, I suggest you wait outside. Zhou Yu could no longer contain himself. Pointing at a couple passing by, he confronted the androgynous man. What do you mean by that? Why are they allowed in? They have neither made a reservation nor have a membership card. What gives them the right to enter? He gestured towards the couple, adorned in designer attire, contrasting sharply with the simple clothing of his own group. The androgynous man, growing increasingly impatient, glanced between Zhou Ran and Shang Guanyun. It must be said that both women, having just crossed their 40th year, were naturally captivating. Even without makeup, they possessed an allure that was hard to ignore. If one claimed they were merely in their early 30s, many would certainly believe it, as they exuded a maturity and charm that was distinctly appealing. And who could resist a delectable cake? With this thought, the man shifted his tone. Ladies, would you consider joining me for dinner? I am still single and in search of a companion for my later years. Simultaneously, the same words and tone emerged from 2 different mouths. While they could understand the man's disdain for their attire, after all, one is often judged by appearances, they felt his remarks were somewhat harsh, although his tone was a bit abrasive. Gu Tian and Zhou Yu chose not to escalate the situation, but to flirt with one's wife in front of her husband was simply unacceptable. What the hell are you saying? Are you looking for trouble? A nearby waiter hurried over to mediate, realizing that neither the customers nor this man were someone he could afford to offend. Manager Wu, perhaps you should refrain from speaking. We are still on duty. And you should not be making advances towards someone else's wife. Gentlemen, I sincerely apologize on his behalf. However, the man known as Manager Wu persisted, unwilling to let his prize slip away. I have plenty of money. How about I offer you each a monthly allowance of 100,000 if you consider being my wife for a month? What do you say? He was a man devoid of any real skills, having ascended to the position of manager solely due to his father's status as a shareholder in the Zetian Pavilion. He had been with countless women, yet he had never encountered a beauty of such exceptional caliber. Faced with a formidable character, he would surely temper his arrogance. In the realm of notable wealthy individuals in Haibei, he had a vague recollection of most, but the names Gu Tian and Zhou Yu were unfamiliar to him. Clad in utterly ordinary attire, he initially perceived her as a mere pauper. Having stumbled upon such a stunning woman, with a husband of no influence or power, he was unlikely to relinquish his pursuit easily. Zhou Yu, shaking off his wife's hand, approached and struck the man squarely across the face. How dare you? If you wish for death, just say so instead of behaving so shamelessly. Setting aside the incident with Li Jun, it had been a long time since Zhou Yu had felt such fury. He typically wore a nonchalant smile, exuding an air of affability. He was acutely aware of his wife's beauty, yet this man's audacity was unprecedented. Standing right beside her, he dared to make lewd remarks. If he could endure such insolence, he might as well perish. You dare to strike me? Do you even know who I am? I will crawl out on my knees. The man brandished a walkie-talkie, preparing to call for assistance, but Zhou Ran swiftly seized it from him, pulling Zhou Yu away to make their escape. Gu Tian stood rooted to the spot, utterly motionless, while Shang Guanyun wore an expression of calm indifference. Zhou Yu also stood erect, unwavering in his stance. Zhou Yu found it difficult to swallow his indignation. After all, he sought an explanation. His disposition was generally easygoing, provided no one dared to mistreat the woman he cherished. The ancient couple observed Gu Qingfeng, who, in the morning, managed to subdue Li Jun, while simultaneously confronting 7 or 8 others. Shang Guanyun was unafraid of this restaurant's arrogance stemming from its power. Gu Tian, emboldened by his sense of righteousness, felt no fear. Why should he depart in such a humiliated manner? Very well, you shall await your fate, for my uncle is a shareholder of the Zetian Pavilion. And as for you 2 women, It seems you wish to push your luck. The man, relying on his uncle's stature, had never before endured such indignities and immediately reached for his phone to make a call. Zhou ran, in a state of acute anxiety. Had never anticipated that a simple meal could lead to such an encounter. Yet, one could hardly blame them. The four had always existed within a confined circle. Far removed from the affluent and powerful, those of lower status would never dare to brazenly flirt with married women. However, men with a hint of influence often disregard marital status, finding the allure of toying with a married woman even more enticing. Nearby, the security personnel had noticed the commotion and hurried over. Manager Wu Sheng, have you encountered some trouble? They were not foolish. They understood Wu Sheng's character, greedy, lecherous, and utterly shameless. Countless young women had fallen prey to his flowery words, only to be abandoned after he had his way, leaving them with dreams of marrying a wealthy man, only to find themselves deceived. Due to the power he wielded, these women could only suffer in silence, unable to voice their grievances. Upon seeing Shang Wanyun and Zhou Ran, the guards quickly surmised the situation. Yet, even with the knowledge of Wu Sheng's wrongdoing, they chose to feign ignorance to safeguard their well-paying jobs. Wu Sheng vehemently denied his previous statements, casting blame upon Gu Tian and his companions. These individuals lack VIP cards and attempted to force their way into the hall. I merely attempted to dissuade them, only to be met with violence. Zhou Yu was equally unyielding. After all, the surveillance cameras equipped with audio were positioned just above them, capturing every utterance. Wu Sheng could not easily evade responsibility. Nonsense. Had you not flirted with my wife, would I have resorted to physical action? The cameras here have recorded everything. With a self-satisfied grin, Wu Sheng thought he could manipulate the situation to his advantage. I'm afraid our surveillance system experienced a malfunction, and it was not operational. The guards encircled Zhou Yu and his companions, while Zhou Yu instinctively shielded his wife behind him, anxious to protect her from any inadvertent harm. Gu Tian wore a serene expression, gently holding on to Shang Wandun's small hand, while from the corner of his eye, he noticed Gu Qingfeng was merely a dozen meters away from the four of them. Wu Sheng's lecherous gaze was fixated on Shang Wanyun and Zhou Ran, completely disregarding Gu Tian and Zhou Xiefeng, believing he had the situation firmly in his grasp. Take them away. We cannot allow them to disrupt the business. You may converse with them at your leisure. I shall handle these two women. Under normal circumstances, this would indeed be the case. With 7 or 8 security guards arriving, Gu Tian and Zhou Ran alone could hardly stir any significant trouble. In a secluded spot, he was curious to see the expressions on these two women beneath his control. Gu Qingfeng approached a few guards and gently tapped them on the shoulder. Please, step aside. What has transpired? Gu Tian spread his hands, his face still flushed with lingering anger as he glared at Wu Sheng. He jested about your mother and Aunt Zhou, he exclaimed. Wu Sheng regarded Gu Qingfeng, whose athletic attire radiated youthful vigor, with indifference. If you wish to avoid peril, then distance yourself and do not interfere in my affairs. I shall grant you a single opportunity. Vacate the path immediately, and I will treat this incident as though it never occurred. Gu Qingfeng did not wish to impose difficulties upon the guards, for they were merely executing their orders. Yet, should they insist on courting disaster, he could do naught but accept the consequences. The parking lot was several hundred meters from the main entrance of the hotel, and Gu Tian and his companions disembarked from their Ferrari at the main thoroughfare of Zetian Pavilion, unbeknownst to the guards and Wu Sheng. The guards remained unmoved. They would not yield the path for a mere utterance, lest they offend Wu Sheng. Observing that Gu Qingfeng not only disregarded him but also engaged in conversation with the guards as if he were of no consequence, Wu Sheng's ire ignited. He truly believed himself to be of significant importance. Take them all away. Those who dare to resist shall be dealt with severely. The two young waitresses at the front desk witnessed the entire unfolding of events and could not help but sigh for Gu Qingfeng. Alas, this young man is remarkably handsome. Yet he has crossed paths with Manager Wu. His fate is sure to be dire. In this era, what does beauty amount to? It is a time where wealth is paramount. Lacking money and influence is akin to sin, and encountering Wu Sheng can only be attributed to one's misfortune. Ancient Qingfeng chose not to utter another word. Abruptly turning to face Wu Sheng, an invisible aura erupted forth. Wu Sheng was sent hurtling backward like a tattered sack, his head spinning as he spat a mouthful of blood, feeling as though his very bones were shattering. 7 or 8 guards were similarly cast aside by the overwhelming force, their heads spinning and bodies rendered uncontrollable. Let us depart. Having accomplished all this, ancient Qingfeng strode towards the Zetian Pavilion as if nothing had transpired. leaving the Zhou couple in a state of shock. What was this phenomenon? Was it truly the legendary ability to eliminate an adversary with but a glance? The commotion attracted the attention of several patrons within the establishment, who turned to witness the unfolding spectacle. Two waitresses, particularly astonished, covered their mouths in disbelief. Having been closest to the scene and clearly witnessing how ancient Qingfeng had merely glanced at Wu Sheng, it was as if they had been struck by a vehicle. All propelled away by the ethereal force. Was this a scene from a martial arts film? You scoundrel, just wait. This is far from over. I will surely kill you. Wu Sheng roared in rage, his fury stripping him of reason as he lay on the ground, wailing in anguish. Gu Qingfeng did not strike with lethal intent. Wu Sheng and several guards merely sustained superficial injuries. Although they are unable to rise for the time being, their lives are not in jeopardy. The four individuals could not resist casting a few glances at those on the ground, while Gu Qingfeng, undeterred, proceeded directly to the front desk. As if he had merely swatted away a few flies, utterly dismissive of the incident. Please prepare a private room for us. The cost is of no concern, he stated. The female cashier at the front desk stared at Gu Qingfeng in astonishment. After all, he had struck the son of a shareholder and yet dared to come and dine here. It was hard to determine whether to commend his audacity or to criticize his ignorance of the consequences. Sir, dining here requires a reservation. Without one, you must possess a VIP card, she informed him. How much does the VIP card cost? I would like to acquire one, he replied. The cashier smiled slightly. She had always harbored a dislike for Wu Sheng, and Gu Qingfeng's actions against him pleased her. A one-time recharge of 200,000 grants you a complimentary VIP card. Please, process the payment. I will take 2 cards. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Qingfeng retrieved his bank card, prompting the surrounding crowd to perceive him as nothing short of a lunatic. Offending the son of a shareholder while applying for a card, did he not fear that he might secure his card only to find his life in jeopardy when it came time to dine? Gu Qingfeng paid little heed to the thoughts of others. In his eyes, Wu Sheng was hardly a figure of significance, his status far beneath his own. The purpose of obtaining the card was merely to facilitate dining for his parents and Uncle Zhou in the future. The female cashier's eyes brightened at the sight of 2 VIP cards. She would earn a substantial commission. In this small town of Haibei, it was her first encounter with someone applying for 2 cards at once. She quickly agreed with delight, giving no thought to whether the cards Gu Qingfeng had obtained would still be usable when Wu Sheng's father arrived. After receiving the 2 cards, Gu Qingfeng nonchalantly settled into a sofa in the hall, while Gu Tian and Zhou Yu, albeit puzzled, took a seat beside him. With a twinkle of mirth in his eyes, Zhou Yu inquired, "Why did you apply for 2 cards? What are you planning to do sitting here? You and your father each have 1 card. Of course, you're waiting for his reinforcements. It's best to intimidate him all at once, saving us from any trouble he might cause while we dine." Gu Qingfeng's demeanor was remarkably serene, yet Zhou Yu harbored quite a different sentiment. After such a prolonged absence, Gu Qingfeng had undergone a significant transformation in character. Zhou Yu did not fear Wu Sheng. Rather, he was concerned that a scuffle might inadvertently harm his wife, and thus he resolved to send them away first. Gu Tian discerned his concerns and quietly whispered a few words in his ear. Zhou Yu looked at Gu Qingfeng in astonishment, unable to believe that it was indeed as Gu Tian had said. Nevertheless, he chose to trust Gu Tian. Wu Sheng laboriously retrieved his phone, the screen shattered in pieces, yet fortunately still capable of making calls. "Dad, please come to Zetian Pavilion. There's a kid causing trouble here, and he even assaulted me. I invoked your name, but he dismissed it, claiming you are nothing to him. He would strike regardless of your presence." On the other end of the line, Wu Xiaofeng felt an urgency akin to fire upon hearing that his son had been attacked. After all, he was the sole heir of the Wu family, which led to Wu Xiaofeng's indulgence towards him. He advised Wu Sheng to ensure his safety with the guards and assured him that he would arrive shortly. Upon learning that the guards had been overpowered, his anxiety escalated. He hastily summoned several bodyguards and drove over. "You're finished. My dad will be here any moment." Wu Sheng attempted to utter further threats, only to feel a sharp pain at the corner of his mouth. His left cheek quickly swelled, and as he opened his mouth, several teeth were dislodged. Gu Qingfeng looked at Wu Sheng with a beaming smile, calmly saying, "Please continue." This scene left those around in utter astonishment. Everyone was aware that Gu Qingfeng must have been the one to act, yet none could fathom how he had achieved it. He remained seated on the sofa, completely still, but the vivid imprint of a slap on Wu Sheng's left cheek was undeniable, his teeth knocked out, and his mouth stained with crimson blood. In contrast to the others, Zhou Yu and Gu Tian's focus was distinctly different. They were more astonished that Gu Qingfeng could maintain such a cheerful demeanor despite having reduced Wu Sheng to this state. This prompted them to question what Gu Qingfeng had endured, leading to such a drastic transformation in his character. Wu Sheng, undeniably a true heir of wealth, was not a fool. He obediently lay on the ground, refraining from uttering another word. The atmosphere in the hall turned eerie as the dining guests halted their meals, eager to witness how Gu Qingfeng would conclude this spectacle. Not far from there, Wu Xiaofeng hurried over in just over 10 minutes, accompanied by a dozen bodyguards clad in suits. These were formidable fighters from the underground boxing arena, whom he had hired at a significant cost. Mere ordinary guards could not compare. Upon entering the Zetian pavilion, he was met with the sight of his son sprawled on the floor, his attire disheveled and blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. He rushed over to assist him, and upon seeing his father, Wu Sheng's courage swelled. He staggered to his feet, pointing accusingly at Gu Qingfeng and his companions, ready to unleash a torrent of invective. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, a surge of pain struck him once more. His right cheek began to swell, causing him to grimace and cry out in agony. Wu Xiaofeng wore the same bewildered expression as the others. He was utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. Gu Qingfeng cast a fleeting glance at him before nonchalantly inquiring, "Is he your son?" However, after years of hard work in the business world, Wu Xiaofeng was not one to be compared to the inept Wu Sheng, and he quickly regained his composure. "Indeed, you know who I am, yet you dare to lay hands on my son. You are rather presumptuous. The youth today seem oblivious to the vastness of the world." Gu Qingfeng regarded Sheng Wanyun and Zhou Hui. His tone softened considerably. "Aunt Zhou, why not let today's incident be reduced from a major issue to a minor one, and simply let it go?" Both women were not inclined to cause trouble, especially since Wu Sheng had already suffered a grievous lesson at Gu Qingfeng's hands, his face swollen and resembling that of a pig, with most of his teeth knocked out. Upon hearing Gu Qingfeng's suggestion, they expressed their willingness to overlook the matter and let it pass. This infuriated Wu Xiaofeng, who, in his fury, found himself laughing in disbelief. How could they simply let it go after inflicting such harm on his son? How was he, Wu Xiaofeng, supposed to maintain his standing in Hebei County if they brushed it aside so casually? Gu Qingfeng was reluctant to hear any further nonsense from him. "Very well, let that young man come over to bow and apologize to you all. As for today's incident, I shall not hold it against him." Upon hearing this, Wu Xiaofeng was taken aback, as were those present. To have Wu Sheng beaten to such a state and still demand an apology was truly an affront. However, Gu Qingfeng considered himself quite merciful. Such individuals would never learn their lesson without a proper admonition. Judging by his current demeanor, one could only speculate how many women he had previously victimized. The fact that Gu Qingfeng had not taken his life was merely a stroke of luck for him. Wu Xiaofeng, seething with rage, commanded his bodyguards to deal with Gu Qingfeng. "Go for it. Beat him to a pulp. If it results in a fatality, I shall take responsibility." Clutching his nearly unconscious son, he turned to exit, intending to rush him to the hospital. The bodyguards, wary and on high alert, found the inexplicable slap that Wu Sheng had received rather unsettling. They split into groups, planning to encircle Gu Qingfeng from all sides. Bang, bang, bang. Just as they had taken a couple of steps, a series of dull thuds echoed from behind. Wu Xiaofeng's heart quivered, a sense of foreboding settling heavily upon him. Was there no one else? "This is unacceptable. Given the opportunity, you prove to be utterly inept." The playful yet slightly teasing voice of Gu Qingfeng reached Wu Xiaofeng, who stiffly turned his head to behold the bodyguards sprawled on the ground, motionless and seemingly oblivious to the world. Wu Xiaofeng realized he had encountered a formidable adversary. A figure capable of swiftly defeating 10 bodyguards could hardly be an ordinary presence in the small town of Hebei County. This rebellious offspring seemed intent on causing his demise. At the very least, he must be a high-ranking martial artist. After such a public humiliation today, Wu Xiaofeng knew he had to reclaim his dignity, or he would be rendered irrelevant. He extracted his phone to call this person, and Gu Qingfeng did not intervene, merely observing him as he completed the call. "I will give you 10 minutes. If your associates do not arrive within that time, I shall not wait any longer." Time was fleeting, and it was nearly lunchtime. Gu Qingfeng was disinclined to linger in idle chatter. His audacity in this encounter stemmed from having restored his original appearance. No longer burdened by the fear of others suspecting the identity of Vegeta. Since his return to Earth, he He had ensured that every time he acted, he would disable all nearby surveillance and recording devices, rendering them temporarily inoperative. However, that was no longer necessary. The emergence of anime characters into reality, transforming ordinary individuals into unparalleled masters, was certainly more readily accepted. The patrons dining here were not mere commoners. All possessed a modicum of wealth or influence, as ordinary families could scarcely afford to dine in such an establishment. As the situation escalated, rather than fleeing, the onlookers became increasingly animated, eager to witness the unfolding drama. 10 minutes slipped away swiftly, and Gu Qingfeng and his companions merely signaled to the front desk without entering a private room, opting instead to order their meals in the main hall. In light of the recent commotion, the restaurant manager had hastened to attend, and upon hearing Gu Qingfeng's order, his expression turned awkward, his gaze frequently darting towards Wu Xiaofeng. Lacking any influential backing, the manager had ascended to his position solely through merit. Catering to Gu Qingfeng would undoubtedly offend Wu Xiaofeng, a stakeholder he could not afford to antagonize. Yet, he also could not afford to provoke Gu Qingfeng. Had he not witnessed the domineering Wu Sheng reduced to a state of confusion? The surrounding patrons regarded him with curiosity, eager to see how he would navigate the unfolding events. As he found himself in a quandary, unsure of how to proceed, a phone call interrupted his thoughts. A surge of exasperation washed over him. Who would dare to call at such an awkward moment? Upon glancing at his phone, he discovered it was the major shareholder of his restaurant. A glimmer of hope in his predicament, he promptly answered the call, astonished to see Gu Qingfeng beside him, and readily acquiesced to the request. He instructed the kitchen to prepare a splendid meal for Gu Qingfeng, cautioning against any foul play, particularly to avoid the presence of Wu Xiaofeng's loyalists. The man accompanied the kitchen staff, overseeing the entire cooking process to ensure no underhanded tactics were employed. Meanwhile, Wu Xiaofeng was left utterly dumbfounded. Had the boy lost his mind? Did he truly dare to allow the kitchen to serve him? Was he no longer interested in working at Zetian Pavilion? Yet, he felt powerless to voice any objections, merely clutching his unconscious son and leaning against the door, awaiting assistance. Before long, a cacophony of revving engines echoed outside Zetian Pavilion, followed by the synchronized sound of marching footsteps. A familiar face, accompanied by a throng of subordinates, arrived. Upon seeing him, Wu Xiaofeng felt as though he had encountered a savior. "Brother Hu, I must trouble you once more. If you can help me deal with this brat, I will pay any price," he implored. His eyes were bloodshot, fist clenched tightly as he gazed at his son's pitiful state, with hatred threatening to consume his reason. Such a trivial matter, merely a young punk. "You truly are worthless if you cannot even handle a mere child," Brother Zhu scoffed. Having just been humiliated, he was preparing to make an example of someone when Wu Xiaofeng's call interrupted him. Accompanied by dozens of subordinates, he arrived in grand fashion. However, the strongest among them, Shen Lu, was absent, still recovering in the hospital after his previous encounter with Gu Qingfeng. The guests found the scene amusing, desperately stifling their laughter, fearful of incurring Zhu Hu's wrath. Zhu Hu's injuries were not severe, but his underlings appeared even more disheveled than Wu Xiaofeng, each bearing visible marks of their recent altercation. While Gu Qingfeng had refrained from lethal force, these ordinary individuals had still suffered considerable harm, though fortunately, their wounds were superficial and would heal with time. Yet, it was evident to any observant onlooker that they had just been bested in a fight, leaving them in their current sorry state. Amused yet curious, the onlookers wondered who had the audacity to strike Zhu Hu, the widely acknowledged underground emperor of Haibei. Suddenly, Zhu Hu's eyes lit up as he spotted the ancient couple seated beside Gu Qingfeng, an involuntary shiver coursing through him. He recalled the formidable man from their last encounter, seemingly the son of this couple. The thought of inadvertently offending that powerful figure sent a chill down his spine. His life could very well be at stake. Resolutely, Zhu Hu strode towards Gu Qingfeng and his companions, his subordinates trailing behind him. Wu Sheng, who had been unconscious, slowly regained consciousness, his face swollen and his body weak as he looked on. "You are doomed, boy. Offending me means you shall never leave Haibei alive." Wu Xiaofeng glared at Gu Qingfeng with resentment, his heart still gripped by fear. Nonetheless, he did not believe that Gu Qingfeng would dare to defy Zhu Hu. If even a random individual had the audacity to provoke him, he felt certain that if he could not subdue this young man, he would become the laughingstock of the affluent circles in Haibei. Do you think this young man would dare to strike at Zhu Hu? Certainly not. Zhu Hu was a figure of both power and influence, and few in Haibei would dare to provoke him. This young man indeed possessed remarkable skills, though the manner in which he had effortlessly defeated so many remained a mystery. However, encountering Zhu, who could only be attributed to unfortunate timing. The guests in the hall had all but lost hope in Qingfeng. Zhu, who was the undisputed local emperor of this small county this month. Regardless of whether one was a dragon crossing the river or something else, upon arriving in Haibei, one had to show some deference to Zhu Hu. Zhu Hu did not even glance at Qingfeng, instead lowering his head to greet Gu Tian and his wife. What brings you two here? Has that fellow Wu offended you? Zhu Hu, wary of provoking trouble, explicitly distanced himself from the Wu family, as Qingfeng had cast a significant psychological shadow over him. His most formidable subordinate had been toyed with like a child before Qingfeng, and dozens of his underlings had been felled in the blink of an eye. His head could not withstand even the sharpest blade, and in his eyes, Qingfeng was nothing short of a divine being, having navigated the underworld for so many years. Zhu Hu understood deeply that when faced with an opponent far superior to oneself, the only course of action was to keep a safe distance. However, the last time he had encountered Qingfeng, he had appeared as Wu Vegeta. Now, with Qingfeng having reverted to his true appearance, Zhu Hu had little recollection of him. Following their last encounter, Zhu Hu had dispatched someone to investigate Gu Tian's background, solely to ensure he could keep his distance in the future, knowing only that Qingfeng was his son and that he had recently clashed with Li Jun. Had he known that the man seated before him was the monstrous figure from the previous day, he would have lacked the courage to approach at all. Gu Tian recognized him, yet he remained oblivious to the subsequent events. He greeted him with great courtesy, harboring no intention of creating difficulties. His son had been teasing my wife, and I sought to minimize the situation, wishing to keep it from my son, for otherwise it would lead to a challenging resolution for all involved. Upon hearing the mention of his son, Zhu Hu's mind conjured the image of that man. Leave it to me. I shall provide you with an explanation, thus sparing the esteemed gentleman any further trouble. Turning, he approached the bewildered Wu Xiaofeng, who was puzzled by Zhu Hu's unexpected politeness. Despite being a notable affluent figure in Haibei County, Zhu Hu had never held him in high regard, let alone treated him with such deference. To Wu Xiaofeng's astonishment, Zhu Hu raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to Wu Sheng's face, swiftly followed by a kick that sent the still-confounded Wu Sheng sprawling to the ground. Beat him mercilessly, you fool. If you wish to perish, do not drag me down with you. The entourage of henchmen, equally bewildered by Zhu Hu's sudden frenzy, were among those who had previously encountered Qingfeng. However, by the time they arrived, Gu Tian and his wife had long departed. They could not comprehend the motivations behind Zhu Hu's actions, and Wu Xiaofeng was taken aback, witnessing his bodyguard collapse. If his band of over 100 henchmen were to unleash their fury upon him, his son would not merely be incapacitated but would lose half his life in the process. He hastily intervened. Brother Hu, was it not agreed that I would grant you the plot of land you desired, along with additional compensation, in exchange for resolving this matter? At this point, talk of compensation was futile. No amount of money could compel him to encounter that man again. Engaging with him would surely result in his demise. For one must possess life to spend wealth. Gu Tian was taken aback. He had intentionally mentioned Qingfeng to startle Zhu Hu. Yet he did not anticipate Zhu Hu's overwhelming fear, leading him to resort to violence to sever ties. There was no need for confrontation. It sufficed to ensure that Zhu Hu would keep his words in check, as Qingfeng had already taught him a lesson. Zhu Hu commanded his subordinates to halt. Casting a surprised glance at Qingfeng, who had effortlessly dispatched over 10 individuals on the ground. Could it be that only his son was capable of such feats? One should strive to be like Qingfeng. How is it that my son is so inept? Wu Sheng seethed with indignation. However, with his father having summoned Zhu Hu, he found himself unable to provoke this family any further, and thus he begrudgingly capitulated. I apologize for my failure to recognize your esteemed presence and for offending you. I humbly ask for your forgiveness this time. Zhou Hui had no desire to escalate the situation. Since Wu Sheng had offered his apology, she preferred to let the matter rest. Shang Wanyin held a deep disdain for Wu Sheng, not merely for his attempts to impose himself upon her, but also due to his practiced methods, which suggested he had likely caused distress to many virtuous women in the past. Coming from a prominent family, she possessed a discerning eye, yet, with so many villains in the world, she did not wish to meddle unnecessarily. Receiving their responses, the Wu father and son hastily departed, not daring to look back for fear that the others might reconsider their stance. Gu Qingfeng had not intended to release them so easily. However, the intense hatred that flickered in Wu Sheng's eyes during his apology did not escape his notice. Nevertheless, he chose not to elaborate further, allowing Wu Sheng and his companion to retreat further into the distance. Zhu Hu cautiously glanced at Gu Tian, retrieving a business card from his pocket. Well, since all is well now, I shall take my leave. Here is my number. Feel free to contact me should you require any assistance. Gu Qingfeng held a deep admiration for Zhu Hu. A true sage recognizes the times. Aware of his own limitations, this fellow decisively chose to humble himself. Seeking to please his family, he showed no concern for the previous lesson he had received, nor did he seek to preserve a false sense of pride by courting danger once more. Initially, he had suspected that Zhu Hu might take advantage of his absence to target his parents. It appeared he had underestimated him. Gu Tian was uncertain whether to accept Zhu Hu's business card, his gaze shifting toward Gu Qingfeng. Gu Qingfeng nodded slightly. Having more friends opens up more paths. Sooner or later, one will find use for them, especially since there are no deep-seated grudges involved. Gu Tian accepted his business card, and Zhu Hu's face lit up with delight. If he could climb the towering tree that was Gu Qingfeng, he would have the confidence to infiltrate not only the modest Haibei County, but even the underworld of the capital. For years, his dominance in Haibei had been constrained by the absence of a formidable backing. With only Qingfeng at his side, he could maintain order in Haibei. But in the larger cities, he was merely one among countless warriors. As an outsider without a powerful ally, he was unable to establish a foothold. Dishes were served one after another, and the group, long reunited, indulged in revelry. Gu Tian and Zhou Yu, feeling liberated, drank to excess. Typically, the strict oversight of Shangwan Yun and Zhou Hui kept them in check, but today, in the spirit of celebration, they let loose. Zhou Yu, his face flushed, gazed at Gu Qingfeng. Having watched him grow since childhood, Zhou Yu understood him well. He couldn't fathom the trials Gu Qingfeng had endured. But it was evident that his return brought a profound transformation, suggesting he had suffered greatly. Gu Qingfeng was momentarily taken aback, but soon a faint smile graced his lips. Enduring hardship could indeed be considered a part of life. When he first traversed into this realm, he had wandered through various dimensional barriers in search of a path home. Before joining the chat group, he had been engulfed in an endless solitude, devoid of kinship and companionship. Yet, it was bearable. Nothing of great consequence had transpired. And all had passed. Have you not noticed? You have transformed entirely from who you once were. This sentiment was echoed in unison by Gu Tian and Zhou Yu, their tone remarkably calm, devoid of any signs of intoxication. However, after their proclamation, Gu Tian and Zhou Yu chose not to elaborate further and simply resumed their drinking together. The monk, Gu Qingfeng, found himself utterly perplexed. Had he truly undergone such a profound transformation? Surely, if another possessed powers that transcended the divine, they too would become akin to himself. Perhaps he was fortunate, having not descended into the depths of a merciless killer. Uncle Zhou, he exclaimed, I have purchased a villa in the estate. You and Aunt Zhou should move in with us. Zhou Hui, who was in the midst of her meal, doubted her hearing. What on earth was Xiaofeng up to? Just moments ago, he had spent 400,000 on a card, and now he was claiming to have acquired a villa. Nonetheless, Zhou Hui instinctively declined, saying, We shall not go. We have grown accustomed to our old house. A sudden move to such a lavish place would not suit us. As Gu Qingfeng was about to offer some words of persuasion, Zhou Yu, who was indulging in wine, spoke first. All right, no problem. We'll tidy up and move over. Seeing her partner's agreement, Zhou Hui found it difficult to refuse. The five of them continued to drink until midday, with Gu Tian and Zhou Yu nearly incapacitated by their libations. The owner of Zitian Pavilion unexpectedly paid a visit, and Gu Qingfeng understood why, despite having offended Wu Sheng. The front desk still served him. The owner was none other than the mysterious woman he had encountered in the villa district. Gu Qingfeng had not anticipated that Zitian Pavilion was her enterprise. Noticing that Gu Tian and the others were inebriated, she graciously invited the four to a private room upstairs for rest. Gu Qingfeng did not decline, given that Gu Tian and Zhou Yu had consumed copiously. It would indeed be troublesome if they were to vomit during the ride home. He decided to let his mother and Aunt Zhou keep an eye on the two, allowing the women to wait downstairs while he seized the opportunity to converse with this intriguing woman. Just as he settled the two and was about to leave the room, a notification from the chat group popped up. The Goose Stewing Soup has joined the chat. The anti-engagement villain has joined the chat. The Bookish Ghoul. The names of the two newcomers are quite amusing. Why the Goose Stewing Soup? And could the second newcomer possibly be a villain? Do you also wish to dance? I too am curious about the necessity of stewing soup and remain unaware of the newcomer's capabilities. The Serpent of Ophiuchus who defeats Seiya. They don't seem like our adversaries. Their names appear quite ordinary, likely just common humans. The Grim Reaper's elementary student. As an ordinary individual, I truly apologize to everyone. I feel quite insulted. The white horse with a silver lance battling thousands. Coming together is fate. Strength is irrelevant. What matters is assisting one another. Zhao Yun, known for his loyalty and righteousness, voluntarily stepped forward to defuse the situation. The Ice Queen Esters. The weak are unworthy of being my friends. They might as well be my servants. Dagu stewing soup. What is going on? Why does my brain suddenly fill with this upon joining the victory team? Is this a communication device exclusive to the victory team? The anti-engagement villain. Wow, you scared me. So my golden finger is actually this chat group? I beseech the esteemed members for support. Tony the Unfaithful. Enough with the lovey-dovey moments. We have newcomers in the group. As a manager, shouldn't you introduce yourself instead of just flirting? Seeking to cling to a powerful leg. I've arrived, so stop urging me. If you're so impressive, why not tag the big shots and have them speak? Tony the Unfaithful. Don't you prefer picking the soft ones? I'm losing my mind trying to stir up trouble with the big shots. Esther's, in contrast, was much simpler, avoiding complaints like Yun Yao and speaking directly. Fire Fist Ace. In 3 seconds, I'm on my way for a duel. The Destroyer of Worlds. Just another day of successfully courting disaster. No one in this world relishes self-destruction more than Tony. Absolutely no one. Upon glancing at the names of the newcomers, Dagu found herself quite familiar with them. After all, who hasn't transformed into light during their childhood? However, what is this so-called antagonist of the annulment trope? That renowned boy who plays with fire does not fit the role of a villain. Seeking support. As for the second group member, I am equally unaware of their identity. As for the first, I presume you must be Dagu, the illustrious Ultraman Tiga, correct? Dagu replied, what on earth is Ultraman? Seeking support. It appears you have yet to encounter the pyramid. Soon, you shall come across a pyramid wherein 3 ancient giants lie in slumber. And it shall be your brilliance that awakens one of them successfully. The administrator, seeking support, uploaded the worldview of Ultraman Tiga. Yun Yao then elucidated the purpose of the group chat to the 2 new members, providing them with some insights. The antagonist of the annulment trope remarked, I am aware of this. I feel as though I am doomed. The more I observe, the more I sense this body is destined to be trampled underfoot by the female protagonist. Is there anyone who can offer me some advice? The book-loving ghoul replied, are you already facing doom upon entering the group? Fear not, for we possess methods of resurrection. Should you perish, you shall be revived. The antagonist of the annulment trope exclaimed, what in the world? Qingfeng has no recollection of such figures of renown bearing this name. The strongest of dimensions added, as the protagonist of the annulment trope, it is time to come to terms with your situation, newcomer. The antagonist of the annulment trope gasped, good heavens. Is this the legendary Gogeta who can extinguish stars with a snap of his fingers and obliterate the universe with a mere gesture? How is it that such an extraordinary being is permitted to join this chat group? The strongest of dimensions responded, it seems you possess some knowledge of me, young one. Qingfeng listened to his words and couldn't shake the feeling that this individual possessed the essence of a modern person. Could he be yet another time traveler? The rejected marriage antagonist. I am a time traveler, transported to the land of sorcerers, where the inhabitants cultivate magic, devoid of martial energy and spiritual cultivation, relying solely on flamboyant magical assaults. I have ascended to become the scion of the most powerful family in this realm, endowed with extraordinary talent from a young age. However, upon my arrival, I discovered that this body had recently experienced a broken engagement. Do you also wish to dance? What is this time travel you speak of? Is it akin to traversing the cosmos like us? The rejected marriage antagonist. In a manner of speaking, yet my journey involved my demise, leading my soul to another universe, where it inhabited the body of a deceased individual, granting him a second chance at life. The Grim Reaper's elementary student. Your world is truly beyond my comprehension. How can one who is dead traverse to another universe? Seeking support, rejected marriage antagonist. Did I receive an infusion today? Can you guess what I was infused with? The rejected marriage antagonist. At last, I have encountered a kindred spirit from Earth. Are you also a time traveler? My universe has long been overrun, even in illness. I have no opportunity for infusion. Seeking support, I had assumed we hailed from the same universe. It seems you are not from my dimension. The rejected marriage antagonist. The Earth from my realm was besieged by zombies years ago. Aside from the capital's protective zone, which remains relatively safe, the rest is overrun with the undead. Yin Yao recalled her own journey into a zombie-infested universe. It sounded remarkably similar to what the newcomer had just described. The strongest in the dimension, the most powerful family, and yet you experienced a broken engagement. What prompted such a decision? The rejected marriage antagonist. The original owner of this body was a fool. His fiancée, he was both stunning and exceptionally gifted. Yet he chose to break off the engagement simply to frolic with other women for a few more years. The destroyer of worlds, surely. That wouldn't be enough to frighten you so? It was merely a broken engagement. Did you not claim your family was the most powerful? The rejected marriage antagonist. It was indeed, but my fiancée, who had been exceptionally talented since childhood, inexplicably experienced a drastic decline in her magical prowess several years ago. On the day of our broken engagement, she furiously declared, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate a maiden in her poverty. This is undoubtedly the archetype of a protagonist, and I can already foresee my future as her stepping stone, destined to be humiliated. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingfeng and Yun Yao grasped the gravity of the situation. This woman would undoubtedly stage a remarkable comeback. She would either fall from a cliff to acquire unparalleled skills or possess a mystical ring. Do you also wish to dance? This must be the legendary child of destiny, akin to that golden-haired scoundrel from our world. The rejected marriage antagonist. Should I perhaps offer her some cultivation potions to seek her forgiveness? Tony the Heartbreaker. What is so difficult about that? She is exceptionally beautiful. Why not pursue her directly? Capturing her heart during her moment of vulnerability could lead you to the pinnacle of life. Truly, he is a renowned playboy. His thoughts diverging from the norm. The rejected marriage antagonist. Yet the original owner of this body only severed the engagement days ago. Wouldn't it seem rather odd for me to now shower her with attentions? Seeking support. Do you wish to be humiliated daily or to maintain your pride? The antagonist of the marriage withdrawal. A person from the strongest family should not fear even a destined child. Moreover, it remains uncertain if she will succeed in her endeavors. Have you not considered sending someone to eliminate her while you still can? The antagonist of the marriage withdrawal. This fool actually took action, resulting in the demise of everyone involved, while the woman remained unscathed. He forsook his ethereal fiancée, who is as beautiful as a celestial being, to cavort with that gaudy temptress. Truly, he is a fool, the strongest in the dimension, with some healing potions and cultivation elixirs. You could simply claim that you fear public scrutiny regarding our family's connection. I would merely need to perform a facade to shield you from the prying eyes of society. Seeking support. The way you deftly extricated yourself from such a predicament is impressive. I hope you are not also a scoundrel. The antagonist of the marriage withdrawal. Indeed, my family possesses numerous miraculous elixirs, and now is the time to utilize them. Dear friends, I must take my leave. The most malevolent fairy. He is undoubtedly a scoundrel. Utterly worthless. The strongest in the dimension. How am I a scoundrel? You cannot unjustly tarnish my reputation without cause. At this moment, the idly bored Tony Stark observed the conversation and was poised to defend his ally. However, someone preemptively halted him. The Reaper's elementary student. Tony is not unfaithful. Do not seek your demise. Their quarrels are inconsequential. However, should you dare to assist one in berating the other, you will surely face dire consequences. Tony is not unfaithful. How do you know what I intend to do? The Reaper's elementary student. Who in this group is unaware of your penchant for self-destruction? You seize every opportunity to court danger, creating chances for peril when none exist. Conan's incisive retorts left Tony speechless, for Conan spoke the truth, and he could not refute it. Daegu stewing soup. I have encountered the pyramid. Are the ancient giants within? Melba and Golzan are approaching. Seeking support. What should I do next? Seeking support. I am uncertain. I only recall the general storyline and have long forgotten the details. Perhaps you should charge forth and engage the two beasts in combat? Daegu stewing soup. This is merely a patrol craft equipped with minor weaponry. How am I to contend with such massive creatures? Fire Fist Ace. I have yet to witness such monsters. Live stream it for us to enjoy, if necessary. We shall come to your aid. Tony is not unfaithful. Indeed, what is there to fear from a creature merely larger in size? We could simply ram it with an aircraft. I have dealt with monsters towering 7 to 8 meters. Ice Queen is death. Kneel beneath my feet. Such trivial monsters are not worthy of my concern. Due to Yin Yao merely introducing Daega's worldview. Regarding the monsters, it was merely mentioned that they possess considerable size. Without further elaboration, the members of the group all assumed that they were simply larger in stature and did not perceive any threat. The strongest of dimensions remarked, "Tony, if you are not frivolous, have you ever encountered a colossal beast measuring 50 or 60 meters? Tony Stark nearly toppled from his executive chair, exclaiming, "Did you not only say they were somewhat large? Is several dozen meters merely somewhat large?" The strongest of dimensions responded, "Queen of Ice, is death. Do not underestimate them. These creatures are beyond comparison with those of your world. What you have faced, aside from their considerable size, is but a mere blade, which could potentially harm them. As for the formidable beings that Goku must confront, not even a blade, nor artillery, nor aerial bombardment could inflict any damage upon them." Fire Fist Ace added, "So, once Goku transforms into a giant, he will possess the capability to defeat them, meaning he will soon become the second most powerful individual in this group. Aside from the seasoned veterans." Qingfeng pondered for a moment, and he truly found himself uncertain about the combat prowess of Diga. After all, the three writers behind Diga each have differing interpretations of the character's capabilities. If we were to consider the interpretation that posits Diga at the lowest tier of strength, he would merely be on par with an average Ultra. Whether he could triumph over Uchiha Obito remains debatable. However, according to the latest characterization, Diga in his powerful form possesses strength that rivals the Supreme Gaia, which could be considered the pinnacle of the Ultra spectrum, making Uchiha Obito undoubtedly outmatched. Ultimately, it hinges on which version of Diga is being referenced. Seeking to align with the strong, I'm not certain, but he is definitely more formidable than us. Whether he can stand against Obito, I cannot ascertain. Do you wish to join the fray? Once I have been resurrected and find the time, I shall engage in sparring with the newcomers, but that will have to wait until I conclude my own affairs and assist Shoko in vanquishing the adversaries." The group member Daegu commenced a live broadcast. "Daegu, having brewed a pot of soup, can this chat group truly host a live stream? I see no introductions in the group. Seeking to align with the strong, of course it can. Isn't that a fundamental feature? It's just that typically, live streams are activated only when the group takes the initiative. However, everyone is quite curious about those monsters you mentioned. The Grim Reaper elementary student. Perhaps we should first devise a means to rescue Daegu. He is being relentlessly pursued by monsters, with no escape in sight." Fire Fist Ace. Setting aside whether he can withstand the confrontation, the crucial point is that prior to the issuance of a task, the chat group prohibits any alterations to the historical progression of other universes. The most malevolent sprite. I don't perceive any issue, judging by Daegu's adept piloting skills. He should be safe for the time being. Fire Fist Ace. Yet, should he be attacked by a monster, the repercussions of a crash from such altitude would leave an ordinary person like Daegu with no chance of survival. Daegu, having brewed a pot of soup. That is certainly true. I pilot with great steadiness, and a crash is utterly implausible. I am renowned for my swiftness in flying. Qingfeng felt that the plane crash flag established by Daegu was quite significant. According to a certain anonymous netizen statistics, over half of the crashes throughout the entire series of Digimon are related to Daegu. He is affectionately dubbed the Prince of Plane Crashes. The strongest in the dimension, can one crash so swiftly? During the live broadcast, Daegu confidently pointed to another aircraft in the distance, demonstrating great trust in his teammates. Daegu remarked, "Xian Qing is also here. He is our ace pilot. With him on our side, we can certainly keep the situation under control." Qingfeng pondered the potential impact of revealing the truth on Daegu, yet he was irresistibly drawn to the prospect of witnessing Daegu's dismay. The strongest in the dimension remarked, "Allow me to share a revelation with you." Tony, the steadfast, interjected, "Why do I have the feeling that misfortune is looming over Daegu? Every time a senior speaks in such a manner, calamity seems to follow." Daegu, intrigued by what the most esteemed individual in their circle might convey, swiftly distanced himself from the ground and eagerly awaited Qingfeng's words. The strongest in the dimension continued, "Prepare for a crash, if you are alone. The probability of encountering a monster and crashing is 90%. However, if you share the same flight with Shinjo, the likelihood of a crash approaches 100%. Daegu, incredulous, replied, "That cannot be true. The Shinjo team has never experienced a crash, and surely, it cannot be that exaggerated." The strongest in the dimension retorted, "Daegu is equivalent to an exceptional pilot. Shinjo is also an outstanding pilot, but together, Daegu and Shinjo form a duo destined for disaster." Daegu nearly lost his grip on the control stick. contemplating the grim possibility of such a fate. He began to consider whether he should intentionally avoid teaming up with Shinjo in the future. One of the group members chimed in. I recall that Daegu has had moments of not crashing, hasn't he? There were 1 or 2 instances where the plane was safe after defeating the monsters. The book-loving ghoul queried, why were there only 1 or 2 instances with no incidents? Daegu, in front of the camera, also yearned to know. Wasn't it said that he perpetually faced calamity? What about those 1 or 2 occasions? Perhaps that knowledge would prove useful in the future. Meanwhile, the group eagerly awaited Qingfeng's response, their curiosity piqued. The strongest in the dimension disclosed, because during those 2 instances, he was teamed with Lena, naturally. When partnered with his future wife, he would pilot with exceptional steadiness. The elementary school Grim Reaper mused, is this the power of love? Ancient Qingfeng harbored a curiosity regarding why, whenever he teamed up with Lena, Daegu never faced a crash. This question had lingered in his mind since his days of watching Digga, yet he could never unravel the mystery, ultimately concluding that Daegu prioritized romance over camaraderie. Tony, ever the steadfast companion, remarked, I recall when Yunyao first introduced Daegu. Wasn't he merely a deliver man at the outset? How did you manage to infiltrate your nation's defense organization? Daegu, now simmering with wisdom, replied, I took the backdoor route and entered quite smoothly. The serpent holder. Who had bested Seiya, exclaimed, how can you audaciously present such an unscrupulous act with such conviction? Daegu calmly defended, what is so disgraceful about it? At that time, I was unfamiliar with the main entrance and accidentally stumbled upon the rear door, thus I entered through it. Tony, unimpressed, retorted, so you truly took the back door. The book-loving ghoul interjected, I suspect Brother Daegu intentionally spoke to mislead us. The World Destroyer concurred, agreed, +1. You wish to dance echoed, agreed, +1. White Horse Silver Spear joined in, agreed, +1. Daegu, feeling the relentless pursuit of the monster, pleaded, I seek support, Miss Administrator. How can I transform into that giant? Observing that he could not catch up with Daegu, Golzan abandoned the chase and headed towards the 3 stone statues within the pyramid. If he did not act soon, it would be too late. Well, you currently lack the God Light Stick, someone noted, and I've long forgotten how you fused with Digga. Daegu lamented. Please don't falter at such a critical moment. One of the statues has already been destroyed. Tony, unable to restrain himself, chastised, hearing this compels me to admonish you. You remember the trivial details but forget the most crucial aspect, how to transform. Yunyo felt equally aggrieved. Few women scrutinized Digga as meticulously as she did. And the intricacies of that initial transformation had long escaped her memory. I'm just a young girl. Having watched it is already quite commendable. How could I possibly remember the details so vividly? The Shinigami elementary student remarked, the strongest in the dimension. Surely you must have a solution. The dimension's champion replied. This is simple. Daegu should pilot a helicopter, allowing Golzan to deliver a slap. Fire Fist Ace commented, that doesn't sound too challenging. Daegu mused, indeed. It appears straightforward, albeit somewhat reckless. Suddenly, Daegu felt that these 2 administrators were increasingly unreliable. Forgetting was one thing, but suggesting self-endangerment was another. Is there truly a chance of survival if Golzan slaps me? Given the proximity of a crash, parachuting from such a height without a point of leverage would render me a mere target. The Dimension's champion reassured, fear not, just let him slap you. During the fall, you'll be in peril, yet the absence of ancient genes within you will trigger a transformation, allowing you to merge with Digga as light. Qingfeng articulated his thoughts with compelling reasoning, and Daegu had devised a more effective strategy. Thus, they were left with no choice but to engage in a desperate struggle. Although this was his first encounter with such a statue, it evoked a sense of familiarity and warmth within him, compelling him to take action. Concurrently, a message notification pinged in Conan's private chat window. The most malevolent spirit inquired, how did you ascertain that Qingfeng has a solution? To which the elementary school Grim Reaper replied, it was merely a conjecture. Given the prowess of such a formidable individual, he is bound to find a resolution. Conan refrained from divulging the complete truth. He indeed surmised that Qingfeng could resolve the matter, yet not for the reasons stated. Previously, Qingfeng had been so eager to return home that he forcibly brought Minya to the lair of the villains without facing repercussions from the chat group, which had long warned against the proactive large-scale disruption of historical developments in the absence of a mission. However, this rule seemed ineffectual against Qingfeng, as the chat group turned a blind eye to his actions. While others may have overlooked this detail, Conan, possessing the sharpest deductive reasoning within the chat group, had identified it early on. However, fearing that voicing his concerns might offend the group and result in his expulsion, he chose to keep this matter to himself, refraining from confiding in anyone. Kurumi, curious about his insights, pressed for answers, but Conan merely deflected the conversation, dismissing it as a casual remark, leading Kurumi to abandon her inquiries. In the live group broadcast, Dagu charged fiercely at Golzon, predictably being sent flying by a single slap. As the plane plummeted, his form disintegrated into countless beams of light, merging with the colossal statue. The World Destroyer proclaimed, "Let us witness the true might of the light giant destined to save the world." He had earned the moniker of the World Destroyer, all from Yunyao's information. It became clear that Dagu was celebrated as the light giant who would save the world. He had vanquished numerous formidable foes, even those capable of plunging the entire planet into darkness, earning him the acclaim of an invincible superhero. Minya expressed keen interest in Tiga, and similarly, Uchiha Madara, the strongest in Naruto, shared this perspective. The giant awakened, its form displaying a striking blend of crimson, violet, and white hues. Its towering physique rose gracefully, exuding a sense of harmony. Meanwhile, Melba, currently restrained by the flying swallow of Qingfeng, let out a deafening roar and swooped down from the skies to assault Tiga. Tiga executed an impressive high kick, sending Melba hurtling away, while the slower Golzon's attack arrived belatedly. Tiga stood firm, absorbing the punch without flinching, and retaliated with a powerful swing of his right arm, sending Golzon staggering backwards. Tony remarked, "Wow, this is incredible. It's far more impressive than my iron armor." Oben observed the fierce confrontation, his mind grappling with the notion of whether he could unleash the full potential of his Susanoo to such an extent. Ultimately, he conceded that if it were he in that situation, he might stand a chance in a 1-against-2. Yet it would be implausible to effortlessly repel two formidable beasts. Ace of Fire remarked, "This is rather extraordinary. I feel as though he is transformed into a different person entirely. He now exudes an aura of sovereignty." In truth, it was not solely his perception. Others in the group shared this sentiment, particularly Yunyao, who was aware of the narrative. Seeking to ride on the coattails of greatness, one mused, "The strongest in the dimension, something feels amiss. Shouldn't Dija have needed to transform to defeat them? How is it that he now possesses overwhelming strength in his composite form?" Gu Qingfeng speculated that this might not be the universe they were familiar with, but rather a realm akin to a parallel universe. This Diga evidently exceeds the normal parameters, and the overwhelming presence should indeed belong to the true form of Diga. As Diga transformed for the first time, he was undoubtedly unfamiliar with Diga's capabilities. It seemed that a fragment of the true self's consciousness had been awakened within him, placing him in a surrogate role. The strongest dimension. It should be an enhanced version of Diga, yet there is something amiss with Melba. Take a closer look at his physique. The words of Gu Qingfeng attracted the attention of others. There, amidst the shadows, the immense form of Melba was enveloped in black mist, with indistinct dark patterns emerging upon its surface. Melba charged once more, yet its target was not Diga, but the grounded Golzon. In an instant, Melba surged downward from hundreds of meters above, sinking its fangs into Golzon's neck. An unknown black substance flowed into Golzon's body through Melba, causing its physique to undergo a transformation. In the blink of an eye, black patterns appeared, rendering it more ferocious, and its eyes became an impenetrable shade of black. Diga remained motionless, with the crystal atop its head radiating a crimson glow, while its form was enveloped in a red hue, with no unnecessary embellishments. The two monstrous beings and Diga collided simultaneously. The speedster Melba recklessly engaged in a tit-for-tat offensive. Transformed into a powerhouse, Diga, despite its significantly enhanced strength, found itself lacking the overwhelming advantage it previously possessed. The clash between the three was evenly matched, but as time elapsed, Diga gradually began to falter. In the chat group, a mission was issued: assist Diga in defeating the darkened Melba and Golzon. The difficulty level was rated at 6. Diga lamented, "I believe it is time for everyone to lend a hand. I am on the brink of being crushed by these two beasts. Why is it that upon transformation, my opponents are so formidable? Shouldn't I have faced weaker foes to hone my skills first?" Dimensional Champion replied, "They are indeed meant for you to practice against. But it seems there has been a slight complication. They have been corrupted by dark forces, making them significantly stronger than usual." He, too, was at a loss regarding this situation. Both the overwhelming strength Diga initially exhibited and the mutation of the two beasts had strayed from the original narrative. Seeking support chimed in, "Everyone, do not rush to seize the mission. Let us first assess who is most in need of points, as only 4 can participate. Yun Yao's words resonated with understanding. Within Dagu's battle group, no one else could intervene, save for Ban, who might be able to give it a try, while the others were on entirely different tiers of strength. This task, in essence, was merely an opportunity to accrue points. With Qingfeng present, the utility of points was manifold, and it would be prudent to allocate the limited participants judiciously. Do you also wish to dance? Stated, I shall refrain from participating. I forfeit this opportunity. The points provided by the leader are sufficient for my revival, and you all require a boost in strength. As one of the strongest in the group aside from Qingfeng, Ben contemplated and ultimately decided to pass the opportunity to others. Seeking support echoed, I feel the same. I do not need points in the short term. Upon returning to my homeland, the system did not compel me to return to the zombie universe, and the points I possess are ample for enhancing my strength. Earth poses little danger, especially with the leader present. World's Destroyer added, I share the same sentiment. While accumulating points is enjoyable, the rewards are too meager to significantly enhance my strength, so I shall leave it for you. Morrison had a desire to participate. However, the bounty points offered were rather modest, resulting in a paltry sum when divided among 4 individuals. The allocation of additional reward points was contingent upon the contributions made during the task. Each time, Qingfeng effortlessly dispatched opponents, leaving them with a mere 10 to 20,000 points, of little significance to him. After much deliberation, it was ultimately decided that Tony Stark, Hina, and Conan Idagawa would embark on the mission. Tony, possessing limited strength, would significantly benefit from the bounty points to enhance his abilities, while Conan, being an ordinary human, had even less to gain. Hina, regarded as a relatively weaker entity in the world of ghouls, could acquire some points to bolster her strength, thus avoiding the peril of being slain by either humans or other ghouls. The strongest in the dimension accepted the task. The book-loving ghoul accepted the task. Tony, unflirtatious, accepted the task. The Shinigami elementary student accepted the task. Meanwhile, Daegu found himself in dire straits, lamenting his predicament. Initially believing he had risen to prominence, he was instead besieged and overwhelmed. When he transformed into light to revive Tiga, an inexplicable consciousness commandeered his body, indicating that it was not he who was fighting. It was likely the consciousness of Tiga himself, allowing for the effortless repulsion of 2 monstrous foes. However, once Melba succumbed to darkness, that consciousness, which had transformed into a more powerful form, vanished. Control of his body returned to him, which explained why, despite his transformation into a stronger state, he performed inadequately compared to his composite form, being relentlessly battered by the 2 beasts. At that moment, as he neared reversion to his human form, a figure suddenly streaked through the air, colliding forcefully with the monsters and piercing through Melba's body. Yet their immense size rendered such wounds trivial. Nevertheless, this assault caused their movements to halt, as a brilliant golden light erupted from within them, spreading swiftly until both creatures were engulfed in its radiance. Mission accomplished. With a bounty of 60,000 points, each member of the group received 15,000 points. In a mere second, the additional reward points granted the strongest in the dimension a staggering 100 million points, while the Shinigami elementary student Tony, the unflirtatious, and the book-loving ghoul each obtained 30,000 points. Fire Fist Ace remarked, as anticipated, another swift victory. In the presence of such titans, size differences hold no weight. White Horse Silver Spear battled myriad foes. If I possessed even a fraction of that titan's strength, I could restore the Han dynasty and serve my country loyally. Ice Queen Esteth questioned, I truly do not comprehend how such an abominable being exists. Is there truly anyone capable of defeating him? The Serpent Holder, who had once easily overpowered Seiya, stated, the deities of our world are capable of creating universes. Should we encounter the Titan, it remains uncertain who would prevail. Seeking Affluence exclaimed, it is of little use. Your deities are formidable, yet when compared to the Titan, my faith lies firmly with him. The secondary ordinary major deities need not even be mentioned. Even the mightiest of the major gods, the Sun God, would likely struggle against the Titan. The most fearsome elf pondered, do gods possess hierarchy? The disparity between them is quite significant. Seeking support, how to put it? In a confrontation between a secondary deity and the supreme god, it is likely that a mere flick of the wrist could lead to the latter's demise. The serpent bearer who easily defeats Seiya, I am a saint of Athena, the goddess who embodies love and peace, Athena is one of the supreme deities, governing war and wisdom, seeking support. As for your subsequent developments, I am not well versed in matters of the divine. However, I have come to realize one crucial truth, the importance of finding a good man. Yin Yao has long forgotten the narrative of the saints. After all, no one can surpass Athena, and as a mere human, Seiya stands no chance against anyone. The sycophant will ultimately possess everything. The serpent-bearer who easily defeats Seiya. We exist solely to protect the goddess, harboring no other sentiments. Sharna fights for Athena, and this is the destiny of the saints. She has always believed this to be true. Daegu is utterly bewildered, and even the new city pilot, piloting a fighter jet, is at a loss. What on earth is happening? Suddenly, two colossal monsters appear, along with a humanoid giant whose combat prowess seems ineffective. Where did this man emerge from? Who can vanquish them with a single strike? Am I dreaming? Has the recent pressure caused me to hallucinate? Daegu also regains his human form, clutching a divine rod forged from concentrated light. Hinata's eyes sparkle with admiration, believing that Qingfeng is simply too handsome. This time, he has come forth in his true visage. Unlike the aloof and imposing presence of Vegeta, Qingfeng exudes a much more amiable and approachable aura. During their last encounter, Hinata was too intimidated to speak, as Vegeta instilled a tremendous sense of pressure. With a tone of reverence, Hinata exclaims, "You are so incredible, big brother. If I had your strength, my parents wouldn't have perished." In response, Conan can only express a wry smile. Even if he possessed Hinata's modest abilities, he wouldn't be pursued so relentlessly by the Dark Organization. Qingfeng gently patted Chushi's head, uttering no further words. In a corner unnoticed by all, a glimmer of blue light slipped from his palm into Chushi's body. Daegu approached as well, expressing his gratitude to Qingfeng. Without his assistance, he might have met his demise moments ago. "Thank you," he said. "Your arrival was remarkably timely. Had you come any later, I would have perished." Qingfeng surveyed his surroundings, exuding an aura that disrupted the spatial equilibrium of several individuals nearby, as he preferred to remain undetected. The remnants of the pyramid lay hidden deep within the mountains, devoid of any surveillance equipment, and with no living souls in proximity after disturbing the space. Even satellites could not observe this location. "Forgive my bluntness, but have you considered your next course of action?" Daegu paused, taken aback by the inquiry, pondering what he should do, for had not the monster been vanquished? Despite his understanding of Dagu's character, Qingfeng felt compelled to inquire whether it was truly possible for someone to resist the allure of power. "You possess the ability to transform into a giant. It is a feat that only you can accomplish in the entire world. You could easily wield this strength to dominate the earth." Daegu scratched his head, evidently caught off guard by Qingfeng's words. "I have no interest in ruling the earth. Since heaven has bestowed power upon me, I shall wield it to protect others, rather than to indulge in my own selfish desires." Qingfeng murmured, "Oh, protectors of the earth, truly embodying the quintessential hero's mindset, selflessly dedicated to the well-being of others." He pondered, "Are you not the same? You have tirelessly strived for the protection of humanity, and the members of our group have shared with me your invaluable support." As Daegu uttered these words, his expression conveyed a sense of inevitability, for he believed that the strong exist to defend the weak. Qingfeng, like him, is undoubtedly a warrior who fights for the sake of guardianship. Who would have known that upon hearing this, Qingfeng erupted into hearty laughter, his mirth growing ever more boisterous. "I do not possess such noble convictions as you do. I do not fight for others." Daegu harbored doubts about his words. "Did you not come to rescue me? There exists within your heart a sense of justice. I am not like you. I will only save those within my capacity. My assistance is merely for the sake of points, though I must admit, a part of my motivation lies in my admiration for you." Qingfeng spoke only halfway, his words a blend of truth and falsehood. He did not consider himself a savior, nor did he harbor any desire to rescue the world. His willingness to assist the members of the group stemmed merely from the familiarity of their roles, which evoked a sense of warmth within him. Were it a matter of figures like Danzo or Akainu, he might very well have extinguished them rather than extend a helping hand. He held great admiration for Daegu's character, a quintessential protagonist archetype. However, he had no intention of embodying such a persona. Living in that manner seemed excessively burdensome. Even with the awareness that humanity was often unworthy of protection, he would still expend every ounce of his being to safeguard those he cherished. Despite his invincibility across realms, he had not cultivated any lofty ideals. He remained focused on protecting those dear to him, leaving the task of saving the world to others. Daegu, too, was perplexed. This esteemed individual was not as he had envisioned. Though he did not entirely agree with Qingfeng's perspective, he refrained from expressing further dissent. Recognizing that each person possesses a unique philosophy, Idagawa Konan gazed at the sky, which had transformed from the ominous shadows cast by the two monsters into a brilliant blue once more. The lenses of his glasses glinted dazzlingly in the sunlight as he turned to Qingfeng and inquired, if I recall correctly, those two beasts were tainted by darkness, which is why they became so ferocious. But what kind of formidable darkness could possibly corrupt such colossal creatures? Ancient Qingfeng was equally perplexed. For such a scenario had not transpired in the original narrative. It merely depicted Golzon evolving into the formidable flame Golzon. Who could fathom the true nature of this dark corruption? However, when darkness is invoked, the first entity that springs to mind within the universe of Diga is the dark overlord, Gatangier. Perhaps this is the machination of your greatest foe yet. A being of considerable prowess. On the sidelines, Tony Stark, reveling in the unfolding drama, patted Daegu on the shoulder. His expression one of feigned indignation on behalf of his friend. In essence, it seemed that Daegu had just transformed. And there were likely no minor adversaries to bolster his experience. Instead, he was thrust into the fray against a major boss. My dear brother, how unfortunate you are. This remark struck a chord deep within Daegu. In gaming, one typically enjoys a period of novice protection. Why, then, was his fate so dire? Meanwhile, Xiaochun, observing Tony Stark's demeanor, could not contain her exasperation. Uncle Tony, if you wish to console Daegu, could you perhaps refrain from looking so utterly delighted? Daegu suddenly turned his head, and although Tony's expression turned serious, the mirth at the corners of his mouth was unmistakable. The more Daegu scrutinized Tony, the more he felt that his friend was reveling in his misfortune, stirring within him an impulse to deliver a punch. Caught in the act, Tony felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had been thoroughly enjoying the moment until Xiaochun inadvertently exposed him. I don't wish to laugh, he retorted, but truly, your luck is abysmal. If this is the caliber of monster you will face henceforth, you shall find yourself tormented daily. At this juncture, Daegu could only contemplate expletives, unable to vanquish even the beasts corrupted by this darkness. Should he encounter that boss, would he not be doomed? With desperate eyes, he turned to ancient Qingfeng, hoping that the esteemed elder would possess a solution. Qingfeng hesitated for a moment, uncertain about the situation. He could not ascertain when Ganjir would resurrect. I surmised that, for the time being, that individual is unlikely to return. Otherwise, he would not need to leverage Golzon and the others, but could easily confront you himself. The kind-hearted Chushin was also quite worried about Daegu. Even Daegu Gij cannot defeat such monsters. If you hadn't been here today, he would likely have met his demise. Daegu shared this sentiment, reflecting that after being tainted by darkness, the strength of these two monsters had increased significantly, rendering him no match for them. It's all right. In a one-on-one encounter, Daegu has a considerable chance of victory. This time, it was merely due to his unfamiliarity with the body of Diga. As he gradually acclimates, he will undoubtedly grow stronger. Qingfeng could only offer a few words of comfort. He had observed clearly that when Daegu transformed into his powerful form, he did not falter in his duel against Golzon. The reason for his disheveled state was the interference from Myerba, coupled with a lack of experience in handling a two-on-one situation. Tanistak was unconcerned, showing little apprehension regarding Dagu's precarious situation. If one could fight, then fight. If not, they could issue a mission for the group to tackle together. There would always be a solution. Young people should remain calm and composed. Although he felt powerless to assist directly, he knew there were others in the group. The purpose of the chat group was to foster mutual support among its members. Any encounter with danger could trigger a bounty mission. Minyashur and Madara, one claiming to be a world-destroying Kamen Rider and the other hailed as the strongest Uchiha, combined their formidable combat abilities. Surely, in a 3-on-1 scenario, they could prevail against Daegu. Tanistak believed that the recent battle was comparable to the prowess of Madara. The combat footage of Madara in the group showcased his ultimate battle against the god of ninjas, Shinja Hashirama, where they clashed as towering giants, their destructive capabilities rivaling that of Diga's recent confrontation. Daegu felt a twinge of embarrassment. Having just joined the chat group, he found himself constantly relying on others. However, he felt there was no better alternative. Alas, that boss is not an opponent one can simply overcome by joining forces. A few individuals alone stand no chance against such a formidable foe. Qingfeng did not wish to dampen their spirits. Yet he felt compelled to offer a sobering reality check. Just how formidable could that monster be? Even with the combined strength of the three of us, do we stand no chance whatsoever? Nevertheless, I refuse to surrender. I shall strive to save the people of this world. Dagu's tone was resolute, undeterred by the overwhelming power of their adversary. Perhaps, indeed, that monster could plunge the entire earth into darkness in a mere instant. Your strengths do not exist on the same plane as his. Gu Qingfeng spoke softly about the prowess of Gadangir, deeming it insignificant for himself. However, for Dagu and his companions, it represented an insurmountable peak. Dagu was profoundly shaken. He had suspected his opponent's strength, yet he never anticipated it would reach such staggering heights. Would he truly have the opportunity to triumph over such a formidable foe in the future? Doubts began to creep into Dagu's heart. At that moment, he had just transformed, unlike the gradual training depicted in the narrative, which ultimately led to the full awakening of his fervent hero's spirit. Presently, he was merely a mortal who had recently acquired power, lacking a clear objective for the sudden influx of abilities. Well, I must take my leave now. Your companions will arrive shortly. Dagu, remember this. Whether you become light or darkness lies solely within your thoughts. The ethereal figure of Gu Qingfeng dissipated with the wind, leaving behind a solitary phrase that echoed in Dagu's ears. As Tony Stark and his companions prepared to depart, they acknowledged their limited prowess. Having amassed their points, it was imperative they exchanged them for items to enhance their strength. After bidding their farewells, the trio departed together. While Dagu gazed at the fighter jets spiraling through the sky, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. Seeking to cling to power, I believe it would be prudent to rename our group to the elite leading the chat. With newcomers joining, it feels as though we, the less experienced, are overshadowed. Do you wish to join the dance? Someone interjected. Isn't Ace instructing you? With your points and the items you can redeem, your strength might rival that of that fool Tony. Ah, you caught me. Even though I have returned to my homeland, I still aspire to grow stronger. When we meet next, I shall surprise you all. Is there a senior who could offer me guidance? I too wish to redeem some items. With the relentless pursuit I face, I dare not revert to my original form and must continue to live under the guise of a child. Despite Conan's high intellect, he had yet to encounter such supernatural forces and was at a loss on how to maximize resource utilization. I find myself in the same predicament as Brother Conan. Uncertain about what to redeem, another chimed in. Simply message Madara directly, Tony suggested. He has explicitly expressed his intent to support you. We wouldn't dare compete with him for your favor. Tony's words dripped with envy. Indeed, it was a blessing to be female. The young girl, with her charming demeanor and respectful nature towards the group, was rapidly becoming the beloved darling among them, the only one explicitly named by Madara who actively offered assistance. Do not be deceived by the shared name of Gu Qingfeng. One must not underestimate Madara's capabilities. Even if the Gu could transform into Diga, Madara's strength could easily contend for a top position within the group. He is a being capable of monumental feats. Yet Gu Qingfeng's might is so immense that it transcends that of an ordinary person. As a result, Madara's power may appear comparatively ordinary, but in the majority of universes, he would undoubtedly rank among the strongest. Queen of Ice, Isteth, little Conan, I shall teach you. As I find myself with little to do lately, I will visit your world. The chat group permits members to traverse dimensions freely, provided they do not interfere with the historical development of other worlds. Those who disrupt the narrative progression will face erasure from the group. Only tasks posted within the group or crises faced by members allow for intervention. Thank you, Sister Isteth. I look forward to your guidance. Dagu. A pot of broth has been brewed. What is your dream, esteemed one, with such formidable power at your disposal? A simple yet profound statement pierces the very essence of Gu Qingfeng. In truth, he himself remains uncertain of his intentions. Initially, he aspired to return to Earth, and indeed, he has returned, yet he harbors a fear of being erased from existence by the Omni King. However, he soon discovers that his power far surpasses that of the Omni King. What more can he achieve? Rescuing the world seems a cumbersome endeavor, and safeguarding his family hardly constitutes a dream worth pursuing. In due time, he could simply bestow eternal life upon his parents through the dragon. What should he strive for in the future? To prevent the tragedies that were destined to unfold in the anime, allowing those who should not perish to survive, such as Ace and Jiraiya, once powerless to effect change. He now possesses the strength. At the very least, he should protect the characters he cherishes. As for being the strongest in the multiverse, he too is unsure. Perhaps it is to find an adversary who matches his strength, allowing him to unleash his full potential without reservation. A thought simultaneously crossed the minds of those in the group. The Great Ones are indeed different. While they aspire to conquer their foes, he merely seeks a worthy opponent. Truly, being overwhelmingly powerful can be an exceedingly lonely existence. Qingfeng preferred not to linger on this topic any longer. After all, Qinzili had been waiting for him downstairs for quite some time. It was best to meet her first. In the private room below, Qinzili's expression fluctuated between hope and anxiety. It had been nearly half an hour since he had descended, yet there was still no sign of Qingfeng. Could it be that he had stood her up? Just as these thoughts crossed her mind, the door creaked open, and Qingfeng stepped into the room. "Is there something you wish to discuss?" he inquired directly, catching Qinzili off guard. Normally, one would engage in some pleasantries first, yet he had chosen to forsake convention. However, with the impending family martial meeting approaching, Qinzili realized that if Qingfeng did not lend her assistance, her chances of turning her fortunes around would be utterly extinguished. Regardless of the circumstances, she felt compelled to take a risk. "I have a matter I would like to request your assistance with. Of course, I will offer you a suitable reward in return." Qingfeng raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "Oh, what is it? Please, do tell." In just a few days, the Qin family's martial arts gathering would commence, where the victor would be designated as the next heir to the family estate, with various disciples competing for external alliances to determine their fates. Qinzili found herself in a predicament. The outside world only recognized her as the second young lady of the Qin family. Yet none were aware of the hardships she had endured. Her parents had both passed away during her childhood, leaving her to navigate the world alone, without any support. After years of struggle, she had finally carved out a place for herself within the Qin family. However, throughout these years, she had remained an outsider, unfamiliar with the martial artists, let alone the elusive practitioners of supernatural abilities. In a small city like Hebei County, the emergence of a fifth-tier martial artist was a remarkable feat, yet in the capital, such individuals were plentiful. She was uncertain of Qingfeng's prowess during their last encounter. He had appeared as Vegeta, yet she presumed he was indeed a formidable figure. What Qinzili truly sought was Vegeta, a master capable of utilizing energy to inflict harm. A martial arts sage of whom there were few even in the capital. Should he choose to assist her, her chances of becoming the next heir would significantly increase. The circumstances surrounding her parents' deaths were shrouded in mystery. The head of the Qin family merely stated they had perished in an accident while traveling, yet the truth remained elusive. With no bodies to mourn, she felt dismissed by a mere phrase. Qinzili was convinced that her parents' demise was not as straightforward as it appeared. However, the entire Qin family was under the absolute control of the patriarch, and none dared to oppose him. This was the reason she had decided to leave the capital, venturing out to establish her own path, seeking to break free from the family's grasp. Observing the silent Qingfeng, Qinzili found him inscrutable. He had just exuded an aura of dominance, showing no fear in front of the underground emperor of Hebei. Yet, upon reflection, it was understandable. Gaining power in such a small locale bore little significance, as any faction in the capital could easily extinguish him. Initially, her intention was to seek out Vegeta, but the information she received indicated that he was missing, with Qingfeng taking his place. Masters at the Grandmaster level were exceedingly rare. Many spent their entire lives striving for that pinnacle, and the youngest master in the capital only attained that status in their 30s. Vegeta, who achieved mastery in his 20s, was the first she had encountered, and Qingfeng's capabilities might also be commendable. Nevertheless, she did not believe Qingfeng possessed true master-level strength. Her interest in him stemmed from his potential connection to Vegeta. Thus, whether he would agree to assist her seemed of little consequence. "If you deem this venture too perilous, could you perhaps reach out to the man who aided you in avenging yourself against Li Jun? I am willing to offer any form of compensation. I implore you to assist me this time." Yet, she thought to herself, "But I lack for nothing. As you can see, I am not in need of money." Qingfeng was indeed curious about how she would manage to win him over. It would not be entirely accurate to say he was devoid of desires, but he was certainly close to that state. Qinzili had thoroughly investigated Qingfeng and was well aware of his past. Back in the day, when he was with Wang Fei, he had endured a great deal of disdain from the Wang family. Despite being a top student upon graduation, Qingfeng faced numerous challenges in the workplace, undoubtedly influenced by the Wang family shadow. He had even been inexplicably besieged by gangsters on several occasions, which compelled Wang Fei to sever ties with her family to put an end to those petty acts. In half a month's time, a martial arts competition would be reported. and the Wang family would also participate. If he could secure first place for their family, he would be able to represent the Chun family in a legitimate manner, earning the respect of those from the Wang family who once looked down upon him. Gu Qingfeng smiled nonchalantly. Her calculations had come to naught, for he had long since moved on from the past. It was not that he had forgiven them. Rather, he had grown weary of seeking trouble with them. After all, Wang Fei had already parted ways with him, so what was past should remain in the past. Should the opportunity arise, he would not mind teaching the Wang family a lesson. However, to deliberately target them was beneath his interest. The Wang family was not worthy of such effort. As for the friend you encountered, you shall not have the chance to meet him again. Upon hearing this, Qinzili's expression shifted dramatically. Initially, she held little hope for her partner in this martial competition, but upon seeing Wu Jita, she glimpsed a glimmer of hope. She was unwilling to let this opportunity slip away. She was determined to become the head of the family, leveraging their influence to uncover the truth behind her parents' demise. You share a good rapport with him, don't you? Please consider it a favor for me. All I ask is for a brief meeting with him. Once I ascend to the position of head of the Qin family, I can unconditionally assist you in dealing with the Wang family. Perhaps you perceive the Wang family as formidable, but in my eyes, they are nothing of consequence. With a mere thought, I could eradicate them. Your proposition holds no sway over me. Gu Qifeng decisively turned down Qinzili, as they were not well acquainted, and he was not one to seek the limelight. Under different circumstances, it might have been acceptable, but given that the capital city was the center of China, he had no desire to find himself in the eye of the storm. He merely wished to lead a quiet life, having no inclination to assist a stranger in gaining prominence. As he spoke, Qinzili's eyes were misty, her gaze enveloped in a tender, almost pitiable aura. One could not deny that Qinzili possessed an alluring and captivating beauty, complemented by a figure that was undeniably provocative. In her current state of vulnerability, it was challenging for most men to resist her charms. However, Gu Qingfeng was not the type to be easily swayed by a beautiful woman. He yearned for a tranquil existence, occasionally indulging in the thrill of other worlds. Is it really impossible for you to arrange a meeting with your friend? How can you be certain he wouldn't agree to assist me? Gu Qingfeng remained resolute, impervious to persuasion, leaving Qinzili with no choice but to seek a compromise. Asking him to agree to a meeting with Wu Jita, surely he could acquiesce to such a request, merely acting as an intermediary. However, to her dismay, Gu Qifeng shook his head once more. He had departed from this place, and she would never have the opportunity to see him again in her lifetime. Indeed, having restored his original appearance, he could no longer flaunt himself in Wu Jita-esque guise, rendering it impossible for Qinzili to encounter him again. Should there be other matters to discuss, she could reach out, but he had no desire to involve himself in the affairs of the capital. Regardless, Qinzili had aided him. After all, the deaths of Li Jun and his son were a consequence of her efforts to suppress the information. Gu Qifeng did not mind assisting her once. After all, such a trivial task hardly warranted his significant involvement. Qinzili forced a faint smile upon her face. Realizing that Gu Qifeng was adamant about not introducing her to that man, she found herself at a loss. The man had been willing to stand up for Gu Qifeng. Eliminating Li Jun and his son, their relationship must be extraordinary. She had assumed that merely facilitating an introduction would be a simple matter for Gu Qifeng. But the outcome was far from her expectations. Missing out on Wu Jita's assistance might mean she would have to wait another decade, and by then, she might not even have access to a martial arts master. This thought plunged her into despair once more. Just when she had finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope, it was snatched away in an instant. After exchanging a few more words with Gu Qifeng, Qinzili subtly issued a dismissal. Her mind was in disarray, yearning for solitude. A task from the Dragon Ball parallel universe was triggered to rescue the future super warrior and defeat the malevolent androids. The reward was a staggering 100,000 points, with the stipulation that the future warrior must personally vanquish 2 androids. The task's difficulty was rated 5 stars, designated for the strongest in the dimensional management group, with a time limit of 6 months. Just then, the task arrived, and Gu Qifeng departed from Zetian Pavilion. The future warrior and androids. Was this the future world of Dragon Ball? Once again, it was Trunks. Hadn't he just arrived during the Zamasu arc? How had they returned to the timeline of the androids? It seemed yet another distinct parallel universe. Tony, the unflirtatious. What does this mean? Why are others not allowed to participate? Why is it only the big shot handling the task alone? Ophiuchus, who effortlessly defeated Sagittarius. I don't know. Participating seems futile. I checked the price of the golden cloth, and it's exorbitantly high, reaching several million points. I certainly can't afford it in a short time. The only means to enhance her strength lay in the seventh sense of the small universe or the golden cloth, which surpassed the silver cloth. The meager points she had accumulated were insufficient. There remained a need for opportunity to complete the task independently. Otherwise, Qingfeng would monopolize the task, leaving no room for them to intervene. The additional points were allocated based on individual contributions. The greater the effort, the more points one received. But Qingfeng consistently dispatched opponents with ease, resulting in minimal rewards for others. White horse silver gun battling thousands. For now, I don't need points either. Last time, the big shot conjured 5,000 of me, and Chow Chow, suspicious and paranoid, dared not launch any further attacks against us. The situation in the Shu Kingdom was currently promising. Although their territory was limited, they could gradually conserve their strength. The last battle had instilled considerable fear in Chow Chow. He would hesitate to attack recklessly in the near future. Yun Yao had also subtly conveyed that historically, due to various unforeseen circumstances, it was not the Shu Kingdom that ultimately unified the realm. Nevertheless, Zhao Yun was confident in rewriting fate, after all. He had joined a chat group he should not have. With effort, the future could surely restore the Han dynasty. The most formidable spirit, similarly. The amount of points I require is vast. Relying solely on accumulating 10,000 points each time is not sufficient. A wealth of items can be redeemed with 10,000 points, whether they be devil fruits, rudimentary ninjutsu, ordinary high-tech weaponry, or enhancements to one's own prowess. However, the overall improvement for her is minimal, coupled with the extensive time required to return and the desire to rewrite the tragic fate of her dear friend. She finds herself in a quandary. As for seeking the support of a powerful ally, I am indifferent. I would be content to garner a few benefits. I harbor no grand ambitions, merely wishing to experience the sensation of ruling supreme. Yet, in the presence of such a formidable figure, I suspect I shall never surpass him. Fire Fist Ace, could you perhaps stream the battle when you face off against the powerful one? I have yet to witness what an artificial being truly is. Nor do I fully understand their capabilities. Dimensional Strongest, certainly, I shall broadcast the battle for you all to see. There are no restrictions on streaming for group members. Unlike the complexities involved in crossing into different worlds, the bookish ghoul, however, it is stipulated that the future warrior must personally defeat the enemy. If our powerful ally cannot intervene, and given the task has a time limit of 6 months, it seems unlikely that even he could accomplish it in such a short span. World's Destroyer. Indeed, it is a rather troublesome task, requiring our ally to remain in that world for an extended period. Dimensional Strongest. Not necessarily. We shall see. If all goes smoothly, the task could be completed in no time. When dealing with androids 17 and 18, with Trunks' level of intelligence, he should be able to surpass his original power level without much delay. Upon accepting the task, Qingfeng first sought out his parents, the Zhou couple, informing the two women who were still conscious that he had matters to attend to and would not return home that night. He also discreetly cast 2 absolute soul defenses on the Zhou couple, thus alleviating any lingering concerns. Zhou Yu and Gu Tian continued to slumber peacefully, likely not to awaken until later in the evening. Though the two women were curious about Gu Qingfeng's intentions, they refrained from asking, assuring him not to worry about their well-being. If by nightfall, Gu Tian and the others have yet to regain their sobriety, they shall spend the night at Zetian Pavilion. Tomorrow, they will relocate to the Villa District. Gu Qingfeng nodded in agreement and departed from the surveillance zone of Zetian Pavilion. Upon reaching a location devoid of monitoring devices, he confirmed the transmission of the chat group mission, and his figure vanished from sight. In the future world of Dragon Ball, a young man with a head of golden hair was valiantly contending against the combined assault of androids 17 and 18. The golden-haired warrior's movements were sharp and precise, each strike enveloped in a golden aura, radiating an overwhelming intent to kill, with every blow infused with tremendous force. Despite facing 2 opponents, he managed to maintain a slight advantage. Yet the duo's cooperation left him with no opportunity to dismantle their onslaught individually. As time wore on, the young man's energy began to wane, while the 2 androids appeared inexhaustible. Their combat prowess showed no signs of diminishing, and the tide of battle shifted ominously in their favor, leaving the golden-haired fighter with only the ability to defend himself, struggling to maintain parity. Moments later, the rhythm of the fight was entirely commandeered by the 2 androids, leaving him with no means to counterattack. Today marks your demise. Once you are eliminated, humanity on Earth will no longer have anyone capable of resisting us. An endless barrage of energy blasts erupted from Android 17's hands. The golden-haired warrior utilized both hands to deflect the energy blasts, which were sent spiraling in all directions. Each blast that struck the ground annihilated the surrounding area, leaving the land barren and devoid of life. Before the young man could catch his breath, Android 17 soared through the air, delivering a devastating punch aimed squarely at his face. With no time to evade, he crossed his arms to absorb the impact. After deflecting the blow, he retaliated with a beam of light, forcing Android 17 to retreat. However, Android 18 appeared from the side, her long, elegant leg raised high as she delivered a side kick toward his arm. After enduring a relentless series of attacks, the young man's stamina, unlike the android's boundless energy, had greatly diminished, causing his reactions to lag. Struck directly, a sharp crack echoed as his right arm suffered a fracture, rendering him unable to continue the fight for the moment. Curse it, I cannot allow myself to be defeated by them. After my father's passing, I must protect this planet at all costs. Anguish marred his features as he lamented his own ineffectiveness. If only his father were still alive, he would undoubtedly have triumphed over these androids. Cease your struggles. With your remaining arm, you can no longer hope to match us. This time, you shall not escape. Although Android 17 is an artificial being, his appearance is that of a dashing young man, seemingly around 17 or 18 years old. His twin sister, Android 18, mirrors this youthful beauty. If one were to overlook their malevolent gazes, few would suspect that these two adolescents are the ruthless culprits responsible for the slaughter of half of humanity on Earth. And then there is Trunks. Even if my physical form is destroyed, there will be one to inherit my will and vanquish you malevolent androids. 17 let out a cold laugh, unleashing all his energy to coalesce into a formidable energy wave, launching a powerful assault toward the golden-haired man. 18 employed the same technique, aiming for a decisive strike against her opponent. Kamehameha, roared the golden-haired man, his right arm fractured, rendering him unable to gather energy with both hands. Thus, he was compelled to channel all his strength with his left hand for a desperate gamble. The three energy waves collided with one another, and the Kamehameha could only withstand for 2 fleeting seconds before being obliterated by the combined might of the duo, the colossal energy waves surging unimpeded toward the man. Father, I have come to find you. At such a close distance, evasion was utterly impossible. And 17 erupted into a maniacal laugh as the winds howled around the golden-haired man's position, the azure energy sphere illuminating the surroundings. As the radiance faded, a towering figure emerged where the golden-haired man had stood, none other than Qingfeng, who had just arrived through the chat group. What a surprise to see you. I thought it was Trunks. As Qingfeng muttered to himself, he grasped the unconscious, heavily injured man and turned to depart from this world. You scoundrel, he spat. Regardless of your identity, how dare you emerge to disrupt my plans? You shall perish here. After finally securing the opportunity to eliminate his nemesis and reduce Earth to a mere plaything for the two of them, the sudden appearance of this interloper had thrown everything into chaos. 17 was nearly beside himself with rage, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts, while 18 stood by, unmoving. In this realm, apart from the golden-haired man, no entity existed that could challenge them. A mere adversary was hardly worthy of a joint effort from the duo. As Qingfeng surveyed the oncoming energy blasts, his gaze sharpened with a fierce intensity. Before the blasts could reach him, they detonated one after another, leaving 17 and 18 astonished. With merely a glance, he had nullified their assault. Unfazed by the odds, 17 pressed forward, engaging in close combat with a flurry of swift and agile strikes, yet no matter how he accelerated, he could never land a blow on Qingfeng. 18, sensing the precariousness of the situation, joined the fray with her own fury. In the midst of their combined assault, Qingfeng appeared to be in dire straits. Yet in truth, he maneuvered with remarkable ease, deftly evading their attacks with impeccable timing. He had no desire to linger with these insignificant characters. Were it not for the constraints of the chat group preventing him from intervening directly, he could have dispatched them with a mere flick of his wrist. With a series of nimble leaps, he swiftly distanced himself from the two. How could the androids possibly keep pace with his speed? Are you attempting to flee? With each step you take, those below will pay the price for your escape, he taunted, witnessing his nemesis being whisked away right before his eyes. 17 let out a sinister laugh, conjuring a blue energy blast aimed squarely at the ground. The majority of humanity had already been decimated by them. Leaving millions of lives intact, they had intended to retain just enough to savor their torment slowly. Observing the despair etched on their faces would only heighten their own pleasure. However, in this scenario, leveraging the lives of these unsuspecting humans to coerce this unexpected arrival was also a compelling strategy. Before Qingfeng could react, the energy blast surged toward the terrified crowd below. The encounter between the golden-haired man and the androids had arisen due to the discovery of this shelter by the androids themselves. It was for the sake of saving these thousands of humans that he had intervened. As the shockwave of the blast struck, the ground erupted in billowing clouds of smoke, and the already dilapidated structures began to tremble precariously. "Ah, what a twisted sense of humor," he mused, "to bear witness as my fellow beings perish before my very eyes." 17. You truly are a madman. On the 18th day, she gracefully covered her small mouth, letting out a soft and delicate laugh. Her words laced with pity while her eyes sparkled with a malevolent glint. The 17th, with a disdainful curl of his lips, acknowledged that when it came to taking lives, he could not rival the 18th. His previous act of violence had merely stemmed from jealousy over a woman's exquisite attire, as he had ruthlessly reduced both her and her child to mere pulp in a fit of rage. Though he relished the thrill of killing, he seldom indulged in torment. Perhaps it was simply that others were too feeble. The man before him ignited a primal urge to inflict suffering. As the smoke dissipated, the immutable law of smoke and injury revealed itself. 17th's assault was thwarted by Qingfeng. What? The siblings gasped in astonishment, realizing that Qingfeng stood not far off in midair. How could another Qingfeng appear on the ground? They confirmed it was no mere illusion, for the Qingfeng on the ground was bearing the weight of their gravely injured nemesis. Observing the bewildered expressions on their faces, Qingfeng found himself somewhat speechless. These two were undeniably inept. Even now, they failed to perceive the anomaly. Indeed, even among those of the same power level, artificial beings lacked the sensitivity to aura that science possessed. Had it been Sun Wukong or Vegeta, they would have detected the irregularity long ago. "You two fools. What are you looking at?" A single utterance from Qingfeng captivated the gazes of the brother and sister duo. It was only at this moment that Qingfeng's presence dissipated into the wind, leaving behind mere echoes of his swift passage. "Then do protect humanity, if you dare to toy with us." The siblings exchanged a glance, raising their hands in unison to initiate a formidable assault. Before they could unleash their energy, a tempestuous force surged forth, sending them hurtling away and inflicting numerous wounds upon their bodies. "You are indeed quite vexatious." Qingfeng cast two thumb-sized yellow orbs of light, which swiftly soared from the ground to the front of the two individuals, forming two enormous protective shields that ensnared them, rendering escape impossible. It would have sufficed if he had not encountered the situation. However, he could not stand idly by while the androids slaughtered humanity before him. The chat group had merely instructed that the blonde man defeat them. Thus, ensnaring them to prevent their murderous spree should not be deemed a transgression. How to return to the past, Qingfeng pondered, as he felt a twinge of headache. At this juncture, Trunks had yet to mature, and the time machine had not yet been created. It seemed the only recourse was to shatter the dimensional barrier and leap into the past, taking the man upon his shoulder with him into the rift. Has that man truly imprisoned the androids? Are we to be saved? In the crowd below, witnessing the blonde man's defeat and the ensuing panic among the fleeing populace, they were taken aback by the emergence of a new warrior. He was successfully repelling the androids' assaults, and even managing to confine two of them. This is absurd. It is utterly impossible. If he could indeed imprison the androids, why not seize the opportunity to annihilate them? Everyone observed the two androids within the shimmering shield, yet none believed that such a mere act could confine them. The throng scattered like frightened birds, desperately seeking refuge in every direction, terrified that once the androids broke free, they would become the targets of their wrath. How laughable these humans were. Did they truly believe they could escape? Number 17 looked down upon the humans with disdain, gathering his strength to strike the shield, only to find it immovable, his fist recoiling painfully. Meanwhile, number 18 faced a similar plight. No matter how fiercely she struck, the shield remained steadfast against her assaults. Whether physical or energy-based, the shield that imprisoned them was merely a sphere with a 2-meter diameter. 18's most powerful energy wave rebounded within the confines of this cramped space, leaving her no avenue for evasion. She could only endure the consequences of her own might, resulting in disheveled hair and tattered garments. After a prolonged struggle, both resigned themselves to sitting within the shield, ceasing their attempts to breach it. Cursed be this wretch. Who is he, and how can we not shatter this infernal contraption? 17 roared in frustration, while 18 became increasingly agitated, plagued by a foreboding sense of impending doom. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of malevolent Enigmatic eyes watched them with the gaze of a predator eyeing its prey. In the rift of time and space, Qingfeng traversed for an hour before returning to the main universe, the world of Dragon Ball Super. Without pause, he hastened to Bulma's abode, where Vegeta, upon seeing him once more, wore an expression of displeasure despite knowing he was not an adversary. However, upon witnessing the battered figure Qingfeng brought with him, Vegeta was rendered speechless, utterly perplexed by the situation. Was that Gohan? How could he be in such a state? Indeed, the golden-haired man was none other than Goku's eldest son, Gohan, renowned in the future world for his unparalleled potential within the Dragon Ball universe. It would take considerable time to explain the circumstances. For now, he instructed to summon Goku, also requesting a senzu bean, as he required assistance. The matter was intricate, and it was better for Gohan, who merely suffered a fractured right arm and severe exhaustion, to elucidate his plight himself. His injuries were not fatal. Had he been on the brink of death, Qingfeng would have personally procured the senzu beans instead of waiting for Goku's arrival. Do not issue commands to me. I detest being ordered around, Vegeta huffed coldly at Qingfeng, yet obediently made his way inside to contact Goku. After all, Gohan was the son of Goku, whom he had watched grow up, and seeing him in such distress unsettled him. In less than 2 minutes, Goku arrived, senzu beans in hand. Followed closely by his entire family, Gohan, Goten, and Chi-Chi all rushed to the scene. Chi-Chi's reaction was visceral, upon seeing her son gravely injured and unconscious. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. Who has done this to my Gohan? Goku, you must avenge him. Goku's expression turned rare with anger as he glanced at Qingfeng, uncertain from which timeline this Gohan had been brought. After administering the senzu bean, the future version of Gohan slowly regained consciousness, and his first sight was that of his father standing beside him. Dad, he murmured, recalling that the last image before his fainting spell was of being rescued by someone. Yet he was certain that individual was not his father. What was the meaning of this? This is a world unlike yours, Qingfeng explained. Here, your father did not succumb to heart disease but triumphed over the androids, living on to witness your marriage and the birth of your children. Ancient Qingfeng offered a brief explanation, wary of the two factions locking eyes in mutual bewilderment. Indeed, if it were his father, no adversary would stand a chance of defeat. Son Wufan gazed at Goku's silhouette, his eyes moistening with emotion. His father succumbed to a heart ailment, and the proud Vegeta would rather perish in battle than ally with others. Uncle Piccolo and Uncle Krillin had also met their demise, leaving the future Earth with him as its sole warrior. Even though he could suppress an android, there was no one to assist him. Trunks was still too young, and the burden of saving the planet weighed heavily upon him. In essence, he hailed from the same timeline as Trunks, merely a few years prior when Wufan had not yet departed from this world. Upon hearing this, Vegeta grasped the situation. Yet he remained perplexed by one matter. Despite his reluctance to acknowledge it, he recognized that in terms of potential, Wufan far surpassed both himself and Goku. It was merely his aversion to battle that held him back. With the future devoid of any allies, how could Wufan, fighting at full capacity, possibly falter against a mere pair of androids? After all, the young Wufan had once triumphed over the fully realized Cell. In his solitary struggle, the future Wufan had endured the crucible of bloodshed. Could it be that in adulthood, his strength would pale in comparison to his younger self? Father, I am sorry. I failed to protect the Earth. I am no match for the androids, Wufan expressed with deep remorse, while Goku nonchalantly patted his shoulder. I shall train you. You are my son, and there is no way you possess merely this level of strength. If anyone in the crowd felt out of place, it was undoubtedly the Wufan from this timeline. While the future Wufan may not surpass him in strength, the two exhibited striking differences. The future version bore the weight of exhaustion and bitterness, a testament to the agony of his inability to vanquish the androids. Father, perhaps I should venture into that world and eliminate the two androids myself, Wufan proposed, eager to take action. The androids of the future possessed only the initial strength of a super scion. Before the revived warrior spirit of his present self, they would pose no challenge. Even in this world where my father still lives, I have not become an exceptional scholar. The future Wufan sighed deeply, unlike his counterpart from this world. He had borne too much alone, yearning for a peaceful and stable life rather than perpetual conflict. I became a scholar solely to protect everyone. Strength is indispensable. Witnessing his counterpart realize his dreams, the future Wufan felt no regret. If we join forces, the androids will not stand a chance against us. Your assistance would be invaluable. The future Wufan did not dismiss this proposal, for defeating the two androids alone would be a formidable challenge. Vegeta, arms crossed, scoffed in frustration. They are merely two worthless beings. Wufan does not need your help. He could obliterate them single-handedly. In the future, Gohan gazed in astonishment at his own reflection. The self that existed within this world, marveling at the formidable power he possessed. He held no doubt regarding the veracity of this statement, since his acquaintance with Vegeta. His uncle had never uttered a falsehood. Goku, however, viewed the matter differently. Clearly, in the world where he had perished, Gohan had not unearthed his true potential, which had resulted in his strength stagnating at the initial stage of Super Saiyan. It seems that you must resolve your own affairs. A year of rigorous training with me will suffice to elevate your prowess several-fold. At that point, you will be capable of defeating them on your own. Gohan, in frustration, struck the ground with both hands. He yearned to spend more time with Uncle Piccolo and his father, yet time was of the essence. The people awaited my salvation. I cannot afford to linger here for an entire year. If I do not return, the androids will annihilate humanity. It matters not, for I have confined them. As long as I do not release them, they shall remain trapped for eternity, unable to commit any acts of violence. Ancient Qingfeng alleviated his concerns, and he did not intend to linger for an entire year. However, he first needed to stabilize Gohan's emotions. Thank you for your timely rescue, he said. But the androids are formidable and will not be easily ensnared. Gohan was aware that ancient Qingfeng had saved him, yet he remained uncertain about the extent of his strength. To Gohan, it seemed that ancient Qingfeng's prowess was merely on par with his own. Otherwise, he could have effortlessly vanquished the androids rather than fleeing with him to this place. Nevertheless, if ancient Qingfeng claimed to have restrained them, then it must indeed be so. This individual was as powerful as a monster. Goku, who understood ancient Qingfeng's capabilities, was filled with confidence. Long before returning to the Dragon Ball realm, Qingfeng had once again restored the appearance of Vegeta. In another world, he had utilized his own body in the Dragon Ball universe. Vegeta maintained a good rapport with Goku and the others, thus obviating the need to alter his visage while explaining his identity. Could it be that he surpassed even his father? Gohan found this difficult to believe. Unlike this world, in the future, the strongest entity he had encountered was himself. He could not contend with the androids in single combat. Yet, he trusted that his father's strength exceeded his own. Otherwise, he could not have triumphed over two androids. Did this individual possess strength that surpassed even his father's? Goku merely smiled, taking a deep breath as he unleashed his energy. Golden light erupting around him like a celestial beacon. He initiated his Super Saiyan 3 transformation at full power. The overwhelming force caused future Gohan to tremble involuntarily. It was a power beyond his wildest imagination. He was still in the nascent stages of Super Saiyan, and witnessing Super Saiyan 3 for the first time was indeed terrifying. This is not my ultimate form, Goku remarked casually, but in the presence of this entity, I might struggle to withstand even a single blow. As he spoke, Goku's tone was lighthearted, yet future Gohan's expression darkened. Why would such a being come to his rescue? He began to doubt whether he could truly match his father's strength. Father, can I also become as strong as you? Absolutely, Goku assured him. The version of you in this timeline is not inferior to your father. In fact, you once surpassed me and became the strongest being on Earth. Observing future Gohan's lack of confidence, Piccolo's face turned a shade of green with frustration. It seemed that no matter the world, Gohan remained persistently self-doubting. Gohan sheepishly scratched his head, while future Gohan looked at him in astonishment. It appeared that this version of himself was countless times more powerful. Take him to the Heavenly Temple, Goku suggested. A year of intense training will be sufficient for him to unearth his potential. The path ahead will be his to navigate. Qingfeng could indeed comprehend why Gohan appeared so feeble. His encounters in battle had been far too few, despite his potential surpassing that of all others. Yet, he lacked the knowledge of how to train himself and was uncertain about the path ahead for a Super Saiyan. Without the remarkable insight possessed by Goku and Vegeta, he was in dire need of a mentor to provide him with proper guidance. Furthermore, with all his relatives perished, despair loomed heavily over his heart. And the only one capable of instructing him, Piccolo, had also succumbed. After years of relentless combat, he found himself with little opportunity for specialized training to enhance his strength, forced to grow solely through continuous battles. Much like Vegeta, who first fell to Android 18 and subsequently engaged in meditative tactics to augment his power, Goku had taken Gohan to the sacred world of the Kais, where he could maintain his Super Saiyan state at all times. thus significantly bolstering his strength, methods of training that Gohan had never contemplated. The sacred world of the Kais, what manner of place is that? Gohan pondered, casting a bewildered glance at his companions. In the future, he had single-handedly safeguarded the Earth for many years without ever hearing of such a place. Otherwise, given his potential, even without knowledge of how to optimize his training, he could have unlocked his latent abilities. A year's time would suffice for him to experience a remarkable surge in power, enabling him to defeat at least 2 androids on par with a novice Super Saiyan. Goku elucidated that within the sacred world of the Kais, 1 year inside equated to merely a day outside. Thus, a year of specialized training within would translate to only a day in the outside world. Qingfeng informed the two that he would await their return the following day, promising to escort them back to the future world. Wukong departed with future Gohan, while Vegeta regarded Qingfeng with a fierce determination, as if ready to spar at the slightest provocation. Gohan, meanwhile, consoled Chi-Chi, assuring her that with his father's presence, his strength would undoubtedly soar, enabling him to effortlessly triumph over the androids upon their return. Yet, Qingfeng pondered a different question. By what criteria were such missions rated? Was it sufficient for Gohan to merely defeat the androids to complete the task? Historically, extra rewards had been earned through points, and the meager bounty points offered little in exchange for substantial gains. Was it possible that the rating depended on Gohan's strength following intensive training? The shorter the duration, the stronger Gohan would become, thereby achieving a higher rating. Contemplating this, Qingfeng felt it was quite plausible. Merely training for a year might not suffice to elevate Gohan to his peak potential. Without hesitation, Qingfeng approached Piccolo and whispered a few words to him. Piccolo, taken aback, regarded Qingfeng with astonishment but ultimately nodded in agreement. The two departed from Bulma's residence and soared into the distance. Vegeta, left behind, wore a complex expression. The reason was simple. He had not seen the time machine, implying that Qingfeng did not return via that means. He had also not observed a time ring in Qingfeng's possession, leading him to wonder if Qingfeng had traversed to the future and returned solely through his own strength. This notion troubled Vegeta, as he contemplated the magnitude of power required to traverse space itself. Unbeknownst to him, Qingfeng had not crossed time but rather space, not moving from the future to the present. Since Trunks' appearance, the timelines of the present and future had diverged, resulting in entirely different worlds. Qingfeng had shattered the dimensional barrier to navigate between these disparate realms. In simpler terms, it was akin to traversing from one universe to another, albeit both universes belonged to the Dragon Ball cosmos. A day swiftly passed, and Wukong and his son, both clad in orange martial arts uniforms, returned to Bulma's home. At that moment, Gohan exuded a radiant confidence, his aura potent even without an active display of energy. His eyes sparkled with self-assurance. And after a year spent in the heavenly realm, his hair had grown considerably longer. During this year, under Wukong's meticulous guidance, future Gohan had discovered his path forward. Despite already knowing of his son's remarkable potential, Wukong was still astonished by the rapidity of his progress. Gohan's improvement was on par with that of his younger self when he first entered the heavenly realm. Such growth was to be expected, as the weight of the future rested solely on future Gohan's shoulders, fostering a warrior's resolve within him. His body had matured significantly, offering greater potential for development compared to his younger years. This young man had advanced remarkably, achieving such heights in merely a year. Vegeta too was taken aback by future Gohan's extraordinary progress. Although it still cannot be compared to its own pinnacle, it is more than sufficient to surpass the majority of its adversaries. The final step now awaits. With a smile, Qingfeng approached the trio, beckoning 2 figures to come forth from the distance. What does the last step signify? The future Gohan was perplexed by his words, until he observed the old Kai and Piccolo walking towards him together. Allow me to awaken your full potential and see if you can transcend your limits. The old Kai remarked, reflecting on the last time he had helped someone unlock their potential, which was years ago when he assisted Gohan in achieving a mysterious state. Surprisingly, the second individual whose potential he was to awaken turned out to be none other than Son Gohan, albeit from a different universe. Awakening my potential? Haven't my father's special training already unlocked my abilities? Future Gohan pondered, wondering if there lay an even greater strength within him. Having never met the old Kai before, he was uncertain of his authenticity and glanced at Goku for reassurance. Goku nodded, recounting how this universe's Gohan had once been drawn forth to become the strongest being at that time. Accepting the situation, future Gohan did not refuse. As the androids were still trapped, and remaining for an extra day posed no inconvenience. The old Kai struck his signature poses, whimsically maneuvering around future Gohan. The casting of the spell lasted a full 24 hours, during which Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, and others chose to remain, quietly awaiting the outcome. Gohan, having heard the news, rushed over to discover what powers his future self might unveil, wondering if they would be akin to his own. Accompanying him was his wife, Videl, her short hair exuding an air of competence, cradling their newly born daughter. The 24 hours of spellcasting proved to be rather tedious, as the old Kai persistently maintained his peculiar motions with no discernible increase in future Gohan's power. It was not until the following day that future Gohan's body inadvertently erupted with an astonishing aura, leaving even Goku and Vegeta in awe. This little one's potential is truly remarkable. It appears I shall find it difficult to regain my energy in the near future. I lack the capacity to draw out potential for anyone else, the old Kai exclaimed, drenched in sweat and visibly exhausted. Gohan, how do you feel? Goku inquired, observing future Gohan's form, voicing the question that weighed on everyone's mind. As Gohan opened his eyes, a silvery luminescence erupted from within, transforming him entirely. He clenched his fists, scarcely able to fathom that this was indeed his own body, and responded with newfound confidence. I believe I might even be able to hold my own against my father. With such power, I can surely safeguard the future. Eager to test his mettle, Goku was keen to engage in battle, but Gohan interjected, let us engage in a spar. Yet my father's strength far exceeds ours. Such a duel would not aid him in familiarizing himself with his own power. Gohan possesses his own convictions, while Son Goku currently stands at the pinnacle of his super blue state. Even with the augmentation of the tenfold Kaioken, Gohan, no matter how absurdly powerful he may become in the future, could never hope to match him. Piccolo's strength appears somewhat diminished, leaving only himself as the most suitable candidate. Let us do this. Without any hesitation, future Gohan unleashes a surge of rage to augment his power, his aura escalating at a terrifying rate. He instantly transforms into a Super Saiyan at the second level, his energy still skyrocketing. And his hair elongates further as he reaches the full power mode of a Super Saiyan 3. Piccolo, awestruck, observes with a face turning an even deeper shade of green, marveling at his disciple's rapid ascent to Super Saiyan 3 in such a brief span. This newfound power nearly rivals his own. After all, he had undergone years of grueling training post the battle with Majin Buu to achieve this level of strength. In contrast, future Gohan has only engaged in a year of specialized training, aided by old Kaioshin in unlocking his latent potential, allowing him to reach this stage effortlessly. At this moment, the area surrounding future Gohan is illuminated by a golden radiance, shining as brightly as the sun, but Gohan is undeterred. He too channels his energy, emitting a mysterious silvery glow as they simultaneously unleash their powers upon one another, their fists colliding with unwavering resolve. As the two forces remain locked, future Gohan shouts, pushing Gohan back and relentlessly advancing with a series of attacks. Each strike is swifter than the last, his offensive style reminiscent of Vegeta's. As he throws himself into the fray to determine a victor, Gohan, caught off guard by the intensity of the assault, is compelled to adopt the prince's strategy, launching countless energy blasts from a distance to create space between them. They stand apart, and after a brief exchange, future Gohan's aura diminishes slightly, indicating a notable expenditure of energy. In contrast, Gohan remains remarkably composed, unfazed despite having just endured a barrage of close combat. I never anticipated you could unleash the full power of Super Saiyan 3. Even your father struggled to reach such heights. Super Saiyan 3 is immensely taxing on stamina. I doubt you can maintain it for long. Future Gohan takes a deep breath, readjusting his stance, and replies with a smile. Indeed, Super Saiyan 3 consumes considerable energy. I can hold it for a maximum of 10 minutes. Were it not for the need to test my limits, I would not have assumed this form. Then I shall reveal my true strength. Let us conclude this swiftly. Gohan, not to be outdone, erupts with energy once more, his aura soaring dramatically, overpowering future Gohan's presence. You possess such formidable power. Well then, I shall no longer conceal my strength. This is all I have. In a future where Gohan's golden aura dissipated, his hair returned to its natural black, yet his presence only intensified. An aura remarkably akin to Gohan's surged forth, revealing that the future Gohan had attained this extraordinary state as well. This revelation left all present in astonishment. They had presumed that Super Saiyan 3 was merely a manifestation of Gohan's potential, awakened by the old Kai. After all, the Gohan of yore, upon unlocking his potential, only surpassed the early stages of Super Saiyan 3 Goku by a narrow margin, standing at a level comparable to the full power of Super Saiyan 3. Only Goku maintained a serene expression. After over 2 months in the sacred world, future Gohan had successfully ascended to Super Saiyan 2. In 5 months, he would achieve Super Saiyan 3, mastering its power just before the conclusion of their rigorous training. Goku was eager to discern who would ultimately prove stronger, the future Gohan or the present one. As the two engaged once more, future Gohan fought with increased ferocity, while present Gohan adopted a more measured approach. In a brief span, they each matched the other blow for blow, neither gaining a definitive advantage. They maneuvered through the air, exchanging strikes in a flurry of combat that lasted for dozens of exchanges, yet the outcome remained indecisive. After several minutes of intense battle, future Gohan was ultimately struck to the ground by a powerful punch, affirming that the present Gohan had the upper hand. It appeared future Gohan was no longer significantly weaker than the Super Saiyan God. Indeed, when Gohan had first awakened his potential, he did not possess such formidable strength. Goku assessed future Gohan's abilities, concluding they were roughly on par with the red energy of Super Saiyan God. However, the current Gohan's strength was exceedingly close to that of Super Saiyan Blue, a form that was the Super Saiyan equivalent of Super Saiyan God, making future Gohan's defeat a natural occurrence. Go forth, Gohan, and safeguard the future. You possess the strength to vanquish any adversary, no matter what foes may arise. Do not succumb to despair, Goku urged as he helped future Gohan rise from the ground, his tone imbued with earnest gravity. Future Gohan nodded affirmatively and embraced Goku, uncertain if he would ever have the chance to return. During their training, Goku had shared tales of another timeline's Trunks, but the development of a time machine would still require years of research. Turning, future Gohan met Piccolo's profound gaze. Their shared silence spoke volumes. Piccolo's demeanor remained as stoic and formidable as ever, yet he could not suppress a smile of encouragement upon witnessing the struggles faced by his son in another timeline. Future Gohan felt a surge of emotion at seeing Piccolo again, especially considering that in his own world, Piccolo had perished at the hands of the androids before merging with the Supreme Kai during his childhood. This unexpected reunion stirred a deep excitement within him, a reality he had never anticipated. Let us depart. I will guide you back to the future. Qingfeng did not hasten him. A brief moment was inconsequential. The future demise of Gohan is a profound sorrow for many Dragon Ball enthusiasts. If only Piccolo or Vegeta were alive, someone could shield him from an android, allowing him to overcome his adversaries one by one. Even if Trunks had matured, he remained without assistance. This book-loving youth ultimately transformed into a super warrior destined to save the world. As Videl approached Gohan, she handed him their daughter. Gohan, Xiaofeng wishes for you to hold her. Having witnessed the earlier battle between the two Gohans, Xiaofeng, who shared the Saiyan bloodline, felt an intense longing for her father's affection. Despite the identical appearances and matching orange martial arts uniforms of both Gohans, the young Xiaofeng discerned immediately which one was her true father. Who is this? Future Gohan gazed at Xiaofeng, bewilderment evident in his eyes. From Goku, he had learned that in this world, he had a younger brother named Goten, who was merely a year younger than future Trunks, and they had been companions since childhood. Yet, who was this little girl? Could she be his sister? Oh, she is my daughter, the child of Videl and me. Gohan chuckled as he took his daughter into his arms, his eyes shimmering with happiness and affection. However, the future Gohan suddenly felt a pang of loneliness. He genuinely wished the best for his counterpart in this world, but found it difficult to rejoice when considering his own fate. It was not entirely his fault. He remained the sole survivor of his timeline. His parents had departed, and even Piccolo, who had treated him like a son, perished at the hands of the androids. Even if he returned to defeat the androids and save the Earth, the deceased could not be revived. He remained alone, lacking the warrior spirit that defined Goku. Gohan had lost his parents at a tender age and yearned for someone to depend on. His counterpart in this world had married, had children, and lived the life he had always desired. Yet for him, after vanquishing the androids, what lay ahead? The true despair was in the solitude. Observing Gohan's melancholy, the carefree Goku could not fathom his thoughts, but Piccolo, more attuned to Gohan's emotions, sensed a shift in his demeanor. Isn't there still the Dragon Balls? We could seek out the Namekian planet and used their Dragon Balls to revive the relatives from that timeline. Gohan was taken aback. Years of relentless battles had nearly made him forget such possibilities, as he had been perpetually engaged in combat against the androids. However, I do not know where the new Namek is located. Only my father knows their whereabouts. If time permits, I can take you there. It is not a significant issue. After reminiscing for a while, future Gohan bid farewell to everyone, gently caressing Xiaofang's cheek before departing. Take good care of Aunt Bulma until I return. The proud Vegeta spoke, his words revealing a fervent protector of his wife, completely oblivious to the existence of a son in that world. I will, Uncle Vegeta. Everyone, farewell. With the radiant light that broke the dimensional barrier, Qingfeng and Gohan vanished from sight. Gohan, the future is entrusted to you, Goku murmured softly. His voice barely audible to anyone but himself, filled with compassion for the boy. Yet, that was his world, one that he must safeguard with his own hands. He could not support him forever. After vanquishing the androids and the puppets to come, perhaps even stronger foes awaited, yet he had unwavering faith in his son. Gohan had always been his most cherished child. During the year of intense training in the future, Gohan's greatest achievement was not a remarkable surge in strength, but rather the discovery of his own path forward. In the future universe, Qingfeng and future Gohan returned to find androids 17 and 18 languidly seated within their protective dome. Over the past 2 days, they had exhausted every conceivable method to breach the shield, yet found themselves utterly powerless, resigned to their fate as they patiently awaited Qingfeng's return. With a single glance, Qingfeng made the 2 circular shields vanish. Upon seeing the returning duo, number 17 was consumed by fury. He had never endured such a profound humiliation. Trapped like a mere monkey by others. When foes meet, animosity intensifies, and number 17 charged forward in a fit of rage. Qingfeng gazed at the rapidly approaching android 17, his expression betraying no emotion. With his arms outstretched, he appeared oblivious. Fixated on the entire process through which the old Kai unlocked Gohan's latent potential. He sought to discern the utility of this technique for himself. And through 2 days of meticulous observation, he arrived at a singular conclusion. While the old Kai's abilities were formidable, they ceased to be effective against powers that transcended the divine. This divine strength was akin to an ultimate ultra-blue capacity. Perhaps the old Kai's own prowess was limited. Or perhaps the technique's potential had reached its zenith. After 2 days of unwavering focus, a hint of fatigue began to settle upon him. Android 17, consumed by rage of being disregarded, surged forward with renewed speed, confronting Qingfeng with a fierce left hook. Just mere centimeters from Qingfeng's nose, the punch abruptly halted. Android 17 spat out a mouthful of bitterness as he felt a sudden, forceful strike to his abdomen. Staggering backward several paces, his eyes locked onto Gohan. In his mind, his eagerness to eliminate Qingfeng had caused him to overlook Gohan, resulting in his vulnerability to such an easy blow. Since you seek your own demise, allow me to expedite your journey, he declared, directing a ki blast towards Gohan, who stood in the void, offering no defensive posture whatsoever. The energy wave struck Gohan head-on. Yet as the brilliance faded, he emerged unscathed, his attire not even marred in the slightest. In disbelief, Android 17 questioned how Gohan could evade his attack from such a close range. What had transpired over the past 2 days? Android 18, observing from the sidelines, was equally astonished. Her scrutiny revealed that Gohan had not evaded the blow. Rather, he had withstood it with sheer physical resilience. The distinction between evading an attack and enduring it was profound. Evasion suggested mere speed, yet it often resulted in injury. To not even attempt to dodge indicated that Gohan regarded such an assault with utter disdain. Prepare to perish, Gohan. Android 17 seethed with indignation, unleashing a flurry of ki blasts that filled the sky like a constellation, effectively cutting off Gohan's escape. Just as Android 17 believed victory was assured. A mocking voice pierced the air. Gohan had inexplicably positioned himself before him. Fool, where are your eyes directed? With a swift kick, he sent number 17 flying, executing a mid-air somersault followed by a powerful punch, seamlessly concluding the battle with a blast of energy. The entire sequence unfolded in less than 2 seconds. By the time number 18 regained her composure, number 17 lay lifeless, utterly defeated. The thrill of slaughtering humans had given way to an overwhelming sense of dread for number 18, who instinctively retreated a few steps before hastily fleeing into the distance. With no thoughts of avenging her brother, she fled, and Gohan, observing her desperate escape, chose not to pursue her. He clasped his hands, assuming the stance of the Kamehameha. As a terrifying energy gathered within his palms, a blue energy blast surged forth at an extraordinary speed, striking number 18 directly and incapacitating her. The peril that loomed over the future world was entirely dispelled, leaving only a still immature cell, whose power would peak at the Super Saiyan stage without the aid of the 18 siblings, rendering him utterly incapable of standing against Gohan. Watching from the sidelines, Qingfeng was thoroughly impressed by Gohan's performance, nodding in approval. The current Gohan acted decisively and efficiently, in stark contrast to the reckless arrogance of his counterpart from the main timeline. As for his disdain towards the 18 siblings, Qingfeng deemed it entirely reasonable. A true warrior pays little mind to the feeble. The administrator of the dimensional realm triumphed in his mission, earning a reward of 100,000 points. In just 2 days, he achieved an SSS rating, garnering an additional 5 million points. Let us proceed. I shall guide you to the Namekians. Qingfeng paid no heed to the notifications in the chat group and placed his hand upon Gohan, searching through the cosmos for the essence of the Namekians. After a brief span of 3 seconds, the two vanished from their original location. Upon their arrival on Namek, everything transpired seamlessly. They both recalled the young warrior who once resisted Frieza. After a thorough discussion, they resolved to send the wish to Earth. The two resided on the new Namek for a day before returning to Earth. With the matter settled, Qingfeng had no desire to linger further and intended to depart for his homeland. Thank you for your assistance. Without you, I would have surely perished at the hands of the androids. Gohan expressed with genuine sincerity, his eyes reflecting heartfelt gratitude. Qingfeng waved his hand for him. It was less about completing tasks and more about fulfilling the unfulfilled regrets of his youth, reminiscent of the imperfections often portrayed in anime. Returning to Earth in the afternoon, he found that his parents and Uncle Zhou were still residing in their old home, having not yet moved to the Villa District in anticipation of his return. He sought the administrator of the dimensional realm, the most powerful one, as he prepared for the imminent cosmic martial arts tournament. Yearning to dwell in the Dragon Ball universe for a year, Qingfeng contemplated for a moment. Realizing that perhaps he was not suited to reside on Earth for an extended period, his extraordinary strength invariably attracted various troubles. With affluent parents and an all-encompassing protective shield, they could relish their time together as a couple. There was little that tethered him to this place, and it was time for him to depart. He briefly informed his parents that he would be away for an extended duration, returning only after a year. Though reluctant, they acquiesced to his decision. The family gathered for a dinner, and while his mother busied herself with the dishes, Qingfeng discreetly confided in his father about his intention to utilize the 7 Dragon Balls from the Dragon Ball universe to wish for their eternal life. His father, having watched the anime, nearly spewed his drink in astonishment. After a prolonged moment of shock, he gradually composed himself and reassured Qingfeng not to worry about home, encouraging him to pursue his desires boldly. The following morning, Qingfeng quietly departed from Earth without bidding farewell to anyone, returning alone to the Dragon Ball universe. The God-slaying Pegasus Saint joined the group chat, with a membership term of 1 day. Upon completion of the task, he would erase his memory and exit the chat. The Reaper Elementary student remarked, "No explanations. Group status reduced by 2. Tony the Unfaithful chimed in. What do you mean reduced by 2? Shouldn't new members increase it by 2? The bookish ghoul noted, but the names of the newcomers seemed formidable. It suggests that Conan brother might be unable to contend with the newcomer. The white horse with silver lance affirmed, the names exude strength. One is the god of love, and the other is the god-slaying Pegasus. The ancient Soup remarked, those who can associate with gods are likely far beyond our capabilities. Tony the Unfaithful queried, do you also wish to dance? What do you think, Ben? The bookish ghoul replied, Ben is currently in the pivotal phase of resurrection, merging body and soul. He probably won't chat with us for a while. Tony the Unfaithful conceded. All right, that shameless ace, always seeking to instruct Yun Yao in combat techniques, is likely too preoccupied to engage in idle chatter. Aphrodite, the goddess of love, commented, could it be that my divine presence has inadvertently drawn me here? Perhaps those half-god, half-human Valkyries are behind this, a pitiful lot indeed. The god-slaying Pegasus Saint asked, Sharna, is that you? The serpent holder, who had bested Seiya, inquired, are you Seiya? The god-slaying Pegasus Saint confirmed, yes, it is I. Were you not in the sanctuary? Why did you not inform Athena about joining this? The group administrator uploaded files regarding the chat group's functions and task modes. The invincible Gogeta declared, "For the sake of Athena, I am the Pegasus Saint Seiya. Greetings." The god-slaying Pegasus Saint responded, "Are you the group administrator? Did you establish this group?" The invincible Gogeta clarified, "No, I was merely invited to join. I had not anticipated that the one joining the group chat would be Seiya. It remains uncertain whether it is the youthful Seiya or the peak warrior in his prime. The disparity between the two is indeed considerable. However, it is unequivocal that, given his name Godslayer, he must be the fully matured Seiya. In the realm of Japanese shonen manga, the protagonist of Saint Seiya emerges whenever evil descends upon the world, heralding the appearance of the saint warriors who embody hope. Their fists can rend the heavens, and their feet can shatter the earth. The Pegasus Saint Seiya, with his indomitable will and fighting spirit, undoubtedly stands as the mightiest of the saints. He has battled the sea god Poseidon, wounded the underworld king Hades, and fought time and again for the goddess Athena. As the Godslayer, the purpose of this chat group is revealed. I shall first upload a photograph of myself. Tony, the heartthrob, this is quite impressive. That indomitable fire in his eyes is truly unforgettable. Silver lance on a white horse. Is that golden armor? I wonder what strength this newcomer possesses. Goddess Aphrodite, did I not make it clear that I must not be disregarded? You wretched mortals dared to provoke me time and again. Aphrodite, incensed, could hardly contain her fury at this newcomer, audacious enough to adopt the name Godslayer. Truly, ignorance is no excuse. He is utterly unaware of the power of the divine. Death God elementary student, this newcomer has a time limit of 1 day. What is the meaning of this? Are not all who join the chat meant to be permanent? The chat group announces a quest to assist the Valkyries in defeating the lofty deities, with the goal of securing victory in 3 battles. The difficulty of the task is rated at level 10, classified as hellish. A reward of 5 million points is offered, with participation limited to 2 individuals. The most ferocious sprite. I truly wish to test my strength against the deities. I wonder what the effect of their time-consuming abilities would be. Ice Queen Estatus, deities. You say? They must be formidable. I desire to face them as well. The strongest in the dimension accepts the mission, with the god layer, the Pegasus Saint, being forcibly designated to undertake the task. Goddess Aphrodite, you lowly humans dare to challenge the divine. When you arrive in my realm, I shall personally ensure your demise. The unrivaled Goku. They are indeed powerful. You are certainly no match for them. Do not accept the mission. You may witness my battle instead. Qingfeng acted with their best interests in mind. For others, both Thor, the god of thunder, and Zeus, the king of the gods, are insurmountable adversaries. The Pegasus Saint who slays gods inquired, "May I ask what is truly happening? Surely, the deities of that world do not intend to annihilate humanity?" As Seiya posed this question, a vague suspicion settled in his heart. He had repeatedly resisted the gods. The underlying reason remains that the deities seek to eradicate humankind. Aphrodite, the goddess of love, remarked, "They are far too weak. Merely observing them repulses me. Is it not natural for the weak to perish?" In her eyes, humanity is a base creature, surviving only at the whim of the gods. Wakita, the invincible, concurred. Indeed, the deities of that realm also desire the destruction of humanity. Aphrodite, assuming the role of the Valkyrie of the end, proactively proposed the annihilation of humankind, securing unanimous agreement among the gods. The Pegasus Saint who slays gods responded, I can somewhat comprehend why I was invited into this group chat and compelled to accept this mission." Tony, who is not fickle, asked why. "Is there a reason for this?" The Pegasus Saint replied, "When it comes to my hatred for the gods, I might be the strongest in the universe. I must win this battle to save humanity." The book-loving ghoul commented, "Seiya, dear brother, the gods must be incredibly powerful. Do you have confidence in defeating them?" The Pegasus Saint replied, "I am uncertain. I have yet to encounter the deities of that world. However, my cosmos shall never extinguish, for I am a warrior of Athena." Aphrodite interjected, "A swarm of filthy ants kneel and admire the beauty of this goddess." In her mind, with her divine visage and form, merely a glimpse of her image would leave those foolish men utterly enraptured. Indeed, her expectations were met as they gazed upon her. Aphrodite continued, have you succumbed to the allure of the goddess's beauty? Yet, wretched humans lack even the merit to serve as my slaves." A voice declared, "The prowess of the islands is remarkable, while I, a proud flat-chested individual from China, stand strong." Tony, who is not fickle, exclaimed, "How did you manage to provoke her? The jealousy of women is truly fearsome." The voice quipped, "Am I jealous of her? Is such a size not a burden? It hinders normal life, so enough of that. Ace, you speak with him. Fire Fist Ace proclaimed, one-on-one. Tony retorted, are you out of your mind? Must you always resort to fighting? Fire Fist Ace shot back. What else is there? I cannot argue with you, so it is more convenient to fight you. Besides, she is merely a fraction larger than Yun Yao. But I prefer the petite. Does it concern you? The voice interjected. Mine is not small either, it's just that hers is, well, too much. Tony, who is not fickle, countered. What kind of reasoning is that? If you cannot argue with me, must you fight? Where's the logic in that? In the midst of an uneventful day, I decided to observe the battle between the formidable beings and the divine entities. The serpent bearer, who had once overwhelmed Seiya, mused upon the matured form of Seiya, recognizing that he was not from my universe. I yearned to witness the extent of your strength in the future. Seiya gazed at the sky above the sanctuary, standing as the pinnacle among the 88 saint warriors, undeniably the most powerful among them, revered as the legendary Golden Saint. He had enjoyed a period of tranquility, yet he longed for an exhilarating clash. On the arena of the end times, the divine and human factions occupied opposite sides, with the deities looking down condescendingly upon humanity. They scoffed at the notion that mere mortals could triumph over the gods. In stark contrast, the eyes of humanity were filled with fervent prayers, as this battle determined their very existence. Should they falter against the divine, humanity would face utter annihilation. It was a contest they could not afford to lose. Next, the strongest deity of Norse mythology, Thor, was announced. The guardian of doom excitedly introduced him. For Thor was a legend among the gods, having never unleashed his full power against anyone, as no one had ever forced him to do so. Who among humanity would dare to confront him? A towering figure emerged from the human side, wielding a massive halberd, evoking the impression of a primordial beast charging forth. However, before he could reach the arena, a flash of golden light illuminated the sky. A robust man, radiating golden brilliance, stood upon the arena like a sharpened sword, exuding an indomitable fighting spirit. I, Seiya of Sagittarius, shall be your opponent, he declared, causing the Valkyrie Brunhild to momentarily lose her composure. Where had this man emerged from? His name was absent from the list of chosen humans, leaving her perplexed at his sudden appearance. Brunhild's eyes flickered with murderous intent. She did not believe this man possessed the strength to defeat the mightiest Thor. His absence from the annals of human warriors indicated that he was unlikely to be formidable. His reckless entry could potentially lead to their defeat, a prospect Brunhild could not tolerate. The human faction was equally bewildered. No one had ever heard of this man. Was this nameless individual seeking his own demise? His death was inconsequential, but should he be the cause of humanity's defeat? They certainly did not wish to accompany him to his end. Liu Bei remained composed, unlike the others. He sensed boundless fighting spirit emanating from this man, reminiscent of his own subordinate, Zhao Yun. If Zhao Yun embodied the spirit to charge forth against legions, this man before him radiated an aura that suggested he would vanquish any obstacle, be it divine or demonic. Is this truly our representative? Has anyone from any dynasty ever encountered him? I have never heard of such a warrior. Upon the arrival of Seiya, a grave expression flickered in Thor's eyes. This man exuded an aura of strength, marking him as a worthy adversary deserving of his utmost effort. Before any confrontation could commence, the hammer of the gods awakened with fervor, and thunder reverberated through the heavens, enveloping the arena in a tempest of relentless lightning. Thor, ensconced in crackling electricity, resembled a deity descending from the skies, imparting an impression of unparalleled might. Meanwhile, Tony Stark and his companions materialized within the arena, encountering Brynhild at the contestants' entrance. Who are you? She inquired, astonished by their unexpected presence. Seiya alone had already taken her by surprise. Now, with several enigmatic figures emerging from the fabric of space, she pondered the nature of this bewildering situation. As the most formidable among them and a warrior shaped by countless battles, Isteth assumed the role of their leader. You need not concern yourself with our identities. Simply know that we are here to assist you. Brynhilder's eyes glinted with menace, while Isteth's gaze ignited with fierce combativeness, both women feeling the formidable strength radiating from one another. Brynhilder was incensed that they had disrupted her plans, while Isteth sought merely to engage in battle. Tony Stark, clearly disinclined to see the two clash, felt a sense of insecurity in this unfamiliar territory, especially with the absence of his allies. Perhaps we should observe the fight instead. Today's spotlight is not on us, and it would be wise not to overshadow the main event. Given the circumstances, Brynhilder's tone turned somber. Does he not require our assistance? Without our weapons, mortals cannot harm deities. Indeed, she regarded Seiya as extraordinary. Yet she clung to the age-old belief that human weapons could never inflict injury upon divine beings. Daring to challenge a god clad in naught but armor seemed an insurmountable task, which fueled her skepticism towards Seiya's chances. Watch closely. This is a saint. Athena's most loyal guardian, declared the serpent-bearer, casting doubt upon Seiya's capabilities. Brynhilder's confusion deepened. Was not Athena kin to Zeus, the king of the gods? How could his guardian extend aid to humanity? In the hollowed eyes of Zeus, a fleeting glimmer of comprehension passed. Even he could not discern the true nature of Seiya. Is this a human? Or a god? Without a moment's hesitation, Seiya's hands traced the trajectory of Pegasus, unleashing his signature move, the Pegasus Meteor Fist. Countless punches, moving at the speed of light, surged towards Thor, whose anticipation of Seiya's strength did not prepare him for the sheer swiftness of the onslaught. Caught off guard and unable to retaliate, he raised his awakened Mjolnir to shield himself from the impending strike. Even Thor, upon taking the full brunt of the attack, was forced to retreat, his form propelled backwards until he crashed against the wall. The arena's barrier shattered, burying Thor amidst the rubble, while a cloud of dust obscured the spectators' view. The onlooking humans were left in a trance, bewildered by the incomprehensible speed of those punches delivered by the man named Seiya. Had he truly defeated Thor with but a single blow? Meanwhile, the formidable deities, Buddha, Zeus, and Odin, diverted their attention from the battle below, their gazes drawn instinctively to the skies above. In the lofty heights, Qingfeng stood with an air of superiority, surveying the multitude below with a glance filled with aloofness and disdain towards the pantheon of deities. After departing from Earth, he resumed the guise of Vegeta, opting not to reveal his true visage. He intended to be the second to enter the fray, eager to witness the prowess of Seiya, the man who had repeatedly challenged the gods, and to see what strength he would display against the divine beings from another realm. Anticipation welled within him regarding Seiya's performance. Just as humanity felt assured of victory, believing Seiya could secure a decisive triumph, the shattered walls erupted with a thunderous crash, and a figure emerged from the debris. Surprisingly, Thor not only remained unvanquished, but also endured the cataclysmic blow with minimal injury, merely wiping away a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth. He discarded his gloves nonchalantly, their weight having caused the unforgiving arena floor to buckle under their pressure, hinting at the immense force they contained. From the sidelines, Sharna gazed at Seiya in disbelief, astonished that the boy she had always looked down upon had grown to such formidable heights. Given her status, she recognized that Seiya donned the golden cloth and unleashed punches at the speed of light. Yet, could he truly possess the capability to overcome a deity? Sharna could not ascertain, but deep within, she chose to place her faith in Seiya. The tide of battle swiftly shifted, now unfavorable for humanity. Initially, they believed Seiya could best Thor, yet it became evident that Thor had not even exerted himself seriously. You are strong. Finally, my life shall no longer be mundane. Thor mused as his hammer pulsated with a life of its own. He leaned back, assuming his stance, and swung his awakened hammer with all his might, a sight even the gods had never witnessed. As the hammer launched towards Seiya, he elegantly sidestepped the strike, pivoting to evade. With a powerful push from the ground, he surged towards Thor, preparing to launch his own attack, only to feel an intense heat approaching from behind, compelling him to halt and shift leftward. Utilizing the momentum from the hammer's return, Thor countered with a technique he had previously reserved for his arch-nemesis, the Midgard serpent, Jormungandr, the full force of the awakened hammer. The ferocious energy emanating from the clash unsettled both divine and mortal spectators alike, leaving them on the edge of their seats, nearly swept away by the overwhelming aura. Pegasus Meteor Fist. Countless meteor-like punches converged at a singular point, coalescing into a comet punch that unleashed an endless tempest. The aftermath of their colliding attacks scattered debris, shattering the arena floor, leaving no intact ground to stand upon. Such a confrontation drew the attention of Zeus, the king of the gods, who ceased observing Qingfeng and focused instead on the battle below. Even one as powerful as he could not help but marvel at Seiya's formidable strength, recognizing that few among the gods could rival him. Alas, he encountered Thor, the mightiest of the Norse deities, murmuring to himself, "Equal in might?" No, Thor emerged victorious. The comet fist shattered, causing Seiya's body to stagger uncontrollably backward, retreating 9 steps before finally coming to a halt. A surge of fresh blood welled up in his throat. Yet he resolutely swallowed it down, his eyes ablaze with combativeness as he gazed at Thor. The goddess of love, Aphrodite, was astonished by Seiya's formidable strength. How could a mere mortal withstand such a blow? Even among the gods, only a select few possessed the might to endure it. And those few were the epitome of divine power. Yet, she knew he could not possibly triumph over Thor, destined instead for a fate of death and oblivion. Aphrodite recalled Seiya's self-introduction, and a thought blossomed in her mind. It would be a pity for such a man to perish at Thor's hands. With a subtle glance to the side, she whispered instructions to her subordinates to summon the god. Are you not a warrior loyal to Athena? She is here as well. If you pledge your allegiance to me and the Greek pantheon, I can ensure Thor spares your life. The very notion of the arrogant Seiya one day bowing before her filled Aphrodite with exhilaration. She despised humanity for their inherent weakness, which rendered them unworthy of her interest. Yet Seiya was different. This powerful man intrigued her. Despite his previous slander against her, Aphrodite resolved to grant him a chance to serve her. Should such a strong man yield to her, the might of the Greek deities would undoubtedly swell, solidifying Zeus's position as the supreme god. Upon hearing her inquiry, Seiya's gaze swept across her standing figure, landing on a girl with flowing purple hair who regarded him with a disdainful glare. The one called Athena, her complexion flushed with excitement, extended her finger towards Seiya. Although she could not recall when she had acquired such a powerful servant, she was certain of one truth. There existed only one Athena, and that was her. Your strength pleases me, since you claim to be a saint of Athena. If your loyalty to me is genuine, kneel at once and demonstrate your submission. Seiya remained silent, merely gazing at the young girl. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly oppressive, as no one could predict the choice Seiya would make. Unlike earlier, when the human faction had vociferously condemned him, everyone now hoped Seiya would triumph over Thor. Odin's eyes narrowed slightly. He had not anticipated that the goddess of love would pose such a question. He fully understood what it meant for humanity to align itself with the Greek gods. With his own son Thor present, he had always been reluctant to acknowledge Zeus as the supreme deity. However, should Zeus acquire a warrior of Seiya's caliber, the Norse would stand no chance of overthrowing him. The king of gods, Zeus, who seemed as if he could be swept away by the slightest gust of wind, now exhibited a glimmer of intensity in his eyes. A stark departure from his usual demeanor. The goddess Aphrodite, witnessing Seiya's indifference, saw that her sister Athena had fallen silent as well. She once again tempted him with a tone of bestowal. Regardless of whom you pledge your allegiance to, Athena, in the presence of the divine, you are but a pitiful dog wagging its tail in supplication. Should you choose to serve us, I can persuade